The scene opens with a breathtaking, yet desolate vista. A once thriving city now lies in ruins, a chilling testament to a world ravaged by an unimaginable catastrophe. A crimson sunset bleeds across the sky, casting long shadows over the shattered remnants of civilization. Jagged shards of ice, impossibly large and sharp, pierce the earth like macabre monuments to the destruction. The air hangs heavy with the silence of a world brought to its knees. The camera pans across the frozen wasteland, revealing the full extent of the devastation. Buildings are reduced to rubble, buried under a thick layer of ice and snow. A vast, frozen lake stretches out before the viewer, its surface reflecting the bleak, unforgiving sky. A trail of bloody footprints winds its way across the snow-covered ground, leading towards a distant, dark figure. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with weariness and despair, trudges through the snow, his steps heavy with grief. He clutches a staff, its icy tip glowing faintly in the dim light. In the distance, a dark, ominous shape looms, a chilling silhouette against the pale sky. It is the horrifying aftermath of his daughter's destructive power. The final panel shows Lee Seola, transformed into a powerful, ice-wreathed figure, sitting upon a throne of ice, her expression one of cold, detached power. The text proclaims, "Has destroyed the world." Lee Seo-jun, his back to the viewer, stood amidst a desolate, icy landscape. Jagged shards of ice littered the ground, a chilling wind whipping around him as he gripped a long staff. In the distance, the spectral form of a woman, her legs visible, seemed to float above a frozen chasm. The scene shifted to reveal a closer view of the icy landscape, massive, crystalline formations erupting from the ground like frozen geysers, their sharp edges glinting under a dark, stormy sky. Seo-jun, his face etched with grief and despair, silently questioned the figure in the distance. The unspoken words hung heavy in the air. "Why did you do it?" Seola, his daughter, now a powerful ice witch, appeared before him, her icy crown and glacial attire radiating an aura of chilling power. A cruel smirk played on her lips as she taunted him. "How feeble, Lee Seo-jun. Now's the time you decide to start playing father?" Seo-jun, speechless, could only stammer a single word, "I." Seola interrupted, her tone sharp and disdainful. She challenged him further, "Or, have you come to hunt me down, you sorry excuse for a hunter?" Seo-jun, his face a mask of weariness, asked if she would reconsider her actions. Seola's response was immediate and cold. "So you really won't change your mind? Give up, Mr. Seo-jun." Seola's final words hung in the air, a stark declaration of their broken relationship. "That is no longer your daughter." The scene shifted to reveal a powerful figure, the Sword Saint, standing at the head of an army, his presence commanding and ominous. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with the scars of a life lived, stood defiant amidst a blizzard. His gaze was fixed on the swirling snow, a storm mirroring the turmoil within him. He vehemently rejected the notion that his daughter, Seola, was a monster. She was his daughter. A powerful figure, an aged man with long white hair and a thick beard, surveyed the scene from the midst of his troops. His expression was one of grim determination, his eyes narrowed in focus. His soldiers, armed and ready, stood poised for action. The air crackled with tension as the old man barked a sharp command, "Back off." Seo-jun's eyes, filled with a fierce protectiveness, narrowed. A cold resolve hardened his features. He gripped a magnificent ice spear, its shaft glowing with an ethereal blue flame, the weapon hummed with latent power. The old man, seemingly surprised by Seo-jun's sudden appearance and armament, questioned the meaning of his actions. Seo-jun, however, quickly clarified his intentions. He stated that he had not come to hunt Seola, but to protect her. Seo-jun's face was a mask of grim determination. He would do whatever it took to protect his daughter. The old man, seemingly unconvinced, pondered Seo-jun's words, his expression unreadable. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with the weariness of a life poorly lived, faced his daughter, Lee Seola. His expression, a grim defiance, belied the turmoil within. "You'll have to kill me first," he declared, his voice a low growl. Before him stood Seola, transformed into the fearsome final boss he knew from the future, a vision of icy power, her eyes blazing with an unnatural light. A single, chilling blue rose bloomed in her hand. Seo-jun, amidst the chaos of battle, reflected on his failures. He admitted to himself, "I know I failed my duties as a father." His self-reproach continued, a bitter acknowledgement of his inadequacy, "And I'm not being useful to either Seola or the Sword Saint right now." Despite his despair, a flicker of resolve ignited within him. Even in death, he would find a way. However, even if this is where I die. A powerful surge of energy erupted from an unseen source. The Sword Saint, a figure of immense power, launched a devastating attack. Seo-jun, seizing the opportunity, countered with a desperate lunge, his movements a blur of motion. The clash of their powers shook the very ground beneath their feet. Lee Seo-jun, blood gushing from a grievous wound, collapsed to the ground. His vision blurred, the world dissolving into a crimson haze. His consciousness fading, the last thing he saw was his daughter, Seola, the final boss, a terrifying figure of immense power. Seola, radiating an aura of chilling power, stood amidst a blizzard, her icy gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. A divine light enveloped Seo-jun as he received a new quest, change the future. He awoke to find himself before a 5-year-old Seola, her innocent eyes mirroring the storm raging within her. But a new chance had been given. He had to raise Seola differently, to become the father she deserved. Years later, Seola, now a young woman, stood before him, her eyes blazing with an icy power. Her power, a terrifying force of ice and destruction, was unleashed upon the world. A testament to the might of the final boss. Lee Seola, a young woman in a dark, ornate dress, stood amidst a scene of devastation. Crystalline energy erupted from her, shattering the earth around her. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched a glowing blue rose. Her expression was one of profound sorrow and immense power. Seola unleashed a wave of destructive energy, a cataclysmic force that threatened to consume the world. The text below the panel declared, Earth's final quest begins. Lee Seo-jun, a man with long, graying hair, stood before her, surrounded by soldiers, their faces etched with fear and desperation as they braced themselves against the onslaught. The panel displayed the words Final Boss, Slay the Witch, Lee Seola. Below, Seo-jun lay wounded on the ground, whispering, I'm sorry. Seola's attack intensified, a massive shard of ice hurtling towards him. His fate seemed sealed. The ice shard slammed into the ground, creating a massive explosion of ice and energy, engulfing Seo-jun in a torrent of icy destruction. Seo-jun fell, his body battered and broken, tears staining his face as he succumbed to his injuries. Lee Seo-jun lay dying, his body racked with pain. Tears streamed down his face as he watched the world crumble around him, the horrifying reality of his daughter, Lee Seola, the final boss, sinking in. A single, desperate thought echoed in his mind, if only I could. Then, a sudden shift. A digital interface flickered into existence, a stark contrast to the devastation. A new quest appeared, start everything from scratch. Hunter Lee Seo-jun's unique quest begins. The words unique quest and change the future glowed brightly. The world dissolved into a digital torrent of data, a regression had begun. Seo-jun found himself back in time, holding his young daughter's hand. A series of fragmented images flashed before his eyes, his wife's gentle smile, Seola as a baby, a growing sense of dread. A progression of moments showing Seola's childhood, culminating in a heartbreaking scene of her alone and distraught. The weight of his past mistakes pressed down on him. The final image showed a young Seola, alone and vulnerable, her eyes filled with despair. This was the turning point, the moment everything went wrong. Then, a final flash of Seola, now older, her eyes blazing with dark power. The regression was complete. The message regression has finished appeared, signaling the start of Seo-jun's second chance. Lee Seo-jun awoke in his bed, disoriented and confused. He lay there, his limbs sprawled out, a look of bewilderment on his face. His eyes darted around the room, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He groaned, a low sound escaping his lips. Ugh! Why am I here? He wondered, his mind racing to piece together the fragments of his memory. A vivid memory surfaced, the brutal battle on Mount Seol, the agonizing pain, and the finality of death. He sat up in bed, his gaze falling upon a digital clock displaying 12:11. A wave of unease washed over him. He reached for his phone, his fingers trembling slightly as he unlocked it. The date on the screen sent a jolt of fear through him, 2025. His eyes widened in disbelief, his heart pounding in his chest. He stared at the screen, his mind struggling to comprehend the implications. He looked at his reflection in a mirror, his face a mask of confusion and fear. He was alive, but something was terribly wrong. His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and dawning understanding, reflected the gravity of the situation. Lee Seo-jun awoke with a gasp, his mind reeling from the disorienting shift in his reality. He found himself in his bed, the familiar surroundings strangely alien. A single thought echoed in his mind, how could he have possibly returned to the past? The disorientation was quickly replaced by another, equally jarring question. What was that cryptic quest notification he had just received? Seo-jun sat on the edge of his bed, his gaze distant and troubled as he tried to make sense of his sudden return and the implications of his new quest. The room was silent, save for the faint sounds of the city outside. A knock at the door startled him. Yu Yunhai's voice called out from the other side, asking if he was inside. Seo-jun's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be? He scrambled to his feet, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension filling him as he rushed to answer the door. He muttered that he was coming, his heart pounding in his chest as he moved towards the door. Seo-jun opened the door, revealing Yu Yunhai standing in the hallway. Her expression was one of concern. She smiled gently, her eyes softening as she looked at him. Her presence was a comforting contrast to the turmoil in his mind. Then, she spoke, reminding him that he needed to greet his daughter, Seola. Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with worry and beads of sweat on his brow, watched his young daughter, Lee Seola, walk hand in hand with a woman, their figures silhouetted against the dimly lit hallway. Seola, barely 5 years old, wore a charming dress and a bright red hat, a cheerful smile played on her lips as she greeted someone unseen, her small bag swinging gently. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Seo-jun found himself lying on the cold, hard ground, his vision blurring as he heard a faint voice calling out to him. Daddy, the voice whispered, as a wave of dark energy washed over him, and a unique quest appeared before his eyes, change the future. The quest details materialized, prevent Lee Seola's 5 misfortunes. The countdown began, 0/5. Lee Seo-jun stood in the doorway of his apartment, a look of disbelief etched on his face as a woman spoke to him. He found it hard to believe what she was saying. But the woman insisted that the young girl with dark blue hair and a purple dress, who stood beside her, was indeed his daughter, Seola. Seo Jun reacted with a mixture of shock and disbelief. He exclaimed that it had been years since he last saw her mother, and now she was introducing a child to him as his daughter, claiming it was a surprise. His suspicion grew, and he questioned whether she had brought the child there to threaten him. The woman, clearly distressed, began to speak, addressing Seo Jun. But Seo Jun interrupted, demanding proof of paternity. He questioned whether the child might belong to someone else. Seola looked on, her expression a mixture of apprehension and confusion. Seo Jun stated that he would confirm her biological parentage later. The woman simply told him to come back then, leaving Seo Jun to ponder the unexpected revelation. A young girl, no older than 5, with vibrant blue hair and wide, tear-filled eyes, clutches her hands in front of her, her expression one of pure terror. She is dressed in a dark purple dress, the style hinting at a gothic aesthetic, and her large eyes are filled with a desperate plea. A stark contrast to the dark, ominous background that swirls with chaotic energy, hinting at a world on the brink of destruction. Lee Seo Jun, a man with dark hair and a somber expression, reflects on his past failures. He confesses, "I turned her away so coldly back then. I was trash." His remorse is palpable, a heavy weight hanging in the air. But a glimmer of hope emerges as he recalls, but before that quest. A second chance to change his daughter's fate. The narration box explains, Seola has 5 misfortunes. The image shifts to a vision of Seola, now a powerful witch, her imposing figure looming over a younger, innocent Seola. The narration box asks, a child like her destroyed the world? The scene focuses on young Seola again, emphasizing the many hardships she faced. The narration states, that means that there were so many unfortunate things that happened to Seola. A stark reminder of the weight of his responsibility. Seo Jun contemplates his past failings, admitting, but I don't know what misfortunes will befall Seola though. Now that I think about it, I haven't made any good memories with her. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by guilt, reflected on his past failures. He had not only neglected his parental duties towards his daughter, Seola, but also left her sister, Yunhai, to fend for herself, ultimately leading to Yunhai's death. After Yunhai's passing, Seo Jun took on the responsibility of raising Seola, but the weight of his guilt persisted. He worked tirelessly to provide for her, but his efforts were overshadowed by his profound remorse. Despite his attempts to compensate for his past mistakes, Seo Jun remained consumed by guilt, a constant reminder of his shortcomings as a father. Following Yunhai's death, Seo Jun found himself burdened by debt, forcing him to work relentlessly. This left Seola largely without proper care and attention. The revelation of Seola's transformation into a powerful witch was a direct consequence of Seojun's neglect and the hardships she endured during her childhood. Seojun's heart ached with the realization that his daughter's dark path was a direct result of his own failures as a father, a child who had no right to call him dad. A woman, seemingly a social worker or someone involved in child welfare, approached Seo Jun, her expression a mixture of concern and disbelief. She expressed her surprise and skepticism at his story, but ultimately, she chose to believe him. Seola, now a young girl, appeared, causing the woman to pause in surprise. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, muttered the single word, my daughter. He found himself back in time, a second chance to change the future. His wife, her face etched with worry, urged him inside, noting his injured legs. A small hand reached out, offering him a delicate purple hat adorned with a single rose. A 5-year-old girl, his daughter Seola, stood before him, her eyes wide and innocent. She offered to escort him inside, calling him princess. Seola's smile was radiant, a stark contrast to the terrifying final boss he remembered. A small gasp escaped Seola's lips as she clutched her bag, a subtle hint of something hidden within. Seojun's wife, meticulously organizing files in their home office, seemed unaware of the momentous shift in time. Lee Seojun's ex-wife, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, sat pensively at a table, her hand resting on her chin. A thoughtful frown creased her brow as she contemplated something. The thought bubble above her head simply read, he's changed. A small inset panel showed a series of chibi-style illustrations depicting Seojun's positive changes, cleaning his messy house and playing with his daughter, Seola, despite the initial awkwardness of their reunion. The woman's gaze softened slightly as she observed Seojun's transformation. It seemed like just yesterday that you were like an immature child. You've changed so much, she remarked, a hint of surprise in her tone. Seo Jun, holding a small snack, responded calmly, everyone changes as time passes. His ex-wife, however, pressed further, anyway, why did you keep it a secret up till now? A sigh escaped her lips as she revealed a painful truth, we separated on bad terms. The scene shifted, showing her walking away from a shadowy figure, possibly a soldier. Her explanation continued, I came to know that I was pregnant with Seola when you conscripted. Seo Jun, now holding a cup of coffee, explained his actions. Originally, I was going to raise her myself, but I came here because some things weren't working out for me. His ex-wife, still slightly troubled, asked a final question, what happened? Lee Seo Jun watched in horror as his daughter, Seola, was caught in an accident. A wave of grief washed over him as he held her close, the scene shrouded in a smoky haze. The aftermath of the accident was devastating. Seola's mother, distraught and homeless, explained their situation to a first responder. Her home was destroyed, leaving them with nowhere to go. Seola's mother, resolute in her grief, refused to place blame on Seo Jun. She wouldn't ask him to take responsibility for the accident. She insisted that it was her choice to have Seola, and therefore, her responsibility to care for her. The weight of her decision was evident in her solemn expression. Seo-jun, however, proposed a solution. Seola, clutching her tablet, looked up at her father with wide, innocent eyes. He couldn't bear the thought of a child sleeping in a motel. He offered to let Seola stay at his house temporarily. His suggestion was met with a mixture of surprise and relief from Seola's mother. She agreed, though with some hesitation. Seo-jun's expression softened as he considered the situation. A quiet determination settled on his face. He acknowledged that his house wasn't spacious, but he was willing to make room for Seola. He would clean up some unnecessary items to create space. Seola's mother, slightly surprised by his proactive approach, inquired about her daughter's belongings. Seola casually mentioned that her things were outside. Lee Seo-jun, a man not known for his paternal warmth, knelt beside his young daughter, Seola. He gently stroked her hair, a strange tenderness in his eyes. "Our Seola," he murmured, "is that manhwa fun?" Seo-jun found his daughter's behavior unusual. He internally mused that this was unlike her. She was usually more of a troublemaker and immature person. He had braced himself for a harsh scolding from Seo-jun, but this unexpected gentleness was unsettling. Meanwhile, Seola's mother, calmly sipping a drink, watched her daughter engrossed in her manhwa. She responded to Seola's question with a simple, questioning yes. Seo-jun, still surprised by his own behavior, gathered his thoughts. He decided to speak to his wife, though he knew it might be a shock. He continued, his cheeks flushed, about us. With a hopeful smile, Seo-jun popped the question, should we get married? His wife's reaction was immediate and visceral. A look of utter shock and disbelief washed over her face as she choked on her drink. She wondered what had happened to him in the time she hadn't seen him. Seo-jun, sensing her confusion, looked on with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Lee Seo-jun, a man grappling with the weight of a past mistake, sat across from a woman whose face was partially obscured by her hands. He was utterly dumbfounded. His shock deepened as he recalled the events that led to this moment. He had believed the woman before him was his daughter, Lee Seola, and she had proposed marriage without hesitation. But Seo-jun's thoughts shifted. A realization dawned on him: he needed to take responsibility for his past actions, even if it meant facing difficult truths. The image of his late wife, Yoon-hae, flashed before his eyes, a poignant reminder of his past failures and the emptiness that followed her death. Despite the pain, Seo-jun found a renewed resolve. He had the heart to fix things, to make amends for his past mistakes. But the time and emptiness that followed Yoon-hae's death had made him realize how important she was. With a deep breath, Seo-jun responded. Seola explained that she had come to him because things were not going well, and that her visit was not motivated by lingering feelings for him. Seo-jun, a man with a somber expression, reflects on his past relationship. He acknowledges that they parted on bad terms, questioning whether she still harbors any feelings for him. His former partner, Yoon-hae, responds, flustered by his sudden proposal of marriage. Inside their home, Yoon-hae expresses gratitude to Seo-jun for letting them stay, while their young daughter, Seola, plays nearby. Yoon-hae suggests they discuss things later. Seo-jun readily agrees, confirming his willingness to discuss their situation. Yoon-hae voices her concerns about the financial burdens of raising Seola, including the costs of childcare and housing, prompting Seo-jun to reassure her of his plan and ability to provide for them. Seo-jun's confident reassurance is met with a hopeful smile from Yoon-hae, and Seola looks on happily. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, sat alone, a half-empty glass of water in his hand. He resolved to make a change, a drastic one. He would join a guild. A decision born from a painful realization. He clutched a sponge, his expression grim. He knew that his daughter's dark destiny stemmed from a specific cause, and that becoming a hunter was his only path to preventing it. Tears welled in his eyes as he made a desperate plea. He needed help raising Seola, his daughter, to avoid the path that led to her becoming the world's destroyer. Seo-jun's face was etched with worry and desperation. The weight of the world, quite literally, rested on his shoulders. He knew the task ahead was monumental, but he was determined to try. But a shadow of doubt lingered. He looked at his hands, a silent question hanging in the air. Was he truly capable of this? The scene shifted to Seo-jun's home. He stood in the kitchen, a glass of water in his hand, his back to the viewer. Two figures, a woman and a young girl, were visible in the background. The woman smiled warmly at the girl, a stark contrast to Seo-jun's troubled expression. The narrative opens 25 years in the past, a decade before the present day, establishing the setting in a bustling, modern city. A young girl, Lee Seola, skips happily down a city street, her small hand held by her father, Lee Seo-jun. She is bundled in warm winter clothes, her bright eyes full of innocent joy. But a shadow of apprehension crosses her face as she glances back at her father. Suddenly, the world is thrown into chaos. A cataclysmic event unfolds, described as an unprecedented natural disaster, simultaneously impacting all nations. Seola, still a child, witnesses the horrifying destruction from the street. As dimensional cracks appear, unleashing monstrous creatures upon the world. Various monstrous creatures emerge from these rifts, their terrifying forms filling the sky. These creatures are responsible for the widespread destruction and loss of human life, leading to the complete annihilation of humankind. In the aftermath, a colossal, fiery being stands amidst the ruins, a testament to the utter devastation. The scene ends with a sense of overwhelming finality. Lee Seo-jun, a man whose life was tragically cut short by his own daughter, Lee Seola, the world-destroying final boss, found himself inexplicably alive. He lay wounded amidst the devastation, his daughter cradled in his arms, her face etched with a mixture of fear and confusion. A cataclysmic scene unfolding around them. Seola, even in her young form, seemed to radiate an unsettling power, her eyes wide with a nascent magic that hinted at the destructive force she would one day become. A monstrous creature, born from the chaos, lunged towards them. But Seo-jun shielded his daughter, his body absorbing the brunt of the attack. He knew this was his second chance, a chance to change the future and prevent the apocalypse his daughter would bring about. The world was in ruins, yet humanity persisted. A narration box explained that while the initial devastation was immense, people had adapted, drawing power from the mana leaking from dimensional cracks. Seola, still young, clung to her father, a silent testament to the destruction they had witnessed. The scene shifted, showing a vast, fiery landscape. And a powerful figure emerged, a man who had harnessed this leaked mana to gain extraordinary abilities. He explained that this adaptation had led to the rise of individuals capable of slaying monsters previously considered invincible. The man's face was revealed, his expression serious and determined. He was clearly a powerful figure, a testament to humanity's resilience in the face of unimaginable destruction. The narration box continued, emphasizing the emergence of individuals with newfound power, capable of combating the monstrous threats that had arisen from the dimensional rifts. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair walked down a city street, a clipboard tucked under her arm. She wore a peach-colored dress and carried a purple tote bag. Her eyes, wide with a hint of surprise, looked up towards a tall building in the distance. A slight furrow appeared on her brow as she seemed to be contemplating something. She murmured to herself, "Here it is." The woman approached a modern, glass-fronted skyscraper, its sleek design reflecting the bright sunlight. Her gaze fixed on the imposing structure. A thought bubble appeared above her head, indicating her internal monologue, "This is the contract." Inside a brightly lit room, a young girl with purple hair lay in bed, clutching a teddy bear. She was asleep. A woman, presumably her mother, entered the room, holding a document. "This is the contract I received from the guild," she said. The girl stirred slightly in her sleep. "Wait, did you sign it?" the mother asked. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with exhaustion, slumped onto a couch, a sheen of perspiration clinging to his brow. He let out a weary sigh, the sound barely audible in the quiet room. A concerned Yunhai approached him, her voice soft yet inquisitive. She asked if anything was troubling him. Seo-jun, holding a contract, explained that hunter contracts were riddled with loopholes, and that many guilds exploited these flaws for their own gain, making it risky to sign any contract. He confessed that if he refused this contract, he wouldn't be able to make a living or pay off his debts, leaving him in a desperate situation. Despite his concerns, Seo-jun instructed Yunhai to sign the contract as planned, but to be wary of anything suspicious. He offered to teach her the ropes of being a hunter. Yunhai noted the change in Seo-jun's demeanor, a newfound resolve in his eyes. Lee Seo-jun, haunted by the memory of his daughter, Lee Seola, becoming the world-ending final boss, is shown in a flashback. His ex-wife confronts him, her words laced with bitterness about his childish behavior during their breakup. The scene shifts to the present, where a young Seola asks her father if he is going to sleep. Seo-jun explains that he and his ex-wife need to talk before bedtime. Seo-jun's ex-wife watches from the doorway as he tucks Seola into bed, whispering a wish for sweet dreams while they are still awake. Seola responds with a sleepy goodnight. A soft glow surrounds Seo-jun and his ex-wife as they share a tender, unspoken moment. The image evokes a sense of bittersweet longing and reconciliation. The scene shifts back to Seola, sleeping soundly. Her mother observes her, a thought bubble revealing her belief that Seo-jun is a father after all. Later, Seo-jun and Seola are at Baskin-Robbins. The ice cream shop employee asks what they would like to order. Seola enthusiastically chooses chocolate. Seo-jun then makes a playful request, asking for the mommy as an alien flavor in a regular cone. Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with grim determination, silently pieced together the puzzle. He knew which guild had contacted Yunhai. He understood their methods, the manipulative tactics employed by these guilds at this point in time. Luring unsuspecting hunters with enticing signing bonuses, binding them to the guild with contracts, and effectively enslaving them under a mountain of debt. Seo-jun recalled his past, a chilling memory of this very strategy. A strategy that had once left him drowning in debt, forcing him to spend his entire life on the battlefield to repay it. Yunhai, he realized, had fallen victim to the same fate. Burdened by the guild's relentless pressure her entire life. A life tragically cut short before she could even discover her true potential. Her death, a stark reminder of the consequences. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the specter of his daughter's destructive power, witnessed the horrifying end of the world at the hands of his own child, Lee Seola, the final boss. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he watched his life fade away, only to be granted a second chance, a quest to change the future. He awoke to find himself facing a 5-year-old Seola. The weight of his new reality settled upon him. This was his chance to prevent the apocalypse, to raise Seola differently, to become the father she deserved. He reflected on the past, realizing that Yunhai's death was likely one of the 5 misfortunes that twisted Seola's path. Seo-jun, concerned, approached his young daughter. He asked her what was wrong, his voice laced with a newfound gentleness. Seola's innocent question hung in the air, a stark contrast to the grim future Seo-jun had witnessed. "Daddy, is mommy an alien?" Seola's childish imagination painted a bizarre picture of her mother as an octopus from outer space, her words echoing the absurdity of the situation. Seola's anxieties continued, wondering if she, too, was an alien. Her fear was palpable. He bought Seola a large chocolate ice cream cone to cheer her up. As they walked, Seo-jun reflected on the ice cream names, finding them amusing. He found a strange comfort in these small, mundane moments. He confirmed to Seola that, yes, in her childish way of speaking, her mother was indeed called an alien. Seola, delighted with her ice cream, expressed her joy. Lee Seola, a young girl with vibrant blue hair, beams with delight as she receives a large scoop of ice cream. Her reaction is deemed cute by an unseen observer. Seola happily enjoys her treat, her smile radiating pure joy. In the lower panel, her father, Lee Seo-jun, and another woman watch her with fond amusement. Their expressions reflecting a mixture of affection and perhaps a touch of surprise at her enthusiasm. Seo-jun gazes at Seola, a soft smile playing on his lips. He reflects on her striking resemblance to her mother, Yunhai. Seo-jun takes a large bite of his own ice cream, savoring the sweet treat. Seola suddenly seems distressed, prompting Seo-jun to ask her if something is wrong with the ice cream. Seola assures him the ice cream is delicious, but she wants him to share it with her. Seo-jun looks at Seola with a thoughtful expression, his gaze filled with a mixture of affection and perhaps a hint of surprise at her request. He reflects on the rarity of Seola calling him daddy, attributing it to his frequent absences. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the specter of his past, stared at a blurry image of his daughter, Seola, through a doorway. His thoughts, heavy with regret, echoed the words in the narration box. He barely knew his daughter, let alone shared any meaningful memories with her. The image shifted, showing a younger Seola, alone and tearful, clutching a teddy bear. Seo-jun's internal monologue continued, filled with self-recrimination. He had abandoned her during her most vulnerable moments. He recalled the few times she had called him father, realizing those were the only times they had ever truly connected. The scene then violently shifted to Seo-jun being attacked, his desperate plea for help echoing in the panel, "Please save me." Seola, now older and seemingly involved in the attack, fiercely rejected his pleas, shouting, "Let me go." Seo-jun's memories, even the few he had, were far from pleasant. The scene continued, showing Seo-jun's desperate cries for help as Seola stood by, seemingly unmoved. His desperate call of Seola was met with her cold rejection. His final words, "Mommy, Daddy," were filled with despair. Seo-jun's consciousness faded, leaving him with a single, poignant memory. He had only recently discovered Seola's love for ice cream. This trivial detail highlighted the depth of his failure as a father. He had been so distant, so uninvolved, that even such a simple preference had remained unknown to him until now. The scene shifted again, showing a young Seola happily eating ice cream. Seo-jun's realization was profound. He had spent so little time with his daughter. He then received a new quest, a second chance to change the future. With a newfound resolve, he smiled and thanked Seola, ready to embrace his responsibilities as a father. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter, Lee Seola, becoming the world-ending final boss, cradled his young daughter in his arms. A profound sense of determination filled him as he resolved to change the future. He silently vowed to make as many memories with her as possible. He carried Seola through the bustling city streets, a simple act of fatherly affection that felt monumental in its implications. The joy on Seola's face mirrored his own quiet hope for a different future. Suddenly, a jarring, high-pitched alarm blared through the city, cutting through the cheerful sounds of everyday life. Seo-jun paused, a knot of apprehension tightening in his chest. This was not part of the original timeline. The unexpected sound sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. Seo-jun's heart pounded in his chest as he realized the nature of the disturbance, an unexpected crack in reality itself. He instinctively shielded Seola, his protective instincts kicking in. A sophisticated radar system displayed on a monitor showed the precise location of the cracks before they even appeared. This was a highly advanced technology, capable of predicting these disruptions in reality. Hunters, specially trained individuals, were already deployed to the predicted locations, prepared to deal with the consequences of these reality breaches before they even fully manifested. The probability of an unexpected crack forming was incredibly low, making this event even more alarming. This had never happened before Seo-jun's return to the past. Amidst the chaos, Seola looked up at her father, her innocent eyes reflecting the fear and uncertainty of the situation. Seo-jun reassured her, holding her close as the alarm continued to blare. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, ran home, his mind racing. He had witnessed the horrifying end of the world at the hands of his own daughter, Lee Seola, the final boss. Now, given a second chance, the concept of the butterfly effect weighed heavily on his thoughts. A single, seemingly insignificant change could have devastating consequences. He recalled Yunhai, Seola's usually attentive caretaker, unexpectedly leaving her in his care, creating an unforeseen rift in the fabric of reality. Seo Jun, clutching his young daughter close, ran, a desperate urgency propelling him forward. He had changed the future, but the consequences were already unfolding. A subtle alteration in the timeline, a ripple in the space-time continuum. A cold sweat beaded on Seojun's brow as he felt a surge of unease. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. As dark, jagged shards of energy erupted around them, a violent manifestation of the temporal distortion. Seo Jun braced himself, shielding his daughter. The chaotic energy threatening to consume them both. His heart pounded in his chest. Seo Jun cursed under his breath, his face a mask of grim determination. The alteration of the timeline had unforeseen consequences, and he was now facing the repercussions. Lee Seo Jun stood before a terrifying sight, a colossal crack splitting the sky, radiating an ominous purple energy. The world around him crumbled into jagged shards of reality. A catastrophic event unfolding before his very eyes. He stared, bewildered, as the city below him disintegrated. His voice, a desperate whisper against the chaos, protested he hadn't done anything to cause this. The scene opens with a cataclysmic event. A monstrous, fiery creature, seemingly a Cretan bull, emerges from the earth, its destructive power evident in the shattered ground and airborne debris. The beast's fiery breath incinerates the city streets, causing widespread panic and chaos. Civilians flee in terror as the Cretan bull wreaks havoc, their desperate cries echoing through the city. A man, seemingly caught in the chaos, shouts for everyone to run away. Lee Seo Jun, carrying a young girl, runs through the streets, his face etched with worry. He reflects that before his regression, this wouldn't have been a problem, but now he is no different from a normal person. Seo Jun continues his desperate flight, clutching the girl close. He realizes that his only option is to run away, his current state preventing any other course of action. The young girl, Seola, hides her face in his shoulder, her wide eyes reflecting her fear. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupts behind them, sending Seo Jun and Seola sprawling to the ground. Seo Jun, despite his fear, fiercely protects Seola, his determination evident in his strained expression. He is clearly resolved to keep her safe, no matter the cost. Lee Seo Jun, his face etched with worry, knelt beside his young daughter, Lee Seola. He anxiously asked if she was hurt, his voice laced with concern. Seo Jun instructed Seola to hide between two buildings nearby, emphasizing the importance of staying hidden until he came for her. A sudden, bright flash of light erupted in the distance, catching Seojun's attention. He wondered if someone was targeting him. His suspicion was confirmed as a monstrous, fiery bull-like creature emerged from the explosion, its presence causing widespread panic among the bystanders. Seo Jun realized with a jolt that he had been marked as a target, a chilling realization washed over him. The ground trembled violently beneath the creature's massive footfall. Another wave of energy pulsed outwards, signaling another attack was imminent. Seo Jun desperately wished for a weapon, any means to defend himself against the approaching threat. Unleashing a fiery blast that collided with the monstrous creature. Lee Seo Jun, a man of average build with short, slightly messy brown hair, found himself desperately trying to fend off a monstrous, fiery beast. Its gaping maw threatened to consume him whole, its fiery breath scorching the earth around him. He pleaded, "Please." As the scene shifted to show his young daughter, Lee Seola, a girl with long, dark blue hair, peeking from behind a building, her eyes wide with fear and concern as the chaos unfolded around her. A desperate cry pierced the air, "Daddy!" Seo Jun, using what appeared to be a makeshift spear crafted from a broom handle, attempted a desperate counterattack against the beast, but the creature's immense power sent him flying backward, crashing into the ground. He managed to survive thanks to a protective layer of mana he'd channeled around his body, but he knew this wouldn't last. Despite the precarious situation, Seo Jun resolved to fight on, muttering, "Although it's a spear made out of a broom, I have no choice but to try." His thoughts turned to his daughter's safety. He realized that if he could just hold on until help arrived, Seola would be safe. He grimly resolved to endure. However, the grim reality set in, even though 5 minutes sounds like a short period of time. I could die within those 5 minutes. Despite the imminent threat of death, Seo Jun steeled his resolve. He knew he had to do this, for his daughter. Lee Seo Jun, despite his body screaming in protest, continued to fight, determined to use every ounce of his remaining mana. He was willing to shatter his body into pieces if necessary. Before his regression, Seo Jun lacked the strength to become a hunter, a deficiency that left him trailing behind his peers. This weakness led to a growing anxiety that consumed him day after day. In a desperate bid for survival, Seo Jun embarked on a relentless search for a solution, which culminated in him memorizing entire books about monsters, focusing on their weaknesses. Now, facing a Cretan bull, Seo Jun knew its weak point was its eye. He had to land a blow, no matter the cost. With unwavering determination, Seo Jun channeled his power. He refused to let Seola's future be determined by his past failures. Unleashing a devastating attack that shattered the ground around him. A wave of icy blue energy erupted from a point in space, the raw power of magic tearing through the fabric of reality itself. A voice, filled with grim determination, echoed through the void, "Go through misery again." Lee Seo Jun, his face etched with strain, stumbled through the ravaged landscape. He gasped, "I can't gather enough mana with a normal person's body like this. I don't think I landed it." Sweat beaded on his brow as Seo Jun braced himself, his body trembling with exertion. A monstrous claw, tipped with razor-sharp talons, swiped at him from the shadows. But Seo Jun reacted instantly, channeling the last of his strength into a desperate counterattack. A brilliant flash of blue energy pierced the darkness, colliding with the beast in a deafening explosion. He muttered, "It hit?" The monster roared in pain, its fiery fur singed and smoking. Seo Jun, surprised, questioned, "But how?" A wave of icy magic spread from the impact point, freezing the air around them. Seo Jun's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the magic. "Is that ice magic?" The monster, weakened and frozen, crumbled into shards of ice, revealing a figure within its fiery form. The figure, cloaked in darkness, raised a hand, its power palpable. Lee Seo Jun found himself amidst a chaotic scene, a monstrous creature rampaging through the city. Buildings crumbled around him as he braced himself against the destructive force, a desperate fear gripping him. A chilling realization washing over him, his daughter, Seola, was in grave danger. He saw her, a small figure amidst the devastation, a building collapsing around her. Seo Jun's heart pounded in his chest as he desperately tried to reach her. Seola, terrified, cried out for her mother, her small frame shaking with fear. Tears streamed down her face as she shielded her eyes from the falling debris, her cries echoing through the ruined streets. Seo Jun, despite the danger, managed to reach her, pulling her into his arms as another section of the building collapsed behind them. He held her close, his own body battered and bleeding, but his concern focused entirely on his daughter. He asked if she was hurt, his voice filled with a mixture of relief and worry. Seola, still trembling, could only cry, her small body racked with sobs. Seo Jun, seeing that she wasn't seriously injured, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He murmured that it was all right, his voice hoarse but reassuring. Amidst a scene of devastation, a young girl, her face streaked with grime, cried out for her father. A desperate plea, "Daddy," escaped her lips. As Lee Seo Jun, his body battered and bloodied, lay unconscious beside her. A voice, seemingly from beyond, commanded, "Wake up, Lee Seo Jun." Seola, his daughter, wept openly, her large eyes filled with unshed tears. Her grief was palpable, a silent testament to the chaos surrounding them. In the midst of the chaos, a voice urged, "You need to evacuate Seola. The Cretan bull is causing a stampede." Elsewhere, a group of rescuers worked frantically, prioritizing the safety of civilians caught in the catastrophe. "We found civilians. We need to prioritize protecting them," one shouted. One rescuer's gaze fell upon a distinctive mark on a fleeing figure's clothing. A mark that sparked recognition and a sudden realization that mark is a symbol of immense power and potential danger. Lee Seo Jun, still on the ground, his face marred by blood, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He murmured, "I think I can leave the rest to them," trusting in the capabilities of those around him to handle the situation. The scene shifts to a distant cityscape, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. A woman with long brown hair, dressed in a pleated dress, rushed down a hallway, her face etched with worry. She called out, "Seola, Seo Jun." Her voice laced with anxiety as she searched for her daughter and husband. She asked, "Seola, are you all right?" A young girl with vibrant blue hair, adorned with a large black bow, stood beside her. She responded, "I'm fine, but..." The scene shifted to a hospital room. Lee Seo Jun, a man with dark hair and a bandage on his leg, lay asleep in a hospital bed. The woman and the girl stood beside him, their expressions filled with concern. Seo Jun stirred slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He reassured the woman, "Seola is not hurt, so don't worry." The woman, however, remained distressed. She explained, "Daddy tried to protect Seola, and..." Tears streamed down her face as she recounted the events. The young girl watched her mother with a concerned expression. Seo Jun, now fully awake, exclaimed, "Was I overreacting? I can stand up, you know." His daughter chimed in, "It was just a prank set up by me and Seola. Daddy, you made mommy cry." Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter, Lee Seola, destroying the world and causing his death, found himself inexplicably back in time. He watched, horrified, as his young daughter, Seola, sobbed uncontrollably amidst a scene of fiery destruction. A desperate cry escaping her lips. "Yes, I am, you asshole," she sobbed, her words laced with a raw, childlike fury as she lashed out at her father. Later, Seo Jun, bandaged and weary, received thanks for protecting Seola. He responded simply, "You don't need to thank me. She's my daughter, too." His concern for her was evident. A woman, presumably his wife, informed him that Seola had fallen asleep next to her grandmother, who would care for her. Reassured, Seo Jun relaxed slightly. Seo Jun reflected on Seola's fear, relieved she had calmed down. His thoughts turned to the events that had transpired. And he decided to ask about something specific concerning Seola. Seo Jun recalled the events of the world's destruction, focusing on the use of ice magic. He pondered the source of this power. And a chilling realization dawned on him, Seola was the one who wielded that magic. Seo Jun sat alone, his mind racing with the implications of this discovery. Lee Seo-jun's consciousness flickered, the last image seared into his mind, his daughter, Lee Seola, the final boss, her dark magic obliterating the world, leaving him among the ruins. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he clutched at the remnants of his memories. Lee Seo Jun and his wife, Yunhai, sat on a bench, the city lights twinkling behind them. He was still recovering from his injuries, a bandage visible on his forehead. Yunhai, concerned, asked him about his thoughts. Yunhai questioned whether Seojun's belief that their daughter, Seola, possessed magical abilities made any sense. She pointed out that Seola was barely able to even say the word magic. Seojun, holding a coffee cup, listened to Yunhai's concerns. He remained silent for a moment, lost in thought. Seojun then urged Yunhai to look him in the eyes and tell him the truth. Tears welled up in Yunhai's eyes as Seojun pressed her for the truth. He wanted to know if she was certain about her doubts regarding Seola's abilities. Yunhai then asked Seojun if he could keep a secret. Seojun solemnly assured Yunhai that he would never do anything to harm Seola. And with a newfound trust, Yunhai placed her faith in him. Lee Seojun, his body still bearing the wounds of his past demise, watched in disbelief as a powerful surge of magic tore through the air. A chilling realization dawning on him, only his daughter, Seola, possessed such raw power. The scene shifted, revealing Seojun in a conversation with a worried woman, likely Seola's mother. She reminded him of the reason for her visit: their house had collapsed. Little Seola, clutching her teddy bear, was visibly upset. The woman confirmed Seola's involvement in the incident. The truth was revealed: Seola's uncontrolled emotions were the cause of the house's destruction. Seola stood alone, a picture of innocent sorrow, yet the ominous shadows lurking beneath her feet hinted at the immense, uncontrolled power she possessed. The woman expressed her fear that Seola might be taken away by some sinister organization. Seojun, his resolve hardening, vowed to protect Seola at all costs. Lee Seojun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, sat beside his wife. His expression was grim, his gaze distant as he muttered, "She's my daughter, after all." His wife, her face etched with worry, responded with a single, pained word: "Have." A question that hung heavy in the air. She continued, her voice barely a whisper, "Have you ever considered that she might not be yours?" Seojun, his face partially obscured by a bandage, firmly stated, "Seola is my daughter. And even if she isn't." He trailed off, his resolve hardening. He added, "I won't discuss this in front of Seola." Seojun sat alone, a profound sense of conflict evident in his posture. He thought, what I'm saying right now is a direct contradiction to my past self, who denied Seola countless times. His wife, sitting beside him on a park bench, simply said, "You're right." A subtle smile played on his wife's lips as she gazed at him, a mixture of understanding and concern in her eyes. Seojun, however, remained troubled. His wife's words, "Lee Seojun, have you gone mad?" echoed in his mind. Lee Seojun, his body racked with pain, found himself reliving his final moments. He was over 40, while his daughter, Yunhai, was only 26 when she, as the final boss, ended his life and destroyed the world. A jarring contrast that sent a shockwave through his heart. He was confused, his mind reeling from the sudden, inexplicable time shift. A voice urged him to focus. Seojun, still grappling with the disorienting reality of his situation, tried to make sense of his feelings. He was told he didn't have the right to feel this way. He then inquired about the guild, his former employer. The response was blunt: the contracts had fatal flaws. A woman, seemingly unfazed by the news, explained that she had meticulously reviewed the contracts, threatened to find another guild, and left. Seojun, surprised but relieved, was then approached by the woman, who offered to train his daughter, revealing a top-secret technique she would pass on. The woman's confidence was met with skepticism. Her so-called top-secret technique was questioned. The reveal of this top secret was anticlimactic, leaving the woman slightly embarrassed. The scene shifts to a workshop, where a young girl with vibrant blue hair stands beside Seojun. He confirms the presence of a workshop. Lee Seojun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, questioned his companion about the location of weapon shops. He knew that typical shops were not the place to find what he needed. His companion, whose name is not yet revealed, explained that the prices in malls were too high, and that they needed to go to the guild to find the equipment they needed. She instructed him to follow her. Following her, they arrived at a workshop filled with an array of weapons and equipment, gleaming under the soft light. Seojun's companion expressed her surprise at the sight of the workshop, commenting on its cuteness. She confirmed her suspicions that it was indeed a workshop. However, a moment of confusion crossed her face as she questioned the presence of customers in such a place. Their arrival was noticed by an elderly blacksmith, who called out to ask who was there. Seojun, realizing they had found the right place, reflected on his time spent in the hospital. During his recovery, he had time to sort through his memories from before his regression. One person stood out in his memories, a blacksmith destined for greatness. This was Kong Cheoli, a smithy who would one day be recognized as the world's greatest blacksmith. A powerfully built, older man with a stern expression and a prominent mustache stood amidst a fiery, crimson aura. His eyes, narrowed in intensity, seemed to burn with an inner fire. Lee Seojun, an aspiring hunter, and his companion, Yunhai, approached the imposing figure. Seojun politely greeted the man. Suddenly, a young girl with purple hair appeared, cheerfully introducing herself as Seola, Seojun's daughter. The older man chuckled heartily at the unexpected interruption, revealing his name to be Kong Cheoli. Seojun explained that he and Yunhai were aspiring hunters in need of weapons. He requested a spear for himself. Kong Cheoli approved of Seojun's choice, then inquired about Yunhai's weapon preference. She hadn't decided yet. Kang Chioli generously offered them time to browse his workshop, mentioning that his weapons were crafted from high-quality materials. The workshop displayed an array of finely made spears and other weapons. Yunhai, though claiming limited knowledge of weapons, was clearly impressed. Seo Jun sought Yunhai's opinion on a particular weapon, initiating a discussion about their choices. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Lee Seola, became the world-ending final boss, now finds himself in a pivotal moment. He holds a sleek, modern bow, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic imagery of his past. Seo Jun, in a chibi-style illustration, suggests a bow as a suitable weapon for his young daughter. Seola, also in chibi form, expresses surprised self-doubt about her skill. He offers her the chance to test a practice weapon first, a gesture of paternal care absent in his previous timeline. Seola politely declines the offer, choosing to trust her father's judgment and accept the bow. Seola examines the bow, a thoughtful expression on her face. She senses a deeper purpose behind her father's recommendation. The shopkeeper assures them of an exchange policy, should Seola change her mind. Seo Jun agrees. The shopkeeper presents the final bill for the weapons. The total cost is revealed. A chibi-style illustration shows the family together, Seola now proudly holding her new bow. Seola expresses concern over the high cost, but Seo Jun reassures her, revealing he has been saving up. Lee Seola, a young girl with long, flowing brown hair, stood poised, a bow held gently in her hands. Her expression was serene, almost ethereal, as if she were one with the weapon itself. A quiet determination shone in her eyes, reflecting a strength that belied her age. A small girl with vibrant blue hair, Lee Seola, stood between two adults, her large, innocent eyes reflecting a depth of understanding beyond her years. She quietly stated her intention to repay a debt, regardless of the cost. Seola's mother and father, looking concerned, discussed the cost of her purchases. Seola's father, Seo Jun, noted that she always found ways to cut back on snacks, showing a subtle understanding of her daughter's resourcefulness. Seola's mother, her face etched with worry, observed that Seola rarely expressed her feelings or thoughts openly. Her concern was palpable. Seo Jun reflected on this, noting that while others saw Seola as kind and considerate, he perceived her behavior as overly mature for her age, suppressing her natural desires and frustrations. He admitted to himself that he hadn't been able to provide much for her, a pang of guilt evident in his expression. His wife expressed her desire for Seola to enjoy life to the fullest, sooner rather than later, highlighting the unspoken tension between them. The scene shifted to a bakery, where Seo Jun, his mother, and an elderly baker were present. Seo Jun's expression was one of quiet contemplation. The elderly baker, seemingly oblivious to the family's dynamics, diligently wrote down Seo Jun's order. Lee Seo Jun, accompanied by his young daughter Seola, visited a shop. The shopkeeper, charmed by Seola's cuteness, offered them a special discount. The shopkeeper prepared their order, a receipt showing the discounted price for the materials of the weapons. Seo Jun looked at the receipt, a worried expression on his face. He realized that the discount only covered the cost of the materials, not the labor. Seo Jun's wife, Yoonhee, looked at the receipt inside, her wrists aching from the amount of work involved. She asked Seo Jun if he was really buying it, expressing her concern about the cost and the strain on her. Seola, however, expressed her gratitude. Leaving the shop, Seo Jun declared that with the weapons secured, they could proceed with their plan. He turned to Yoonhee and revealed their next step, preparing to enter a dungeon. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end he witnessed, found himself inexplicably returned to the past. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he gazed upon the small figure standing before him. A young woman with long brown hair sprinted through a forest, her sneakers leaving trails of dust in their wake. She nocked an arrow, her expression focused and determined, and unleashed it with surprising force. The arrow pierced a tree with remarkable accuracy, embedding itself deep within the wood. Then, she summoned a glowing blue energy, imbuing the arrow with magical power, transforming it into a weapon of immense potential. With a powerful shot, the magically enhanced arrow flew towards its target. The impact was devastating, leaving a gaping hole in the tree trunk. A woman with long brown hair, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief, stared at the damage. A young man with dark hair approached, calling out to her. Lee Seo Jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, walked hand in hand with his 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola, through a sun-dappled forest. Seola, with her vibrant blue hair and bright smile, skipped happily beside him, oblivious to the weight of the world resting on her father's shoulders. He smiled down at her, a bittersweet expression playing on his lips. He suggested they take a break to eat tteokbokki. They settled down in a secluded clearing. Seo Jun, Seola, and another woman, Yoonhee, enjoyed their meal. Seo Jun remarked that the secluded spot was perfect for training, as it was far from prying eyes. He wondered aloud how Yoonhee found such a hidden place. Seo Jun chuckled, revealing that this was his top-secret training spot. He explained that it was a hidden space deep within the mountains, a place he used for training before his regression. He had used this location for several weeks. A place where he taught Yoonhee basic combat skills, allowing them to adequately prepare for the dungeons ahead. Seo Jun took a drink, his thoughts turning to the future. 2 targets, riddled with arrows, stood as testament to Yoonhee's improved archery skills. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, watched in awe as his young daughter, Seola, effortlessly pierced a tree with an arrow. He expressed his surprise, while Seola's mother questioned if this was her first time using a bow. A flashback revealed Seo-jun's past life, where he witnessed his daughter, Yoonhye, struggling with swordsmanship due to guild regulations. Yoonhye's lack of talent with a sword was evident, as she frequently broke her weapon during battles. However, a turning point arrived when she picked up her deceased colleague's bow, revealing an unexpected aptitude for archery. Back in the present, Seo-jun's concerns about his mana control training were voiced, highlighting his struggles. Seola, surprisingly, offered to teach her father, expressing confidence in her ability to sense and guide his mana. Seola's mother, however, remained skeptical of this sudden development. A surge of ethereal, blue energy crackled and pulsed, swirling like a living storm in the center of the panel. Lee Seo-jun, a man with dark hair and a concerned expression, held out his hands towards the energy. A young woman with long brown hair stood beside him, her eyes wide with a mix of apprehension and wonder. He announced, "Here it is." The scene shifted to a sunny park. Seo-jun knelt, smiling gently as his young daughter, Lee Seola, a girl with dark hair and bright eyes, giggled and played with a small, flickering blue flame in her hands. She said, "He, okay." Seola's playful energy contrasted sharply with the woman's continued apprehension. She watched them both with a worried expression, her gaze lingering on Seola's magical abilities. Later, as Seola skipped ahead, the woman voiced her concerns to Seo-jun. She said, "I think we should be more careful from now on. I wonder if anyone will take care of Seola when we're inside dungeons." Seo-jun reassured her, "We can't take her to such a dangerous place like a dungeon. I have an idea about that. So don't worry about it." A narration box revealed Seo-jun's internal struggle. "No matter how hard I try to change things based on my memory from before my regression, things don't go so smoothly sometimes." The scene shifted to Seo-jun's home. He knelt on the floor, smiling warmly as Seola playfully hid behind him. In a separate scene, the woman spoke on the phone, her expression a mix of frustration and concern. She thought, "I thought he'd immediately agree when he saw Seola. He refused me over the phone, but I didn't." Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by grief and regret, sat alone, his expression etched with a profound sadness. He was anticipating a difficult conversation, bracing himself for the sternness he knew he would need to display when facing his young daughter, Seola. Seo-jun's father-in-law, a stern and imposing figure, questioned him about the identity of the young girl sitting beside him. Seo-jun simply replied that she was his daughter. The older man, however, pressed further, his inquiry shifting to Seola's mother, Yoonhye. A flashback revealed a younger Seo-jun, seemingly happy, with Yoonhye. He remembered her clearly. Seo-jun confirmed that he remembered Yoonhye, prompting his father-in-law to inquire about the status of their marriage. Seo-jun revealed that he had proposed, but quickly added that she had not yet accepted his proposal. The revelation caused Seo-jun's father-in-law to react with shock and disbelief. Seo-jun, however, brushed aside the surprise, explaining that he had a favor to ask. He introduced Seola to her grandfather, explaining that the reason for his visit was to seek his help. The grandfather, initially taken aback, gently reached out to touch Seola's cheek. The child's reaction was one of immediate delight. However, a sudden, unexpected magical energy emanated from Seola, startling her grandfather. Seola, confused, simply asked, "Grandpa?" Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, found himself facing an impossible task. His daughter, Lee Seola, was destined to become the world-ending final boss, and he had been given a second chance to change her fate. He was now tasked with raising the 5-year-old Seola, a daunting prospect given his past failures as a father. A journey that began with a simple request to look after Seola for a week. Elsewhere, a woman with long brown hair, possibly Seo-jun's wife, reflected on her decision to leave Seola with her father. Doubt clouded her thoughts, perhaps she should have stayed. Seo-jun, meanwhile, collected a watchband from a shop clerk. Relief washed over him as he received the item. A requested item that held a special significance. He wondered if this was the stone Seola had found. Upon closer inspection, the watchband revealed a glowing blue orb embedded within. It was a mana light, a powerful magical artifact. Overwhelmed by the discovery, Seo-jun decided to give Seola a gift. He offered her a choice from among his possessions. Seola, with surprising insight, chose a pile of what her father considered trash. To Seo-jun's astonishment, Seola's choice turned out to be a valuable treasure. He chuckled, impressed by his daughter's keen eye for valuable items. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter, Lee Seola, becoming the world-ending final boss, found himself inexplicably returned to the past. He stared, awestruck, at a glowing orb emanating a soft, ethereal light. A mana light, as his young daughter explained. It was a marble that illuminated when mana was detected nearby, highly sought after for locating artifacts in dungeons. Seola, with a bright smile, presented the mana light to her father. Seo-jun, though surprised, accepted the gift, his heart touched by her innocent gesture. Overwhelmed with a wave of gratitude and a renewed determination to be the father Seola deserved, he expressed his thanks, his eyes filled with warmth. Later, at a bustling marketplace, Seo-jun and Seola encountered another individual. The woman inquired about their purpose at this location, specifically mentioning the watchband. The woman explained that the watchband was essential before entering a dungeon, prompting Seo-jun to suggest they browse for clothes for Seola while they were there. He admitted, however, that he had other reasons for being present. Suddenly, a loud shriek pierced the air. Seo-jun, startled, instinctively reacted as a figure approached him. A declaration of love echoing through the marketplace, causing a stir among the onlookers. Seo-jun's attention was then drawn to another individual, Sung Soo-hyun, whose striking appearance captivated him. Lee Seo-jun and his companion, Sung Soo-hyun, walked through a modern building. Seo-jun commented that Soo-hyun's bright face represented his future. A narration box introduced Sung Soo-hyun, a famous star hunter who advertises his guild through television broadcasts. His fame stemmed from his celebrity status and extremely good looks. Seo-jun and Soo-hyun continued their conversation. Soo-hyun seemed apprehensive. Soo-hyun's apprehension was understandable, given his recent experience protecting Seola. He worried about entering dungeons. Seo-jun reassured him that he would protect him. Soo-hyun dismissed Seo-jun's offer of protection, stating they were the same age. He simply wanted to avoid seeing Sung Soo-hyun. A narration box explained that Sung Soo-hyun's actions had pushed their debt to Yunhai. Seo-jun checked if they had everything they needed for their dungeon reservation. Soo-hyun confirmed they had time before their 2 p.m. reservation. The time was almost upon them. Panic erupted in the shopping mall. People scattered as a powerful force ripped through the building, sending shockwaves that threw several shoppers to the ground. A young woman with long, reddish-brown hair, armed with a bow and arrow, braced herself against the chaos. A look of terror etched on her face as she cried out, "What's this? Is it an earthquake?" Nearby, a young man with dark hair watched, a grim expression settling on his features as he muttered, "It's coming." The tremors intensified. A young woman with long, vibrant red hair clutched a drink, her back to the viewer, seemingly oblivious to the escalating disaster. But outside, another young woman with long brown hair gasped in horror as she witnessed the growing devastation unfolding before her. The ground buckled and collapsed, revealing a gaping sinkhole in the center of the mall. Several people fell into the chasm, their screams echoing through the chaos. "There's a sinkhole in the middle of the mall," someone shouted, their voice barely audible above the din. The young man with dark hair watched the scene unfold with a grim determination etched on his face. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The young woman with the bow and arrow approached him, her voice laced with urgency. "Beginning? What are you talking about?" A piercing shriek cut through the air as the ground beneath them trembled violently. The young man braced himself, his expression hardening. And a message appeared before them: a dungeon has been created. Special quest will now begin. A horde of monstrous, 8-legged creatures, their bodies a terrifying fusion of chitin and shadow, their eyes glowing with malevolent purple light, swarmed across the desolate landscape. Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with grim determination, raised a glowing blue staff, its energy crackling with raw power. Beside him, a woman, her expression a mixture of fear and defiance, braced herself, a quiver of arrows at her side. The creatures, seemingly endless in number, advanced relentlessly, their multifaceted eyes fixated on their prey. The air thrummed with a palpable sense of dread. A wave of monstrous, purple-glowing spiders poured from a shadowy rift, their many eyes gleaming menacingly. Panic erupted as people screamed, "A monster," and "Run!" Terror gripped the fleeing crowd as the spiders advanced relentlessly, their legs scuttling across the ground. Desperate pleas for help echoed, "Save me!" Trapped inside a room, a man's face contorted in frustration as he pounded on a seemingly unyielding door. "Why isn't the door opening?" he cried out. The desperate cries of those trapped with him intensified, "Let us out! Anyone outside, please save us!" Meanwhile, on a nearby walkway, a woman watched in alarm as a man in a dark coat approached, a look of concern etched on her face. "Wait, what are you doing?" Lee Seo-jun, the man in the coat, was suddenly called out by the woman, Lee Seo-jun. He turned, a surge of blue energy emanating from his hand as he prepared to confront the monstrous spiders. The woman watched in horror as the spiders swarmed him. A scream ripped from the woman's lips as Seo-jun fought back with his energy blasts, destroying several spiders in a flurry of motion. The battle raged on. Lee Seo-jun, his face contorted in exertion, unleashed a wave of dark energy, barely managing a grateful thanks as he collapsed. A young man nearby watched in horror. Seo-jun's companion, a woman with dark hair, observed the scene, calmly assessing the situation. It would be easier to deal with the monsters once they regrouped with the other hunters, she thought, directing Seo-jun to a specific location. He nodded, accepting her plan. The woman simply replied with an okay. Seo-jun, now seemingly recovered, moved with renewed purpose. But his relief was short-lived. He urged his companions to maintain their formation as a monstrous creature emerged, causing one of them to cry out in terror. Panic seized one of the hunters, a young woman, as she pleaded for help. Seo-jun, despite his own peril, tried to protect her from the approaching danger. But the monstrous creature was too quick. Meanwhile, Seo-jun's other companion, the dark-haired woman, watched from a distance, her expression hardening into grim determination. The creature attacked, and the young woman screamed in terror as she was caught in its grasp. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself thrust back in time. He watched in horror as his daughter, Lee Seola, now a powerful witch, unleashed dark magic upon the city, her crimson hair a stark contrast to the purple energy swirling around her. The scene a chaotic maelstrom of destruction. Seojin's face, etched with a mixture of fear and determination, was partially obscured, his expression unreadable. Seola, however, wore a chillingly serene smile, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling power. The scene shifted, revealing Go Hee-in, a seasoned hunter who had survived until the day before Seojin's time reversal. Hee-in's internal monologue revealed his confusion. Why is she here? He knew Seola shouldn't be present in this timeline. A thought that underscored the gravity of the situation. Seola's unexpected presence was a significant anomaly, a potential harbinger of the impending doom Seojun desperately sought to avert. Seojun, amidst the chaos, urged his fellow hunters to maintain their composure. Snap out of it. This isn't the time to get distracted, he commanded, his voice firm despite the overwhelming circumstances. He ordered them to form a defensive circle around the civilians caught in the crossfire, emphasizing the need to protect the innocent while engaging the enemy. Stay calm and focus on the battle while protecting the civilians, he stressed, his eyes reflecting a steely resolve. The battle raged on. A monstrous, shadowy creature, its form vaguely insectoid, emerged from the darkness, its menacing presence casting a pall over the scene. Its arrival signaling a significant escalation in the conflict. A hunter, wielding a gleaming sword, bravely engaged the beast, his movements a blur of motion as he attempted to fend off the creature's attacks. While another hunter, armed with a bow and arrow, provided supporting fire. The two worked in tandem, their coordinated efforts a desperate attempt to contain the monstrous threat. Lee Seola, however, remained a silent observer, her expression unreadable, a dangerous wildcard in this desperate fight. Lee Seojun, his face etched with grim determination, braced himself against the onslaught of dark, purplish-black energy. He wielded a glowing blue staff, its light a stark contrast to the encroaching darkness. The ethereal blue light of his staff clashing violently with the encroaching darkness. A fierce energy battle raged, the clash of opposing forces creating a dazzling spectacle of light and shadow. And Seojin's attack pierced the heart of the dark entity, a searing blue light erupting from the point of impact as the creature dissolved into nothingness. Seojun, panting slightly, leaned on his staff. He surveyed the scene, a faint smile playing on his lips. He murmured to himself, believing this to be the final foe. But his respite was short-lived. As the dust settled, three figures emerged from the shadows, their presence ominous and foreboding. One of them, a woman with long, auburn hair, approached Seojun, concern etched on her face. She inquired about his well-being after his first battle, praising his performance. Seojun, exhausted but relieved, admitted that his strength had left him the moment he relaxed. He was clearly still recovering from the exertion. Meanwhile, a guild master, observing from a distance, inquired about the progress of the operation. Seojun's associate gave a curt, affirmative response. The guild master sighed, lamenting the lack of skilled hunters available at that time. He reviewed her resume, seemingly searching for a new recruit. Lee Seojun, a man in a sharp suit, stood amidst the aftermath of a battle, his expression grim. He reflected on the events that had transpired, noting that while he didn't know the source of her information, his daughter, Lee Seola, had simply left the contract behind and vanished. Approaching him was Sung Soo-hyun, who offered words of gratitude for Seojin's assistance in the recent conflict. Soo-hyun's smile was genuine, expressing sincere appreciation for Seojin's contribution. Seojun, though outwardly accepting the thanks, offered a curt, almost mumbled response. His mind was clearly elsewhere, preoccupied with thoughts beyond the present moment. The two men shook hands, a brief moment of formality amidst the lingering tension. A woman with long, dark hair stood silently behind Soo-hyun, observing the exchange. Soo-hyun's demeanor shifted subtly as he spoke to Seojun, a change noticeable even to the woman behind him. His usual friendly attitude seemed to fade, replaced by a more reserved formality. The woman's observation was punctuated by a sudden, desperate plea. A nearby scene unfolded, showing a mother desperately seeking help for her child, who appeared to be in grave danger. The child's condition was quickly assessed. It was determined that the child had been poisoned by earth spider venom. Immediate treatment was deemed necessary to prevent further complications. Meanwhile, a discussion ensued regarding the dungeon's exit. The exit would only open upon the clearing of the dungeon, requiring the hunters to defeat the boss monster. However, one individual voiced their opposition to this plan. The scene shifted to a group of men, their faces partially obscured by sunglasses, standing in a dimly lit location. Their presence suggested a sense of urgency and determination. The dungeon's exit, it was announced, would open naturally in 24 hours. One of the party members questioned the wisdom of engaging the dungeon's final boss with their current, depleted numbers. Their leader, however, confidently asserted that their remaining members were sufficient for the task. He then pointed out that a severely injured child in their care wouldn't last much longer, even with first aid. He sighed, noting that the child's appearance suggested a magical lineage. A woman, seemingly a member of the party, stated that she wasn't foolish enough to throw herself into a dungeon that hadn't been properly assessed. She therefore declared she had no reason to heed the leader's orders. The woman stated she would remain where she was, and that the guards would do the same. Another party member urged them to at least try to save others if they were able. Two men, seemingly guards, stood nearby. He continued, explaining that first aid had been administered to the child, buying them a little more time. The woman, seemingly softened by this, agreed to stay with the other two. Go Hyun, a woman with vibrant red hair and a confident smirk, introduced herself before departing. She stated that proper introductions were necessary before any mission. The panel shows Hyun's katana, a sleek, crimson blade with gold accents, strapped to her hip. Sung Soo-hyun, a young man with dark hair, silently observed Hyun, a sense of certainty in his expression. He knew his suspicions were correct. Hyun, radiating confidence, stood beside another woman. A narration box revealed that she had cleared a dungeon with Sung Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun addressed Hyun, expressing his expectation that she would be more skilled than other hunters. Hyun, her expression hardening, retorted to Soo-hyun, sharply telling him to stop acting carelessly and to consider the risks of his actions. Soo-hyun, unimpressed, countered that based on her skills, she should consider a different profession than being a hunter. Soo-hyun declared that he would assume they were ready to depart. The three hunters, Hyun, Soo-hyun, and another woman, prepared to leave for their next mission, the clearing of a collapsed department store. Lee Seo-jun and his daughter, Seola, along with another young woman, Yoon-hae, stood within a dimly lit dungeon. A strange, purplish luminescence emanated from the walls, catching Yoon-hae's attention. Seo-jun, what's that light? Fascinating. Yoon-hae explained that the light was caused by bioluminescent moss, a type of plant that thrived in the dungeon's darker areas. The three continued their exploration of the dungeon. Later, Yoon-hae complimented Seo-jun and Seola on their exceptional skills during a recent battle, noting that Seola's performance was particularly impressive for a novice. Seola modestly deflected the praise, attributing her success to Yoon-hae's guidance. Yoon-hae reflected on their combined prowess, remarking that both Seo-jun and Seola displayed extraordinary skills for applicants. She further elaborated on Seo-jun's exceptional fighting abilities and his keen judgment and commanding skills. Seola, however, expressed her reservations about taking on a leadership role, citing her lack of confidence in handling such a significant responsibility. She suggested they should determine the scale of the enemy and their strategies before engaging in battle. Seola reiterated her concerns about the commander's role, emphasizing her lack of confidence in handling such an important task. Yoon-hae, however, firmly believed that Seo-jun was an exceptional commander. Seo-jun, meanwhile, was left contemplating Yoon-hae's words, a thoughtful expression on his face. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, observed his 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola. He mused that this clever girl was testing his skills, subtly probing his abilities to assess his capabilities. Seo-jun planned to show his skill to a certain extent, but he knew it would become problematic if she delved too deep into his true potential. Seo-jun inwardly groaned, acknowledging his lack of confidence. He felt he had no choice but to proceed with the charade. He sighed, a weary sound escaping his lips. He decided to further complicate matters by feigning being overwhelmed by the responsibility of his role. This would make it more difficult for Seola to uncover his true capabilities. Seola and her companions stopped abruptly. Seola believed they had reached the location of the boss. They arrived at a desolate scene, the aftermath of a battle. In the center of the devastation, a large, pulsating purple slime rested. The slime pulsed ominously. Seola's companions questioned whether this slime, a seemingly simple monster, could truly be the dungeon's boss, perhaps just a practice monster for novices. However, Seo-jun cautioned them against underestimating it, reminding them that it was still a boss. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, and his daughter, Lee Seola, faced a small slime monster. Seola, though young, displayed a surprising maturity, stating that it was merely a small slime and they should get rid of it. Seo-jun, acting as the leader, instructed her to listen to him. Seo-jun explained that slimes react to vibrations, advising caution when approaching them. Seola, taking the lead as vanguard, prepared to engage the creature first. Seola, with a burst of energy, launched herself forward. But the impact sent her sprawling across the ground. Quickly recovering, she used the momentum to propel herself upwards and unleashed a powerful magical blast that destroyed the slime. A female hunter, Yoon-hae, observed Seola's impressive display of power, commenting on the skill required for such a feat. Seo-jun, watching from below, smiled knowingly, adding that such skill is achievable with enough training. Seo-jun then used a grappling hook to ascend the cliff face. Yoon-hae, however, was not so lucky. Her ascent was interrupted, and she fell, prompting Seo-jun's concern. A colossal, pulsating purple slime engulfed a car, its immense size causing significant destruction to the surrounding landscape. A nearby observer commented on the slime's unusual vibrations, remarking that while the slime was enormous, its movements were surprisingly sluggish. The speaker's expression shifted from amusement to a look of dawning apprehension. Suddenly, a woman, Yoon-hae, was thrown to the ground by a powerful force. A warning cry rang out as the slime unleashed a devastating attack. Yoon-hae and another individual found themselves sprawled on the ground amidst the chaos, narrowly avoiding the slime's destructive tendrils. As the second individual, a man, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The slime continued its advance, revealing a horrifying detail: a human skull and skeletal remains were embedded within its viscous form. Leading the man to exclaim in shock, "That's a slime?" Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with worry, cradled his daughter, Lee Seola, close. A purplish, viscous substance oozed across the desolate landscape around them, a grim testament to the world's destruction. He desperately tried to shield her from the toxic flow. A wave of dark purple energy surged through the air, crackling with ominous power. The energy coalesced into a terrifying form, a skeletal monstrosity with glowing purple eyes. Its bony frame pulsed with malevolent energy, sharp bone protrusions extending from its back. The creature unleashed a devastating blast of energy, shattering the earth around it. Amidst the chaos, Lee Seo-jun, a man with determined eyes, and two other figures, a woman with long red hair and another with a bow and arrow, fought desperately against the creature's onslaught. Seo-jun, narrowly avoiding a blast, noted that the creature was more sensitive to vibrations than sight. Having successfully navigated the initial encounter, Seo-jun and his companions regrouped. They planned their next move, noting the creature's weakness to fire. A tense scene unfolded amidst a dark, ominous landscape. A figure, seemingly a man, explained that although it would only take a moment, breaking the slime membrane would help reveal the core. Meanwhile, he instructed another individual, Yunhai, to keep the rear in check. In case of an emergency, she was to cover their retreat and set the area ablaze. However, a concern arose: if the enemy continued its relentless assault, they would have no chance to counterattack, let alone execute their plan to throw the bottle. They wouldn't have long before their current cover was compromised. They needed to wait for an opportune moment. A woman, seemingly the leader, pondered aloud that she just needed to distract the enemy, to make it focus on something else. She realized she was the only one capable of shaking the ground, so she decided to leave and return. With a powerful surge of energy, she prepared to unleash her ability. A brilliant light enveloped her feet as she prepared to strike. And with a mighty stomp, she unleashed a devastating blow, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Lee Seola, a young witch with fiery red hair cascading down her shoulders, engaged in a fierce battle. Her opponent, a shadowy, purple monstrosity, loomed over her, its form vaguely humanoid yet undeniably monstrous. Seola, wielding a katana, met the creature's attack with a flurry of precise strikes, sparks erupting where steel met unnatural flesh. The air crackled with magical energy as she moved with surprising speed and agility. A confident smirk played on her lips as she dodged another blow. She continued her assault, weaving through the creature's clumsy attacks with ease. Her movements were a blur of motion, a whirlwind of deadly precision. Seola paused, her breath catching in her throat. A brief moment of quiet contemplation passed before her eyes flickered with renewed determination. With a renewed burst of speed, she dashed forward, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in her wake. Her movements fluid and powerful as she sliced through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in her path. The creature roared in pain and frustration as Seola's blade tore through its defenses. She was relentless, her attacks precise and deadly. Seola, panting slightly, observed the creature's movements. She noted that it was struggling to reach her current position. A thought crossed her mind: this was like hunting a trapped mouse. She held a small, ornate device in her hand, a glint of determination in her eyes. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, stood amidst the ruins, a bottle clutched in his hand. Beside him, a woman watched with concern as he muttered, "That stance." A familiar fighting stance he recognized from the past. His daughter, Lee Seola, stood poised, a fiery aura surrounding her as she prepared to unleash a devastating attack. The words "absolute split" appeared above her, hinting at the power she was about to wield. Seola moved with impossible speed, her attack leaving a trail of light in its wake. The force of her strike shattering the very ground beneath her feet. A narration box revealed her thoughts: it was a skill that Go-hyen used before I regressed. Seola's power was undeniable. A dark, skeletal figure was obliterated by her attack, its purple essence dissolving into nothingness. Her eyes blazing with an intensity that reflected the immense power she commanded. The light emanating from her was almost blinding. The battle continued, Seola's movements a blur of motion as she effortlessly dispatched her foes, leaving trails of purple energy in her wake. Her skill and power were evident in her every move. With a final, decisive strike, Seola shattered the remaining enemy, leaving only a trail of purple energy and destruction in its wake. Lee Seola, a young girl with fiery red hair, landed with a powerful stomp, the ground trembling beneath her feet. A silent testament to her immense power. A narration box appeared, revealing a man's internal monologue. He recalled a time before his regression, when Seola possessed the Go-hyen, a legendary sword that allowed her to effortlessly cleave anything in two. Seola faced a monstrous purple creature, its skeletal form barely contained within a pulsating, fleshy membrane. The Go-hyen, now in her possession, glowed faintly. With a fierce expression, Seola swung the Go-hyen, a blinding flash of light erupting from the blade. The sword sliced through the creature's defenses, leaving a trail of purple energy in its wake. As Seola leaped back, narrowly avoiding a counterattack. The man's internal monologue continued. He noted that even before his regression, Seola's swordsmanship was lacking. Despite her technical shortcomings, Seola's tenacity was undeniable. Her determined expression spoke volumes. The man observed that Seola's sword was beginning to decompose, further highlighting the strain of her battle. Lee Seola, a young woman with fiery red hair tied in a ponytail, engaged in a fierce battle against a formidable foe. The enemy was a horrifying, skeletal entity composed of pulsating purple matter, its recovery speed alarmingly fast. She noted the alarming rate of the creature's regeneration, and her own sword's condition was deteriorating rapidly. A grim realization washed over her. Siola's eyes widened in dawning horror as she understood the gravity of the situation. With a desperate cry, she realized a counterattack was no longer possible. The enemy's regeneration was simply too fast. Suddenly, a glass bottle hurtled towards the battlefield, seemingly out of nowhere. Lee Seojun, Siola's father, appeared, launching the bottle with surprising force. It smashed against the creature, releasing a torrent of viscous, golden liquid that coated the monster. Siola watched in stunned silence as the golden liquid reacted with the purple matter of the creature. The creature's movement slowed, and Siola recognized the liquid as oil. A question formed in her mind. Lee Seojun and Go Hien faced a formidable foe, a slime monster whose potency increased closer to its core, possessing a higher acidity than typical slimes. Hien explained their strategy: they needed to eliminate the slime's outer membrane before targeting its inner core. However, Seojun noted the difficulty of their situation, realizing that prolonging the fight was no longer an option. Despite the challenges, Hien expressed gratitude for Seojun's assistance, crediting him for her survival. Seojun urged Hien to retreat, suggesting they could express gratitude later. They fled as the slime monster lunged, its viscous form oozing across the battlefield. Hien exclaimed in surprise, realizing the slime was more akin to a field boss than a regular slime. Seojun speculated that their earlier actions had angered the creature, prompting its heightened aggression. Hien questioned their next course of action, noting the impossibility of setting the slime on fire due to its current state. Seojun, seemingly surprised by the slime's fiery state, pondered their situation. Hien, noticing the danger, urgently called out to Seojun. Lee Seojun, his body racked with pain, watched helplessly as his daughter, Lee Siola, unleashed a devastating attack. A wave of magical energy engulfed him. His vision blurred, the world fading into darkness. He muttered to himself, regretting his past carelessness. It would be difficult to completely block that attack, given the power of Go Hien's sword. Suddenly, Seojun found himself back in time, a 5-year-old Siola standing before him. He held a small, glowing object, a familiar yet ominous device. A device that held the key to changing the future. Siola, however, seemed unaware of its significance, her expression calm and serene. In the distance, a monstrous figure emerged from the flames, its roars echoing through the air. A terrifying creature that threatened to destroy everything. Seojun and Siola stood back to back, ready to face the imminent danger. Siola, despite her young age, displayed surprising skill and power, her eyes filled with determination as she knocked an arrow, imbued with magical energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Her movements were precise and deadly, a stark contrast to her innocent appearance. Siola calmly explained her plan to Seojun, detailing a contingency measure in case of an emergency. She would leave it to him to cover it and set it on fire. Lee Yunhai, a young woman with long purple hair, explained that an arrow imbued with mana would make it easier to ignite. Yunhai reacted with disbelief to the suggestion, questioning if she was the one expected to perform this task. She explained that she had never used mana-imbued arrows before and was unsure of her ability to do so, as she hadn't completed her mana training. A reassuring voice cut through her self-doubt: "You can." The voice continued, reminding Yunhai of her past accomplishments. She had completed her training and even overcome a difficult battle with a spider. The speaker emphasized Yunhai's resilience, stating, "You overcame everything." Lee Seojun, a man with dark hair, placed a comforting hand on Yunhai's shoulder as he encouraged her to believe in herself. Inspired, Yunhai unleashed a fiery arrow, the image showing the arrow engulfed in flames. The arrow struck its target, revealing a glowing core within the flames. Seojun, having spotted the core, urged Yunhai to destroy it before it could recover. A fiery skull, engulfed in raging flames, materialized before Lee Seojun. Its malevolent energy pulsed, threatening to consume everything in its path. The intense heat warping the very air around it. The ominous presence filled Seojun with dread. As purple tendrils of dark magic snaked out from the skull, adding another layer of terrifying power to the scene. Suddenly, Seojun's hand glowed with a brilliant blue light, a stark contrast to the inferno before him. He grasped a futuristic-looking crossbow, its intricate mechanisms humming with energy. This was no ordinary weapon, but a tool imbued with potent magic, ready to unleash its power. Meanwhile, his daughter, Siola, stood poised, her own magic crackling around her as she aimed a glowing arrow at the fiery skull. Siola loosed the arrow, a beam of pure energy streaking towards the monstrous skull. It pierced the fiery form, causing it to violently shudder and begin to dissipate. Seojun, watching from below, leaped forward, ready to assist his daughter in the final moments of the battle. A fiery, skeletal figure, wreathed in flames and wielding purple energy blasts, launched a devastating attack. Lee Siola, her crimson hair ablaze, drew her sword, its golden hilt gleaming, while her father, Lee Seojun, countered with a surge of blue energy from his own blade. The clash of their attacks sending Siola hurtling backward through the air, engulfed in flames. Seojun, despite his desperate counter, found himself falling as well, the force of his daughter's attack too powerful to withstand. The flaming skull of the skeletal figure loomed large, its empty sockets burning with malevolent energy. The skull's fiery intensity intensified, radiating an aura of impending doom. Seo Jun, falling, braced himself, his own blade glowing with a fierce blue light. Preparing for a final, desperate counterattack against his own daughter's destructive power. A fiery inferno consumed the landscape, the intense heat warping the air itself. At its heart, a pulsating orb of dark energy throbbed, radiating an ominous power. Lee Seo Jun, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, braced himself against an unseen force. A blinding flash of light erupted, engulfing him in a torrent of energy. The scene shifted to a chaotic urban landscape. A massive dungeon had appeared, blocking off a major department store. Citizens had gathered, worried about their loved ones trapped inside. News reports stated that the dungeon was expected to open tomorrow afternoon unless it was attacked. Elsewhere, a young girl, Lee Seola, asked her grandfather, a man with silver hair, about their current location. Seo Jun, holding Seola in his arms, looked on with a worried expression. The grandfather's face showed a mixture of worry and determination. Lee Seo Jun, a man burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, found himself in a precarious situation. His daughter, Seola, a 5-year-old girl with vibrant purple hair, was now under his care. He had been given a second chance to change the future, a future where Seola would become the world-ending final boss. An older man, presumably a relative or family friend, questioned Seojun's intentions, curious about his plans after leaving Seola in his care. Seo Jun explained that he had work commitments and needed to stop by the department store. Seo Jun, carrying Seola, inquired about the nearest department store. He was informed that it was the newly built Darien department store. With a brief farewell, Seo Jun promised to return soon, leaving Seola in the care of the older man. He turned to leave, his back to the viewer, a sense of urgency in his movements. Meanwhile, Seola, alone with the older man, looked out at the sunset, a worried expression on her face. A sense of unease hung in the air. Suddenly, the older man exclaimed that the dungeon entrance had just opened. Seola, startled, looked to him for answers. Panic ensued as worried civilians gathered near the dungeon entrance. The scene was chaotic, with people running and shouting. The older man, visibly distressed, held Seola close, his face etched with worry as he surveyed the unfolding crisis. Seola, however, seemed strangely unfazed by the chaos, a small smile playing on her lips. Her expression hinted at something unexpected. 5-year-old Seola, her eyes wide with innocent joy, pointed excitedly at the horizon. It's Mom and Dad. Lee Seo Jun, his face etched with a mixture of relief and apprehension, stood amidst a crowd of people, his wife beside him. They watched as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow on the scene. A gentle smile played on Seojun's lips as he gazed at his wife, a quiet contentment settling over him. He felt a profound sense of peace, a stark contrast to the turmoil he had recently endured. The night sky, a canvas of twinkling stars, mirrored the hope blooming in his heart. A silent promise whispered on the breeze. Seojun's voice, barely a breath, carried on the wind as he called out to his daughter, Seola, who was approaching them. Seola ran towards her parents, her small arms outstretched. The reunion was filled with warmth and affection, a stark contrast to the grim future Seo Jun had narrowly avoided. The image depicts a heartwarming scene. Lee Seo Jun, a man with dark hair and a kind smile, embraces his young daughter, Seola, who has vibrant purple hair and a playful expression. A woman with reddish-brown hair stands beside them, also smiling warmly. The family is bathed in the golden light of a setting sun, creating a serene and loving atmosphere. Seojun's sister-in-law, surprised, asks Seola how she got there. Seola's appearance seems unexpected. Seojun's sister-in-law continues to question Seola's sudden arrival. Seo Jun then introduces Seola as his daughter. Confused, Seojun's sister-in-law asks if he and Seola's mother are married. Seo Jun hesitates, replying that it's not exactly the case. Seola, oblivious to the complexities of the situation, greets her aunt cheerfully. Seola's aunt, charmed by her cuteness, asks if there's anything she can give her. Another person is charmed by Seola's cuteness. Seola then calls out for her father. A crowd gathers, their attention focused on a single figure. A young girl points excitedly, whispering, "Grandpa's there." The camera focuses on the man in question, Lee Seo Jun, his expression a mixture of weariness and apprehension. A dark, ominous red backdrop hints at the weight of his past. Seo Jun smiles, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, as his young daughter, Seola, beams at him, pointing playfully. The setting sun casts a warm glow on the scene, but the tension remains palpable. A young child, recounting a past trauma, explains, "I was scared at first because it hurt a lot. But it doesn't hurt anymore because Hyung and Nuna rescued me." Seola's parents kneel beside her, their faces etched with worry and concern. The atmosphere is heavy with unspoken anxieties. Seo Jun observes the scene, a silent contemplation passing through his mind. They get such special treatment because they put their lives on the line. I had my doubts, but to think both of them are hunters. Phew. A news report flashes across a screen, unidentified hunter rescues citizens. Seo Jun reflects, I don't know whether to be happy or worried about this. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Seola, became the world-ending final boss, found himself grappling with the immediate challenge of his daughter's care. A concerned voice questioned his plans for Seola, expressing apprehension about his ability to provide consistent care. Seo Jun, alongside Seola's mother, Yunhai, attempted to reassure the concerned party. He claimed to have a plan, albeit a somewhat vague one, for Seola's care while he was away. However, he admitted the crucial detail that he lacked a babysitter for Seola at that moment. Yunhai's father, a weary-looking man, sighed, accepting the reality of the situation. He offered a temporary solution: he would personally watch Seola for the time being. Seo-jun expressed relief and gratitude, emphasizing Seola's good behavior to minimize the workload. Yunhai, holding Seola close, expressed her thanks, mentioning her own need to speak with her father privately. The scene shifted to Yunhai's request for a private conversation with her father. Yunhai and her father sat down for a private conversation, their expressions serious. Yunhai confirmed her agreement to the plan. Lee Seo-jun, a man whose life was irrevocably altered by his daughter's actions, sat before a woman, his expression one of gentle insistence. He assured her that he had no intention of pressuring her into marriage. The woman, her face etched with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, posed a question that hung heavy in the air: did she dislike Seo-jun? No, she replied, a subtle smile playing on her lips. This, she mused, at least meant there was a possibility. Later, Seo-jun is seen arriving home with his young daughter, Seola. A sense of quiet anticipation hangs in the air as they enter their apartment. He gently tucked Seola into bed, a tender expression softening his features as he watched her sleep. The weight of his responsibility settled upon him. Suddenly, Seo-jun found himself enveloped in a mystical glow, a faint ethereal light surrounding him. A sense of foreboding, yet also determination, filled his eyes. The woman from earlier, seemingly in a different location, responded with a single word: yes. An older man, seemingly a family elder, spoke to the woman, suggesting that she should seduce Seo-jun to ensure their union. The woman looked shocked at the suggestion. She clarified that she already knew the general situation. A man gently placed a hand on a woman's shoulder. Her expression was one of quiet sadness, her gaze distant. He spoke softly, his words a murmur of concern: you went through a lot on your own. The scene shifted to a man looking at a phone screen, his brow furrowed in thought. He wondered aloud why the new bride was alone, expressing a hope that someone was looking after her. The man continued to scroll through information on his phone. He learned that the new bride's parents had passed away early, and that her father's whereabouts were unknown. A flashback showed a young woman, alone and overwhelmed, cradling a newborn. She whispered, "Oh my. It was my stubbornness." The woman's internal monologue revealed that she and Seo-jun had broken up on bad terms, and she had chosen to raise the child alone. The flashback continued, showing the young mother alone and resolute, clutching a baby. She thought she could raise her daughter alone. The image showed the baby sleeping peacefully. Years passed. The scene shifted to the now older daughter, sitting at a table with another woman, seemingly studying. Later, the young mother was seen at a convenience store, paying for something. A man stood nearby, observing her. Lee Seola, a young woman with long brown hair tied in a ponytail, knelt amidst a pile of cardboard boxes, her face buried in her hands. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she visibly struggled to maintain composure. A wave of despair washed over her. Seola's shoulders shook with silent sobs as she clutched her phone, her gaze fixed on the screen. The image was blurry, but the intensity of her grief was palpable. She was alone, grappling with her emotions. She thought of her father, Lee Seo-jun, several times, the memory a bittersweet ache in her chest, but she resolutely pushed the thought away, telling herself she could handle this alone. A thermometer, displaying a high temperature of 38.6, floated above Seola as she collapsed into the arms of a younger girl, her sister. Seola's illness was evident, her body weak and trembling. Seola, feverish and frail, was carried through the city streets at night, the towering buildings casting long shadows. Her sister carefully tended to her concern palpable in her gentle touch. As time passed, Seola considered contacting her father, but the thought lingered, heavy with unspoken emotions. Seola sat on a small stool, watching over her younger sister who slept soundly in a hospital bed. The city lights twinkled outside the window, a stark contrast to the quiet stillness of the room. A sense of profound loneliness permeated the scene. Despite her internal conflict, Seola ultimately decided it was too late to reach out to her father. The moment had passed. 5-year-old Seola, with her cheerful disposition, happily enjoyed a chocolate ice cream cone. Her purple hair, styled in a high ponytail with a pink bow, bounced slightly with each delighted lick. Meanwhile, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair watched her with a warm, loving smile. Her expression radiated pure affection. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Seola's ice cream cone shattered, replaced by a pool of water surrounded by sharp ice shards. The cheerful atmosphere evaporated, replaced by a chilling silence. The ice spread rapidly, engulfing the playground equipment in a frosty prison. A wave of cold washed over the area. Seola, now visibly distressed, slipped and fell into the icy pool. Panic etched itself onto her small face. The brown-haired woman rushed to her side, scooping her up into a comforting embrace. Her eyes were filled with concern and a hint of fear. They were surrounded by shadowy figures, their eyes glowing menacingly. The woman shielded Seola protectively, her fear intensifying. Later, cradling Seola in her arms, the woman's face was etched with worry. She was clearly exhausted, but determined. The woman spoke to Seola, her voice soft but firm. She pleaded with her daughter to keep her powers a secret, only revealing them to her mother. Lee Seo-jun and his young daughter, Seola, linked their pinky fingers together. A silent promise passed between them, a secret pact formed in the tender clasp of their hands. Seola's face lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with innocent joy. The weight of the world, the looming threat of her future, seemed far removed from her carefree expression. Seola's mother, her expression soft yet firm, confirmed the unspoken agreement. A subtle nod, a knowing glance, the secret was safe between them. Their linked pinky fingers, a symbol of their shared secret, a promise between mother and daughter. Seo-jun sat on the floor, a bead of sweat trickling down his leg. The weight of his responsibility, the burden of his past mistakes, pressed heavily upon him. Seola's grandmother, her voice laced with empathy, spoke to Seo-jun, acknowledging his role in Seola's life and offering support. She reminded him that he wasn't alone in this monumental task. She urged him to rely on them, to not shoulder the weight of the world alone. Her words were a lifeline, a beacon of hope in the overwhelming darkness of his responsibility. An invitation to share his burdens, a promise of unwavering support from his family. Later that evening, a scene of quiet domesticity unfolded. Seo-jun and Seola sat together, a moment of peaceful connection amidst the looming threat of the future. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself inexplicably returned to the past. Before him stood his 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola, her innocent eyes reflecting a future he desperately needed to change. She called out for her mother, her small voice echoing in the quiet room. Seo-jun's wife, her face etched with worry, gently asked if she had been crying. Seola quickly denied it, her eyes darting away from her father's gaze. Seola's mother addressed Seo-jun as father, her tone laced with a subtle undercurrent of resentment. Her inner thoughts revealed her bitterness towards him. "This bastard, just look at your face." "I didn't do anything." Seola's mother reassured Seo-jun that nothing had happened, her words a carefully constructed facade masking her underlying emotions. She held Seola close, a silent plea for understanding in her eyes. Seo-jun, left alone with his thoughts, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He wondered, so, what will the two of you do now? The weight of his responsibility pressed down on him. His wife's response was immediate and resolute. A small smile played on her lips as she stated their next course of action. They needed to prepare for the licensing test. The future, and the fate of the world, hung in the balance. The scene opens on a desolate, snow-covered cityscape, the remnants of a catastrophic event. Shattered skyscrapers pierce the crimson sky, a chilling testament to the destruction wrought. Lee Seo-jun's feet, clad in worn sneakers, trudged through the snow, leaving watery footprints in their wake. He surveyed the scene, his expression grim. There's no one here, he thought, a sense of profound loneliness settling over him. A wave of despair washed over him as he stared into the heart of the devastation, the weight of his failure heavy on his shoulders. He noticed something in the distance, a faint glimmer amidst the ruins. He squinted, trying to make out the details. His eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the figure. Could that be, he wondered, a tremor of fear running through him? It was his daughter, Lee Seola, the final boss, lying defeated in the snow. Her once powerful aura was now diminished, replaced by a fragile vulnerability. Overcome with a mix of grief and anger, he approached her, his voice barely a whisper. "Why'd you do it?" he asked, the question hanging heavy in the frigid air. Lee Seo-jun's eyes, wide with a mixture of horror and disbelief, reflected the crimson glow of the apocalyptic landscape. His face, etched with the agony of his impending death, was a testament to the devastation wrought by his own daughter. No words escaped his lips, he was paralyzed, unable to speak or even process the horrifying scene before him. All he could do was stare at Seola, his daughter, the very embodiment of the world's destruction. Seola, radiating an aura of chilling power, stood before him, a malevolent smile twisting her lips. Her eyes burned with an icy fire, reflecting the immense magical energy she commanded. Her voice, sharp and laced with venom, cut through the air. The words, "I despise you, Lee Seo-jun," were a chilling testament to the chasm that had formed between father and daughter. With a flick of her wrist, Seola unleashed a torrent of icy energy, a devastating magical attack that engulfed Seo-jun in a blizzard of destruction. The force of the blast sent Seo-jun flying backward, his body battered and broken. He was helpless against his daughter's overwhelming power. As the world around him dissolved into chaos, Seo-jun felt a strange sensation, a surge of energy coursing through his veins. A new quest, a second chance, was dawning. He awoke to the sound of a small voice calling out, "Daddy." Seo-jun opened his eyes to find himself in his bed, a 5-year-old Seola gazing at him with concern. This was his chance to change the future, to become the father she deserved. 5-year-old Seola, with her vibrant purple hair and a bright blue bow, giggled, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained joy. Her small hands reached out playfully, as if embracing the world. Lee Seo-jun, his dark hair tousled, stirred awake. His wife, gently chiding him, suggested he shower and eat. Seola, nestled in his arms, looked on with a contented smile. He wondered if he had been sleeping for a long time. Seo-jun's wife noted his restless sleep the previous night, inquiring if he'd had a bad dream. He questioned what he had dreamt, a puzzled expression on his face. Seo-jun's thoughts drifted back to the previous night's dream, a lingering question in his mind. Seo-jun checked his bank balance, a worried frown creasing his brow. He only had 320,000 won left. His wife reassured him that once they passed the hunter license exam, they would have a stable income, but acknowledged the financial strain before the exam. Lee Seo-jun, a man whose life was irrevocably altered by his daughter's actions, awoke to a second chance. His daughter, Lee Seola, a mere 5-year-old, lay nestled beside him, her innocent face a stark contrast to the terrifying final boss she would one day become. Seo-jun enjoyed this moment of peace, his daughter's presence a balm to his weary soul. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to have this time with Seola, a chance to make amends for past mistakes. A gentle voice interrupted his reverie. His sister, Yunhai, urged him to wake Seola, reminding him that it had been a while since she last ate. Seo-jun, still drowsy, reluctantly complied. He lay on the floor, checking his phone, completely unaware of the surprise that awaited him. A notification popped up on his screen, a massive bank deposit of 1 million won from someone named Go Hee-in. He was stunned. Seo-jun, surprised by the unexpected windfall, questioned his sister, Yunhai, about the money. He discovered that she had also received a similar deposit. Seola, clutching her teddy bear, also confirmed receiving a large sum of money. Yunhai, however, seemed troubled by the mysterious transaction. A phone call revealed the source of the money. Go Hee-in, a friend of Yunhai's, had sent the funds. She was curious about the origin of the money. Hee-in casually revealed that the money was leftover from looting. The casual nature of her confession shocked both Seo-jun and Yunhai. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, found himself explaining the concept of looting to his young daughter, Seola. He detailed how licensed hunters extract materials from monster corpses. Seola, still young and innocent, was surprised to hear that her father had earned 1 million in this manner. Seo-jun, however, seemed concerned. As a woman's voice pointed out that licensed hunters typically earn far more than that. The woman, presumably Seo-jun's wife, reminded him that the hunter license exam was approaching. Seo-jun confirmed that he planned to take the exam this month. The hunter license exam was explained as a rigorous process designed to assess the skills of aspiring hunters, ensuring only the most capable individuals could become fully licensed. The exam stages were depicted: a written exam, a practical field test, and a final, high-stakes combat evaluation. Passing granted not only the right to loot but also official hunter status. Seo-jun's wife expressed her support, promising to cheer him on and care for Seola while he was busy preparing for the exam. Lee Seo-jun, the protagonist, found himself pondering the current Go Hee-in, whose demeanor was markedly different from his memories of her. He questioned whether she harbored ulterior motives, such as her proposition to recruit him and his companions into her guild. Seo-jun considered the offer, acknowledging its considerable appeal. After all, it was one of Korea's top guilds. However, he cautioned himself against jumping to conclusions. Later, Seo-jun spoke with his daughter, Seola, and his wife. He mentioned that joining the guild would alleviate their financial concerns. They had ample time before the licensing exam, so they could consider the offer at their leisure. Seola, a young girl with vibrant purple hair, was playing with a teddy bear when her parents called her name. She excitedly suggested they go clothes shopping. The scene shifts to an imposing office building, suggesting the location of Go Hee-in's guild. A small hand reached out, fingers splayed in a gesture of playful greeting. A child's voice, bright and clear, called out, "Daddy." Lee Seola, a 5-year-old girl with vibrant purple hair styled in pigtails and a cheerful disposition, was held in the arms of a woman. The woman smiled warmly, wishing Seola good luck on her exam. Meanwhile, Lee Seo-jun, Seola's father, grinned at a young woman with long pink hair, their hands meeting in a friendly wave. The scene radiated warmth and affection. The two continued their cheerful exchange, their hands still raised in a gesture of farewell. A sense of lightheartedness filled the air. The scene shifted to Seola and her mother, the mother commenting on how well the pink dress suited her daughter. Seo-jun agreed, adding that any clothes would look good on Seola. The mother then asked Seo-jun if he was sure he would be alright, given the time he spent training and not studying for the written exam. He reassured her that he had studied ahead of time. He internally reflected on his past failures, revealing that he had already failed this exam countless times before his regression. He always scored full marks on the written exam, but his lack of strength always caused him to fail the second stage. The image showed Seo-jun's determined expression, highlighting his resolve to overcome this challenge. Lee Seo-jun, his face bruised and bloodied, leaned heavily on a wooden staff. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he recalled the events that led to this moment. He had finally obtained his license, only to find himself in a disastrous state, a testament to the ordeal he had just endured. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Seo-jun's concern turned to another matter entirely. He observed his daughter, Yunhai, appearing worried as she held some papers. He noted her anxious demeanor. Yunhai's worry stemmed from her upcoming exam. She feared she wouldn't perform well in her current state of distress. Suddenly, a proposition interrupted Yunhai's anxious thoughts. A young man, presumably a classmate, approached her, suggesting a wager. The bet? To see who would achieve the higher score on the upcoming written exam. The young man, radiating confidence, awaited Yunhai's response. His self-assured smile hinted at his belief in his own abilities. The stakes were raised. The loser would have to grant the winner a wish. Yunhai considered this added element. Yunhai, despite her apprehension, found herself intrigued by the challenge. She recognized the young man's confidence and decided to accept. With a newfound determination, Yunhai readily agreed to the bet, even thanking her opponent in advance for the wish she was about to receive. The young man, however, seemed less enthusiastic, warning her that the more she spoke, the more embarrassed she might become. The preparations to prevent Seola's misfortunes have officially begun. A vision of the future flashed before Seojin's eyes. Seola, transformed into a powerful, dark witch, amidst a blizzard of ice shards, her path fraught with misfortune. The chilling image solidified his resolve to change her destiny. He now sees a 5-year-old Seola, radiating innocence and joy, a stark contrast to the grim vision he had just witnessed. Seo-jun, determined to be the father she never had, vows to lay the groundwork to prevent the misfortunes that would have otherwise befallen her. Seo-jun, accompanied by a young woman, stands resolute, ready to embark on this crucial mission. Their determined expressions reflect the weight of their responsibility. They arrive at the Goryeo Sword House, a place of ancient tradition and skill. Inside, a guild master awaits, ready to assist them in their quest. An elderly man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, informed a younger, sharply dressed individual that the licensing exam was about to commence. The younger man, seemingly unfazed, acknowledged that the exam was starting that day and expressed readiness to proceed. He confidently declared that he wouldn't need assistance, intending to complete the exam on his own. The close-up on the elder's face hinted at a mixture of anticipation and perhaps a touch of apprehension. The elder's full figure is revealed, a stern yet dignified presence, his attire suggesting a position of authority. A katana is visible at his hip. The scene opens in a large, empty warehouse. Sunlight streams through the high windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. A message is displayed: congratulations to all those who have passed the first examination. A group of young adults stand together, their faces a mixture of relief and anticipation. One of them, a young man with blue hair, speaks, reporting that he and his friend Yunhai passed the written exam without difficulty. Another young man explains the next phase of the examination: an artificial monster, called a dummy, will be introduced into the testing field. This creature mimics a real monster. He continues, explaining that to pass, they must hunt the dummy within the allotted time without sustaining serious injuries. The young man adds that many guild agents will be observing from an observation room, and this examination will be used to scout potential recruits based on their battling abilities. With the instructions complete, the examiner gestures towards a large, dark mass forming in the center of the testing area. And finally, a large, imposing mechanical golem. The golem stands before them, its metallic body gleaming under the warehouse lights. The examination has begun. Lee Seo-jun, a man of average build with short, graying hair, stood before a colossal mechanized beast, his back to the viewer. He held a sword and shield, his posture tense but resolute. The voice of an unseen examiner boomed, announcing that applicant number 1 of Team D would commence the examination. The previous applicant, a young person in a yellow jacket, lay defeated on the ground, their forms slightly blurred. Seo-jun, now clearly visible, stood poised with his sword, his expression grim. He was clearly prepared for a challenge. In a separate room, a group of guild agents observed the trials on a screen. One of them commented on the lack of impressive applicants, while another, a muscular man in athletic gear, was shown having already failed the test, his body sprawled across the floor. However, their attention was drawn to a particular individual. They recognized him as the Sword Saint. The next panel showed the Sword Saint standing atop a volcanic landscape, a city in ruins behind him, the sky ablaze with an apocalyptic sunset. The title Sword Saint appeared prominently. A group of guild members discussed the Sword Saint, highlighting his role in saving humanity from destruction and his founding of the Goryeo Sword House. A close-up of the Sword Saint revealed his weathered face and the katana at his hip. The scene opens with a narration box describing a renowned hunter, emphasizing his exceptional skill and fame within his profession. A man, seemingly weary from his work, contemplates giving up on observing the applicants. His colleagues agree, stating that the most talented individuals will be recruited by the Sword Saint, rendering further assessment unnecessary. They question why anyone would choose any other guild over the prestigious Goryeo Sword House. Suddenly, a new figure appears, prompting a question about his unexpected arrival, as he seemingly materialized without prior notice. Whispers circulate that the newcomer's granddaughter had pleaded for his presence, linking him to recent news. A young woman, full of energy, greets the man with a cheerful "I'm here." The young woman and a small child appear, prompting a question about the child's identity. The man recognizes the child as the daughter of an applicant he knows, explaining that he is observing her while the examinations are taking place. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with the weight of a world's destruction, stared blankly ahead. His face, lined with age and etched with sorrow, reflected the devastation he had witnessed. The image of his daughter, Lee Seola, the final boss, the harbinger of his own demise, still haunted his every waking moment. Then, a new quest appeared before him, a lifeline in the face of oblivion, changed the future. He awoke to find himself before a 5-year-old Seola, her wide, innocent eyes mirroring a world yet untouched by darkness. A chance to rewrite history, to be the father she deserved, rested on his shoulders. Seola, clutching her father's hand, tilted her head, her innocent question hanging in the air: Santa Claus? Seo-jun, his heart heavy with the weight of his past failures, observed his daughter and her mother from a distance. He watched as they reviewed applications, the weight of the world's fate resting on his shoulders. His wife commented on the applicants, finding most of them lacking. Only one stood out, piquing her interest. Seola, ever perceptive, noticed something intriguing about one of the applicants. Her eyes widened, a spark of excitement igniting within her. A gasp escaped her lips as she witnessed the applicant's incredible skill. The results were in. Applicant 28 from Team D had passed the test with a time of 16 seconds. The weight of her victory, and perhaps the price she paid for it, was evident in her tearful expression. A blinding flash erupted as two hands met, the impact sending out a shockwave of energy. Yunhai, a young woman with pink hair and a determined expression, beamed at a young man with dark hair. He complimented her performance, to which she replied that she had practiced diligently. The young man smiled knowingly, a hint of pride in his eyes. Suddenly, a colossal mechanical golem, towering over them, appeared in the background. The young man's hand glowed with a bright blue energy as he gripped a staff. He declared that they should finish quickly, his expression turning serious. Team D applicant number 29, a monstrous figure with glowing blue eyes, was revealed to be their opponent. An unseen voice commanded them to begin the examination. The young man braced himself, staff raised, ready to face the golem. Two figures, a man and a woman, both dressed in business attire, sat across a table. The woman, her expression one of clear impatience, questioned the man's unusual behavior. She wondered aloud why the applicant before them was simply staring blankly ahead. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an older man with long white hair and a younger woman with vibrant orange hair exchanged a concerned glance. The older man's expression suggested a dawning realization. The scene shifted dramatically. A young woman with dark hair, wielding a glowing blue sword, stood poised before a massive, imposing golem. She prepared to engage in combat. With a blur of motion, she launched a swift attack against the golem's armored head, the impact sending shockwaves of energy outward. The force of the blow was immense, the golem's arm shattered upon impact, sending debris flying. The resulting shockwaves sent the young woman sprawling across the ground. A close-up on the young woman's face revealed a fierce intensity in her gaze. The young woman, having learned of a weakness in the golem's armor from past experience, reflected on her previous encounters. She identified a significant gap in the golem's armor, a vulnerability she planned to exploit. Lee Seo-jun, in a desperate attempt to avert the catastrophic future he witnessed, searched for a weakness in the colossal mechanical monstrosity before him. He had located it. Observers nearby noted that the common knowledge of the dummy's weakness was its joints, questioning why Seo-jun was merely dodging instead of attacking them directly. Seo-jun, however, was clearly formulating a different strategy, his movements suggesting a more calculated approach than a simple frontal assault. A nearby woman, witnessing Seo-jun's actions, expressed her confusion. Seo-jun's plan became clear as he skillfully positioned himself atop the mechanical beast. And with a precise strike, he targeted a critical joint. The impact causing a chain reaction throughout the machine structure, disabling the giant mechanical dummy. With the machine incapacitated, a ghostly energy emanated from its core, which Seo-jun then captured in a glowing orb. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself thrust into a desperate struggle. Energy crackled around him as he unleashed a powerful blast, shattering the metallic surface beneath his feet. The remnants of the destruction raining down around him. He was desperate, his face etched with grim determination as he fought to change his daughter's fate. Elsewhere, a worried woman clutched the hand of a stern-looking man. Their expressions reflected a shared anxiety, a silent understanding of the gravity of the situation. Seo-jun's hand closed around a glowing orb, pulsing with ethereal light. The object hummed with raw power, a tangible representation of the immense responsibility he carried. Suddenly, a colossal mechanical monstrosity appeared, its metallic frame sparking with energy. A fierce battle was about to begin. And Seo-jun, fueled by his desperate hope, moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he dodged the robot's attacks. He summoned a glowing staff, its energy mirroring the orb he held earlier. The weapon crackled with power, ready to unleash its might. With a decisive strike, Seo-jun shattered the robot's defenses. The test was over, he had passed. He stood amidst the wreckage, his expression unreadable, but a sense of quiet determination filled the air. His gaze fell upon a group of onlookers, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension. Lee Seo-jun, a young man with dark hair, stood alongside a woman with pink hair, both holding staffs. The woman, addressing someone unseen, commented that the person who wanted to meet her must be that young man. An older man with long white hair and a younger woman with reddish-brown hair observed Seo-jun. The older man noted that while identifying weakness is one thing, devising a strategy to exploit it is quite extraordinary. Seo-jun smiled subtly, a hint of pride in his eyes. A thought crossed his mind, what a talent! The scene shifted to a celebratory meal. Someone off-panel congratulated Seo-jun on passing a test. Another person, a young woman with purple hair, expressed concern that he must be starving after the examination. A woman with reddish-brown hair, Hyun, cheerfully announced that she was buying a celebratory meal. The scene showed a lavish spread of food. Seo-jun, Hyun, and the purple-haired girl were seated together. Seo-jun commented that the restaurant seemed too expensive. Hyun reassured him that she had already paid, suggesting that he treat them next time he becomes a hunter. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Lee Seola, became the world-ending final boss, sat alone, lost in thought. He had considered enrolling Seola in school, but his mind raced with suspicion towards Go Hee-in, a woman whose actions seemed too perfect to be genuine. The image of a desolate, ruined city flashed before his eyes. Even in the face of such destruction, Seo Jun couldn't shake the feeling that there was always an ulterior motive behind every seemingly kind act, a suspicion that gnawed at him. A suspicion fueled not only by his past experiences with Go Hee-in but also by the knowledge gained from his previous life. Hee-in's imposing figure loomed large in his memory, a powerful warrior, the granddaughter of the legendary Sword Saint. Her strength was undeniable. Yet, despite his suspicions, Seo Jun couldn't deny that she seemed to have no malicious intent. Perhaps, he mused, his past experiences were clouding his judgment. Seola approached her father, a simple question on her lips. She wanted to ask about the weapon Go Hee-in used. Seo Jun, intrigued by his daughter's question, pondered her request. He realized that introducing Hee-in to the Sword Saint, Seola's grandfather, would naturally lead to a meeting between them and Kong, a pivotal connection in the events to come. The image shows Kong Chio-li, the first-generation hunter Sword Saint and soon-to-be world-renowned blacksmith. His weathered face, etched with the marks of countless battles and years spent forging legendary weapons, speaks volumes of his experience. A young woman with vibrant, shoulder-length hair, styled in a charming updo, is shown. She gazes at the viewer with a serene smile, her hands clasped demurely in her lap. But this is something that will occur much later. A scene far in the future. The scene opens on a sparsely furnished room. A clock on the wall shows the time as nearly 11 a.m. Lee Seo-jun sits at his desk, a laptop open before him, his expression one of weariness. He holds a smartphone in his hand. He leans forward, his posture slumping. A can of energy drink is placed near him. As he takes a long drink, a shiver running down his spine. He mutters something about the cold. Suddenly, a young woman appears beside him, seemingly out of thin air. She comments on his surprise, noting the importance of his current task. Seo Jun explains that he was in the middle of texting Kong Chio-li to Go Hee-in, regarding a request she made that morning. The woman, Go Hee-in, explains that while she was planning on changing her weapon, she was curious about who made their weapons. Seo Jun expresses concern about the butterfly effect, but admits his worries are getting the better of him. He also mentions that most of all, he is concerned about Go Hee-in. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end he witnessed, stared at his phone, a question hanging in the air, "The girl, right?" A flashback reveals Seo Jun's initial apprehension upon hearing a request from a woman named Go Hee-in, but his doubts were eased by Yunhai's assurance of Hee-in's good character. Hee-in, until now, had only shown goodwill. Seo Jun reflects on Hee-in's resilience, contrasting her with others who had faced hardships. He concluded that she was trustworthy. Back in the present, Seo Jun asks his daughter, Lee Seola, if she is studying for her upcoming final examination. Seola explains that she's already researching the examination site to ensure they can both complete the quest without problems. She is gathering information for both of them to prepare for the quest ahead. Seo Jun, grateful for her diligence, offers a simple thank you. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, stared blankly ahead. His expression was one of profound weariness, a deep-seated regret etched onto his features. He muttered to himself, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of the catastrophe he had witnessed. He was interrupted by Yunhai, whose playful concern was a stark contrast to his somber mood. She questioned his drinking habits, prompting a flustered response from Seo Jun, who insisted he was being serious. Seo Jun, still somewhat flustered, brushed off Yunhai's concern, insisting that it wasn't the right time for a detailed explanation. He insisted that she wait until after his upcoming examination. He confidently stated that with their combined skills, the upcoming hunter license examination would be a breeze. The scene shifted to Gwanak Mountain, the location of the hunter license final examination. The rules were clearly stated, clearing a designated beginner dungeon with a randomly selected partner. The examiners emphasized that the final score depended heavily on teamwork and cooperation with one's partner. Seo Jun, along with his randomly assigned partner, found themselves inside the dungeon. A tense battle ensued, showcasing their respective skills and the challenges they faced. The rules of the examination were explained, participants' contributions would determine whether they received a reward, and obtaining a reward was the passing criteria. Two young men, Hyo Man-soo and Kong Dae-ho, were introduced to the scene. They were identified as participants in the examination. A third participant was then introduced, and the three were instructed to begin the examination by clearing a beginner dungeon. The rules for the dungeon were explained, a 3-hour time limit, the use of only one weapon type, and only provided consumables were allowed. Following the explanation, the three participants were given 30 minutes for discussion before the examination began. One of the participants, observing Hyo Man-soo, noted that he was a magician, a profession known for its rarity and recognition. However, he claimed to not remember him. Another participant, recalling seeing Kong Dae-ho take the examination previously, expressed surprise. The same participant revealed that he had heard of Kong Dae-ho many times before his regression, describing him as a hunter who used his fists instead of swords or bows. Lee Seo Jun, a man etched with the weight of a world's destruction, stared pensively ahead. A spectral image of his daughter, Lee Seola, a powerful witch, flickered behind him, her fist ablaze with fiery energy, a grim reminder of the apocalyptic future he was determined to change. He had been given a second chance, a quest to raise Ciola differently, to prevent her from becoming the final boss who ended his life and the world. The weight of this responsibility was immense, but his expression held a quiet determination. Meanwhile, a group of young adventurers, including Seo Jun, were preparing for a crucial examination. One of them mused about the future, reflecting on the unexpected encounter with someone destined to become a great king. The group discussed their roles and strategies for the upcoming test, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. One member, seemingly more confident, asked for suggestions on how to proceed. Another member, silently observing, felt the pressure of leadership fall upon him. He knew he would have to take charge. The team, designated Group D, number 12, embarked on their final exam, entering a previously cleared dungeon. A system message confirmed their entry. While another, taking on a leadership role, would remain at the center to coordinate and issue commands. The narration box declared that Kong Daecho was at the vanguard of the group. Kong Daecho, a man of strong build and serious demeanor, stood within a dungeon's stone walls. He mused that people usually felt fear upon their first entry into such a place. A young man with light hair nervously questioned the group's ability to protect him. An older man with light hair and a dark cloak, seemingly a mage, stood with his back to the young man, who was accompanied by another warrior. The mage simply stated, "Like that." The mage and the two warriors stood before a chasm. The mage explained that they were not there to protect the young man, emphasizing the young man's value and the risk to their lives if he were harmed. He urged them to proceed, assuring them of the area's safety. One of the warriors suggested leaving Kong Daecho behind, stating that the two of them would be sufficient for the initial section and would proceed first. The mage, visibly distressed, began to cry as the two warriors prepared to leave him behind. The remaining warrior expressed his disbelief at their decision to abandon the mage. He then called out to the departing warrior, urging him to wait. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Lee Seola, became the world-ending final boss, watched in horror as his colleagues reacted to the sounds of approaching monsters. One, a young man with spiky blonde hair and dark clothing, fretted about the cost of the stolen items, while another, a more composed man in a suit, looked on with concern. The composed man explained that such incidents were common during the occasional examinations, a consequence of individuals prioritizing personal gain over team cohesion. He stated that the order's instructions were absolute, they should leave the thieves be. Outside, Seo Jun confronted the thief, a young man with spiky blonde hair and dark clothing, accusing him of being in cahoots with their supervisor. The thief, defensive and agitated, retorted that Seo Jun was trying to get a scope from him. Seo Jun, his expression hardening, demanded an answer. Before the thief could respond, Seo Jun launched a swift, powerful attack. A blur of motion ended with the thief sprawling on the ground. The force of the blow sent a shockwave rippling through the air, leaving the thief gasping in shock and pain. Seo Jun's attack continued relentlessly, culminating in the thief's weapon shattering on impact, leaving the thief defeated and on his knees. Seo Jun, standing over the defeated thief, calmly instructed him to leave all his accessories behind, addressing him by name, Hyo Mansu. The scene ends with Seo Jun's determined expression. Two men observed a magical blue blade. One, in a suit, watched with a look of impressed surprise as the other, in a dark robe, commented on the wielder's skill, such swift and natural movements, without a chance to react. News of an exceptional applicant spread among the observers. He had not only passed the written exam with perfect scores but also completed the practical exam in record time. The two men continued their discussion, noting the appearance of a prospect. One of the men, carrying a staff, found it peculiar that despite having entered the area, not even a single ant was present to keep watch. He noted that even the luminescent moss the rock ants usually eat was undisturbed. The man reflected on the supervisor's methods. Sometimes, they create unexpected situations to test the applicant's reactions. Despite this, something unexpected caught his attention. A large hole appeared in the ground, startling the two men. A third man approached them cautiously. Lee Seo-jun, a man of average build with dark hair, stood beside a taller, cloaked figure with silver hair. He stared at the ground, a troubled expression etched on his face. The cloaked figure, seemingly a seasoned mage, commented that the current situation was far more perplexing than any ant nest he'd ever encountered. Seo Jun, in agreement, muttered that an unexpected situation would be simpler to resolve. Suddenly, Seo Jun's foot sank into the ground, eliciting a surprised "huh" from him. He was violently yanked downwards, plummeting into a dark chasm. A pained "ugh" escaped his lips as he fell. Meanwhile, above ground, another man, Hyo Mansu, watched in horror as the ground began to crumble around him. Seo Jun, desperately trying to maintain his grip, yelled at Mansu to stay put. Below, Seo Jun felt himself being pulled down further, a panicked eek. "Something's pulling me in," escaping his lips. He looked up in alarm as Mansu called out, asking what he meant. From the depths of the chasm, a monstrous, insectoid creature emerged. Its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Seo Jun, terrified, struggled against the creature's pull. Mansu, witnessing the horrifying sight, gasped, recognizing the creature as an ant devourer. Lee Seo-jun's hands, bloodied and scraped, clawed at the cracked earth. His body was failing him. A gaping chasm opened beneath him, tendrils of darkness reaching up to ensnare him. Two figures, silhouetted against the ominous glow, watched as he fell. A dull thud echoed as he impacted the ground below. The two figures exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. One of the figures, his face etched with concern, spoke, "We're going in for support." His companion nodded, "Okay," and they both began to descend into the chasm. Suddenly, a third figure appeared, shouting, "Wait, stop." He looked down at the chasm, his face a mask of dawning horror. "That's not the test zone." A surge of energy enveloped the third figure. A message appeared before him, "You are the first to enter the hidden dungeon. Beginning the special quest. Hidden dungeon, clear the Ant Devourer cave." Lee Seojun, a man of average build with short, dark hair, collapsed to the ground, his body racked with pain. Dust and debris swirled around him as he struggled to catch his breath. Another man, taller and more muscular, rushed to his side, concern etched on his face. He knelt beside Seojun, asking if he was all right. Seojun, managing a weak nod, murmured his thanks. Seojun's companion, noticing his friend's distress, questioned if he had heard the ethereal voice that had just spoken. Seojun confirmed that he had, recalling the voice mentioning a special quest. A shared look of apprehension passed between the two men. Following the mysterious voice's guidance, the two men found themselves before a hidden dungeon, its entrance veiled by a mystical, glowing purple flora. The air thrummed with an otherworldly energy. Lee Seojun and his young daughter, Lee Seola, stood before a glowing purple cavern. Seojun, concerned, mentioned an unexpected situation during Seola's exam, a situation he felt was not meant to happen. He continued, noting the supervisor's overreaction and the possibility that the ant cave dungeon, which they had previously cleared, might have a hidden section. Seojun wondered if this was a butterfly effect. Seojun and another man, Hyo Mansu, found themselves in the mysterious cavern. Mansu, startled, called out Seojun's name, questioning what they should do. Mansu reassured himself that Seojun would be fine for a moment, explaining that ants have a habit of keeping their food alive. He suggested waiting. The entrance to the hidden dungeon had become blocked after they entered. Mansu expressed doubt that their supervisor would be able to catch up. He and Mansu continued to cautiously proceed through the cavern. Seojun, worried because it was a dungeon they had never been to before, explained that 2 exam participants needed to clear it alone. He admitted that he was taking a gamble, despite the difficulty. His goal was to win the rewards for being the first to clear this hidden dungeon, the elixir. After clearing a dungeon, various rewards are given to the dungeon hunters. Among them, it's possible to obtain an elixir that boosts a hunter's abilities. It is the first reward for clearing the dungeon, making it highly desirable for any hunter. Seojun, however, reflects on the situation, comparing it to a gamble. He muses that he might be acting recklessly, like a moth to a flame. He contemplates the implications of the 2 key players involved. One is the first king, and the other is a regressor. And how this changes the nature of the risk. Despite the danger, another individual urges that they must try to save the first king if possible. He emphasizes the importance of protecting those in danger. Seojun agrees, stating that this is what a hunter should do. The other hunter admits to feeling embarrassed for hesitating, and Seojun remarks on the other's unchanged personality since their last encounter. 2 young men stood before a dark cave entrance, bathed in an ethereal purple light. One, slightly taller, spoke calmly, "I'll leave the role of the orderer to you as planned. You can call me Hyung comfortably too." The shorter man nodded, replying, "I will do that then, Daehon Hyung. Let's start the subjugation of the dungeon, the Ant Devourer cave." A monstrous, white ant-like creature with glowing red eyes emerged from the cave, smoke swirling around it. Daehon lunged forward, unleashing a burst of fiery energy towards the giant ant. The impact sent tremors through the cave. "How is the ant corpse moving?" Daehong and the other young man stared in disbelief as the ant's corpse began to move again. "Damn it! I had wondered where the ants that were supposed to be upstairs went. But, contrary to my worries, this fight is going really well. It's never been this easy. Did I gain superhuman strength? Because I'm nervous about coming into the hideout like this for the first time?" Lee Seojun, eyes wide with alarm, spotted 2 more monstrous creatures lurking in the shadows behind him. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he braced himself for another attack. He reacted instantly, his body a blur of motion as he unleashed a flurry of powerful blows against the creatures that had ambushed him. Suddenly, a brilliant blue spear materialized in his hand, its energy pulsing with raw power. A look of dawning comprehension crossed his face as he realized the spear's origin. Is it thanks to Seojun, he wondered. A narration box explained the spear's appearance. Whenever a surprise attack occurred, the spear in Seojun's command would appear, saving him from the crisis. Seojun, wielding the spear with practiced ease, moved through the cavern, his movements precise and deadly. He seemed to anticipate every enemy movement. His skill was uncanny, like that of someone with countless battles under their belt. 3 more creatures appeared to his left, but Seojun was ready. He effortlessly dispatched them, his movements fluid and powerful. A companion, watching from a distance, exclaimed, "All right. He's so reliable." The companion, a young man with dark hair, explained his theory. The ghost ants were using the luminescent moss to lure the stone ants into a deadly trap. As they walked, the young man noticed more and more of the luminescent moss. He mused, "What? I was just thinking that there seems to be more and more moss. His companion agreed, if it's as you say, then. Two young men, one with short, dark hair and a hoodie, the other with slightly longer, darker hair and a more rugged look, trekked through a dark, fantastical forest. Purple energy pulsed around them, illuminating strange, glowing flora. The hooded youth spoke, expressing his certainty that Mansu was nearby. Although he admitted that Mansu was something of a jerk, he still hoped he was alright. They crested a small hill, and there, in a dark chasm filled with purple energy, lay Mansu, unconscious. The hooded youth exclaimed in surprise and rushed towards him, his feet kicking up glowing purple dust as he went. Suddenly, a monstrous, clawed hand erupted from the ground, grabbing Mansu. The other young man shouted a warning. But it was too late. The creature dragged Mansu beneath the earth. The creature, a large, insectoid monstrosity, emerged from the ground, its chitinous body glistening. Mansu was clearly in trouble. But the hooded youth, surprisingly, seemed unharmed, claiming to be surrounded by mana. Despite his apparent power, he knew his reserves wouldn't last long against such a powerful foe. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, found himself locked in desperate combat against a colossal, insectoid monstrosity. He lunged forward, his weapon a blur of motion as he channeled his energy into a powerful strike. But the blow, though forceful, met with unexpected resistance. Seo-jun grunted, his muscles straining against the creature's surprisingly tough hide. He muttered to himself, noting the difference between this foe and the training golems he'd previously faced. He realized the creature's body was exceptionally resilient, far exceeding the durability of any training dummy. Seo-jun paused his attack, taking a moment to strategize. His gaze fell upon the monstrous insect, and he began to consider its potential weaknesses. Drawing upon his vast experience battling countless monsters, each encounter meticulously memorized. With renewed determination, Seo-jun dashed forward again, his movements swift and precise. He aimed for a specific point on the creature's body, unleashing another powerful strike that sent a shockwave through the monster's form. The impact sent Seo-jun sprawling, but he quickly recovered, surprised by the result of his attack. He wondered what exactly he had cut into. Realizing he had severed the creature's eyes and antenna. Lee Seo-jun, wounded and breathless, collapsed to the ground amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. His companion, Daho, knelt beside him, concern etched on his face, asking if he was alright. Seo-jun, gritting his teeth, simply replied that he was fine. Daho urged Seo-jun to listen closely, explaining that they needed to pull a monstrous creature from the ground before it could disappear again. The creature, a large insectoid with glowing purple accents, was partially buried in the earth, its menacing form only partially visible. Another member of their group questioned their strategy, pointing out that merely damaging the creature's eyes and antenna wouldn't be effective. The discussion highlighted the need to find and exploit its true weakness. Daho turned to Seo-jun, his expression a mixture of urgency and hope, asking if he could handle the task of finding and exploiting the creature's weakness. Seo-jun, despite his injuries, received a firm but encouraging response from Daho. He had to do it. Daho's words were filled with unwavering belief in Seo-jun's capabilities. The scene shifted to another member of the group, who questioned Seo-jun's reckless fighting style, specifically his reliance on unarmed combat. He wondered why someone who fought so recklessly wasn't more skilled. This hunter, clad in a leather jacket and sunglasses, expressed his belief that Seo-jun didn't fit in with their group and should leave. He couldn't understand Seo-jun's unconventional fighting style. The hunter reiterated his request for Seo-jun to leave, emphasizing his inexperience despite his raw strength. He argued that fighting without a weapon required a high level of skill. Despite the criticism, Daho defended Seo-jun, praising his unique and effective fighting style. He declared Seo-jun to be the best hunter he had ever seen. Lee Seo-jun, his body battered and bruised, stumbled through a desolate, rocky landscape. Purple energy pulsed from the ground around his feet, swirling like smoke as he struggled to maintain his footing. A colossal, mechanical hand, wreathed in flames, emerged from the earth, its metallic fingers flexing menacingly. The heat radiating from it was intense. The monstrous creature, a colossal insectoid behemoth, rose from the ground, its segmented body gleaming with an ominous purple light. Seola's voice echoed in Seo-jun's mind, "I trust you, Seo-jun." The creature opened its gaping maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a pulsating, crimson interior. A wave of nausea washed over Seo-jun. Seo-jun braced himself, summoning every ounce of strength he possessed as he launched a desperate attack against the monstrous insect. The impact sent tremors through the earth. Despite the pain, Seo-jun refused to give up. He looked up at the towering creature, his eyes burning with determination. "You aren't getting away," he roared, his voice filled with a desperate fury as he launched another attack. The final, desperate blow landed, but the creature remained unyielding. Seo-jun felt a searing pain as the creature's attack connected. The monstrous insect, wounded but not defeated, reared back, its segmented body coiling as it prepared for another attack. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, found himself locked in a desperate struggle against a monstrous creature. Its immense form towered over him, a terrifying display of power. Seo-jun, however, fought with grim determination, his every blow fueled by a desperate hope to change the future. His attack focused on the creature's vulnerable underbelly, a hidden weakness he had discovered. He realized, with a surge of adrenaline, that this was his chance. But his ally cried out, warning him that he was reaching his limit. Despite the warning, another ally encouraged him, praising his efforts. Seo Jun pushed onward, delivering a final, powerful blow that sent tremors through the earth. He had done enough, he declared, satisfied with the results of his hard-fought victory. Exhausted but triumphant, Seo Jun collapsed, only to find himself face-to-face with a formidable foe, the future Fist King. The sheer power emanating from the figure was palpable, a chilling reminder of the challenges that still lay ahead. Seo Jun knew he couldn't defeat this opponent using conventional methods. So he prepared for a desperate, unconventional attack. Leaping into the air with a swift, calculated movement, he aimed to strike at the creature's core, exploiting its weakness. And with a final, decisive strike, he vanquished the beast. The battle was won, but the war was far from over. Lee Seo Jun, battered but alive, stood amidst the ruins of a hidden dungeon. A system message declared his victory over the Ant Devourer, a special quest completed. A digital voice echoed, thanking him for his hard work. The reward for being the first to clear the dungeon was about to be presented. Lee Seo Jun and Yu Yunhai arrived at the Hunter License Issuance Office. The clerk confirmed their identities. 2 licenses were presented, officially certifying them as hunters. Congratulations were offered on passing the final examination. Lee Seo Jun reflected on the arduous journey, finally achieving his goal of becoming an official hunter. His thoughts drifted to his daughter, Seola, whose gloomy expression he noted. He and Seola walked together, her snacks having been confiscated earlier. Seo Jun reminded himself that this was only the beginning of his quest to change the future. A sudden, sharp pain shot through Seojun's arm. A source of mana light shone brightly from a newly acquired item on his wrist. He wondered about its origin. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself questioning the strange silence of his alarm. He wondered if the lack of a siren was due to a system malfunction. A growing unease settling over him as he examined his wrist device. He muttered to himself, confused by the strange readings. Suddenly, a woman and a young girl appeared in the street, a glowing bag floating nearby. The woman gasped, pointing at the bag with a mixture of fear and wonder. Seojun's eyes widened as he recognized the magical energy emanating from the bag. He realized, with dawning horror, the source of the strange occurrences. A surge of blue energy erupted from the bag, engulfing Seo Jun as he braced himself for the impact. The energy coalescing into a glowing lollipop. Seo Jun stared, dumbfounded. He was shocked, only his daughter, Seola, possessed such unique magical abilities. The thought struck him with the force of a physical blow, it had to be her. He looked at Seola, a wave of dread washing over him as he recognized the familiar magical aura surrounding her. The girl, still young, was already displaying the power that would one day destroy the world. The scene reminded him of the Cretan Bull incident, the same magical energy signature was present, confirming his fears. This was Seola's magic, and it was already manifesting in ways that mirrored her future destructive capabilities. Lee Seo Jun watched in horror as his daughter, Lee Seola, a child radiating an unnatural, bright blue energy, drifted into an unconscious slumber. A large, glowing lollipop hovered near her, its ethereal light mirroring the power emanating from the young girl. The narration box ominously stated that her power had grown beyond her control. The scene opens on a quiet city street at night. The buildings are dark, save for a few illuminated windows. Inside a dimly lit apartment, Lee Seo Jun sits at a table, his face etched with worry. His wife comforts their daughter, Lee Seola, who is asleep on a nearby couch. Seo Jun reflects on a recent event. I didn't think that was Seola's magic. The focus shifts to Seola, who is peacefully sleeping amidst a scattering of candies. Seojun's wife asks, the day when the house collapsed, what exactly happened? Seojun's wife recounts the events of that day, her voice heavy with emotion. She explains that Seola, even in her sleep, asked where her father was. The narrative continues with Seojun's wife explaining that immediately after Seola asked about her father, the house collapsed. Seo Jun, haunted by the memory, realizes the reason for the house collapse. That's why they came to find him. He reflects on the incident, noting that this time, the magical event was less destructive than before, only an object floated. Seo Jun observes Seola's magical abilities, concluding that they surpass those of an ordinary magician. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter, Lee Seola, becoming the world-ending final boss, found himself inexplicably given a second chance. He now observes his 5-year-old daughter, a child radiating an immense, untapped magical power. The narration box explains that Seola's magic is far more potent than she currently realizes, the problem being that she is not yet consciously controlling it. Seo Jun contemplates the implications of this revelation, a worried expression etched on his face. He realizes that Seola's magical abilities seem to be triggered by her emotions. His wife, equally concerned, observes Seola's burgeoning power. She questions the meaning of this gradual emotional activation of Seola's abilities. The scene shifts to Seola sleeping peacefully. The narration box reveals that Seola's mana is growing uncontrollably. Seola, clutching a lollipop, sleeps soundly, unaware of the immense power surging within her. The narration box emphasizes the uncontrollable nature of her growing strength. Seojun's wife expresses her fear that someone might get hurt, and Seola herself might be in danger because of her uncontrolled power. She worries, but believes there must be a way to help Seola. Seo-jun clenches his fist, resigned. He knew this day would eventually come. The final panel shows Seo-jun, his expression grim, seemingly preparing for something. He reflects on Seola's power having already begun to manifest before his death and subsequent time travel. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with the weight of despair, found himself on the precipice of death. His eyes, wide with a mixture of terror and regret, reflected the cataclysmic destruction wrought by his own daughter, Lee Seola, the world's ultimate nemesis. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he watched his life drain away. But then, a glimmer of hope pierced the darkness. A new quest materialized before him, changed the future. He awoke to find himself before a 5-year-old Seola, radiating an ethereal glow amidst a surge of icy energy. Seola, her young face a mask of intense concentration, seemed to sense the shift in time. I didn't know it would be this early, though. She mused, her eyes reflecting the power within her. A voice, calm yet urgent, explained the reason behind Seola's volatile magical abilities. One of the reasons why Seola's mana became sensitive is because the mana around her is thin. The solution was clear: to nurture Seola's power, they needed to find a place brimming with magical energy. So, we just need to bring her somewhere where there's plentiful mana, the voice concluded. Seojun's wife, her brow furrowed in worry, pondered the options. A place with plenty of mana, she whispered, her thoughts clouded with concern for her daughter's well-being. A sudden wave of fear washed over her. Her eyes widened, reflecting a growing dread as she realized the implications of their predicament. Seo-jun, his face a picture of disbelief, reacted with a sharp intake of breath. No way, he exclaimed, the gravity of the situation dawning on him. The solution, though perilous, was presented. There are 2 places where it's full of mana. The dungeon, the voice stated, the implication of danger hanging heavy in the air. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending wrath, found himself inexplicably given a second chance. He now stood beside a 5-year-old Lee Seola, his hand gently clasped in hers, a stark contrast to the terrifying final boss she would one day become. A woman, her face etched with worry, voiced her apprehension. She considered the situation too dangerous, her concern for Seola's safety paramount. The potential for harm weighed heavily on her mind. Her anxiety only intensified as she contemplated the potential consequences. The weight of responsibility pressed down on her, a silent plea for protection echoing in her worried gaze. Seo-jun, his own anxieties evident in his troubled expression, confessed his reluctance to expose his daughter to such peril. He understood the inherent risks, the potential for irreversible harm. Despite knowing Seola's future as the ultimate boss, a vision of her as a powerful, dark sorceress surrounded by monstrous creatures flashed before his eyes. The weight of his responsibility to change her destiny was immense. Yet, the present reality was a stark contrast. Seola was just a 5-year-old child. To prevent the catastrophic future, Seo-jun knew he had to confront the dangers head-on, shielding his daughter from the darkness that threatened to consume her. He understood the inherent risks of his plan, the potential for unforeseen consequences. The decision to expose Seola to danger, however necessary, gnawed at his conscience. Seo-jun grappled with the paradox of his mission, altering the present to change the past, a risky gamble with potentially devastating consequences. The weight of his decision pressed heavily upon him. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter, Lee Seola, becoming the world-ending final boss, found himself inexplicably given a second chance. He expressed his certainty to his wife that they had already considered this conclusion. He reassured his wife that their plan didn't involve Seola directly fighting monsters, their strategy focused on neutralizing the threats before they could reach her. Seo-jun explained that their goal was simply to bring Seola to a safe location, expressing concern about the challenges of accessing restricted areas controlled by guilds and associations. He pondered the possibility of finding someone who privately owned a dungeon or field, considering it a potential solution to their access problem. His thoughts trailed off. Alternatively, he considered seeking external help. The family then set off, their destination, the Goryeo Sword Mountain. A bus stop sign clearly indicated the entrance to the Goryeo Sword House. They were greeted warmly by someone. Seola was greeted enthusiastically by a woman who commented on how much cuter she had become. Lee Seo-jun watched, a mixture of concern and curiosity in his eyes, as his daughter, Seola, a vibrant 5-year-old with bright blue hair, was embraced by a woman named Hien. He wondered why Hien was there. Hien, a woman with long brown hair, suggested they continue their conversation at her house, mentioning it was just past the stairs. Seo-jun, accompanied by Seola and another woman, followed Hien. Seo-jun's expression was one of quiet contemplation as they approached the stairs, a question forming in his mind: what lay beyond? As they reached the destination, a small blackbird flew past, and Seo-jun's face registered a flicker of recognition. He murmured that it had been a while since he'd last seen this place. Meanwhile, Seola, oblivious to her father's internal musings, happily pointed out the stairs in front of the house. Seola's innocent observation sparked a moment of disbelief in Seo-jun. He thought to himself, incredulously, about the sheer length of the stairs, 3 kilometers long, and situated on a mountain ridge. It was revealed that Seola had fallen asleep on Hien's back during their journey, and that's how she arrived at the house. The juxtaposition of the modern interior with the traditional exterior was striking. Hien then casually mentioned that she had been wondering when they would meet again, and that she was the granddaughter of the famous sword saint. She also added that many recent monster hunters might not know her. Lee Seola, a young woman with shoulder-length auburn hair tied in a loose bun, sat at a table, a serene smile playing on her lips. She held a thermos, seemingly unconcerned with the world around her. She mused that her career as a hunter wasn't about fame or recognition, and that she rarely publicized her accomplishments. Seola's smile widened as she was reminded of the reason for the visit. Someone had sought her out for a favor. 2 empty glasses sat on a table, the remnants of a drink long gone. The scene shifted to a new character, a young girl with vibrant purple hair, surrounded by stuffed animals. The girl, clutching her beloved toys, seemed lost in a world of her own making. Her name was Lee Seola, but this was a younger version of the hunter from earlier. The scene changed again, showing a family at a table. A narration box explained that cracks in reality were categorized into 3 types. The first type, one-time cracks, were temporary rifts that spawned monsters before vanishing. Corrosive cracks were more persistent, transforming buildings into dungeons infested with creatures. Finally, permanent cracks were the most dangerous, constantly spawning monsters and posing a long-term threat. Lee Seo-jun and a woman with fiery orange hair discussed using a training field, noting that many trainees were present. The woman, considering the inconvenience, wondered aloud if it might be problematic. Seo-jun confidently assured her that it was possible to find a time slot when the field was not in use, and he would take care of finding one. The woman, surprised by the ease of the arrangement, expressed her astonishment. She then explained that she had to repay Seo-jun for introducing her to Sir Kong Cheo-lee. Seo-jun, relieved that the permission process went smoothly, stated his intention to ask if it was possible to use the field. A young girl urged them to enter the field immediately. Seo-jun, while walking, reflected that the Goryeo sword house was larger than he expected, taking a long time to traverse. Seo-jun and the woman continued their conversation, with Seo-jun questioning if someone was a trainee. The woman explained that a certain person had gone out a short while ago and had a guest. She seemed concerned about the extended absence. Seo-jun, increasingly concerned, wondered why the person was taking so long. A young woman, her expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension, stared at a man with silver hair. Sung Soo-hyun, she wondered aloud, her thoughts trailing off as she questioned his unexpected presence. Why is he here? Seated across from him at a kitchen table, the young woman continued her internal monologue. She found it peculiar that this strange, high-nosed guy even remembered her name. The woman's companion, Go Hyun, observed the interaction, noting the strained atmosphere. Given the tense exchange, it seemed this was their first meeting, despite Sung Soo-hyun's familiarity with her name. Hyun suggested the woman should leave, noting that she seemed busy. Before departing, Sung Soo-hyun made a move, reaching out towards the young man seated at the table. A sudden, intense light enveloped the young man as Sung Soo-hyun addressed him, calling him examinee. Sung Soo-hyun's expression turned serious, his gaze intense as he beckoned the young man closer. The young man, his face bearing a slight injury, responded with a steely gaze. Let's talk, he said. Lee Seo-jun, a man of somber countenance, stood before another figure, his posture rigid. The other man, clad in a distinguished blue coat and carrying a long sword, turned his back to Seo-jun, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers observed the scene from a distance. Their hushed whispers revealed their recognition of Seo-jun. Isn't that guy a celebrity hunter? He looks so dashing. The man in blue, seemingly oblivious to the onlookers, gently touched his face, a dreamy expression washing over his features as he basked in the attention. A chorus of excited female voices reached his ears. Seo-jun approached the man in blue, his expression hardening. Since I'm the owner of this place, I can't let him get lost, he stated, referring to the reward for clearing the collapsed department store dungeon. He continued, explaining his intention to claim his share of the reward. The man in blue scoffed, his thoughts revealing his disbelief. His share? What nonsense is this? He explained the rules. The hunter who discovers a dungeon has the authority to raid it first, regardless of who enters afterward. Even though Seo-jun had entered after the dungeon opened, Yu Yunhai had already cleared it. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, explained the dangers of unauthorized dungeon exploration. He warned of potential issues arising from such actions, particularly if rumors of examinees clearing dungeons without his permission spread. Seo-jun's words left a young man, a rookie hunter, confused and curious. He questioned the implications of Seo-jun's statement, his expression a mixture of intrigue and apprehension. Seo-jun, however, calmly explained that everyone has the right to attack a dungeon for the first time, as long as he receives his reward. Seo-jun, the Night Guild leader, emphasized his prominent status and reputation, warning that making enemies with him would have negative consequences. Newspaper clippings showcasing his celebrity status surrounded him. He further stressed the risks for a rookie hunter without backing or reputation, highlighting the danger of antagonizing him. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers expressed their admiration for Seo-jun's handsome appearance. Seo-jun, however, revealed a contrasting memory, recalling his own fear during a past dangerous situation. Returning to the present, Seo-jun confronted the rookie hunter, questioning his actions in that past dangerous situation. He accused the hunter of cowardice for running away from the dangerous situation, his anger evident in his clenched fist. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, reflected on a past conversation. He now understood Go Hyun's warning, he wasn't qualified to be a hunter. A sinister smile played on the lips of the man who delivered that assessment, his eyes gleaming with a cold, calculating light. Elsewhere, a young woman with warm brown hair and a cheerful disposition greeted Seo-jun and Yunhai, explaining that she had obtained permission for their visit. A young girl with vibrant purple hair, seated at a table, innocently inquired about Seo-jun's whereabouts. The woman, seemingly Seo-jun's sister, explained that someone named Sung Soo-hyun had come to visit and left with Seo-jun to talk. Her expression turned sour as she angrily questioned why that jerk was there. Yunhai, concerned, wondered aloud if Seo-jun would be alright. She shared her worries with another person, noting that since he started training, Seo-jun had been running all around, constantly researching, even staying up all night. Her concern grew, fearing he was pushing himself too hard. Suddenly, a powerful impact sent a figure crashing to the ground, a cloud of dust and debris erupting around them. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponent, a powerful figure in a military-style uniform, wielded a glowing sword, its energy crackling with immense power. The clash of their weapons sent shockwaves through the air. Seo-jun, despite his grim determination, was clearly outmatched. Yet, he refused to yield. He gripped his own blade, a fierce glint in his eyes, ready to face whatever came next. The uniformed figure pressed their attack, their movements swift and precise. A surge of blue energy enveloped their weapon. A powerful blow aimed directly at Seo-jun's heart. Seo-jun barely managed to deflect the blow, the force of the impact sending tremors through his body. He staggered back, his breath ragged. His opponent, surprised by Seo-jun's unexpected resilience, expressed their disbelief. They were the examiner, and yet, they were being pushed back by the examinee. The examiner's internal monologue revealed their astonishment. They had faced the Earth Spider, a formidable foe, but even that battle hadn't been this challenging. This unexpected strength from Seo-jun was truly unnerving. Sung Soo-hyun, a young man with vibrant teal hair, glared intensely. His expression was one of simmering anger, his eyes narrowed in a focused, almost predatory manner. He was locked in a fierce duel, his opponent a man in a dark suit. The narrator observes that Soo-hyun's opponent is more than just a pretentious hunter, his speed, reflexes, and swordsmanship are exceptional. Despite his skills, however, the man with purple hair and a stern expression judged Soo-hyun to be insufficiently skilled, noting that he is still a beginner who has only been honing his craft for over a decade. The clash of their weapons continued, a flurry of blows exchanged with blinding speed. The narrator comments on the intensity of the fight, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Soo-hyun's opponent was clearly overpowered, his defense shattered by the force of the attack. And sent flying backward. The scene shifts to Soo-hyun, who stands calmly, having successfully disarmed his opponent. He holds the weapon aloft, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. He declares that he has obtained it. Soo-hyun reflects on his opponent's motives, surmising that he came seeking the dungeon reward and to find someone named Hyun. He believes that his next target will be Yunhai. A woman with long brown hair is shown in a meeting with the man in the suit. The narrator reveals that this man is a threat to Yunhai, skillfully weaving lies and truths to manipulate situations to his advantage. The woman, concerned, looks at documents related to the Night Guild and the Hunter model. She fears that if the man successfully recruits Yunhai, it will trigger a regression, undoing the progress she has made. Lee Seo-jun, a man consumed by regret, moved with a supernatural grace, his feet barely disturbing the dust as a faint blue energy shimmered around his shoes. He wielded a staff, its tip glowing with the same ethereal light, his face grim with determination. He muttered to himself, needing to ensure that no one could ever find his daughter again. With a surge of power, Seo-jun propelled himself forward, his movements blurring as he closed the distance to his target. Intending to end the threat right then and there. His resolve was absolute. But as the confrontation reached its peak, Seo-jun's body betrayed him. A look of utter shock and confusion washed over his face as he gasped, "What?" Meanwhile, a man with silver hair and elegant attire watched from a distance, a mixture of surprise and concern etched on his features. He wondered why this had to happen at that precise moment. The silver-haired man surmised that Seo-jun had likely exhausted his stamina and mana reserves. The silver-haired man, however, was far from impressed. He scoffed, internally admitting that he couldn't believe he'd been pushed back by a rookie hunter like Seo-jun. Lee Seo-jun knelt on the ground, his face etched with despair. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he clutched a staff, muttering, "Maybe I can just get rid of him now." He considered his options, a grim determination hardening his gaze. He thought, and cover it up by saying that it was an accident during training. "If I donate money a few times to cover things up." Seo-jun's plan was swift and brutal. He lunged forward. His opponent never seeing the attack coming. The sword sliced through the air with deadly precision, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. The impact was devastating. A figure, shocked and awestruck, watched the scene unfold. The sword saint? Seo-jun, despite his success, felt a growing unease. He wiped sweat from his hands, thinking, although this is a place where a lot of training takes place. He realized the gravity of his actions. His face paled as he realized he had crossed a line. Has crossed the line. The sword saint, his eyes blazing with righteous fury, commanded, "Get out of here, now." Two women, one with auburn hair tied in a ponytail and the other with shoulder-length brown hair, walked together, their expressions a mixture of concern and surprise. The scene shifted to reveal Lee Seo-jun kneeling on the ground, a spear resting beside him. A young girl with purple hair and a woman with auburn hair stood nearby, their faces etched with worry. A man with long white hair and a flowing robe observed the scene, his expression unreadable. The woman with auburn hair exclaimed Seo-jun's name, and firmly rejected the idea of fighting alongside him. Seo-jun, pale and weary, reassured the worried woman that he was merely tired. Despite his words, sweat beaded on his brow, betraying his exhaustion. The woman noted that he seemed to have pushed himself too hard. The white-haired man, observing from a distance, commented on Seo-jun's overexertion, emphasizing the importance of rest in training. He reiterated the necessity of rest as a crucial part of the training regimen. The young girl, Seola, approached Seo-jun, offering words of comfort and gratitude. She expressed her thanks, and the white-haired man offered to allow Seo-jun to rejoin the training at a later time. Seo-jun reflected on his past actions, questioning his previous behavior before his time regression. The scene concluded with Seo-jun deciding to rest for a while. Lee Seo-jun, a man with silver hair and a determined expression, dashed through a gate, his sword strapped to his back. He was clearly in a hurry, his movements swift and purposeful. He paused, looking back at the mountainous landscape before him. A voice called out, asking if he was all right. Seo-jun, now alongside a woman with long brown hair, replied that he was in his best condition, thanks to her. He then admitted to having slept for 2 days, an unexpected length of time. His expression shifted to a more serious one. He stated that their actual battle was the important thing now. The pair stood before a vast, verdant landscape. The woman, whose name is Hyun, asked Seo-jun if he had reviewed the notes she had written, noting that the field didn't have the same alarm system as the dungeon. Hyun confirmed that she had studied the notes and would be able to proceed without much trouble. The next panel revealed a chilling sight, numerous pairs of glowing red eyes peering from the shadows of the forest. Seo-jun, concerned, asked about the whereabouts of Seola. Two monstrous, ape-like creatures with glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness. Hyun reassured him that she had left Seola at the entrance under the care of someone else. This allowed them to focus on the fight. Seo-jun and Hyun prepared for battle, with Hyun readying her bow and Seo-jun wielding a glowing spear. Seo-jun expressed his jealousy that Hyun was able to spend time with Seola while he was busy fighting. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter, Lee Seola, the world-destroying final boss, found himself given a second chance. He watched, helpless, as a magical light enveloped a teddy bear. The small toy seemingly coming alive before his very eyes. 5-year-old Seola, his daughter, watched with wide-eyed wonder as the bear and other stuffed animals moved independently. A gasp escaped her lips as she realized the magical nature of the event. The doll was moving by itself. Lee Seo-jun, his expression grim, surveyed the ravaged landscape. Judging from the lingering mana, he concluded that the battle had been devastating. He continued his grim assessment, concluding that there were no survivors left hiding amongst the trees. Seo-jun spoke to a woman with long brown hair, suggesting they finish hiding the bodies before going to find Seola. He called out to someone named Hyun, who appeared in the distance. Hyun and another woman approached, Hyun nervously asking if everything was all right. Seo-jun hesitated, unsure how to explain the situation, acknowledging that it was a big deal. Seo-jun wondered if Seola was nearby, perhaps playing with her stuffed animals. Hyun, witnessing magical energy emanating from the stuffed animals, gasped, questioning if Seola was a mage. The scene opens with a picturesque landscape, a sun-drenched valley nestled between towering mountains, lush greenery filling the foreground. Lee Seo-jun, a man of somber countenance, sits with Yoon-hye and another woman, their expressions serious. 5-year-old Seola, his daughter, sits beside them, clutching a plush rabbit. After much deliberation with Yoon-hye, they decided to reveal Seola's magical abilities to her. Yoon-hye, her brow furrowed in concern, explains that concealing Seola's magic is impossible. Someone like Hyun would inevitably spread the truth with malicious intent. Seo-jun agrees, stating that it's better to reveal the truth now, as Seola's magical abilities could attract unwanted attention from the Mage Tower, an organization obsessed with researching mana. The narration box introduces the Mage Tower, an organization composed of mages, rare individuals worldwide. A surge of purple energy illustrates the immense potential and possibilities mages possess, explaining why the Mage Tower is so interested in them. The panel shows Seola being taken away by members of the Mage Tower in the past, before Seo-jun's time regression. This action was taken to utilize their influence and stabilize her mana. Yoon-hye reveals that Seo-jun's current mission to the field is also to prevent the Mage Tower from pursuing Seola again. Seo-jun declares his willingness to accompany Yoon-hye, despite the uncertainty of whether others are lurking in the area. A young woman with auburn hair, adorned in elegant East Asian-inspired clothing, smiled serenely. Her expression held a hint of mischief as she declared that helping her sister, Seola, was a task of little consequence to her. The woman continued, her gaze resolute. She also intended to use this opportunity to showcase her newly mastered swordsmanship. A pair of feet, one clad in sandals and the other in dress shoes, walked along a dirt path. The scene shifted to reveal a man with dark hair carrying a young girl with vibrant purple hair. Two other women stood behind them, one with long dark hair and the other with the same auburn hair as before, each with distinct expressions of concern and determination. The man carefully cradled the young girl, his movements gentle and protective. The focus shifted to the young girl's eyes, which shimmered with an otherworldly light. A single word escaped her lips, "Who?" The girl, still in her father's arms, exclaimed that everything sparkled. The man, observing her, wondered aloud if she was referring to mana, though he couldn't see it in the air. The light emanating from the girl began to fade, but the auburn-haired woman sighed in relief, noting that the girl's presence was definitely helping. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, lay on the ground, his lifeblood staining the earth. He had failed to be a good father, and now, as consciousness slipped away, a final quest echoed in his mind, changed the future. He awoke to find himself cradling a 5-year-old Seola, his daughter, her innocent gaze fixed upon him. A strange sound pierced the air. A chilling siren, causing panic among the other people present. A woman urgently shouted for everyone to flee. Seo-jun, clutching Seola protectively, joined the frantic exodus. As 2 other women ran alongside, their fear palpable. One of them recognized the sound as a precursor to a dimensional rift. Suddenly, the ground began to crack and crumble around them, sending everyone scrambling for safety. Chaos reigned as rocks rained down. Seo-jun shielded Seola from the falling debris, his eyes wide with terror as he desperately searched for an escape route. He spotted a narrow passage in the rocks. They fled towards the exit, the ominous message the field boss has appeared flashing across the screen. As they reached safety, a new quest appeared: hunt the mountain golem. The siren sound, the appearance of the golem, and the quest itself all pointed to a single, terrifying truth: Seola's destiny as the final boss was still unfolding. Looming over a clearing, a colossal stone golem, its eyes glowing menacingly, dominated the landscape. 3 figures stood before it, dwarfed by its immense size: a man wielding a sword, a woman with a bow and arrow, and another woman seemingly unarmed. The man, his gaze fixed on the golem, recognized the ominous sound emanating from it, the unmistakable roar that heralded the arrival of a field boss. The scene shifted. A young girl with dark hair and purple eyes, clutching a woman's arm, looked up and whispered, "Daddy?" The woman, holding the girl protectively, instructed another man, Yunhai, try to stay away from the boss as much as possible. The man, seemingly confident in his speed, declared, "Since you're the fastest one, I'm sure I can protect Seola safely." The woman, still holding the girl close, offered a possible explanation: it could have been attracted to mana. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The man shouted, "Here it comes! Spread out!" The ground trembled violently as a colossal wave of destruction swept across the landscape. Massive rocks were sent flying through the air, revealing the monstrous form of a mountain golem, its stone body emerging from the dust and debris. The creature's menacing red eyes glared out from its rocky face. A cloud of dust and smoke billowed into the air, obscuring the golem's movements as it continued its destructive rampage. 2 figures, armed with spears, stood before the monstrous golem. One of them, a man with short dark hair, spoke: "The mountain golem is a monster that surrounds its core with stones in its vicinity." He continued, "If we attack it half-heartedly, then not only would we be unable to damage it, but it'll also focus its attention on us. In other words, the only way we can bring it down at once is to find its core." A woman with long red hair leaped towards the golem, her spear aimed at a specific point on its massive arm, striking with incredible precision. The man watched her intently. The man's expression hardened as he stated, "The most common place for the core to be at is either the top of its head or its neck." Lee Seo-jun, spear in hand, strategized with his daughter, Lee Seola. He cautioned against a hasty attack, explaining that it would only draw unwanted attention. Instead, they needed to take up separate positions and strike simultaneously at the enemy's core. Seo-jun braced himself, feeling a tremor beneath his feet. It wasn't an earthquake, his instincts screamed that something far larger was stirring. From the ground, a colossal golem emerged, its eyes glowing menacingly. The golem began to move, its immense form shaking the very earth. Seo-jun, ever vigilant, prepared to defend against the approaching threat. Meanwhile, Seola, her bow at the ready, raced towards her designated position. Seola realized there was no time to wait for a signal, the golem was already moving. Lee Seola, a young woman with fiery red hair, braced herself, her expression grim. A powerful energy surged from her, shattering the earth around her with a violent force. Meanwhile, Lee Seo-jun, her father, stood defiantly atop a rocky outcrop, a sword held aloft. Seola's voice, filled with surprise, cut through the air, "Seo-jun appa?" Seola, still reeling from the shock of seeing her father, urged him to retreat. "What are you doing? If you do that, its attention will be focused on you." Seo-jun, however, remained resolute. He knew the danger, but he had a plan. "Before it focuses its attention on Yunhai, we need to get rid of it. Slash away at it right now, Heian." Seola's eyes narrowed in concentration. Internally, she resolved to focus her energy, remembering the lessons of her past training. "I need to focus right now." She reminded herself not to rush, unlike her previous attempts. "I mustn't rush and slash away like last time. Otherwise, I might miss again." Seola closed her eyes, drawing upon the memories of her training. She recalled the precise movements, the controlled power. And with a renewed determination, she prepared to strike with precision. "I must remember the feeling from when I was training. And attack carefully." With a focused strike, Seola's blade sliced through the air with deadly precision, cleaving the monstrous entity before her. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, watched in horror as his daughter, Lee Seola, the very embodiment of the world's destruction, unleashed a devastating attack. The ground cracked beneath him, the air itself seemed to tear as he was thrown back by the force of her power. Seola, a young girl with fiery red hair, stood amidst the chaos, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. "I brought it down," she declared, her voice echoing with a chilling confidence. Seo-jun, however, was far from reassured. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "What?" The sheer scale of her power, even in this altered timeline, was terrifying. The scene shifted, revealing the aftermath of the attack. Seo-jun, his expression grim, stood beside Seola, who was still visibly excited by her feat. "There's no need for us to rush, since I was able to slash it properly this time," she exclaimed, her words laced with youthful arrogance. But Seo-jun's relief was short-lived. He quickly pointed out, "It's not dead yet. It's still alive and moving." A renewed sense of urgency filled the air. Seola, despite her initial triumph, now looked thoughtful. "The core of this golem isn't the top of the head or its neck," she mused, her brow furrowed in concentration. "It's hidden somewhere else," she continued, her voice low and serious. "Until we find it and get rid of it, it'll counteract and regenerate everything we attack." Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted from the golem's remains, sending Seola sprawling to the ground. She cried out in pain as she was thrown back. Seo-jun rushed to her side, concern etched on his face. The two of them, father and daughter, now sat together on the massive, stone hand of the fallen golem, their swords and spear lying beside them, contemplating their next move. Lee Seo-jun and his young daughter, Seola, found themselves dwarfed by a colossal stone golem. Its immense hands loomed over them, poised to crush them. Seola's eyes welled with tears as she realized the horrifying truth: there was no escape from the golem's impending attack. In a desperate attempt to save themselves, Seo-jun channeled his energy. A surge of power erupted from him, forming a shimmering blue energy shield that deflected the golem's crushing blow. The energy solidified, taking the shape of a large, ice teddy bear. Seo-jun and Seola stared in stunned silence. A woman with long brown hair, carrying a bow and quiver, clutched a young girl with bright blue hair close to her. They were in a forest, the setting sun casting long shadows. The woman reassured the child, thinking they were safe from whatever danger lurked nearby. Their escape was thanks to a loud noise that had distracted a massive golem, lumbering in the background. The woman, kneeling, continued to comfort the girl, who looked up at her with wide, innocent eyes. The child, still clinging to the woman, whispered a single word. "Mommy," she said, her voice barely a breath. She then asked if the monster was a bad monster and if her father and Bunny Uni were fighting it. The girl's small hands clasped together in prayer, her expression one of worry and concern for her loved ones. She then declared her intention to help, her face brightening with determination. The woman looked around, a sudden chill running through her. She could see her breath in the cold air. The cold air and the magical shimmer of the nearby stream indicated a significant drop in temperature. She sat down, her bow resting beside her, clearly concerned. A young girl with long, flowing blue hair, styled in twin tails, stood amidst a swirling vortex of ethereal blue energy. Her back was to the viewer, obscuring her face. The energy pulsed with an otherworldly power, illuminating the surrounding forest floor. The girl seemed to be the source of this mystical energy, her small form radiating an immense, almost terrifying aura. Suddenly, the scene shifted. A colossal, stone golem, wreathed in the same blue energy, materialized before the girl. Its imposing form suggested immense strength and destructive potential. As if summoned by the girl's power. A hand, seemingly detached from a body, reached out from the darkness, its palm glowing with the same vibrant blue energy. The golem seemed to be forming from this energy, solidifying into its monstrous shape. The girl, eyes closed, appeared serene despite the chaos unfolding around her. The girl's eyes snapped open, revealing brilliant, glowing blue irises. A surge of power erupted from her, intensifying the blue energy around her. A powerful shockwave rippled outwards, sending rocks and debris flying. A woman with long, reddish-brown hair, wielding a bow and arrow, was caught in the blast, thrown violently to the ground. The woman, dazed and disoriented, struggled to her feet, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "What just happened?" she gasped, staring at the scene before her. She spotted the girl, now lying unconscious in the center of a rapidly dissipating pool of blue energy. "Seola," she cried out, rushing towards her. A woman with long auburn hair, clad in flowing white robes, knelt beside a young girl with short, dark purple hair. Her expression was one of urgent concern as she leaned over the child, whispering, "Seo-jun, wake up." The woman, her face etched with worry, gently cradled the sleeping child. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable: "She's asleep." The scene shifted, revealing a colossal, crystalline structure, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Its immense size dwarfed the surrounding landscape. The auburn-haired woman, now seen from behind, knelt before a massive, crystalline gateway, a bow and arrow resting across her back. She seemed to be contemplating the imposing structure before her. The scene abruptly changed. A group of people stood near some ancient stone structures, their expressions a mixture of surprise and confusion. One of them, a man with dark hair, voiced the collective thought: "Where did that ice teddy bear appear from?" A colossal ice bear, crafted from shimmering ice crystals and wearing a top hat, stood beside a hulking stone golem. Another person, a woman with long, dark hair, wondered aloud, could it be magic? A large, glowing hand emerged from the ground, its icy grip tightening around something unseen. A gasp of shock escaped the onlookers. Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with worry, urged his companion to escape. The golem's movements had been restrained, but the situation remained precarious. His companion, a young woman with auburn hair, simply replied with an okay. Seo-jun, however, noticed something peculiar. He was certain it was creation magic, a power far beyond his comprehension. And the only one capable of wielding such magic in this place was his daughter, Seola. A crystalline, teddy bear-shaped golem stood before them, a testament to her power. The golem, seemingly sentient, winked playfully. Seo-jun's shock was palpable. The resulting shockwaves sending tremors through the earth. The impact created a massive crater, the force of the blow evident in the destruction of the surrounding landscape. He stared, dumbfounded, at the aftermath of his daughter's creation magic. Despite its size, the crystalline bear was ultimately weak and lacked any real fighting ability. Lee Seo-jun watched, helpless, as a colossal, crystalline bear, seemingly formed from solidified magic, loomed before him. He muttered to himself, recognizing the grim reality of the situation. At this rate, he would be defeated swiftly. The crystalline bear lunged, its immense paw a blur of motion, sending a shockwave of energy that shattered the very ground beneath Seo-jun's feet. But Seo-jun's daughter, Lee Seola, appeared beside him, her eyes wide with alarm. Seola's eyes darted to the approaching threat, then back to her father. She gasped, a silent scream of fear and urgency. In a flash of inspiration, Seola focused her magic, transforming her beloved teddy bear into a shimmering, crystalline weapon. The impact sent tremors through the earth, but Seola held firm. The crystalline bear roared in frustration, its attack thwarted. It swung its massive arm again, sending the crystalline bear crashing to the ground in a shower of sparkling shards. Lee Seo-jun, his expression etched with a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension, stared at his daughter, Seola. He mused to himself that the situation had been completely reversed from just a single weapon. Seola, slightly confused, responded with a hesitant yes, as they both witnessed a colossal ice bear emerge from the swirling chaos before them. The creature's imposing form filling the horizon. Seola observed, noting its resemblance to her father. Suddenly, a hulking stone golem burst forth, its eyes glowing menacingly, ready for battle. The ice bear, seemingly sentient, prepared to unleash its power. A surge of icy energy emanating from its form. A blast of energy hurtling towards the golem. The impact shattering the golem's stony exterior. With the golem defeated, a message appeared, you have successfully defeated. Seo-jun and Seola watched in stunned silence as the dust settled. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, watched helplessly as his daughter, Lee Seola, a powerful witch, transformed into the fearsome final boss, the mountain golem, wreaking havoc across the rocky region. He perished in the ensuing chaos, only to be granted a second chance, a desperate quest to alter the future. He awoke to find himself facing a 5-year-old Seola, a stark contrast to the monstrous being he remembered. A wave of relief washed over him as he realized he had been given a chance to change his daughter's destiny, a chance to be the father she deserved. A new life began, a life where the fate of the world rested on his ability to raise his daughter, to guide her away from the path that led to destruction. The weight of this responsibility settled heavily upon his shoulders. Later that evening, Seo-jun contacted Go Hee-in, assuring her that he would prevent any further incidents in the rocky region. Hee-in, however, expressed doubt in his capabilities. Hee-in revealed herself to be the Sword Saint's granddaughter, offering a reassuring smile and urging him to stop worrying. Seo-jun, relieved, thanked her and ended the call. Back home, he intended to Seo-jun's minor injuries, inquiring about any other wounds. Seo-jun assured her that they were just light bruises, expressing his gratitude for her care. He then asked about Seola's whereabouts. Hee-in explained that Seola was fast asleep, exhausted from the day's events. Seola remained soundly asleep even after they returned home, a testament to her exhaustion. Seo-jun reflected on Seola's unexpected display of magical creation, rather than summoning, a subtle but significant detail that hinted at her latent potential and the challenges ahead. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end brought about by his own daughter, Lee Seola, the world-destroying final boss, witnessed a magical ritual. The cost? The mage's mana. But what Seola did was far more significant. She created a completely new artificial entity using magic. The sheer difference between summoning and creation was staggering. Seo-jun realized, with a jolt of fear, that his daughter might already be the most powerful being in existence. Elsewhere, a woman with auburn hair, dressed in a simple yet elegant outfit, spoke on her phone, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. Her initial cheerful demeanor shifted as she listened, her brow furrowing in thought. A shadow of worry clouded her features. The conversation clearly unsettled her. She was troubled by something. Their presence at the Goryo Sword House was a mystery she needed to solve. Suddenly, a man appeared, apologizing for the startling presence of his bodyguards. He had something to ask her. A mysterious figure, a man with long, light hair styled in a braid, a top hat perched jauntily on his head, and a monocle glinting in the dim light, addressed someone unseen. His expression held a hint of knowing amusement as he inquired, "Do you have some time?" The man's gloved hand delicately grasped a cane, its handle intricately carved in the shape of a serpent, a small, glowing blue gem embedded within its coils. A detail that hinted at a power beyond the ordinary. The scene shifted to a young girl, Lee Seola, her vibrant purple hair framing a bright, curious face. She clutched a teddy bear, its top hat mirroring the man's own. Lee Seo-jun, a man with dark hair and a concerned expression, knelt beside her. He questioned her about a large ice bear she had seemingly created, noting that it was unusual for her magic to manifest so clearly, given its already stabilized state. Seola, with a cheerful smile, explained that she had created it to scold a bad monster. Seojun's gaze softened as he looked at his daughter, a mixture of concern and wonder in his eyes. A dawning realization washing over him, Seola might be. The panel ends on a cliffhanger, leaving Seojun's thought unfinished. Lee Seo-jun, a man bearing the marks of a recent struggle, sat on the floor, his young daughter, Lee Seola, calmly playing with a stuffed animal nearby. A visitor had arrived, and Seo-jun, despite his injuries, prepared to attend to it. Seojun's phone buzzed, displaying an incoming call from someone named Hyun. She inquired about his whereabouts. He briefly explained that he was at home and that a visitor had arrived, promising to call back later. The caller, Hyun, informed him that a mage from the Mage Tower had come to see him. This visit, it turned out, was a result of the immense magical energy released during their recent hunt for the mountain golem, triggering a fracture detection radar. A mysterious man, elegantly dressed in a long coat and hat, explained that the Mage Tower was investigating everyone who had been near the source of the energy surge. Seo-jun, visibly stressed, received another call from Hyun, who was concerned about his well-being. Hyun's worried voice urged him to answer, but Seojun's attention was elsewhere. A flashback of a violent struggle overwhelmed him. The vision depicted a brutal attack, leaving Seo-jun injured and helpless on the ground, foreshadowing a dangerous future. Lee Seo-jun watched in horror as his daughter, Lee Seola, the powerful witch, unleashed her devastating magic, culminating in the catastrophic destruction of the world and his own demise. Yet, even in death's grasp, a new quest was bestowed upon him: change the future. The cryptic message appeared before him as he faded into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, Seo-jun found himself facing a 5-year-old Seola. The unique quest updated, Lee Seola's first misfortune had begun. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with worry lines and bearing the faint marks of a recent injury, stared intently at a holographic display on his phone. His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and determination, reflected the urgency of the situation. The screen flickered, displaying a chaotic stream of unintelligible Korean characters, before resolving into a cryptic message: a unique quest had begun. The message detailed a unique quest, changing the future. Seojun's task was to prevent 5 misfortunes that would befall his daughter, Lee Seola. The first, protecting Seola's identity from William Taylor. Seojun's face contorted in a grimace as he read the name William Taylor on his phone screen. He muttered the name aloud, a mixture of dread and dawning realization in his voice. He realized with a jolt that the person at his door was, in fact, William Taylor. The scene shifted to Seojun's apartment. His wife, looking concerned, held their young daughter, Lee Seola, by the hand. Seola, with her striking purple hair and large, expressive eyes, looked curiously at her father. Seo-jun, still on the phone, tried to reassure his wife, his expression a mixture of worry and determination. He promised to handle the situation, ending the call with a promise to speak again once the immediate danger had passed. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, stared at his 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola. He held her close, a stark contrast to their previous, strained relationship. A palpable tension filled the air. People from the Mage Tower were searching for them due to a mysterious event involving a powerful magical field. Seola, her large eyes reflecting a surprising maturity, sensed the danger. She suspected that some of those searching were outsiders, not simply concerned citizens. Seo-jun knew that any delay would only increase suspicion. He resolved to trust his instincts and face the situation head-on. He knelt before Seola, his gaze filled with a newfound determination. He had a task for her, a crucial step in altering their doomed future. A mage from the Mage Tower, William Taylor, thanked Seo-jun and his wife for their cooperation with the investigation. The sudden and unexpected visit from William Taylor, a powerful mage, left Seo-jun feeling uneasy, despite the mage's polite demeanor. Seo-jun outwardly agreed to cooperate, but inwardly, he felt a growing sense of dread. The fact that it was William Taylor, specifically, added to his unease. The scene opens with a man, Taylor, standing before a grand, imposing Mage Tower. He was the manager for the English branch of the Mage Tower before a world-altering event known as the Regression. He is now in a modern office, his current title unknown. Despite this, it's clear he remains an extremely talented individual. Elsewhere, a man is meticulously checking a house for signs of magical energy, or mana. His associate assures him that nothing seems out of the ordinary. Fortunately, he hasn't detected the presence of mana belonging to a young girl, Seola. It was a close call. Seo-jun, Seola's father, warns his daughter about the danger of evil people seeking her magical power. Seola, still young and innocent, shows a slight apprehension at the mention of evil people. Seo-jun reminds her of the magical power she possesses. He instructs her to conceal this power deep within herself. He asks if she can try to do that. Seo-jun's wife expresses concern, wondering what is happening. If her instincts are correct, Seola's spiraling magical abilities might be due to her inability to control them. Lee Seo-jun observed his young daughter, Seola, her small hands glowing with an ethereal light. He mused that her erratic magical outbursts might simply stem from her inability to control her mana. He concluded that, being so young, she hadn't yet learned to manage this power. Elsewhere, a conversation unfolded. Mr. Lee and Ms. Yu had recently passed a flying license exam with flying colors, but Mr. Lee had also encountered an unexpected problem. Ms. Yu inquired about a recent visit to Goryo Swordhouse's field, a question Mr. Lee confirmed. The conversation shifted to a recent incident. Ms. Yu asked if Mr. Lee and his partner were responsible for subduing the field boss. Mr. Lee clarified that they had worked with Heian to defeat the boss. The investigators had found evidence of significant mana usage and suspicious objects at the scene. They pressed Mr. Lee for any information he might have about the incident. Heian, observing the scene, recognized the remnants of the ice teddy bear. After defeating the mountain golem, the ice teddy bear had shattered into pieces and melted away. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, expressed his concern. He hoped the investigators would thoroughly examine the evidence trails, despite his own limitations in assisting them. But a seasoned investigator, his face etched with weariness, admitted the image provided little useful information. The investigator pondered the case, his gaze thoughtful. He noted that both Seo-jun and his daughter, Seola, possessed significant magical energy. Yet, their abilities were insufficient to wield magic effectively. This discrepancy led him to a disheartening conclusion: they had apprehended the wrong suspect. The investigator, having reached his conclusion, thanked Seo-jun for his cooperation in the investigation. Later, at home, Seola, a young girl with vibrant orange hair, video-called her older sister, expressing relief and excitement. And were grateful that their daughter was safe and unharmed. With the immediate danger seemingly past, Seo-jun suggested they postpone their concerns about the mage tower until the following day, prioritizing a good night's rest. Lee Seo-jun, his face partially obscured by a bandage, stared blankly ahead. A look of dawning horror clouded his eyes, reflecting the gravity of his situation. His gaze fell upon a holographic interface, the words "The Quest tab," hanging heavy in the air. The weight of his failure pressed down on him. The details of his mission were displayed, stark and unforgiving: change the future. A cold dread gripped him as he read the status: it's still listed as incomplete. A grim realization settled upon him. That means Seola's first misfortune hasn't been taken care of yet. The weight of his responsibility pressed down on him. He considered the precariousness of his situation. We've passed the immediate threat, he thought, a flicker of hope momentarily brightening his despair. But the underlying danger remained. But if William Taylor noticed Seola's mana, the thought sent a fresh wave of icy fear through him. Seo-jun, clutching a large, glowing weapon, stood amidst the ruins of a battle. Then could I have stopped him, he wondered, his mind racing. A powerful mage, William Taylor, loomed before him, his red eyes burning with power. Seo-jun's self-doubt intensified. I'm only slightly stronger than the norm, he admitted to himself. The finality of his previous defeat sunk in. The fact that Seola's enemy isn't just the mage tower, he realized, the scope of the threat expanding in his mind. Lee Seo-jun lay dying in the snow, his body marked by the brutal battle. Footprints, a testament to his desperate struggle, surrounded him. He reflected that his perceived superiority had blinded him to the true danger, a danger that had now consumed the world. A chilling realization settling upon him as his life ebbed away. He had been complacent, overlooking the looming threat that had ultimately claimed his life. He awoke to a new dawn, a second chance. His daughter, Seola, a 5-year-old girl with vibrant purple hair, slept soundly beside him. He knew he needed to become stronger to protect her and avert the catastrophic future he had witnessed. A grim determination hardening his gaze. He would use every tool at his disposal to ensure his daughter's safety and the world's survival. Seo-jun, his arm bandaged, sat before his laptop, the glow illuminating his determined face. He would use his foreknowledge of the future to guide his actions. But he knew caution was a luxury he could not afford. The stakes were too high. He reviewed his notes, a mountain of research spread across his desk. To change the future, he knew he had to act decisively. And his first step was to seek out a specific individual. A photograph of a woman with elegant blonde hair and striking features sat on his desk. A week had passed since his awakening, and now, his plan was about to begin. A news report flashed on a car's dashboard: high-tech announces a new product. A woman in a business suit, her face obscured, stated confidently that she would prove the company's products were trustworthy. Lee Seola, the woman in the car, observed the news report with a subtle smirk. Her driver, a man whose face is partially obscured, commented that the interview was showing up now. He expressed concern, asking if she would be all right alone. Seola reassured him, stating that she would be fine. It wasn't like she hadn't been in a dungeon before. She added that she was only going for promotional purposes today. The car pulled up to a restricted area, marked with signs indicating no entry for civilians and a danger symbol. Seola stepped out of the vehicle. As she walked, onlookers gasped, recognizing her as the daughter of the major company's CEO, Ha Iram. Their whispers of astonishment filled the air. The onlookers were awestruck by her advanced equipment. Seola calmly drew a handgun, a subtle smirk playing on her lips as she surveyed her surroundings. Lee Seola, a young girl with short, light hair, stood amidst the ruins of what appeared to be a city. A sign reading "Shelter" was visible on a damaged wall behind her. She asked, "Shall we get going, then?" She turned, revealing a handgun in her hand, her back to the viewer as she walked away from the shelter sign. The scene shifted to the Gwanghwamun Station Field Underground, a desolate, damaged subway station. The camera focused on the debris-strewn floor of the underground station, showing the extent of the damage. Seola continued her trek through the station. She observed the scene, muttering to herself, "There isn't a single monster in sight. Did someone clear them already?" Seola checked her equipment, stating, "I have my sidearms and defensive gear ready, and my condition is perfect. So why do I feel so anxious?" A wave of unease washed over her. She pondered the unsettling emptiness of the station, thinking, the fact that there are no people is unnerving. Her expression turned apprehensive. Lee Seola, a young woman with short, pale pink hair, stood alert in a dimly lit alleyway. A wicked-looking blade was held casually in her hand, while a pistol was holstered at her hip. Her eyes narrowed, a cold glint reflecting the neon signs above. She muttered to herself, realizing that another hunter had entered the area before her. A thought that sent a shiver down her spine. She decided to take a chance, approaching a nearby individual with a cautious greeting, intending to discreetly inquire about the presence of any monsters in the vicinity. A trembling hand, slick with sweat, gripped a firearm. The weapon felt heavy, a cold weight against the palm. The owner's breath hitched in their throat as they cursed their attackers, "Crazy bastards." She crouched amidst the chaos, gun still raised, even as the question hung heavy in the air, "You stabbed a person?" Despite the turmoil, a chilling resolve hardened her gaze. "Whoever the instigator is, I'll kill them when I get out of here," she vowed. But a flicker of doubt crossed her face. A cold sweat beaded on her brow as she admitted to herself, "But I'm not sure if I'll be able to get out in this condition," she thought, her voice barely a whisper. Suddenly, a young man with blue hair appeared, his spear flashing as he intervened in the fight. The young man's arrival was a lifeline, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. He stood before the injured woman, his expression grim but determined. Lee Seo-jun, a man whose life was irrevocably altered by his daughter's actions, found himself in a desperate situation. His breath hitched in his throat, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, a young woman with short, light pink hair appeared, a pistol in her hand. She was clad in dark clothing, a wound visible on her abdomen. Her arrival was unexpected, causing a nearby man to question her presence. Seo-jun, despite his weakened state, found a surge of adrenaline. He warned the approaching figures to stay back, his voice laced with a desperate resolve. He moved with surprising speed for someone just moments before unconscious, drawing a hidden blade. He lunged forward, engaging one of the attackers in a fierce, desperate struggle. The pink-haired woman watched the scene unfold, her expression unreadable. Seo-jun, catching his breath, turned to face her, his curiosity piqued. He questioned her identity, his voice still strained but firm. He simply identified himself as a passing hunter, downplaying his involvement. The narration box simply states, "HI Tech." A towering skyscraper dominates the cityscape under a bright sun. The narration box identifies it as the most famous weapons manufacturing company in Korea. The image showcases a variety of weapons and equipment, described in the narration box as a conglomerate manufacturing all kinds of goods used by hunters, such as weapons, defensive gear, and consumables. Lee Seo-jun, a young man with short, dark hair, stands beside a hospital bed where Ha-iram, a woman with short, light-colored hair and glasses, is tending to a patient. The narration box reveals that the person Seo-jun rescued is the daughter of High-Tech's chairman. Ha-iram, reviewing information on a tablet, comments that she suspected Seo-jun had a daughter because he mentioned having a cute one. Ha-iram continues, pointing out that Seo-jun is not only not her knight in shining armor but also a married man with a child. Seo-jun clarifies that while he does have a child, he is not married, prompting Ha-iram to question the veracity of the story about him having a daughter with Yoo Eun-hae, someone he dated in Korea. Seo-jun admits to having someone he likes, and then reacts with surprise when Ha-iram reveals she performed a background check on him, noting his responsible response and awareness of boundaries. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself in a hospital room. A woman in a nurse's uniform sat beside him, her expression unreadable. She stated that information about him kept surfacing, regardless of her actions. She continued, explaining that since he had saved her life, she felt obligated to offer a reward, thus summoning him to this place. The woman, offering a generous sum of money, requested his bank account number. Seo-jun, however, politely declined. She insisted there was no need to feel burdened, offering to increase the amount if he wished. Her expression was one of genuine generosity. Seo-jun reiterated his refusal, admitting to himself that the offer was undeniably tempting. The amount displayed on her tablet was 800 million won, a sum that would significantly improve his financial situation. Seo-jun explained that his actions were not motivated by monetary gain, however, accepting the money would irrevocably alter his relationship with Ha-iram. The woman, Ha-iram, smiled knowingly, commenting on his unexpected depth of character. Since a monetary reward was out of the question, Ha-iram proposed offering a personal gift instead. A woman with short, silvery hair lay in a hospital bed, a gentle smile playing on her lips as she held out a tablet. The screen displayed the words Uncleared Dungeon Collection 01. She offered it as a gift. Two men in identical suits stood silently outside a door marked 201. The atmosphere was tense, expectant. The woman from the previous panel, now seen from a different angle, held the tablet again. A question arose: was this gift a commission? The man in the dark clothing explained that she could decide whether or not to accept the commission after hearing the details. He revealed the nature of the commission: exploring the Tiger Den Dungeon, an uncleared dungeon. A new monster had been discovered there, prompting the selection of specific individuals for the dangerous task. The advance team, including the loot carriers, had been wiped out. A man in a white coat, carrying a sword and a camera, appeared in the darkness, his voice echoing with urgency. He and his companions burst through a staff-only door, desperate for help. Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with worry and desperation, stared at a grainy video. He whispered, barely audible, that there were two people. Then, a surge of determination filled him as he declared he was coming for them. The video concluded with a still image, a horrific scene of carnage, the final moments captured before the world ended. Seo-jun recognized it as the final scene of the video. Seo-jun, now in a hospital room, discussed his plans with a woman with short, gray hair. He explained that he had been planning to go to the site of the massacre himself, but his current physical state made it impossible. She questioned his plan, mentioning the white fur scene in the video. He pondered when he should go, his resolve unwavering despite the risks. She exclaimed that he was insane to consider going alone to a place where so many people had been annihilated. Seo-jun, undeterred, insisted he would go, even knowing the dangers. The woman then questioned if he was testing her with this commission. He smiled, a confident glint in his eyes, stating that this was a test of his strength. Lee Seo-jun, facing a seemingly impossible task, steeled his resolve. He silently vowed to himself that if he was to be tested, he would give it his all. Meanwhile, a woman watched Seo-jun from a distance, her expression a mixture of concern and calculation. She questioned the wisdom of sending him alone on this mission. Her doubts were quickly dismissed. She justified her decision, reminding herself that this was what he had wanted, and that this was a test of his capabilities. She continued to observe Seo-jun's progress, a thoughtful expression on her face. She sensed that he was not merely going through the motions, there was a deeper purpose behind his actions. Night fell. Seo-jun arrived home, his words simple yet carrying a weight of unspoken emotion. He was greeted by his young daughter, Seola, a whirlwind of youthful energy and affection. Her joyful greeting warmed his heart. The warmth of home, the embrace of his daughter, washed over him, erasing the fatigue of his journey. Seola's innocent joy was a balm to his weary soul. He felt the accumulated stress from his mission melt away. His thoughts drifted to his ex-girlfriend, the mother of his child, a bittersweet mix of fondness and regret. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future as the world-ending final boss, found himself inexplicably drawn to his 5-year-old daughter, Seola. He mused that it felt strange, regardless of how he addressed her, a subtle hint of the unusual circumstances of their reunion. Seola, oblivious to her father's internal turmoil, innocently commented on his scent, her words a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. Seo-jun's wife, Yoonhae, entered the scene, her senses picking up on an unfamiliar fragrance. She questioned Seo-jun about it, prompting him to investigate. Seo-jun, caught off guard, found himself slightly flustered by Yoonhae's presence. Seola nestled protectively in his arms. Yoonhae leaned in close to Seo-jun, her thoughts revealing a mixture of curiosity and admiration for Seola's beauty, noting this was the first time she had seen her daughter up close since the regression. Seo-jun, however, was more focused on the lingering scent, identifying it as female perfume. A sudden flashback revealed a conversation with a mysterious woman, who pointed out that Seo-jun never wore perfume, implying infidelity. The woman threatened to kill Seo-jun if he did anything strange, while Seo-jun resolved to protect his daughter, his determination fueled by a poignant memory of a past encounter. Seola, however, innocently questioned her father about having an affair, highlighting the stark contrast between her innocent perception and the complex reality of her father's situation. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by worry etched onto his features, held his young daughter, Seola, close. His wife, noticing his distress, gently urged him to look at her, a hint of concern in her eyes. A silent plea in her gaze. Seo-jun, however, protested his innocence, his voice laced with desperation, while his wife remained unconvinced, a skeptical expression on her face. Overwhelmed by the accusations, Seo-jun resolved to risk everything. His wife, her eyes blazing with a fiery intensity, vehemently denied any infidelity, insisting she was being falsely accused. But the truth, it seemed, was on Seo-jun's side. Relief washed over him as his wife's expression softened, a smile replacing her earlier anger. The tension eased, leaving a quiet moment between the couple. Seo-jun, still slightly nervous, wondered what his wife wanted to say. Seola's joyful exclamation shattered the quiet, her father had survived. A dark thought crossed Seo-jun's mind, television, he mused, was the root of all evil. A few days later, Seo-jun stood before the entrance to the Tiger Den dungeon. The scene was quiet, almost eerily so. He pondered the lack of activity, wondering if it was due to Ha-iram's exclusive clearing rights. A man in a suit approached, seemingly unfazed by the unusual quiet. The man, a subordinate, delivered the consumables Seo-jun had requested. Seo-jun, armed with his spear, stood ready. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's dark future, found himself in a dimly lit alleyway. He politely asked a passerby for assistance, explaining that he lacked a flashlight. The stranger, showing unexpected kindness, offered him one. Seo-jun accepted the offered flashlight, a small act of kindness in a world teetering on the brink of destruction. He then resolved to begin his task. Heading towards the Tiger Den dungeon, his daughter's future hanging in the balance. He walked resolutely towards the entrance of the dungeon, a determined glint in his eyes. The weight of his mission, the fate of the world, rested on his shoulders. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, found himself unexpectedly thrust into a digital quest. The message was stark: he had entered an uncleared dungeon, and a special quest had begun. The objective was clear: clear the dungeon known as the Tiger Den. Seo-jun, armed with a spear, cautiously advanced. He noted the dungeon's defining characteristic: pitch darkness. Even the brightest light would be of little use in this oppressive gloom, yet Seo-jun felt a strange confidence. He knew why he could clear this dungeon. He considered his options, a thoughtful expression on his face. He hadn't expected to use this here. In his palm, a small, crystalline snowflake pulsed with faint purple light. It was Night Snowflake, an elixir granting night vision. A flashback revealed a previous encounter. Seo-jun remembered clearing a similar dungeon with Kang Daeho. Now, it was finally time to use the Night Snowflake. Lee Seo-jun, eyes glowing with an unnatural purple light, felt the effects of the Night Snowflake elixir course through his veins. The transformation was complete. His enhanced senses sharpened, the city sounds and smells intensified, as he stood amidst the chaos of a city street. A grim reminder of the world he had failed to save. He gripped his spear, a determined glint in his eyes. Since my daughter is waiting at home, he thought, shall I hurry back? He moved with terrifying speed, his spear a blur as he effortlessly dispatched the monstrous creatures that blocked his path. The creatures lunged, their claws outstretched, but Seo-jun was faster, more powerful. He moved with a grace born of desperation and resolve. His spear a whirlwind of blue energy, slicing through their ranks with deadly precision, leaving a trail of defeated monsters in his wake. He was determined to get home to his daughter. Lee Seo-jun, a man in a crisp white shirt and dark slacks, stood amidst a chaotic scene. He wielded a glowing blue spear, its energy crackling as he fought off a horde of grotesque, clawed monsters. These creatures, though individually weak, were overwhelming in their sheer numbers. Seo-jun's thoughts were grim. He considered the monsters that had killed the hunters, their only redeeming quality being their numbers. He continued his assault, effortlessly dispatching the creatures one by one. His internal monologue revealed his assessment: hunting them alone wasn't difficult. But something about these monsters felt off. They didn't match the image he had seen before. Despite their individual weakness, the sheer number of monsters proved to be a significant challenge. Seo-jun's grim expression reflected his growing concern. Even if they were easy to deal with individually, there were far too many. Two particularly monstrous creatures lunged at him, their sharp teeth bared in a terrifying display. Seo-jun, however, remained vigilant. He stood his ground, his spear held ready. He paused, a question forming in his mind: why had the monsters suddenly stopped their attack? He looked around, his gaze searching for an explanation. The answer, however, was chillingly clear. It was him. They had stopped because of him. Seo-jun stood alone, his spear still glowing faintly, a sense of dread washing over him. He realized the monsters weren't attacking him, they were waiting for him. A desperate plea formed in his mind: save me. Lee Seo-jun, his face obscured by shadow, walked through a desolate, debris-strewn landscape. Ha-Hiram's report echoed in his mind: the victims were only presumed dead. Their deaths remained unconfirmed. A question formed in his mind: were there any survivors nearby? He considered the possibility, his gaze sweeping across the ravaged area. The likelihood of survivors was high. Seo-jun cautiously approached a staff-only door, his hand reaching for his backpack. He decided to proceed with caution. He sensed something was there, based on the monster's reactions. He stood before the door, a determined look on his face, staff in hand. More than that, the hunter in the footage had died screaming while running away. He pressed his ear against the door. It had to be a monster that detected sound or vibrations. His eyes narrowed in concentration. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a grotesque, monstrous creature. "You're here," it rasped. Seo-jun's eyes blazed with a mixture of fear and anger as he stared at the creature. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself facing a monstrous creature, its maw agape in a terrifying display of power. He braced himself, wielding a glowing blue sword, ready to confront the beast. But the sheer force of the creature's attack sent him reeling, a desperate curse escaping his lips. Seo-jun's grip tightened on his glowing weapon as he prepared for another strike. He lunged forward, his movements a blur of motion as he aimed a blow at the creature's gaping maw. The monster roared in pain, its expression contorted in agony. A clear indication that Seo-jun's attack had found its mark. Standing amidst the chaos, Seo-jun's expression was one of grim determination as he surveyed the scene. He calmly stated that the creature wasn't a true monster, merely a being that lured victims to their doom. A surprised question arose from the creature: "How did you know?" A monstrous creature, a mimic, stalked the city. It was a being that could perfectly copy the appearance and voice of its victims, a horrifying predator that used this ability to lure unsuspecting humans to their doom. Its grotesque visage, a horrifying mask of teeth and multiple eyes, a testament to its predatory nature. Lee Seo-jun, the protagonist, found himself face to face with the creature. "You see me, don't you?" the mimic taunted, its voice a chilling imitation of someone Seo-jun knew. He recognized it instantly. This was the monster whose details were recorded before his time regression. A grim reminder of the future he was desperately trying to change. Seo-jun reacted swiftly, his movements a blur as he lunged forward with his weapon. The impact of his attack sending shockwaves through the mimic's form. It happened much faster than he anticipated. Seo-jun, bruised but determined, glared at the remains of the mimic. His expression hardened. He was not going to let this happen again. With renewed resolve, he charged, his weapon glowing with power, ready to face whatever threat lay ahead. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself facing a monstrous creature. Its body, though seemingly powerful, showed signs of vulnerability. He noted that despite only blocking its attack with his spear, the creature was bleeding profusely. A detail that didn't escape his keen eye. The creature's gaping maw and glowing red eyes spoke of immense power, yet the blood hinted at a weakness exploitable. Seo-jun, seizing the opportunity, focused on landing a fatal blow. He needed only a single, decisive strike to end this threat. And with a swift, precise movement, he unleashed a powerful attack, aiming for the creature's vital point. The force of the blow sent tremors through the ground as the creature recoiled in pain, its massive form crashing against a nearby wall. Its claws scraping against the stone as it struggled to maintain its balance. The creature's pained cries echoed through the desolate landscape. Weakened and desperate, the creature pleaded for mercy, its voice a chilling mimicry of the screams of its victims. Terror gripped Seo-jun as he heard the echoes of the past. A stark reminder of the catastrophic future he was fighting to prevent. Fear threatened to overwhelm him, but a desperate plea cut through the noise. A small, desperate voice called out, "Daddy?" The creature, weakened and vulnerable, was revealed to be a twisted, monstrous version of his daughter, Seola. The panel shows a monstrous visage, a horrifying creature with multiple eyes and a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Its skin is a sickly blue, streaked with dark, viscous fluids that drip from its chin. The overall impression is one of immense power and terrifying malice. Lee Seo-jun, a man in a white lab coat, watches in horror as a powerful, monstrous figure lies defeated before him. He clutches a glowing blue staff, his expression a mixture of disbelief and fear. He mutters to himself, questioning what is happening. The monstrous figure writhes in agony, its body contorting as it releases a torrent of dark, viscous fluid. Its form shifting and changing, revealing a horrifying truth. Within the monster's grasp is a small, terrified child, who cries out for her father. Seo-jun, his face etched with shock and disbelief, stares at the scene unfolding before him. He can't believe what he's seeing. He vehemently denies that he would react to such a voice. Seo-jun, armed with his glowing staff, stands defiantly before the monstrous creature. The child's desperate pleas for help reach him, piercing through his denial. The child, Seola, calls out to her father, her voice filled with terror and desperation. Her appearance is obscured by the monstrous form surrounding her. Seola, terrified, begs her father not to leave her behind. Her fear is palpable. Seo-jun, despite his internal conflict, feels the weight of his daughter's plea. He knows, deep down, that he must act. The emotions boiling within him are a mixture of guilt, fear, and determination. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with the weariness of a life ill-spent, found himself facing his daughter, Lee Seola. But this wasn't the 5-year-old girl he knew. Before him stood a monstrous, nightmarish entity, her form a grotesque parody of humanity, tentacles writhing where limbs should be. A horrifying reflection of the future he had failed to prevent. Seo-jun, his breath ragged, recalled his final moments, a bitter truth dawning on him: the events that led to this catastrophic end were beyond his control. Then, a jarring shift. Seola, in her monstrous form, let out a confused sound, a stark contrast to the terrifying power she wielded moments before. Her voice, though distorted, carried a childlike wonder. "Daddy," she questioned, her words a fragile whisper against the backdrop of her monstrous form. Seola's response was chillingly calm. She explained that she hadn't come to this dungeon unprepared. A case opened, revealing a high-tech suit. "Whenever suit," she stated, referring to it as her second gift. A mystery yet to be unveiled. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Seola, became the world-ending final boss, now found himself facing a younger Seola. He channeled his mana into a high-tech suit, transforming it into an impenetrable shield, far stronger than most conventional armor. He braced himself, readying for the inevitable confrontation. Seo-jun gripped his weapon, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. With a powerful thrust, he lunged forward, his enhanced suit piercing through the monstrous form before him. The creature shrieked in agony as Seo-jun's attack connected. He had crossed a line, and now he would face the consequences. Seo-jun's face was grim as he delivered a final, decisive blow. The creature's desperate cry echoed through the chamber. Despite the immense power of his suit, Seo Jun felt the impact of the creature's desperate resistance. A searing pain shot through his arm. He pressed on, determined to end the threat. With a final, powerful strike, he vanquished the creature, leaving it a broken husk. The creature, however, had resisted until its very end. Lee Seo Jun, his body ravaged, clutched a glowing weapon. He had to stop the world-ending incantation before it began again. But his daughter, Seola, the final boss, cried out, "I hate you, Daddy." Seola's anguished cries echoed, "Why are you hurting me this much?" Her pain a stark contrast to the image of a younger Seola, clutching her mother and whispering, "You don't know how sad I am, or how much it hurts." The scene shifted to a younger Seola, alone in a dimly lit room, clutching a teddy bear. A shadow stretched across the floor. Her small voice barely audible, "You don't know how much I'm suffering." Back in the present, Seojun's attack continued, Seola's form dissolving as she hissed, "I despise you." Her final words a heartbroken cry, "I hate." Lee Seo Jun, his body battered and bruised, gripped a glowing blue staff. He stared at the ethereal figure before him, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and determination. Even the words of resentment directed at him couldn't shake his resolve. He would speak to Seola directly, not through intermediaries. His face was streaked with tears and grime, but his jaw was set with grim purpose. Above all, he vowed to never hurt Seola again. The staff, imbued with magical energy, pulsed faintly in his grasp. Seo Jun collapsed, his body spent. A single word escaped his lips, "Yes." That's it. He had found his answer. A ghostly hand reached out, a green light emanating from its touch. A voice, soft yet firm, instructed him to never forget this feeling. Lee Seola, the final boss, appeared before him, her eyes glowing with an eerie green light. She was beautiful, yet terrifying. Seo Jun, kneeling before her, seemed small and insignificant. Lee Seo Jun, mortally wounded, found himself face to face with his daughter, Lee Seola, the final boss who had destroyed the world. Her words echoed in his ears, that he must never forget this feeling. Seola, cloaked in dark green energy, towered over him, her power palpable. Seo Jun, kneeling before her, clutched a broken weapon. Seojun's surprise was evident as he questioned her knowledge of his name. Seola, in turn, questioned his identity, her expression unreadable. Seola's response was a simple apology, she couldn't answer his question. He pressed further, asking why she had come. The answer was a cryptic explanation of a reward, a chance to change the future. Seojun's mind raced, wondering if this was the first clear reward he'd heard of. He saw a fallen foe, a testament to the change that had already occurred. He questioned how this change had happened. Seola's response was a warning to use this opportunity sparingly. Seola's words hung in the air, a final instruction before she vanished, leaving Seo Jun alone with the weight of his new quest. Lee Seo Jun, his body battered and his breath ragged, found himself locked in a desperate struggle with his daughter, Lee Seola. A malevolent green energy crackled around them as they grappled, her power overwhelming him. She urged him, "You mustn't lose yourself, after all." Seo Jun, his mind reeling from the intensity of the battle, echoed her words internally, questioning his own resolve. "I mustn't lose myself," he thought, a grim determination hardening his gaze. Then, with a final, desperate effort, he pushed her away, muttering, "Then see you later." Seola, now a vision of dark elegance in a flowing black dress, watched him retreat, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "What?" she questioned, her voice laced with confusion. But Seo Jun was already gone, his mission far from over. He had a plan, a grim determination setting in his heart. "Since I figured out the location," he thought, He had completed the dungeon, Tiger Den. A system message flashed before his eyes, "You are the first to clear the dungeon, Tiger Den." He was stunned, but then a new message appeared, causing him to shout, "Wait." Another system message appeared, "You have completed the special quest." A wave of relief washed over him as he looked at his hand, a faint glow emanating from a ring on his finger. This was it, the reward for his efforts. A chance to change the future. The final message read, distributing the first clear reward. His quest had just begun. Returning home after his successful quest, Seo Jun quietly muttered, "I'm home." Lee Seo Jun, a man marked by the weight of failure, found himself on the precipice of death, his world crumbling around him as his daughter, Lee Seola, the final boss, unleashed her devastating power. A final, desperate quest appeared before him, change the future. He awoke to find himself in a drastically altered reality. Before him stood a 5-year-old Seola, her innocent face a stark contrast to the monstrous image seared into his memory. A young woman, her face partially obscured, peered into the room, her expression unreadable. She called out hesitantly, "Daddy?" Seo Jun, startled, looked at his daughter. "Huh? Oh, Seola, were you waiting for me all this time?" The young woman explained, "She stayed up this whole time, waiting for you to come back. People would think you haven't seen each other for days." Seo Jun held his daughter close, a wave of guilt washing over him. Alone in the quiet of his home, Seo Jun reflected, "I wonder if Seola waited for me like this before my regression?" He continued his internal monologue, "I wonder how much she suffered alone all night. I don't want to admit it, but I don't know how much Seola suffered before my regression." A resolve hardened in his eyes. So this time, at least. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, arrived home slightly late. He mumbled an apology to his young daughter, Seola. He embraced Seola, a profound sadness etched on his face. The thought consumed him, he would not let her suffer again. Seojun's wife, noticing the tender moment between father and daughter, looked on with a questioning expression. Later, Seola examined a ring Seo-jun had given her, a childish giggle escaping her lips. A ring? Seo-jun, however, was far from unconcerned. He scrutinized the ring's specifications on a document, a serious expression clouding his features. Is it really just a ring? He showed the document to a colleague, who expressed surprise. It's not even an artifact, it's just a ring. What is the chance of that happening? Seo-jun sighed, the colleague's words adding to his unease. Why you, he wondered, the situation becoming increasingly perplexing. The colleague explained that the ring was the only reward for the dungeon Seo-jun had requested, a fact that seemed oddly simple given the circumstances. She continued, pointing out that Seo-jun should be grateful for even receiving a reward, let alone money. Isn't it just because of my luck? And you even gave me money. Seo-jun pondered her words, surprised by her lack of greed. How are you not more greedy, he mused, noting that most people would have been far less satisfied. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Lee Seola, became the world-ending final boss, found himself given a second chance. He muttered to himself, convinced that this opportunity to raise Seola differently would be his ticket to redemption. A chance to prevent the apocalypse. The image shifted to a sun-dappled forest clearing, arrows piercing target practice. Arrows, perfectly placed, spoke of exceptional skill. The scene was peaceful, yet a sense of foreboding lingered. A flurry of motion, a blur of arrows flying true, each finding its mark with deadly precision. The scene was a testament to the archer's skill. Lee Seola, a young woman with long, dark hair, stood amidst the trees, a bow in her hand. A sigh escaped her lips, a mixture of frustration and weariness evident in her posture. Seola's internal monologue revealed her concern, something felt off about her father, Seo-jun. His behavior had become increasingly strange. Her suspicions deepened. She recalled Seo-jun smelling of unfamiliar perfume. And wearing a ring she'd never seen before. These details fueled her unease. Despite Seo-jun's recent marriage proposal, Seola dismissed it as absurd, yet a flicker of hope remained. She wondered if his actions were a sign that he hadn't forgotten her. A series of photographs flashed before Lee Seo-jun's eyes, images of a seemingly happy family. He, his wife, and a young Lee Seola, his daughter, smiled brightly in the pictures, their faces radiating warmth and joy. A stark contrast to the grim reality of his death at the hands of his own daughter, now the world-ending final boss. Seo-jun's wife, her back turned, pondered the photos. She wondered why she felt so affected by these memories, questioning her own emotional response. Suddenly, Seo-jun appeared behind her, startling her. She cried out in surprise. He gently scolded her for concealing herself while walking around. Seo-jun explained that he had just returned from an appointment. And presented her with a gift. Confused, she questioned the unexpected gift, prompting him to urge her to open it. Upon seeing the contents, a look of dawning realization washed over her face. She recognized the item immediately. Lee Seola, a young girl with long brown hair, gazed at a box containing a dark suit with a circular emblem. A hand reached in to show her the contents. Lee Seo-jun, a man with short dark hair, smiled warmly as he explained, exactly, it's called a whenever suit. Try touching it. Seola's eyes widened in surprise, tears welling up as she touched the suit. Seo-jun chuckled, come to think of it, since when? Was Seo-jun's body so well built? Seola wondered, her gaze lingering on his physique. Seola commented, he seems to have put on a lot of muscle. It's soft, right? Seo-jun grinned, ah. No, it's soft. Totally. But if you infuse mana into it, it gets hard as armor. Seola retorted, it's an integration of the latest technology, apparently. But who gives a gift like this to a girl, you moron? Lee Seo-jun, a man whose life was irrevocably altered by his daughter's actions, now found himself in a desperate attempt to change the future. He presented Seola, his 5-year-old daughter, with a protective suit, hoping to prevent her from suffering any harm. Seola, with a sweet smile, expressed her gratitude for his thoughtful gift. Seo-jun, witnessing her happiness, felt a surge of warmth. He was glad she appreciated his efforts. Later, while discussing a new assignment with a colleague, Seo-jun revealed that securing this particular protective gear required him to take on an additional task. Returning to Seola, Seo-jun had another surprise for her. Seola, intrigued, questioned if there was more to come. Seo-jun proposed a small dungeon raid, presenting her with a contract for the mission. The recommended team size for such a dungeon was 5 to 10 people, but Seo-jun and Seola decided to form a team of 2. 2 young women introduced themselves. Ko Hyun, 22, a skilled swordsman, and Yoo Eun-hae, 27, an archer, each presented their fighting styles with confidence. Next, Kang Dae-zero, a 29-year-old martial artist, declared his reliance on his fists, followed by Ha-hiram, also 29, who boasted a more versatile approach to combat, utilizing a wider array of weapons and tactics. A man observed the assembled team, questioning the unusual composition of fighters, particularly Kong Day Zero's reliance on unarmed combat. The women, however, seemed unfazed by the comment. Despite their apparent lack of experience, he acknowledged their potential, recognizing them as individuals destined for future greatness. A fiery visual representation showcased the team's future prominence, highlighting each member's unique abilities and the potential synergy they would develop. Meanwhile, a man, seemingly out of place, questioned his presence in this scene, expressing uncertainty and apprehension. The discussion shifted to the team's leadership, with Ha Hiram suggesting a suitable candidate. She pointed out that they already had someone perfectly suited for the role. The team, including the previously uncertain man, looked towards the suggested leader, leaving him visibly nervous and unsure of himself. A group of adventurers stood before a mysterious portal, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and determination. One of them, a man with short, dark hair, voiced the unspoken question hanging in the air. Wondering aloud why everyone was staring so intently at the swirling vortex of cosmic energy before them. The scene shifted to a group of individuals, their attire suggesting a blend of modern and fantasy elements. Among them, a man with short, dark hair and a determined expression stood out. He was accompanied by a woman with long, reddish-brown hair, her expression hinting at a quiet confidence. He announced their plan to begin raiding a small dungeon, his voice firm and resolute. Elsewhere, a conversation unfolded between two women. One, with reddish-brown hair, expressed surprise at learning that Seo Jun, a man she knew, had saved the other woman from a dangerous situation. The rescued woman explained that it had been a passing hunter who had come to her aid. The other woman, however, questioned the nature of Seo Jun's actions, implying a level of control or dominance in his relationship with his wife. Seo Jun, slightly embarrassed, clarified that his actions were not motivated by his wife's influence. As he spoke, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted around him, the swirling vortex of energy mirroring the portal seen earlier. The scene opens on a desolate, stone chamber, the air thick with the scent of decay and magic. A large, arched doorway dominates the far wall, its iron gate shrouded in an ethereal mist, hinting at the power contained within. A palpable sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. The only other feature is a simple, stone dais before the gate, almost lost in the gloom. A low rumble echoes through the chamber, the ground trembling subtly beneath Lee Seojin's feet as he lies unconscious on the dais. He is a man worn by grief and despair, his clothes torn and stained with the grime of battle. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end he witnessed, found himself thrust into an ethereal digital space. A stark, neon blue message materialized before him, he had entered an uncleared dungeon. The spectral message transitioned, revealing the parameters of his new quest. He was to begin a special mission. Suddenly, a hulking, skeletal warrior, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, emerged from the shadows, its weapon raised high. A guttural screech tore from its throat. But before it could strike, Seo Jun reacted. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a burst of crimson energy from his fist. The force of the blow sending shockwaves through the dungeon, and sending the creature sprawling to the ground. The skeletal warrior dissolved into a wisp of purple smoke, only to be replaced by a horde of snarling, red-eyed creatures emerging from the depths of the dungeon. Lee Seo Jun, his face grim, stood defiantly amidst a swirling chaos of magical energy. His hands crackled with crimson power, a stark contrast to the icy blue energy wielded by his opponents. A desperate battle raged around him. As two figures, Heian and another young man, rushed to his aid. Heian, her fiery hair a blur of motion, urged her companion to support Seo Jun from behind. Their concern was palpable. Heian, swift and precise, launched a powerful kick, connecting with one of Seo Jun's attackers. The impact sent the attacker sprawling, while the young man, with a determined expression, swung his glowing blue weapon, cleaving through the air with deadly precision. The combined assault pushed back the enemy. And the young man, Heian's companion, found himself staring at a digital message confirming his victory. A wave of exhaustion washed over him as he registered the words, "You have defeated a Draugr." The battle had taken its toll. A faint green glow emanated from his weapon, a sign of the Draugr's absorbed soul. His breathing was ragged, his body trembling with exertion. The defeated Draugr lay lifeless, its body dissolving into green mist. A digital message appeared, confirming that the king's ring had absorbed the monster's soul. This was a significant development. As the young man checked his weapon, a new message appeared, displaying the current number of accumulated souls, 1. The implications of this were far-reaching. Lee Seo Jun, caught in the midst of a fierce battle, found himself on the defensive. A shout pierced the din of combat, "Seo Jun Appa! There's one at the rear!" He quickly turned, his eyes locking onto the approaching enemy. Readying his magical staff, a surge of energy coursing through him as he countered the attack. He muttered to himself, "I don't have time to pay attention to the pop-ups." With a swift, precise movement, Seo Jun unleashed a powerful blast of energy, the force of the attack obliterating the creature before him. He continued his assault, his magical staff a blur of motion as he dispatched another foe, a sharp cry of "Keek" echoing through the battlefield. Only to be interrupted by a worried voice. "Ha Iram SSI. Can you do anything?" Seojin's gaze shifted to a new threat. A woman, her face grim, reported, "No. The vanguard is mixed in with the monsters." Seo Jun, surveying the chaotic scene, grimly assessed the situation. What a headache, he thought, echoing the words of Daecho Hyung. Like Daecho Hyung said, there are too many monsters. Not only that, they even have weapons. Lee Seo Jun, his face etched with grim determination, watched the battle unfold. His daughter, Seola, a young woman with fiery red hair, stood at the vanguard, her golden sword a blur of motion against a tide of monstrous enemies. He muttered to himself, realizing the precariousness of their situation. At this rate, their defenses wouldn't hold. He urged his companions to push back against the relentless onslaught, his voice tight with urgency. Seola, her expression fierce, stood ready to meet the enemy's next attack. Seola moved with deadly grace, her sword a whirlwind of golden light, slicing through the ranks of the enemy. She fought with a skill that belied her age, each strike precise and lethal. But even her exceptional skill couldn't hold back the tide forever. A monstrous blow sent her reeling, a cry of exertion escaping her lips. She recovered quickly, however, her movements becoming even more ferocious as she unleashed a devastating counterattack, sending several enemies sprawling. Seo Jun saw his chance. An opening appeared in the enemy lines, a brief respite in the chaos of battle. He called out to his comrade, Daehong, urging him to seize the opportunity. With a roar, Seo Jun launched himself into the fray, flames erupting from his hands as he charged towards the enemy. He moved with surprising speed and power, his attack a whirlwind of fiery destruction. The force of his assault sent several enemies flying. His attack continued relentlessly, culminating in a powerful blow that cleaved one of the larger monsters in two. The battle raged on, but the tide had begun to turn. Lee Seo Jun, along with two other companions, found themselves surrounded by a horde of monstrous creatures. Their situation was dire, their escape route blocked by a relentless onslaught, forcing a hasty retreat. Seojun's daughter, Seola, a young woman with fiery red hair, looked on with a mixture of fear and determination as they fell back. Seo Jun, assessing the situation, turned to Seola, his expression grim. He urged her to use her weapon, a high-powered automatic rifle, to defend them. Seola, without hesitation, responded with a confident declaration of readiness. She was ready to fight. And with a battle cry, she unleashed a devastating barrage of automatic fire upon the approaching monsters. The sheer power of her attack was evident as she cut down the creatures with brutal efficiency, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. The scene was one of utter carnage. Seola, satisfied with her work, let out a sigh of contentment, her expression one of grim satisfaction, leaving her father and his companions awestruck by the display of her power. The monsters lay dead, their bodies scattered across the battlefield. Two women stood in an alleyway, their conversation shrouded in shadow. One, with silver hair, remarked on the other's unique methods, comparing her to Diaho Appa and Yaram Yuni. The red-haired woman, seemingly taken aback, simply asked, why? The silver-haired woman explained that people don't typically use guns, prompting the red-haired woman to inquire if she infused mana into the bullets. The silver-haired woman clarified that mana is usually infused directly into weapons while holding them. A close-up showed a pair of hands, one holding a katana, the other a glowing blue blade. The silver-haired woman continued, explaining that this direct infusion is difficult with bullets due to their placement inside magazines. The scene shifted to a man holding a futuristic rifle. He explained that this is why each bullet is made from metals found in dungeons. Because dungeon metals are effective against monsters. A single bullet, glowing faintly, floated in the air, surrounded by sharp, crystalline structures. Two men observed the scene, one of them noting that the fact she fired hundreds of bullets made with dungeon metal was significant. A woman with short, white hair, holding a similar rifle, appeared, surrounded by falling money. She confidently stated, "What's good about money if you don't use it?" A young man, seemingly impressed, commented on her actions being expected of a tycoon's daughter. He then stated that he needed to confirm something. The young man, picking up a staff, prepared himself, seemingly for a confrontation. Lee Seo Jun, the protagonist, stood amidst the aftermath of a battle, a system notification confirming his victory over a drog flashing before his eyes. The king's ring, which he wore, had absorbed the monster's soul, a fact he already suspected. He confirmed his suspicions, the ring reacted whenever he killed monsters. The system display showed his current soul count, 8. Seo Jun pondered the king's ring, an artifact he'd never encountered before his regression. He suspected it held significant power but was unsure how to utilize it. He mused that channeling mana into the ring might trigger some effect. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice. A voice calling out to him. Seo Jun, attempting to appear nonchalant, claimed he was merely checking something and urged his companions to continue moving. However, he was acutely aware of the many eyes upon him. The scene shifted to a dimly lit corridor, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the corridor. Seojun's face contorted in alarm. He shouted a warning as a female archer, Yunhai, prepared to fire her arrow. Yunhai's arrow struck its target with precision, earning her praise from an unseen observer. The scene ends with the archer's successful shot. A young woman with short pink hair, gripping a submachine gun, sat in a chair. A swirl of motion lines suggested rapid movement. She mused to herself that their synchronization was slowly progressing. Meanwhile, an older woman with shoulder-length gray hair watched them with a concerned expression. She admitted to being worried, given that most of the team were beginners. The young woman with pink hair, however, was surprised by how smoothly everything was going. Elsewhere, Lee Seo-jun, a man with dark hair, wielded a glowing blue spear. He reflected that none of their success would have been possible without his orders. A close-up on the eyes of a person with long, white hair revealed a thoughtful expression. They considered Seo-jun more capable than they had initially thought. The white-haired person's thought was confirmed by a speech bubble. He's more capable than I thought. Suddenly, a pair of feet, one in white sneakers and the other in brown boots, stood over a discarded mask on the ground. A question mark bubble indicated confusion. Huh? A group of adventurers stood before a large, imposing door. They discussed their surroundings, noting that it felt like some kind of ancient ruins or tomb. They decided to proceed cautiously, entering slowly and maintaining their guard. Lee Seo-jun, a knight clad in heavy armor, knelt before a crumbling edifice, his greatsword resting on the ground beside him. His posture spoke of defeat, his shoulders slumped in exhaustion. Three figures approached the scene from a distance, two individuals, one with fiery red hair, and a man with dark hair, followed closely behind a cloaked figure. They moved with a cautious air, their eyes scanning their surroundings. Their approach revealed Seo-jun's state more clearly. He lay prostrate, seemingly unconscious, his sword discarded. The camera angle shifted, focusing on a large, ornate coffin situated within the ruins. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. The red-haired woman and the dark-haired man exchanged glances. That coffin, one of them observed, isn't it suspicious just lying there by itself? Could that be the boss? The other agreed, sharing the same suspicion. The cloaked figure, however, shook his head. No, he stated, it's not the coffin. His gaze shifted, his eyes widening as he spotted something on the ground. A series of golden rings lay scattered before him. A sudden realization dawned on him. He shouted a warning to his companions, everyone, fan out. The three scattered, preparing for an imminent threat, as a dark energy pulsed from the ground, signaling the arrival of a powerful enemy. Lee Seo-jun knelt beside his injured daughter, Lee Seola. A look of utter disbelief washed over his face as he exclaimed, "What the hell?" The ground trembled violently. A colossal figure emerged from the depths, its immense form dwarfing everything around it. The monstrous being was the next thing to appear, its presence radiating an aura of immense power and destruction. The scene opens with a close-up on a pair of armored feet, standing precariously on a crumbling ledge. The camera pulls back to reveal a colossal figure, clad in dark armor, its face obscured by a helmet. A narration box reads, "The thing next to it." A massive, dark sword descends from above. The impact is shown as a blur of motion, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The armored figure is shown again, this time from a different angle, its red glowing eyes visible through the helmet's visor. A young woman with long brown hair, wielding a sword, is seen from above. She shouts, "Heian! Be careful!" A powerful energy blast erupts from her sword, aimed at the armored figure. Lee Seola, a young woman with fiery orange hair, gritted her teeth as she braced herself against a powerful force. A sword, glowing with an ethereal light, was embedded in her body, sparks flying from the point of impact. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure wielded a futuristic weapon, a pulse rifle, its barrel glowing with an eerie blue energy. The weapon was aimed, ready to fire. The rifle discharged a concentrated blast of energy, striking a colossal armored figure. The impact sent tremors through the ancient stone walls. The armored giant, seemingly impervious to the attack, turned its glowing red eyes towards the source of the blast. A smaller figure, cloaked in shadow, remained hidden in the darkness. A woman with pale pink hair, her face etched with concern, watched the scene unfold. "It's not working," she exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief as she held a glowing blue sword. Another woman, this one with long brown hair, analyzed the situation. "All of its armor seems to be made of dungeon metal. We have to aim for its core," she declared, her voice firm and resolute. Knocking an arrow to her bow, she drew back the string, preparing to unleash a powerful shot. The arrow, imbued with magical energy, flew towards the giant's core, striking with pinpoint accuracy. The impact caused a massive explosion of light and energy, momentarily blinding those nearby. A young man, watching from a distance, looked on in shock as the giant staggered, the attack clearly having an effect. "It's not in its neck," he realized, his voice filled with a mix of surprise and determination. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end he witnessed, found himself in a desperate struggle against a colossal, mechanized foe. Its metallic fist, a blur of motion, crashed down. But Seo-jun, wielding a glowing blue blade, was ready. He had to be. The fate of the world rested on his ability to defeat this monstrosity. He muttered to himself, calculating his next move, to strike at either its head or its heart. He lunged forward, his attack a swift, precise strike aimed at the creature's core. The metallic hand, however, reacted with terrifying speed, narrowly avoiding the blow. Seo-jun's eyes widened in surprise as the mechanical beast countered with brutal force. Its reaction time was far beyond anything he had anticipated, he barely managed to evade the counterattack. Despite the incredible speed of his opponent, Seo-jun pressed his assault, his blade flashing as he continued to attack the creature's metallic hide. He was determined to find a weakness. But the monster's defenses proved too strong. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed, a figure appeared, a young girl with fiery red hair, wielding a sword that blazed with golden light. It was Lee Seola, his daughter. She moved with impossible grace and speed, leaping across the battlefield. And with a single, precise strike, she drove her blade deep into the heart of the mechanical beast. Seola stood triumphant, her breath ragged, but her eyes burning with a fierce determination. She had saved her father, and perhaps, the world. The mechanical monstrosity shuddered and fell silent. Lee Seo-jun and Lee Seola, his daughter, faced a colossal, fiery golem. Seo-jun, wielding a glowing blue staff, focused his energy, while Seola, her crimson hair flowing, prepared for battle. But the golem proved too powerful. Seo-jun's plan failed, a wave of despair washed over him as he realized the heart of the golem remained untouched. Meanwhile, Hee-in, a woman with fiery red hair, desperately tried to draw her sword, shouting for help. But her blade was stuck fast. "My sword won't come out, Appa," she cried out in frustration. The golem unleashed a devastating attack, a crimson wave of energy engulfing Seo-jun. Hee-in watched in horror as the attack intensified, realizing their haste had been a fatal mistake. Hee-in, seeing Seo-jun and herself in danger, desperately called out for help. Suddenly, a figure emerged, a man moving with incredible speed, his arrival a blur of motion. The newcomer, along with Seo-jun and Hee-in, prepared to face the golem once more. Lee Seo-jun found himself grappling with a colossal, shadowy figure, its immense hand easily overpowering him. The air crackled with dark energy as the creature's grip tightened. A guttural sound escaping Seo-jun's lips as he strained against the overwhelming force. He was clearly outmatched. "I can't last very long," he thought, his face contorted in exertion. Even with Dae-hong's help, the magical barrier was proving too much. "I can't believe even Dae-hong-hyung can't fully push it back," he despaired. Seo-jun's eyes darted around, assessing the situation. If it's not in the heart or neck, all that's left is its head, he realized, a grim determination hardening his gaze. He gripped his spear, a surge of resolve coursing through him. "My spear, infuse mana into this arrow," he muttered, focusing his energy. Channeling his magical power into the weapon. A brilliant blue light enveloped the spear as it pulsed with raw energy. "And strike," he declared, readying himself for a final, desperate attack. With a mighty heave, Seo-jun hurled the enchanted spear, the blue energy trailing behind it like a comet's tail. It pierced the creature's head with a resounding crack. But the victory was short-lived. Seo-jun collapsed, his face etched with exhaustion and despair. "No," he whispered, his body trembling. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, peered intently at a glowing orb. He muttered to himself, deeming the energy within insufficient. Suddenly, a colossal fist, seemingly made of decaying metal, hurtled toward him. Connecting with Seo-jun's body, sending him sprawling to the ground with a pained gasp. Seo-jun, dazed but determined, pushed himself up, his eyes scanning his surroundings with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. He found himself facing a towering, menacing figure, its features obscured by a damaged helmet. A single, malevolent red eye glowed from within. As Seo-jun stared, a faint green glow emanated from a ring on his finger. A thought struck him, the colossal figure seemed to be fixated on the ring. With a surge of energy, Seo-jun unleashed a powerful blast of blue energy, striking the giant. A colossal, armored figure stood before them, its back turned, a glowing blue crystal embedded in its head. A powerful shockwave rippled outwards. As Lee Seola, a young woman with fiery brown hair, knocked an arrow, her bow glowing with ethereal energy. She unleashed a shot of pure power, striking the giant with incredible force. Lee Seo-jun, a man in a white jacket, followed up with a swift kick, sending the creature reeling. The ground trembled as the giant's massive form crashed down, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Seola and Seo-jun exchanged a look, questioning if they had succeeded. A system notification appeared: "You have defeated the Guardian of the Forgotten." Another notification followed: "The King's Ring has absorbed the soul." Seo-jun, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern, examined the ring on his hand. He wondered what had just happened, his thoughts echoing in his mind. What was that just now? Lee Seo-jun and his companions stood within the ancient tomb, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and triumph. Seo-jun, however, felt a strange unease. He muttered to himself, finding the situation peculiar. A woman with vibrant red hair, one of Seo-jun's companions, questioned the lack of a completion notification, voicing her confusion. Seo-jun shared her bewilderment, his brow furrowed in thought, realizing that the quest to clear the dungeon hadn't actually been completed. He found this incredibly strange, especially considering they had seemingly defeated the boss. A look of dawning horror crossed Seo-jun's face as a chilling realization washed over him. He urged his companions forward, a sense of urgency propelling them deeper into the tomb. They hurried through the dimly lit corridors, the air thick with anticipation, their eyes falling upon a large, ancient coffin. The sight of it caused Seo-jun to pause, a question forming on his lips. As he noticed, the coffin was slowly opening. He found this deeply unsettling, as he recalled that this had never happened before his time travel. From within the coffin, a terrifying figure emerged, a colossal, shadowy being wearing a crown, its skeletal hands clawing its way out. This was no ordinary boss, this was something far more sinister. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, uttered a single, mournful word: "Why?" The question hung heavy in the air as Lee Seo-jun, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood before the figure, clutching a staff. He demanded, "Why do you have that?" Seo-jun's companions, their faces partially visible, watched with a mixture of fear and confusion. A narration box explained that the figure's language was being automatically translated. Seo-jun, however, was more concerned with the meaning itself, wondering aloud, is it actually talking? What the hell is it saying? The ominous figure, seated upon a throne, seemed to exude an aura of immense power. Seo-jun's internal monologue reflected his growing unease. This place is too bright. A blinding flash of light engulfed the scene, leaving Seo-jun and his companions momentarily blinded and disoriented. The sudden darkness was punctuated by panicked exclamations. Seo-jun's companions shouted, what the? Where is everyone? Make some light. Seo-jun, his face etched with worry, cursed under his breath, shit, they're weak to unexpected situations since they're all beginners. A sudden attack from behind sent Seo-jun reeling. A figure, seemingly a man, lunged at him, shouting, little bro, watch out. Seo-jun braced himself for the impact. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending reign of terror, found himself locked in a desperate battle against a shadowy, armored figure. He swung his sword with grim determination. But the blow landed with a resounding clang, sending Seo-jun reeling back. A pained gasp escaped his lips as he realized the horrifying truth: his opponent was far stronger than he anticipated. So strong, he thought, his eyes wide with dawning fear. The armored figure pressed their advantage, their weapon a blur of motion as they effortlessly deflected Seo-jun's desperate counterattacks. Finally stopping their assault to issue a chilling demand, hand over that ring. The figure's helmet came off, revealing a terrifying visage, a crown being with glowing red eyes, radiating an aura of immense power. That's not something the likes of you should possess, it declared, its voice echoing with authority. Seo-jun, despite his fear, refused to yield. He gripped his sword tighter, a surge of desperate energy coursing through his veins. A shadowy figure, cloaked and ominous, demanded the surrender of a ring. Lee Seo-jun, a man with determined eyes, stood defiantly before the imposing figure, a crown atop its head, its eyes glowing menacingly. The figure warned him that possessing such an item was beyond his station. Seo-jun, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, gripped his weapon tightly, preparing for a confrontation. Engaging the cloaked figure in a fierce battle. The clash of steel echoed through the air. A woman with short, white hair, her expression grim, fired a pistol, the shot echoing through the scene. The bullet struck its target, a heavy impact reverberating through the air. The scene ended with a dramatic close-up of a damaged shield. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself before a colossal armored knight, its imposing figure casting a long shadow over a young Seola and another child. The scene was heavy with foreboding, a stark contrast to the bright sun overhead. Elsewhere, a tense confrontation unfolded. A woman, armed with a rifle, stared in disbelief as another monstrous figure emerged from the shadows. She urgently pleaded for help, her voice laced with desperation. A young man, seemingly undeterred, confidently declared his intention to hold the line, his resolve unwavering despite the overwhelming odds. The young man, facing a formidable foe wielding a wickedly sharp blade, met the challenge head-on. His opponent, cloaked in shadow and malice, seemed amused by his confidence. A sudden, violent clash of steel echoed through the air. As the young man's blade met its match, sparks flying as the force of the impact threatened to shatter his weapon, forcing him to retreat and regroup. He braced himself for the next attack. He countered with a powerful strike, his spear aimed at the heart of his foe. The impact sent the enemy reeling. Despite his success, the young man recognized the enemy's strength, noting its power far surpassed that of the previous guardian. He realized he had pushed back the attack only by rapidly increasing his own magical energy. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the specter of his past, found himself face to face with a terrifying figure, his daughter, Lee Seola, transformed into a world-ending final boss. Clad in dark robes and a crown of menacing gold, she loomed before him, a terrifying manifestation of his failure as a father. A swirling vortex of dark energy crackling around her as she demanded he hand over something. Seo-jun, despite his fear, stood his ground, his own weapon glowing with a faint blue light. Seo-jun considered his options, a cold sweat beading on his brow. He questioned whether surrendering would appease the monstrous form before him, but quickly dismissed the idea. Negotiating with such a creature was impossible. He lunged forward, his weapon striking with a fierce blue energy blast. The impact sent a shockwave through the air. But Seola's defenses proved impenetrable. The attack barely phased her, leaving Seo-jun reeling from the force of the counterattack. He realized the grim truth of his situation. His internal monologue revealed his desperate assessment: Seola's defenses were flawless, and he could barely parry her attacks. The odds were stacked heavily against him. He continued to fight, his every move calculated, but knew that one mistake would be fatal. The weight of his impending doom pressed down on him. With a final, desperate blow, Seo-jun was defeated. He knew, with absolute certainty, that he was dead. Yet, even in death, a flicker of defiance remained. He refused to accept this fate. Lee Seo-jun, a man clad in a white coat, found himself in a desperate struggle, a crimson energy blade slicing through the air. His face contorted in exertion, he muttered to himself, determined to survive this perilous situation. For he couldn't die here. The thought of leaving his daughter, Seola, alone fueled his resolve. A vision of a younger Seola, a 5-year-old with vibrant purple hair, flashed before his eyes. She sat contentedly beside an older man, presumably her father, enjoying an ice cream cone. The image was a stark contrast to the brutal reality of his current predicament. The scene shifted, showing Seola's joyful expression as she savored her treat, a moment of innocent bliss juxtaposed against the shattering glass that framed the image, hinting at the fragility of this peaceful moment. Suddenly, the scene changed again, revealing a powerful, dark-haired woman wielding ice magic. Sharp shards of ice rained down around her, a stark contrast to the warmth of the previous scene. She was Lee Seola, but a far cry from the innocent child Seo Jun had just seen. A chilling realization washed over him, he didn't even have the desire to let her go. A weight of responsibility settled upon him, a heavy burden of preventing this future. Seo Jun, his hand glowing with a powerful blue energy, focused his will. He would not allow history to repeat itself. A ring on his finger pulsed with a green light, a symbol of his determination to change the course of events. A system notification appeared before him, offering the use of the king's ring. Seo Jun, his expression a mixture of surprise and determination, was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Lee Seo Jun, desperate to change his daughter's fate, infused mana into a ring, questioning if this was the key to altering the future. Uncertain of the consequences, but knowing it was his only option. He was facing a powerful, cloaked figure, the ring's power his last resort. The ring activated, consuming 87 souls in a surge of dark energy. Seo Jun's face contorted in pain and exertion as the power coursed through him. A surge of power signifying the king's ring's activation. Consuming a total of 87 souls. The power of the ring transformed Seo Jun, granting him immense strength and a glowing green aura. He gripped his weapon, ready to fight. Moving with supernatural speed and agility. But the strain was immense, causing him to grimace in pain as dark energy pulsed from his chest. A digital notification appeared, a stark green message against a white background, temporarily enhancing the physique. Another notification followed, identical in style, temporarily enhancing mana. Lee Seo Jun, his body now radiating a faint blue energy, unleashed a powerful surge of mana, a spiraling torrent of energy that tore through the air. The energy struck his opponent, a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness and wielding a wicked-looking spear, sending shockwaves through the dilapidated surroundings. Seo Jun, seizing the opportunity, followed up with a swift, precise strike, his enhanced strength and speed allowing him to overpower the dark figure. He moved with blinding speed, his enhanced physique a blur of motion as he continued his assault. The dark figure, struggling to keep up, was forced into a defensive posture as Seo Jun's relentless attack continued. Seo Jun felt the surge of mana coursing through his body, he was overflowing with energy that had almost been depleted. But the notification had warned him, there was a time limit. He realized that if the enhancement wore off, defeating this powerful foe would become impossible, even with a combined effort. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Lee Seola, became the world-ending final boss, found himself thrust back in time. He watched, a grim determination hardening his gaze, as a powerful blast of energy erupted from his weapon. A wave of blue energy surging forth from his weapon, aimed at the monstrous figure before him. He vowed to change the future, to raise Seola differently, to prevent the apocalypse. I'll end this before then, he declared, his voice filled with steely resolve. The monstrous figure, a towering being clad in dark armor and a crown of spikes, retaliated with a furious crimson energy blast of its own. A clash of energies illuminating the dark, ancient chamber. Seo Jun, despite being vastly outmatched, met the attack head-on, his resolve unwavering. With a swift, precise movement, Seo Jun's blade sliced through the creature's defenses. The blue energy cutting through the darkness like a searing light. The creature recoiled, its form momentarily disrupted. The creature's face, now partially revealed, was a terrifying skull-like visage. You! It hissed, its voice a chilling whisper. Enraged, the creature launched a brutal counterattack, its crimson energy swirling around Seo Jun. But Seo Jun, despite the ferocity of the attack, remained focused. He observed that while the creature's attacks were incredibly fast, they were also erratic, fueled by its rage. It's lost its composure, he noted, however, its attacks are fast, they're consumed by its emotions. Hand it over, the creature roared. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Lee Seola, became the world-ending final boss, found himself locked in a desperate battle. He wielded a glowing blue spear, his movements precise and deadly. Each strike calculated to exploit the predictable patterns of his monstrous opponent. His eyes, glowing with an unnatural green light, reflected his grim determination. A powerful blow sent the creature reeling, its massive form momentarily staggered by the force of the impact. Seo Jun pressed his advantage, his spear a blur of motion as he continued his assault. The creature, wounded but not defeated, retaliated with a furious counterattack. But Seo Jun, anticipating the move, deftly parried the blow, his eyes never leaving his opponent's. A terrifying heart of pure darkness. With renewed focus, Seo Jun launched a final, desperate attack, aiming directly for the creature's vulnerable core. He thought, I have to destroy it before it's too late. He thrust his spear forward. The creature roared in agony as its life force drained away. With a final, earth-shattering impact, the monstrous being collapsed, its reign of terror finally over. Seo Jun, exhausted but victorious, stood over his fallen foe, his breath ragged, his body trembling with the exertion. He had done it. He had destroyed the creature's heart. A powerful energy surge erupted, forming a shimmering blue barrier before Seo Jun. He questioned if it was truly a barrier, his eyes wide with disbelief. A thought crossed his mind, a grim determination hardening his features. He knew that to overcome this obstacle, he would have to bet everything. Even his remaining mana. With a fierce battle cry, he prepared for a desperate gamble. He launched a powerful attack, aiming to break through the formidable barrier. He roared, urging himself to push past the limit. The force of his blow sent shockwaves through the air. The impact was immense. And the barrier shattered, revealing a message declaring his victory over the Forgotten One. Having defeated the Forgotten One, Seo Jun and his companions were declared the first to clear the ancient tomb dungeon. A wave of relief washed over him, as a system message confirmed his physique and mana were returning to their normal state. But a final system message appeared, revealing that the king's ring had absorbed the monster's soul, accumulating 100 souls. A surge of dark, emerald energy crackled around a gloved hand, emanating from a ring on its finger. The king's ring, it seemed, had begun to consume a part of the man's very humanity. His face contorted in pain and distress. Later that night, in a dimly lit apartment, Lee Seo Jun sat on a couch, his expression grim. His daughter, Seola, a young girl with bright eyes, smiled up at her mother, who looked on with a mixture of concern and affection. Seo Jun, meanwhile, clutched the king's ring, a single tear rolling down his cheek as he silently lamented, "It devoured my humanity." But he mused to himself, how would you define humanity in the first place? The change, he realized, was subtle. Seola, nestled in her mother's arms, giggled. Her mother responded with a determined, "No. I won't let you have my granddaughter." Seo Jun's wife smiled, thinking to herself, really? Looks like Grandpa loves Seola very much. I can't help smiling when I see them like this. Lee Seo Jun stared blankly ahead, his expression unreadable. A woman's voice, sharp with curiosity, broke through his reverie. Why are you staring at us so expressionlessly? He blinked, momentarily disoriented. His reflection in a nearby mirror only mirrored his own confusion. Expressionlessly, what do you? Seo Jun touched his chin, a frown furrowing his brow. He mused internally, weird, in a situation like this, my emotions would always be up in the clouds. The image shifted, showing a young woman and a small girl with dark hair. The woman spoke, her voice laced with concern, and I'd smile unconsciously. So why? Seo Jun's hand flew to his face, a sudden wave of disquiet washing over him. He whispered, a question hanging in the air, why am I not feeling a shred of emotion right now? Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, clutched a small, glowing object. A profound emptiness consumed him, he felt utterly devoid of emotion. He questioned the nature of his emotional numbness, wondering if this was the consequence of his daughter, Lee Seola, consuming his humanity. His 5-year-old daughter, oblivious to his turmoil, cheerfully called out to him. Seola, radiating innocent joy, asked for a goodnight hug. Seo Jun, caught off guard by her simple request, hesitated. A wave of confusion washing over him. He wondered what would happen if he completely lost all his emotions. Seola's innocent smile, however, was enough to momentarily pierce through his emotional numbness. He realized he couldn't even manage a smile back at her. Seo Jun's anxiety intensified as he grappled with the potential consequences of his complete emotional detachment. He eventually gave in, offering Seola a goodnight hug. The simple act of physical contact seemed to trigger something within him. A system notification appeared, indicating a small portion of his humanity had been restored. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter, Lee Seola, becoming the world-ending final boss, found himself inexplicably holding his 5-year-old self. He wondered, bewildered, about the sudden notification he had just received. He gently touched Seola's forehead, a wave of confusion washing over him as he tried to understand what was happening. A notification appeared, informing him that a small portion of his humanity had been recovered. Seo Jun, relieved and slightly dazed, embraced his young daughter. He felt a sense of peace wash over him as he held her close. Seola, in a tender moment, commented that she felt everyone around her was being healed. A flashback showed Seola's healing presence affecting others positively whenever she was near. Seo Jun was astonished. Could it be true that Seola's presence had such a profound effect? Seo Jun, filled with a mix of hope and apprehension, looked at Seola, his heart heavy with the weight of his new mission. Lee Seo Jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, embraces his 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola. He declares her his lucky charm, a desperate attempt to rewrite their shared destiny. Seola giggles, her innocent joy a stark contrast to the grim future Seo Jun knows awaits them. He clings to this moment, this fragile hope. Later, Seo Jun sits in a modern office, the city sprawling outside the window. The scene shifts to a more serious tone. Seo Jun confirms he was, explaining that he needs to ask some questions. The figure reveals themselves to be Guildmaster Sung Soo-hyun, a man of refined appearance and bearing. Soo-hyun begins his interrogation, casually asking Seo Jun about his recent visit to the Goryeo sword house. leaving the reader to wonder what secret Seo Jun might be hiding. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by fragmented memories, found himself reliving his traumatic past. He was forced to confront the horrifying events that led to his death at the hands of his own daughter, Lee Seola, the world-destroying final boss. A vision of a powerful, spectral warrior looming behind him, a grim reminder of his failure. He was asked if he could change the past, but he knew the answer. Unfortunately, the answer was no. Seojun's current conversation was with a man in a top hat, who questioned the reason behind his inquiries. 2 days after Mr. Sun's visit to the Goryeo sword house, a massive surge of mana erupted in the field. The man in the top hat, observing a picture, noted that such a mana surge was typical when a field boss appeared. He turned to Seo Jun, pointing out that the scale of this mana surge was unprecedented. Seo Jun, after a moment of reflection, explained that he had gone to see Go Hien about reward claims, but instead encountered 2 other hunters. The man in the top hat clarified that he meant Lee Seo Jun and Mizu. Seo Jun confirmed that he had indeed discussed the reward matter with hunter Lee Seo Jun. Lee Seo Jun, a man whose life was irrevocably altered by his daughter's actions, explained his predicament. He had been forced to return due to a disagreement. A woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, offered a terse apology, claiming to have no useful information to share. Seo Jun, however, paused, a flicker of thought crossing his features. He then revealed a seemingly insignificant detail: there had been another person present at Goryeo sword house that day. The woman questioned if anyone else had been present besides Seo Jun, Mizu, and Mr. Lee. Seo Jun confirmed this, acknowledging the possibility of irrelevance, but as they moved outside, another man, Go Hien, questioned why he should listen to them. Seo Jun responded that a child was sleeping inside, requesting consideration for the child's rest. Hien, surprised, asked if the child was Go Hien, but Seo Jun corrected him, revealing that the sleeping child was his daughter. A young girl, Lee Seola, no older than 5, sits surrounded by a collection of plush toys. Her long, dark blue hair frames a serene face as she clutches a gray cat plushie close to her chest. A soft light emanates from the scene, highlighting the innocent joy of the moment. A stark contrast to the grim expression on the face of Lee Seo Jun, a man in a sharp military-style uniform. He sits alone, a troubled frown etched onto his features as he stares into the distance. There was Lee Seojun's daughter, the source of his current turmoil. The weight of his unspoken thoughts hangs heavy in the air. Seo Jun, now in casual clothes, sits thoughtfully, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. A thoughtful hum escapes his lips as he examines something unseen. He wonders how he is supposed to use the small, glowing crystal resting in his palm. The object pulses faintly with an ethereal light, hinting at its potent nature. A crystal capable of inducing amnesia. Though it enhances physical capabilities upon ingestion, it also erases a year's worth of memories from the point of ingestion. The narration box explains the crystal's properties, highlighting its paradoxical nature, a powerful enhancer that comes at the cost of memory. Seo Jun reflects on the crystal's origin, a reward from the ancient tomb of the forgotten. He muses on the implications of using it, particularly the fact that ingesting it would erase a crucial year from his memory. His internal conflict is interrupted by a concerned voice. Lee Seo Jun, startled by his wife's sudden appearance, let out a surprised "huh?" She apologized for startling him, and he quickly deflected, claiming he wasn't thinking about anything important. Instead, she asked if there was anything he wanted to talk about. Seojun's wife, a slight blush on her cheeks, hesitantly suggested that they go out and have some fun. Seo Jun, taken aback by the unexpected suggestion, questioned if she was suggesting something spontaneous. She responded that there was nothing wrong with having some fun, given their busy schedules lately. Seo Jun agreed, mentioning that they both needed some time to relax and unwind after a period of intense work. Then, he brought up his daughter Seola's unusual behavior lately. He noted that Seola had been acting strangely clingy and spoiled. His wife confirmed his observations, noting Seola's increased clinginess and spoiled behavior. Lee Seo Jun awoke with a gasp, a cold sweat beading on his brow. His eyes darted around, wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. A woman, presumably his wife, approached him, her face etched with worry. She spoke, her voice soft yet strained, informing him that their daughter, Seola, was only 5 years old. She continued, mentioning Seola's surprising maturity, masking her true age. In the next room, young Seola played with a magical teddy bear, a faint blue aura surrounding them both. Seo Jun, observing from the doorway, nodded slowly, a thoughtful expression on his face. His thoughts turned inward, he reflected on his past actions, realizing that he had always acted for Seola's sake, but never from her perspective. He felt a pang of guilt, comparing himself unfavorably to another parent, Yunhai. Seo Jun resolved to change, to become a better father. Rain pattered against the windowpane as the scene ended. Lee Seo Jun awoke with a groan, his head throbbing. He found himself in a dimly lit room, his wife asleep at the table, while his 5-year-old daughter, Seola, clutched a teddy bear, tears streaming down her face. Seola, upset by the unexpected rain, pouted. The weather forecast had promised sunshine, dashing their plans for a fun outing. Seojun's wife explained that their plans were ruined by the sudden downpour. Seola, still clinging to her teddy bear, questioned whether they could still have fun. Seo Jun, however, had a sudden idea. He mused that they didn't need to go outside, they could visit museums or indoor play centers instead. Seola, seemingly lost in thought, wandered off, leaving her teddy bear behind. Outside, the rain continued to fall heavily. Seola stood defiantly, arms akimbo, staring out at the storm. Seola's gaze sharpened, her expression hardening as she focused on the rain. Suddenly, Seola's eyes glowed with an unnatural, icy blue light, radiating power. A catastrophic event unfolds, depicted in a dynamic, wide shot. The perspective is from ground level, looking upwards as a powerful energy wave emanates from a central point, causing widespread destruction across the city. Buildings crumble, and debris flies through the air as the force of the blast radiates outwards. A scene of utter chaos. A witness recounts the incident, stating that a tremendous sound preceded the sudden collapse of a building. The aftermath is shown, the building is now demolished, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Two individuals, an elderly woman and a man in a dark coat and hat, discuss the event under umbrellas in the pouring rain. The man, seemingly an investigator, notes that the incident caused quite an uproar at the time. The elderly woman and the investigator continue their conversation. The investigator questions whether the reason for the building's collapse has been discovered. The investigator expresses uncertainty about the cause of the collapse. He reflects on the unfortunate circumstances for the residents, mentioning a young woman raising a child alone who lived in the building. The investigator, now alone, walks away, muttering about another fruitless investigation. The investigator's thoughts are revealed. His initial suspects were Lee Seo-jun and Yu Yunhai. However, contrary to his expectations, both individuals possessed normal levels of mana. The same was true for Go Hien and Sun Soo-hyun. The investigator questions who the culprit could be. The investigator's thoughts shift to Lee Seo-jun's daughter as a possible suspect. He wonders if she could be responsible for the incident. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the weight of his past, stood beneath a relentless downpour. He muttered to himself, deeming his young daughter far too young for the task ahead. He sighed, the dreary weather mirroring his own despair, even the elements seemed to conspire against him. Suddenly, a brilliant, ethereal light erupted from the ground, engulfing Seo-jun in a blinding flash. The force of the light sent him reeling, leaving him disoriented and gasping for breath as the light subsided. He looked down, his eyes widening in shock as he saw the umbrella he'd been holding was now shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The umbrella slipped from his grasp, falling into a puddle with a soft splash. He could only utter a stunned, "What the?" Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with worry lines, stood aghast. Before him, his 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola, stood innocently, her eyes wide with childish wonder. A wave of disorientation washed over him. He had been given a second chance, a quest to change the future. He stared at Seola, his mind racing. A small, almost imperceptible tremor in the air, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, hinted at the immense power she possessed. Seola, oblivious to her father's turmoil, cheerfully suggested they go somewhere fun. Seo-jun's thoughts turned to the past, to the ice teddy bear incident, a chilling reminder of his daughter's latent magical abilities. He wondered if this level of magic was nothing to her. His wife, equally concerned, entered the room. She expressed her own apprehension about Seola's power. Despite his fear, a flicker of determination ignited within him. He would protect his daughter, guide her, and prevent the catastrophic future he had witnessed. His thoughts drifted to William Taylor, a looming threat in the shadows, whose presence in South Korea added another layer of complexity to his already daunting task. Lee Seo-jun, a man whose life was tragically cut short by his own daughter, found himself inexplicably standing on a city street, an umbrella lying discarded on the ground nearby. A grim determination etched on his face. He was focused on one thing, escaping and creating an alibi as quickly as possible. His expression shifted, a glimmer of hope replacing the grim determination. He was alive, and he had a second chance. The scene shifted to a sunny park, where Seo-jun stood with his wife and a young Seola. A wave of warmth washed over him as he gazed at his family. They were on their way to the zoo, a happy family outing. Seo-jun felt a surge of protectiveness towards his daughter. The excitement of the trip was palpable, even the air seemed to buzz with anticipation. As they approached the zoo entrance, Seo-jun purchased tickets, his mind already planning how to best raise his daughter. But a sudden realization struck him as he looked at Seola, she wasn't an infant anymore. He had to act quickly. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his impending doom at the hands of his own daughter, pointed to a sign. He asked his young daughter, Lee Seola, to read it. Seola, despite her young age, effortlessly deciphered the Korean sign, revealing age categories. Seo-jun expressed his astonishment at her reading ability, highlighting her precocious intelligence. Seo-jun then asked Seola her age. With a bright smile, she happily declared herself to be 5 years old. Seo-jun, still slightly bewildered by the implications of her age, asked what a 5-year-old would typically be called. Seola's cheerful demeanor faltered slightly as she seemed to hesitate. Seo-jun's wife, Yunhai, joined them, commenting on Seola's response. She mused that all children seem eager to grow up quickly. Seo-jun asked Seola to pose with her mother for a photograph before they went inside. He explained his intention to take a picture of the two of them. He urged them to get closer together for the photo. He then directed Yunhai to smile more broadly for the picture. Seo-jun enthusiastically snapped the picture, capturing the moment with visible excitement. His wife watched him, amused by his passionate approach to photography. Yunhai commented on Seo-jun's unusually enthusiastic picture-taking. Seo-jun explained that he felt compelled to capture this precious moment. Lee Seo-jun, a man whose life was irrevocably altered by his daughter's actions, now found himself in a park with his young daughter, Lee Seola. He asked her to stand still for a photo, a simple request that held a weight far beyond its surface meaning. He reviewed the picture he just took, a small smile playing on his lips as he wondered if the photo turned out well. Meanwhile, a young girl with dark blue hair approached them, her expression questioning as she asked Seo-jun if he was a child. Seo-jun, holding Seola, looked confused as he noticed something unusual. He questioned if there was a horn on Seola's head. Seola, oblivious to her father's concern, happily posed for another picture, completely unaware of the apparent horn. Seola, noticing something amiss, asked her mother if a horn had grown on her head. Seo-jun reassured her, telling her it was just a joke. Seola, however, was not convinced and glared at her father, clearly displeased. She then playfully retorted, questioning if he was the child. Lee Seo-jun, a man whose life was irrevocably altered by his daughter's actions, found himself in a park with his young daughter, Seola. A woman, presumably Seola's mother, snapped a picture of the pair. Seo-jun chuckled, allowing the photo to be taken, this once. Seola, a small girl with vibrant purple hair, playfully jumped into her mother's arms, a radiant glow momentarily surrounding her. The mother praised Seo-jun's generosity. Seo-jun, however, inwardly noted that his attempt to manipulate the situation had backfired. He mused that this was the consequence of playing tricks on a child. Seola, sensing her father's amusement, called out to her mother. Seola, clutching a phone, expressed her desire to take a picture this time. Seola directed her mother to get closer and smile more for the picture. Seo-jun and Seola's mother laughed, amused by Seola's imitation of their previous photo session. Seo-jun's mother urged them to move closer together. The resulting image perfectly captured their happiness, just as Seola had intended. Lee Seola, a young woman with long, reddish-brown hair, leaned in close to Lee Seo-jun, her father. A slight blush colored her cheeks as she whispered a question, "Isn't this too close?" Seo-jun, a man with short, dark hair, smiled warmly at his daughter. His eyes held a hint of amusement as he replied, "Does it matter?" The scene shifted to a young girl with vibrant purple hair, happily engrossed in a smartphone. She smiled brightly, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. A single word bubbled above her head, "Not." The girl's phone displayed a picture of Seo-jun and Seola, smiling together. It was a candid shot, capturing a moment of genuine affection between father and daughter. Seo-jun chuckled, playfully teasing her. He warned her, "You shouldn't have let your guard down." The family was at a zoo, enjoying the sights and sounds of the animals. Deer grazed peacefully in a nearby enclosure. Seola's attention was caught by a pair of vibrant pink birds. She pointed excitedly, "Wow, pink bird." Seo-jun smiled and explained, "It's called a flamingo." Lee Seo-jun, his wife, and their 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola, enjoyed a family outing at the zoo. Seola, captivated by the vibrant flamingos, excitedly pointed them out. Then her attention shifted to a pair of majestic tigers, her innocent observations contrasting with the looming threat of her future self. Next, an elephant's imposing presence filled Seola's view, its size and unique features sparking more exclamations from the young girl. As Seo-jun and his wife watched their daughter's delight, a rare moment of peace in their lives. The weight of his past mistake and the looming threat of the future hung heavy in the air, but for now, he allowed himself to enjoy this fragile happiness. Later, as the family prepared to leave, Seo-jun reflected on the day's events. The simple joy of a family outing felt almost surreal, a stark contrast to the grim reality he knew awaited them. Seo-jun asked a nearby visitor to take a picture of the three of them. But his wife pointed out they had already taken many photos. However, she insisted on taking another one, wanting to capture this precious moment with all three of them together. As they walked away, Seo-jun's wife smiled, suggesting they should at least have one family photo to remember the day. Seo-jun, touched by her sentiment, nodded in agreement. Lee Seo-jun's wife suggested he join them on the park bench. Little Seola, his daughter, excitedly urged him to sit in the middle. Seo-jun's eyes softened, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He silently acknowledged his impending return to the past, before his regression. Affirming his commitment to the task ahead. The image shifts to Seo-jun's hands engrossed in a mobile game, a fleeting moment of distraction before the weight of his mission returns. Seo-jun reflects on the simple joys he had previously missed. Night falls. The family is heading home. Seo-jun notes that Seola slept soundly throughout the journey home. He carries her inside, attributing her exhaustion to their earlier playtime. Lee Seo-jun, carrying his young daughter Seola on his back, receives a pointed comment from Yunhai. Yunhai observes that Seola is receiving preferential treatment, a top-grade piggyback service, while Seo-jun himself is neglected. Seo-jun, still carrying Seola, apologizes for his behavior, admitting he has no excuse. Yunhai, however, questions his sudden seriousness, revealing it was all a joke. He reflects on the importance of not taking anything for granted, a sentiment that seems to catch Yunhai's attention. As Seo Jun continues to carry Seola, a sudden change in his demeanor is noticeable. Yunhai asks him what is wrong. Seojun's eyes widen, a look of shock and dawning realization washing over his face. As he witnesses a glimpse of a mysterious, ornate cane with a snake-like handle and a glowing blue gem. An elderly man with silver hair, wielding the cane, approaches Seo Jun and Seola. He is accompanied by a mysterious woman. The woman smiles subtly, her expression hinting at a hidden agenda. The elderly man addresses Seo Jun and Yunhai, acknowledging that it has been a while since their last encounter. A sinister figure, a man with long, braided blonde hair, piercing red eyes, and a monocle, loomed over the scene. A cruel smile stretched across his lips as he extended a gloved hand, his expression radiating malevolence. His gaze fell upon a small child, Lee Seola, a young girl with vibrant blue hair, lying asleep on a piece of furniture. A single word escaped his lips, Lee Seola. The scene opens on an empty hallway, bathed in soft, ethereal light. A sense of quiet anticipation hangs in the air. Then shifts to a young girl, Lee Seola, fast asleep in her bed. She is small, with dark blue hair and a peaceful expression. A voice, off-panel, asks what can be done for Mr. Taylor. Lee Seo Jun, a man with dark hair and a worried expression, stands in a room with another woman. He seems concerned. As a third individual, Mr. Taylor, a man with silver hair and a monocle, smiles serenely. The rain clouds suddenly part, and the sun begins to shine. Mr. Taylor explains that mana can be hidden, a simple task for a first-class mage. And that if this is the case with Seola, it would explain everything. A surge of blue energy emanates from the sleeping girl. Mr. Taylor continues, stating that even if Seola hides her mana, he can detect it with his eyes. But direct contact will reveal everything. He decides to take this chance. A man, impeccably dressed in a dark suit and gloves, a faint smirk playing on his lips, manipulates a small, flickering purple flame in his hand. His expression is one of quiet amusement, almost predatory. He intends to personally investigate a child, to ascertain certain facts. Inside an office, a woman with silver hair explains to a man with dark hair that the current case shares two key similarities with a previous one, a large mana surge and the presence of Mr. Lee and Ms. Yu at the epicenter. She asks for his opinion on these points. He responds that he suspects the fractures are somehow involved. A colossal stone golem, the field boss of the Rocky region, appears unexpectedly, ignoring its usual regeneration time. Simultaneously, a massive fracture appears nearby. The woman notes that both events are unprecedented. The man wonders if the ongoing investigation might be linked to these unusual fractures. Two figures, a woman with silver hair and a man whose face is obscured, engaged in a serious conversation. The woman, tears welling in her eyes, explained that a significant event, a fracture, had occurred months prior. She considered it unusual for any abnormality to surface only now. The focus shifted to a man with short, dark hair, his expression betraying no tension. His eyes were calm, his tone even, and his demeanor relaxed. The silver-haired woman pondered whether the man was truly innocent or simply adept at evading questions. She then suggested shifting the conversation to the Goryeo swordhouse. A man with dark hair and a woman with long brown hair sat across a table from the silver-haired woman and the obscured man. The silver-haired woman insisted there was something the dark-haired man hadn't revealed. The brown-haired woman, distress evident on her face, revealed that she had brought her child with her. The silver-haired man, a sinister glint in his eyes, simply stated, "Got her." The silver-haired man questioned the dark-haired man about his presence with his child when the fracture occurred. The dark-haired man confirmed his presence but questioned the relevance of the inquiry. He expressed concern that the child might have come into contact with some unusual object. The dark-haired man reacted with surprise to the suggestion of a weird object. The narration box explains that children sometimes get into accidents after picking up lost artifacts. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself inexplicably back in time. A faint purple glow emanated from his fingertips. A magical energy that pulsed with an ominous power. A sinister figure, his face partially obscured by a monocle, observed Seo Jun with a knowing smirk. He instructed someone to check on Seola. The mysterious man's hand reached out, a surge of purple energy crackling around his fingers as he made contact with Seo Jun. Seo Jun, still weak from his previous encounter, found himself being examined by the mysterious man and another individual. The scene was tense, the air thick with unspoken anxieties. Seo Jun, despite his weakened state, mustered the strength to plead with the man, begging him to leave his daughter alone. His plea was met with a dismissive wave of the hand from the mysterious man. The man found Seo Jun's reaction quite aggressive and questioned why he shouldn't investigate further. Seo Jun, his frustration mounting, demanded to know why the man was suddenly so interested in his daughter. He couldn't understand the man's sudden obsession. The mysterious man explained that he believed Seola's unusual magical abilities were connected to two cases involving a powerful mage. He suggested a possibility that Seola might be the key to these events. Seo Jun vehemently rejected this idea as absurd, questioning the sheer amount of magical energy a child could possibly wield. A man with refined features, wearing spectacles perched on a chain, smirked. He mused that the master of the mage tower had done this before. He questioned whether the 5-year-old daughter before him was on the same level as the mage tower master. He offered to apologize and leave if he was mistaken. The man, adhering to hunter association rules, requested that they step aside, explaining that Seola, not being a hunter, had no obligation to cooperate. Her guardians would not allow it. The three individuals, the man in spectacles, a man with dark hair, and a woman with reddish-brown hair, stood facing each other in a tense standoff. The man in spectacles revealed he had to leave for the UK the following day, lacking the time for official procedures. A surge of pink energy enveloped the two guardians. The pink energy tightened around the guardians, causing the man to cough as Seola cried out. He reassured her, saying she need not worry. A mysterious man with a monocle and a sly smile leaned over a sleeping young girl, his fingers glowing with faint purple energy. He murmured that he was only performing a quick check. He gently touched her forehead, a surge of pink energy emanating from his fingertip. A bright light briefly filled the room. Suddenly, a colossal wave of blue energy erupted from the man's hand, a terrifying display of power. The city was submerged in a cataclysmic tidal wave. Ships capsized and buildings crumbled under the immense force of the water. The man stood amidst the chaos, his back to the viewer, seemingly unfazed by the destruction he had wrought. His face contorted in a gasp of shock and pain, pink energy now flaring from his body. Meanwhile, back in the room, the restraints binding Lee Seo-jun, the girl's father, suddenly broke. He looked up, confused. A surge of crimson energy erupted from the girl's hand as she slept, mirroring the man's earlier display of power. Lee Seo-jun, his face contorted in a grimace, unleashed a furious outburst at his daughter. His words, laced with anger and barely contained rage, echoed the turmoil within him. The raw energy of his outburst manifesting as crackling dark energy around him as he lunged towards Seola, who met his attack with a surge of crimson flames emanating from her hand. A pained gasp escaped Seojun's lips as the flames made contact. A witness, eyes wide with disbelief and concern, questioned Seojun's actions. Their voice, laced with a mixture of confusion and apprehension, cut through the charged atmosphere. "Mr. Lee, why are you protecting that thing?" The witness's statement was followed by a chilling revelation, as a monstrous, shadowy figure emerged from the swirling darkness behind Seola. Its eyes, glowing with an eerie blue light, confirmed the horrifying truth that is not a human. In contrast to the terrifying scene unfolding before him, a peaceful image of a young Seola sleeping soundly in her bed was shown. The juxtaposition highlighted the stark contrast between the innocent child and the monstrous power she possessed. The witness, undeterred by Seojun's actions, pressed their point, their voice hardening with conviction. "That is a monster, so what? That thing may even destroy the world someday." A sudden shift in the narrative showed a catastrophic scene of a city in ruins, the aftermath of a devastating magical attack. The word "she's a witch" appeared, confirming the destructive potential of Seola's powers. The final panel showed a vengeful figure, presumably an adult Seola, amidst the ruins of the world. Her words, filled with bitter resentment and a thirst for revenge, painted a grim picture of her future, that wicked witch who destroyed the world. "Because of that witch, my parents, I will take revenge for my parents, you monster." The scene opens with a chaotic blur of motion, the air thick with tension. Shouts echo through the pandemonium, "Kill the witch, and hunt the monster." A final, chilling voice cuts through the din, "Give up, Mr. Seo-jun, that is no longer your daughter." An older man with long, white hair, his face etched with worry and grim determination, emerges from the chaos. He states, with a heavy sigh, "It's a monster." Lee Seo-jun, a man with silver hair, stands defiantly amidst the turmoil. He questions the older man's assessment. "Why are you the one to decide that?" Seo-jun continues, his voice laced with a quiet resolve, "I just have to raise her so that doesn't happen this time." Tears stream down Seo-jun's face as he cries out, "She's my daughter." The silver-haired man, seemingly unmoved by Seo-jun's pleas, coldly replies, "You aren't understanding me. You bastard. Stop resisting, or I will kill this thing." The silver-haired man continues his threat, his voice dangerously low, "Do not raise your voice. I will kill it if it wakes up." Seo-jun, defeated but resolute, surrenders. He pleads, "Okay, I'll surrender, so don't hurt Seola." A shadowy figure, his back to the viewer, stood before a woman with silver hair styled in a braid. She wore a sophisticated suit and held a playful smirk, casually requesting that he hand over the phone behind him. Meanwhile, in another room, a young girl with vibrant purple hair lay asleep, a faint magical aura emanating from her. The silver-haired woman observed the sleeping girl, her expression shifting to one of calculating interest. She commented on the child's immense magical power, believing she would be a great asset to the advancement of magic. The man, finally turning around, revealed a look of intense anger. He accused the woman of kidnapping the girl before his regression, revealing a hidden knowledge of the past. Unfazed, the woman calmly reiterated her demand for the phone, her expression unchanging. The man, however, pointed out a crucial detail the woman had overlooked. He questioned her about this oversight, prompting a look of confusion on her face. The woman, however, revealed that her previous statement was not directed at him, but at someone else entirely. Suddenly, a powerful magical blast erupted from behind the woman, striking her with immense force. Lee Seo-jun, a man with a weary expression and a monocle, watched in disbelief as his daughter, Lee Seola, a young woman with fiery determination, wielded a glowing staff, unleashing a burst of energy. The impact of which sent Seo-jun reeling backward, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Seola's words hung in the air, she hadn't been speaking to him. The scene shifted. Seo Jun, now looking considerably younger, found himself in a hospital room. His daughter, Seola, was asleep in a nearby bed, her expression peaceful in contrast to the chaos that had just transpired. A man, his face grim, urged Seo Jun to take Seola and leave immediately. He nodded, a sense of urgency etched on his face. But before he could move, a sudden flash of red light erupted from the hallway, revealing the same woman from before, her eyes blazing with anger. She lunged at Seo Jun. Seo Jun reacted instantly, grabbing Seola and making a desperate dash for the door. He managed to escape, leaving the attacker behind, but not without sustaining injuries. His escape was fueled by a desperate need to protect his daughter. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself facing his daughter, Lee Seola. Crimson energy crackled from her hands, a terrifying prelude to the devastation he knew was to come. A raw power that overwhelmed him. He coughed, the force of the blast knocking him back, sending him sprawling across the floor. Seola's power was far beyond anything he could comprehend. A terrifying display of burgeoning magical might. She advanced, her movements swift and deadly, landing a brutal kick that sent Seo Jun reeling. He was hopelessly outmatched, his body crashing against the wall. His desperate attempts to fight back were futile. As dark energy coalesced around Seola's hand, another man, observing from a distance, watched with a calculating gaze. He shook his head, muttering, "It's pointless." The dark energy surged, intensifying, as tendrils of dark magic snaked towards Seo Jun, who desperately tried to escape. His only hope now was to change the future, to raise Seola differently, and prevent this catastrophic outcome. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, desperately fought against a powerful, shadowy figure. He wielded a glowing blue staff, its energy crackling with raw power. The staff's energy colliding with dark, crimson tendrils that lashed out from his opponent. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Observing the scene from a distance, a man with silver hair and a monocle smirked. He was clearly amused by Seojun's struggle. He declared that Seojun's efforts were futile, merely buying him time. Seo Jun, despite his valiant efforts, found himself unable to close the distance. Crimson energy erupted from his opponent, forming a barrier that repelled him. He realized, with a frustrated grunt, that he couldn't get close enough to land a decisive blow. A wave of dark energy surged towards Seo Jun, forcing him to raise his staff in defense. The impact of the dark energy shook him to his core. In a final, desperate attempt, Seo Jun channeled all his remaining energy into a powerful counterattack, but the result was devastating. He was overwhelmed by the dark energy, his body consumed by the crimson flames. Lee Seo Jun grimaced, a pained groan escaping his lips. He had made a critical error in his approach. His opponent, a powerful mage with long, braided blonde hair and a monocle, calmly explained the importance of distance in magical combat. Red orbs of magical energy pulsed around the mage, a clear demonstration of their power. The mage continued, their words sharp and precise. Magic required accurate calculations and aiming. The further Seo Jun was, the more effective the mage's attacks would be. Seo Jun, already on the defensive, found himself trapped. He would be pummeled if he didn't close the distance. Desperate, Seo Jun lunged forward, a blue energy blade materializing in his hand. Seo Jun's attack was swift and powerful, a desperate attempt to overcome the mage's advantage. He smashed a nearby table with a furious blow, the wood splintering and bursting into dark flames. But the mage anticipated his move. With a sneer, the mage deflected the attack, sending a shockwave through the room. Seo Jun, refusing to give up, declared he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. He prepared for another attack, his eyes narrowed in determination. The mage, however, seemed amused, tossing a kettle aside as dark magic erupted from their hands. The mage's magic overwhelmed Seo Jun, leaving him momentarily stunned. The mage declared it was over, their victory seemingly assured. But as the mage prepared the final blow, a chilling voice echoed, "But you were one step too late." A young girl with pink hair appeared, her expression cold and calculating. The scene shifted to the mage, who was impaled by a blue energy blade. Lee Seo Jun found himself in a tense confrontation. Across from him sat a man with silver hair, a monocle, and a chillingly pleasant smile. He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound that sent shivers down Seo Jun's spine. Suddenly, the room was filled with the ominous glow of dark, crimson chains, binding Seo Jun's body. The silver-haired man's voice cut through the silence, confident and cold. He wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Despite his predicament, Seo Jun remained defiant, his grip tightening around a large spear he managed to retain. The silver-haired man, clearly surprised by Seo Jun's resilience, acknowledged his opponent's strength, stating that Seo Jun was no ordinary person either. His expression shifted, a flicker of something akin to frustration crossing his features. He realized he couldn't simply leave Seo Jun be. With a surge of dark energy, the silver-haired man prepared to unleash a more powerful attack, tightening the chains around Seo Jun, who struggled to breathe. Seo Jun, trapped and helpless, realized his weapon had been taken. His thoughts drifted to Kon Daeho, wondering if Daeho could have handled this situation better. A flashback revealed Kon Daeho, a powerfully built man, exuding confidence and strength. Seo Jun envied his raw physical prowess. Seo Jun wished he possessed such overwhelming strength. The scene ended with Seo Jun trapped and vulnerable. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself bound by magical chains, his desperate whisper barely audible, "Wait, I do." His face contorted in a silent scream as the chains tightened, a cold sweat beading on his brow. A sinister green glow emanating from a mysterious ring on a shadowy figure's finger. A digital interface appeared before him, demanding a choice. Please select the number of souls to consume. The interface displayed a chilling counter, number of accumulated souls, 100. Seo Jun's inner turmoil was evident. He muttered, I didn't want to use it because of the side effect, but... With a desperate resolve, he made his choice. The interface flashed, you have used the king's ring. The cost was immediate. The interface confirmed, number of souls consumed, 100. A surge of power coursed through Seo Jun's body, temporarily enhancing his physique and mana. The chains around him glowed with an eerie green light. And with a final burst of energy, the chains shattered. Lee Seo Jun, a man with silver hair neatly braided and a monocle perched on his eye, watched in disbelief as a surge of dark energy erupted from a shadowy figure before him. The energy coalesced into a terrifying form, unleashing a maniacal laugh that echoed through the room. The shadowy figure, now revealed as a young man with glowing green eyes, stood defiantly, radiating an aura of immense power. Seo Jun's eyes widened in shock, a gasp escaped his lips as he stammered, "What?" The young man smirked, a dark rose blooming on his chest as he retorted, "You think I'd just let you use that?" He launched a powerful attack, a surge of blue energy hurtling towards Seo Jun. Seo Jun, reacting instinctively, dodged the blow, countering with a swift kick that sent the young man sprawling across the room. But the impact left Seo Jun reeling, a trickle of blood escaping his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. The world shattered. A cataclysmic event, a maelstrom of destruction, unfolded before Lee Seo Jun's eyes. He could only watch, helpless, as the very fabric of reality tore apart, leaving behind a trail of devastation. The once familiar room was now a ruin, the walls cracked and scarred, a testament to the immense power unleashed. And Seo Jun, amidst the chaos, found himself gasping for breath, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief. Now, he thought, his mind racing, the weight of his impending doom heavy on his chest. He was on his knees, his body battered and bruised, the remnants of the world's destruction swirling around him. His daughter, Lee Seola, the final boss, had brought about this apocalypse. His own death was imminent. A surge of icy energy erupted from the depths, a monstrous wave of power threatening to consume everything in its path. The landscape was being reshaped by this raw, untamed force. A terrifying spectacle of nature's fury. Seo Jun, however, found himself running, driven by a desperate need to escape this impending doom. His heart pounding in his chest, his breath ragged. He was running from his own daughter's wrath, a terrifying reality that had become his inescapable fate. As icy tendrils reached out, threatening to consume him completely. "Somebody, save me," he screamed, his final desperate cry echoing in the face of utter annihilation. Lee Seo Jun, a man whose life was tragically intertwined with his daughter's destiny, found himself sinking beneath a churning, sapphire sea. A wave of icy water crashed over him, the sound of the ocean a deafening roar. The vibrant blue fading into an abyssal black as he descended into the depths. Bubbles, like ghostly tears, rose to the surface, a silent testament to his impending doom. Then, abruptly, he gasped, his eyes snapping open. He was no longer underwater, but lying on a wooden floor, his breath ragged and shallow. Seo Jun sat up, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. Panting, he looked around at his surroundings, his eyes widening in confusion. The room was in disarray, debris littered the floor, and a window lay shattered. A young man, Mr. William, entered the room, his expression a mixture of concern and surprise. He approached Seo Jun cautiously, his voice laced with worry as he asked if he was all right. William knelt beside Seo Jun, offering a hand to help him up. Seo Jun, still disoriented, accepted the assistance, his mind racing to make sense of his sudden reappearance. He looked at William, a question forming on his lips. Where was he? How did he get here? Seo Jun's gaze shifted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he saw a young girl standing in the doorway. He could only manage a single, breathless word, Seola? Lee Seo Jun awoke in a wrecked apartment, his head throbbing. A man, his face etched with concern, knelt beside him, asking if he remembered anything. Seo Jun shook his head, his memory a blank. He confessed, I don't, my head. The concerned man, seemingly a friend, reached out a hand, a look of understanding dawning on his face. Seo Jun winced, a low groan escaping his lips. The elixir, it seemed, had taken effect. Seo Jun's eyes sharpened, a newfound clarity replacing the fog in his mind. He looked at his friend, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Then, he proposed, shall we chat for a little? 10 hours prior, Seo Jun found himself contemplating his current predicament. He wondered how he should handle the situation. Lee Seo Jun, his body battered and bruised, knelt on the floor amidst the shattered remains of his home. Beside him, a figure in a sharp suit watched with cold detachment. A green digital readout appeared, informing Seo Jun that his physical form was returning to normal, but at a cost. The king's ring had absorbed a portion of his humanity. Seo Jun, regaining his senses, reflected on his actions. He had knocked the suited man unconscious, but the man already knew about Seola's magical abilities. The suited man showed no interest in negotiation, his intentions were clearly hostile. Seojun's apprehension grew. News of Seola's manna would quickly reach the mage tower, potentially triggering a dangerous escalation as mages rushed to the scene. A group of mages, cloaked and ominous, were already gathering near a tall clock tower in the distance. Seojun, his face etched with worry, confronted Seola, his daughter. A silent tension hung between them. He reached for a staff, his grip tightening, preparing to defend his daughter against the impending threat. Seola, however, considered a far more drastic solution. The thought of simply killing Seojun crossed her mind. Lee Seojun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end of the world at the hands of his own daughter, Lee Seola, the final boss, found himself contemplating a grim solution. He mused that if he killed the man who would try to harm Seola, leaving him in a dungeon, no one would ever know. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he wrestled with the implications of his thoughts. His eyes widened, reflecting the internal turmoil. Seojun recoiled from the darkness of his thoughts. He questioned himself, wondering why his mind was veering towards such extremes. He reasoned that the death of someone as prominent as William Taylor would inevitably be discovered sooner rather than later. Seojun, kneeling beside the injured William Taylor, lamented his inability to turn back time. He wished he could have prevented the situation from escalating to this point. A sudden realization struck Seojun. His eyes widened, a glimmer of hope replacing the despair. Even if he couldn't alter the past, he still had a chance. He had an elixir that could erase memories. A potent concoction capable of rewriting history. He held the small vial, a beacon of hope in the wreckage of his world. Seojun's plan solidified. He would use the memory-erasing elixir on William Taylor, preventing the events that led to Seola's descent into darkness. William Taylor, seemingly unaware of the impending alteration of his memories, listened intently as Seojun explained his plan. He was about to have his memories of the events reset. A woman with long, light brown hair styled in braids, wearing a sophisticated business suit and a monocle, sat pensively. She explained that she had come to Korea to investigate a series of unusual fractures. And during her investigation, she acquired an elixir unlike any she had ever seen before from a man. He confirmed that he had indeed consumed the elixir and subsequently went berserk. The man, his expression a mixture of concern and apprehension, questioned if the woman had to subdue him after he consumed the elixir. The woman confirmed this was indeed the case. The man, seemingly relieved, stated that it was nothing to worry about. The woman, however, seemed troubled. She apologized. The man, surprised, asked why she was apologizing. The woman explained that the reason he lost his memories was because of her elixir. He vehemently denied that this was the case, prompting the woman to recall his previous attempts to dissuade him from consuming the elixir. A shadowy figure appeared, laughing maniacally, emphasizing that it was ultimately his own decision to consume it. The woman stated that she should be the one apologizing and offered to pay for the elixir and any repair fees incurred. Before the man could respond, the woman was interrupted by another person, who asked him to wait. Lee Seojun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself in an unexpected conversation. A woman, her blonde hair neatly styled, informed him that she'd heard he'd received a request from the Hunter Association, offering him contact information and suggesting he give them a call. She offered him a snack, assuring him it would be helpful. Seojun, however, remained somewhat perplexed. He questioned why she was helping him so much, prompting her to respond that he had no reason to assist her. Seojun, taken aback, questioned her logic. He then countered her statement with a simple question: is it wrong to help someone in need? As he spoke, a radiant light enveloped him, and angelic wings sprouted from his back. The woman, visibly surprised, offered to guide him to the taxi station. The woman, still slightly bewildered, mused to herself about the extraordinary events unfolding before her, commenting on the unexpected display of kindness, which she termed Korean compassion. Seojun, now with a newfound sense of purpose, hailed a taxi and departed, leaving the woman to ponder the events. Lee Seojun, a man racked with grief and guilt, knelt on the cold ground, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. His face was streaked with tears, his eyes red and swollen from weeping. A single, anguished sigh escaped his lips, a testament to the immense sorrow that consumed him. A weight lifted from his chest as he finally uttered, "It's finally over." Relief washed over him, a stark contrast to the despair that had previously engulfed him. He then added, with a hint of disbelief, "Thank God I didn't throw the amnesia elixir away." He looked down at the glowing blue crystal in his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. Since he lost a year's worth of memories, it should be fine now, right? He mused, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. A sudden surge of light enveloped him as a notification appeared before his eyes: Lee Seola's first misfortune has been successfully prevented. The unique quest has been updated. A look of dawning understanding spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Yes." His expression shifted, a flicker of confusion replacing the previous elation. "What?" he questioned, his brow furrowing in thought. As dark tendrils of energy swirled around him, a chilling premonition washing over him. "Seola's memories," he whispered, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Lee Seola, a young girl with long, dark purple hair, sat alone on a cot in a dimly lit stone cell. Dust motes danced in the weak light filtering through the barred window, illuminating the cobwebs clinging to the damp walls. A single thought echoed in her mind, am I? Seola's eyes widened, tears welling up as a wave of panic washed over her. She was clearly distressed, her expression reflecting a profound sense of confusion and fear. A sudden, violent flash of memory pierced through her confusion. She remembered, she was right, she had been abducted. And brought here by some unknown group. The realization solidified her fear, fueling her desperate need to escape. Seola, her heart pounding, called out for help, her voice barely a whisper in the echoing stone chamber. She desperately hoped someone would hear her cries. But instead, two figures in dark cloaks emerged from the shadows. Their faces were hidden, but their glowing red eyes were visible, and they seemed to be observing her with a mixture of surprise and calculation. The cloaked figures discussed Seola's unexpected awakening in hushed tones. One suggested contacting their superior, while the other wondered if Seola understood their language. Seola herself, however, was more concerned with understanding who these people were and why she was here. Meanwhile, one of the cloaked figures noted Seola's surprisingly high mana levels for such a young girl, enough to rival even the Archmage. Seola, overwhelmed by the events, could only stare in disbelief. A young girl with long purple hair, tears streaming down her face, sat alone in a dimly lit room. She wondered aloud if her forceful arrival wasn't excessive, questioning the reason behind it. However, she also recognized her potential, acknowledging that she would be a great help in advancing magic. The scene shifted to show a woman with auburn hair handing a small child, presumably the same girl from the previous panel, to a man with dark hair. The woman urgently requested a promise from the child. The man, his face partially obscured, also implored the young girl, Seola, to promise she wouldn't use her magic, emphasizing the need to keep her magical abilities hidden. Later, Seola, now alone, reflected on her actions, taking full responsibility. She admitted to herself that it was her fault. She had broken her promise and used her magic, exhausting all her mana in the process. The scene changed again. Two cloaked figures discussed a new order, to keep Seola asleep for the time being. One of the figures, seemingly in charge, agreed to handle the situation. He would ensure Seola remained asleep. Another cloaked figure questioned the ethics of their actions, pointing out that Seola had been forcibly brought there and her parents were still alive. The first figure dismissed the concern, stating that Seola's mother was already dead and her father's complaints would soon be silenced. Lee Seo-jun, a man grappling with the weight of his impending death, heard a faint whisper amidst the chaos, "Daddy?" His vision blurred, but he could make out his daughter, Lee Seola, her face contorted in a mixture of fear and pain. A desperate cry escaped her lips, "Mommy! Daddy!" Seola's power surged, a raw, untamed energy that overwhelmed him. A pained groan, "Arg," was his final sound before darkness consumed him. Seola, now a young girl with striking blue hair, watched her father fall, a chilling question forming in her mind, "Daddy, will be disposed of?" She clenched her fists, the raw power within her threatening to erupt. The weight of her actions began to sink in. Two figures in dark cloaks approached Seola, their faces obscured by shadows. One of them sneered, "HM? Didn't you make it way too weak?" Another figure, seemingly surprised, muttered, "Huh? It should have been enough to make her sleep for a week though?" Seola, her eyes blazing with power, unleashed a torrent of energy, the ground cracking beneath her feet as she faced her aggressors. The raw power emanating from her was immense, a terrifying display of magical might. The two figures were clearly unprepared for such a sudden and powerful outburst. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end of the world at the hands of his own daughter, Lee Seola, found himself inexplicably thrown back in time. He watched in disbelief as Seola, now a mere 5-year-old, stood before him, her eyes glowing with an unnatural, ethereal light. A power emanating from her that was both terrifying and strangely familiar. A wave of energy pulsed outwards, the very air crackling with arcane energy. The force of the blast throwing Seo-jun violently to the ground. He coughed, pain lancing through his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. He had been given a second chance, a quest to change the future, but the sheer power of his daughter was already a daunting challenge. Dark tendrils of energy snaked across the stone floor, a stark reminder of the immense power Seola wielded. The world hung in the balance, dependent on his ability to raise her differently this time. Seola, eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and nascent power, looked down at her father, a small smile playing on her lips. The raw magical energy continued to surge around her, a breathtaking display of untamed potential. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter, Lee Seola, the world-destroying final boss, found himself kneeling before her 5-year-old self. He questioned if she understood what he was saying. He desperately tried to put her to sleep, hoping to prevent the future he knew was coming. But Seola reacted with a surge of magical energy, a terrifying display of power for such a young child. Seo-jun, witnessing this frightening power firsthand, felt a surge of fear and desperation. His incantation failed, he realized with dawning horror that his plan wasn't working. Seo-jun's attempts to control Seola's magic were unsuccessful. He realized she was far beyond a mere child. Seola, however, countered with a fiery blast. The sheer power of Seola's fireball shocked Seo-jun, he was taken aback by her unexpected magical prowess. A surge of icy blue energy erupted from a young girl, her dark hair billowing around her as she stood amidst a chaotic display of magical power. Crystalline shards of ice floated in the air, swirling around her like a miniature blizzard. The girl, Lee Seola, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light, seemed both powerful and strangely forlorn. Her expression was unreadable, a mask of icy determination. Meanwhile, a man in a dark coat, Lee Seo-jun, watched in horror as the magical energy intensified, his face etched with fear and despair. He seemed helpless against the raw power emanating from his daughter. Seo-jun found himself disoriented, his surroundings a blur of blue energy. "Where am I?" he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. Seola's eyes narrowed, her voice laced with a chilling threat. "I will bring down this entire building," she declared, her power growing. Seo-jun's fear intensified. He knew Seola wasn't bluffing, she was capable of destroying the building. He was trapped in a terrifying situation. Seola's response was curt, "The UK?" "Yes." Seola's gaze hardened. "Did you bring me here?" "Why are you trying to dispose of my daddy?" she demanded, her voice filled with a chilling mixture of anger and sorrow. Seo-jun, his face contorted in silent anguish, could only offer a look of helpless despair. He was caught in a situation far beyond his control. Lee Seo-jun, a man racked with guilt and regret, found himself engulfed in a maelstrom of blue energy. The raw power of his daughter, Lee Seola, the final boss, threatened to consume him completely. A guttural sound escaped his lips as he braced for the inevitable. Seola, however, seemed oblivious to her father's plight, her focus elsewhere. What is going on here, she wondered, her gaze fixed on the chaotic scene unfolding before her. A mysterious figure, tall and imposing in a long coat and top hat, emerged from the shadows, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He carried a cane, its head adorned with a curious blue gem. Seola's eyes widened as she recognized him. "The branch manager," she gasped, fear evident in her expression. The branch manager addressed Seola, his tone surprisingly calm. "Oh my, Miss Lee Seola, it looks like you've woken up. You don't have to be so afraid, Miss Lee Seola. We won't hurt you." Seola, however, remained wary, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "Give me what you want," she declared, her voice small but firm. The branch manager smiled, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "You can speak freely, in Korean," he offered. Seola's expression softened slightly. "I want to return to my daddy," she whispered, a longing evident in her tone. The branch manager chuckled. "Aha, you're saying you want to go back to Korea?" A young girl with vibrant purple hair, large expressive eyes, and a delicate appearance stood before a distinguished gentleman in a top hat and dark attire. He held a phone, his expression serious. The girl, seemingly distressed, listened intently as he spoke, conveying his understanding and immediate action to contact Lee Seo-jun. The gentleman extended the phone towards the girl, indicating that Lee Seo-jun wished to speak with her. He offered the phone, a faint blue energy emanating from the device as the girl reached out, a single fingertip glowing with a similar energy. She hesitantly accepted the phone, bringing it to her ear. A questioning hello escaped her lips. As she spoke, dark, ominous energy began to surge from the phone, engulfing her hand. The energy intensified, causing the phone to explode in a burst of crimson light and dark energy. The girl cried out in alarm. She clutched her head, a look of pain and confusion etched on her face as the energy subsided. Two men in dark attire rushed to her side, their expressions a mix of concern and relief. One of them expressed gratitude that she remained a naive child. The other man questioned the potential strain on the child's body from the powerful sleeping magic periodically cast upon her. Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with worry, watched over his daughter, Lee Seola. A cold dread washed over him as he muttered to himself that they would be in grave danger if the entity before them awoke. He received a terse confirmation from a shadowy figure standing guard. The scene was dark and ominous, the air thick with tension. Seola stirred slightly in her sleep, whispering her father's name, a faint plea hanging in the air. Seo-jun, his back to the viewer, walked away, leaving his daughter alone in the dimly lit room. The weight of his unspoken anxieties hung heavy in the silence. A haunting message appeared, a silent plea from Seola, echoing the unspoken fears of a child left alone. "Daddy, when will you come for me? I'm waiting for you." Seo-jun sat alone on a park bench, his shoulders slumped, the weight of the world pressing down on him. He was alone with his thoughts, the memories of his past actions and the future he was determined to change. Lee Seo-jun, a man with a look of quiet contemplation, walked through a bustling office building. He was surrounded by the everyday flow of office life, yet his mind seemed far away. He reflected on the past, his thoughts revealing a profound unease. He had been watching Seola's memories from before his regression. However, it wasn't just passive observation, he had absorbed a portion of Seola's memories. This fact disturbed him. The same was true for the recent notice about an accelerating event, the nature of which remained unclear to him. He found it unbelievable that he had regressed. Seo-jun admitted his inability to comprehend the recent events, but emphasized the importance of one key detail. He had prevented Seola's first misfortune. A unique quest had been activated, change the future. His mission was to prevent 5 misfortunes, and this was only the first. While confident about this success, Seo-jun remained uncertain about the nature of the remaining 4 misfortunes. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end he witnessed, found himself the recipient of a unique quest to prevent his daughter, Lee Seola, from becoming the world-ending final boss. The quest details revealed that he must avert 5 misfortunes, starting with the one immediately before him. The first of which was the death of Yunhai, a vision that flashed before his eyes as he plummeted into oblivion. A single white chrysanthemum lay on the desolate ground, a stark reminder of the tragedy he was determined to prevent. He knew that if he failed to stop the next misfortune, Yunhai would die, just as she had in the past. However, a glimmer of hope emerged. If the cause of her death remained the same, he might have a chance to intervene. Seo Jun, resolute in his determination, approached a building, his steps firm and purposeful. He was meeting someone. A woman who seemed to be expecting him. He resolved to prevent Yunhai's death, no matter the cost. Inside, the woman questioned his sudden visit, prompting Seo Jun to explain that it was for work matters. He was clearly busy, as he had been rushing to get Seola to therapy. The woman, unfazed by his explanation, sat comfortably, seemingly unbothered by his rushed arrival. Cutting to the chase, she proposed a guild partnership, offering her support to Seo Jun in his endeavors. Lee Seo Jun, a man etched with worry lines, stood with his arms crossed, a picture of pensive contemplation. A woman with short, silver hair gestured towards a seat, inviting him to sit. She assured him he would be compensated for his time. She proposed a deal: he would receive ownership of unexplored dungeons, or she could even provide insurance. Seojun's expression showed his internal conflict. A slot machine flashed, depicting a jackpot, symbolizing the lucrative reward Seo Jun envisioned. Seo Jun questioned the offer's unbelievable generosity, wondering why someone would go to such lengths. The woman explained that this was her way to enter a specific location. He was currently unable to act as a hunter. The woman revealed that she needed a dummy guild to officially act as a hunter, explaining that she was forbidden from doing so herself after a previous incident at the ancient Tomb of the Forgotten. She needed a contract with a clause that would force her to enter dungeons. The scene opens with a powerful figure, a man in a sharp suit and glasses, standing before a towering skyscraper. His presence commands attention, and a narration box reveals a cryptic thought: "But your father?" Lee Seo Jun, a young man with a worried expression, stares at the image of the powerful man, his hands raised in a gesture of disbelief. He questions aloud: "Isn't he the chairman of High-Tech?" A woman with blonde hair sits calmly across from him, assuring him, "I don't really want to antagonize High-Tech. No detriment will come to you. If anything were to happen, I just disband the guild and give you appropriate compensation." She continues, explaining her plan: "I'm also going to hire a specialist for the guild management. You won't have to do a thing. Then my role would be the dummy guild's puppet leader?" Exactly. Seo Jun contemplates this, his expression thoughtful. He worries, however, it'll be hard for me to even gather the guild members. If I even tried, my dad would figure it out immediately. So, I'll leave that part to you. What do you think? Seo Jun is shown reviewing the guild requirements. The minimum number of guild members is 5, including the guildmaster. Excluding me and Ha Iram SSI, 3 more spots remain. He smiles confidently and agrees, "Alright. Let's do it." Seo Jun then reveals his plan to recruit 3 specific individuals, shown in a montage of images: a martial artist, a woman with an archer's bow, and another individual. He states, "I happen to have exactly 3 people that come to mind." 1 week later, Seo Jun stands before the high-tech building, where he is greeted with a question. The guild name is Spectre, and the guild master is Lee Seojun SSI, is that correct? Lee Seo Jun, a man with a determined expression, stood before a counter. He received confirmation that his guild registration was complete. A woman behind the counter confirmed the successful registration. Seo Jun walked away, reflecting on the unexpectedly long process of guild registration. He was relieved that the others had accepted without issue. He was then approached by a man who addressed him formally as Lee Seojun SSI. The man, part of a group, invited Seo Jun to join them. Seojun's gaze shifted to the car, his expression one of surprise and apprehension as he recognized the man inside. Seo Jun recognized the man as Ha Young-soo, the chairman of High-Tech. Ha Young-soo confirmed that he knew about Seojun's newly established guild. Seo Jun admitted that his guild's existence had been exposed. Ha Young-soo, noting Seojun's lack of denial, pressed him to remove a certain Irong from the guild's directory. Seo Jun hesitated, unable to comply with the request. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Seola, became the world-ending final boss, found himself in a tense car ride. An older, impeccably dressed man, his face etched with shrewdness, extended a proposition. He offered Seo Jun better conditions than his current sponsor, promising high-tech sponsorship for his guild. Seo Jun listened intently, his expression unreadable, weighing the implications of this unexpected offer. The image shifted to a title card for "My Daughter is the Final Boss." A wealthy, older gentleman with silver hair and glasses proposed a lucrative sponsorship to Lee Seo Jun. He offered to sponsor Seojun's guild, inquiring about his thoughts on the matter. Seo Jun, seated in a car, considered the offer, his expression thoughtful. He admitted to seeing Seo Jun in a positive light. Seojun's internal monologue revealed the reason behind the offer. The sponsor recognized him as the man who had previously rescued his daughter. He was astonished by the offer, questioning whether his daughter's capabilities could truly warrant such a significant investment. A visual metaphor depicted a scale, with his daughter on one side and a massive skyscraper representing the enterprise on the other, highlighting the disparity. Seojin's internal monologue continued, weighing the potential benefits of accepting the sponsorship, particularly the substantial support it would provide. He concluded that refusing such a generous offer would be illogical. The sponsor pressed Seojun for his decision, prompting a response. Seojun expressed his gratitude for the offer but ultimately declined it, much to the sponsor's surprise. The chapter opens with a close-up of Lee Seojun, his expression unreadable, as he sits in what appears to be a vehicle. A sense of unease hangs in the air. A title card appears, announcing, "My daughter is the final boss." Seojun sits in the car, engaged in a tense conversation. He expresses his confusion, questioning why his counterpart would align with the organization known as IRAM. His counterpart, a man of authority, explains that by supporting him, he would receive significantly better conditions than those offered by Ha-Iram SSI. Seojin's counterpart continues, stating that this is the extent of his motivations. He elaborates, explaining that once Ha-Iram is prevented from becoming a hunter, the chairman will have nothing more to gain from him. Seojin's counterpart shifts his perspective, considering the alternative scenario. If he fulfills Ha-Iram SSI's contract conditions, he would gain Ha-Iram's trust, viewing it as a better long-term option despite the initial seeming loss. Lee Seojun sat across from an older, stern-faced man. The older man warned Seojun about the potential repercussions of allying with Iram, hinting at significant detriments. Seojun, however, remained unconcerned. He confidently asserted that Iram would prevent any negative outcomes. The older man, observing Seojun's unwavering trust, commented on his seemingly excessive faith in Iram. Seojun, sitting in his car, reaffirmed his faith in Iram's reliability, emphasizing her unwavering commitment to her word. A flashback showed Iram, a powerful figure, standing before a crowd, a red flag held high. Seojin's internal monologue reflected on her resolute nature. If she promises something, she will fulfill it, no matter the cost. The flashback continued, showcasing Iram's commanding presence and unwavering resolve. Seojin's internal monologue confirmed his perception of her character. The older man, witnessing Seojin's unwavering belief, chuckled, expressing amusement and understanding of Iram's apparent fondness for Seojun. The older man, now laughing heartily, agreed to allow Iram to become an active member of Seojin's guild. He added a thought bubble, reminding himself that overprotecting Iram would only hinder her growth. The scene concluded with Seojun and the older man sharing a moment of mutual understanding and agreement. A stern-faced, older man in a suit and glasses, his expression serious, stated that he had a condition. His condition was simple: if you're going to do it, then do it for real. A younger woman with short, light-colored hair, sitting across from him in a cafe, gasped in disbelief. Dad really said that? She questioned whether his condition posed a problem for her and the other guild members. He responded that they all applied with the intention of this being a dummy guild. She nonchalantly replied that she was fine with whichever, and questioned what happened to his previous claim of being busy. He explained that it was for her, and that he would try to put in some time for periodic guild work. She, in turn, offered to persuade the others. He then asked her to connect him with someone, prompting her to remark that she knew it. The scene shifted to Athens, Greece, where a bright blue energy burst was shown. The scene opens with a cataclysmic event unfolding. A colossal, clawed hand, seemingly belonging to a monstrous entity, crashes down upon a city, shattering buildings and unleashing a wave of destruction, leaving behind a trail of devastation. Gargoyles, monstrous creatures with leathery wings and sharp claws, emerge from the chaos, their red eyes glowing menacingly. Amidst the chaos, Lee Seojun, a man in a red coat, watches in horror as the city crumbles around him. He is surrounded by other people, their faces etched with fear. A nearby woman points out the approaching monsters to her son, Lucas, warning him to stay back. The Knights of the Suhyun's Guild arrive, attempting to maintain order and protect the civilians. Lucas, captivated by the sight of a real monster, ignores his mother's warning, his eyes wide with wonder and excitement. A knight urges the boy to stay back, but the monster is already upon them. The gargoyle swoops down, its terrifying roar echoing through the city, and attacks. Seojun, witnessing the imminent danger to Lucas, cries out in despair. Suddenly, a figure in shining armor leaps into action, a blur of motion as they intercept the gargoyle's attack, their sword flashing in the sunlight. The knight skillfully deflects the creature's blow, protecting the civilians below. With a powerful swing, the knight sends the gargoyle flying, its screech filling the air as it crashes into a nearby building. The knight stands victorious, their sword still gleaming. Lee Seojun watched in horror as his young daughter, Seola, clad in shining armor, battled a monstrous gargoyle in the heart of a city. The scene was chaotic, buildings crumbled, and dust filled the air. A blinding flash of light erupted from Seola's sword as she unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blast sent Seojun sprawling to the ground, a pained cry escaping his lips. Coughing violently, Seojun struggled to catch his breath amidst the dust and debris. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. Weak and disoriented, he looked up to see Seola approaching, her expression unreadable. Nearby, a woman watched Seola with awe, commenting on her incredible speed and precision in defeating the gargoyles. The woman's praise continued, calling Seola the pride of Athens, but she also warned the onlookers to retreat due to the danger of the unstable ground. Seola's mother rushed to her side, concerned about her safety after such a dangerous battle. Seola, however, insisted she was fine and not scared at all. As Seola's mother expressed relief, Seola quietly removed her helmet, revealing a thoughtful expression. Lee Seo-jun, gravely injured, found himself on the precipice of death, his last thoughts a desperate cry, Sophia Lambadou, protected me. A young man, his face obscured by shadow, knelt beside him, his voice filled with concern. Are you okay, master? The older woman, Sophia Lambadou, brushed herself off, her voice betraying a hint of weariness. I'm fine. My armor just felt a little stuffy. She continued, her gaze distant. Oh right, a call came, to the guild from South Korea. The young man's eyes widened slightly as he responded, South Korea? Was it from the Sword Saint? Sophia shook her head. No, it was from High Tech. Meanwhile, in a different location, Lee Seo-jun, looking anxious, nervously fiddled with his phone. He muttered to himself, I'm a bit nervous after coming this far. On the other end of the line, Sophia Lambadou's voice was calm and professional. Mr. Lee Seo-jun, is it? My name is Sophia Lambadou. I heard you wished to speak with me? Sophia continued, a slight smile playing on her lips. Guild? And no, I have my own guild. A worried woman, her face etched with concern, spoke into a phone. She was informing someone about a hidden dungeon, the Knights Guild's secret. She specified the location, a dungeon within the Acropolis of Athens. This was news to the person on the other end of the line, who questioned if it was simply a tutorial tower. The man on the receiving end of the call seemed doubtful, a slight frown furrowing his brow as he listened intently. Meanwhile, a woman with a masked face and military attire spoke on the phone, her expression sharp and inquisitive. She demanded to know how the other party had learned of the dungeon. The man explained that he had learned about the dungeon as a reward. He also noted that it appeared to be managed by her guild. The woman, seated at her desk, questioned why this was the case. She explained that the globally renowned swordswoman Sophia was only active in Athens, implying a connection to the dungeon's presence there. She assured him she wasn't threatening him, but rather making an offer he could enter the tutorial tower as a party of 5. A woman in military attire spoke into a vintage telephone, her expression a mix of weariness and calculation. She questioned whether any benefit would come from a seemingly non-threatening situation. Her interlocutor, unseen, responded that the clearing of the tutorial tower would indeed be beneficial, because it would remove a curse affecting the woman. The woman on the phone confirmed that the curse was located on the tower's final floor. She knew re-entry was impossible, and the final boss's difficulty was unreasonably high. The woman continued her conversation, revealing that someone already knew all of this. It was not something just anyone could face, the challenge was exceptionally dangerous. The scene shifted to a young woman, sword in hand, confronting the final boss of the tower, a monstrous, clawed figure emanating an eerie green aura. The final boss lunged, and the young woman braced herself for the attack. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Seola, became the world-ending final boss, found himself grappling with a new challenge. He was informed that while he could seek help, his daughter, Sophia, was unable to request assistance from the outside world, because a crucial special feature remained hidden within the tutorial tower, a location of immense power and mystery. Seo-jun, acutely aware of the ticking clock, received a pressing inquiry. How much longer are you intending to hold onto the ticking time bomb? War will break out the moment that feature is exposed. A powerful, unseen figure, seemingly in control of the situation, declared that Sophia had no choice but to accept their offer. A response that was met with a steely resolve from Sophia's unseen contact. Very well, I'll respond to your provocation. The unseen figure, revealed to be a commanding officer in regal attire, issued a final instruction. Let's talk face to face. Seo-jun, having received his instructions, made his decision, and so, I'm heading to Greece. Seo-jun, holding a handful of plane tickets, cheerfully announced to his companions, who wants to come with? His companions, a diverse group of individuals, reacted with a mix of excitement and apprehension to the sudden announcement of a trip to Greece. Lee Seo-jun stared, aghast, at his 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola. Her expression was one of wide-eyed innocence, yet a chilling premonition washed over him. He could only manage a breathless whisper, "Wah." A young woman with blonde hair, dressed in smart casual attire, leaned forward, concern etched on her face. She voiced her confusion to the group gathered around a table in a brightly lit cafe. Why would Sophia Lambadou invite us to Greece? A man with dark hair, dressed in a simple t-shirt, began to explain, gesturing with his hand. He addressed the group. You all know of Sophia Lambadou's guild, Knights, right? One of the women at the table responded curtly, of course. The man continued, explaining that Sung Ko-hyun's chivalric order guild was heavily influenced by the Knights. Another man at the table reacted with disbelief, his eyes wide. Wait, seriously? He clarified that while the Knights weren't a large guild, their influence and power were significant enough to maintain close ties with the Greek government. This led him to question why the Knights Guild had so many exceptional hunters. The group looked at each other in confusion, their faces reflecting their shared bewilderment. Another man, dressed in a sharp red suit, spoke, his voice cutting through the uncertainty. Hunters, he explained, were drawn to successful guilds. One of the women questioned if this rapid growth was due to an abundance of elixirs. The man in the t-shirt shook his head. Hunters don't become stronger simply from elixirs, he stated, leaving the group to wonder what the real reason was. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end of the world at the hands of his own daughter, Lee Seola, found himself grappling with the revelation of a hidden dungeon in Athens. The Knights Guild was concealing this dungeon, a place rumored to hold a hidden power. A power that granted immense experience upon entry and exit. This meant that simply entering and leaving the dungeon would dramatically increase the strength of the Knights Guild members, a fact that also applied to their leader, Sophia Lambidu. Seo-jun, processing this information, questioned whether this meant they could gain strength simply by entering and exiting the dungeon. His companion confirmed this, likening the dungeon's effect to a hyperbolic time chamber from a certain anime, a comparison that left Seo-jun stunned. The sheer audacity of obtaining such classified information left him speechless. His companion explained that this information was meant to be revealed much later, but Seo-jun's determination to prevent his daughter's tragic future compelled him to seek out any advantage, no matter how unorthodox. With Seola's second misfortune being Yunhai's death, Seo-jun realized that he needed to become stronger to prevent this tragedy, even if it meant resorting to unconventional methods. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Lee Seola, became the world-ending final boss, sat alone in a dimly lit cafe, a half-empty cup of coffee before him. He confessed to himself that he may not be able to prevent the impending doom alone. In the worst-case scenario, he would need everyone's help. His thoughts drifted to his own limitations. He reflected that despite his strength among lesser opponents, he was far from prepared to face the true powerhouses that threatened the world. He knew he couldn't afford to waste time. The memory of his helplessness during his past battle with William Taylor fueled his determination. Seo-jun clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. He wouldn't allow himself to feel that same powerlessness again. He looked up, his gaze firm as he addressed his companions. He asked if any of them were hesitant to join him in his desperate attempt to change the future. His companions readily agreed, eager to assist. They understood the gravity of the situation and the potential consequences of failure. One of them even suggested that they would need to take care of Seola while Seo-jun was away. Seo-jun, however, was met with a questioning look from another companion, who seemed surprised by his sudden change of plans after his earlier admission of needing help. But another quickly dismissed any doubts, stating there was no way they would miss this opportunity to prevent the apocalypse. Lee Seo-jun and his daughter, Seola, arrived in Greece. Seola, clad in stylish boots, walked ahead, humming softly. While Seo-jun, along with two other companions, breathed in the fresh air, enjoying the change of scenery. One of the companions commented on the air, finding it philosophically stimulating. Seo-jun and Seola continued their walk. Seola's companion, Hyun, noticed a change in Seola's demeanor. Seola expressed feeling anxious without her sword, attributing her unease to the rigorous training she had undergone in the past. Hyun asked why. Seola described her past training as hellish. A man approached, curious about her past affiliation with the Goryeo Swordhouse. He revealed that he knew she was the Sword Saint's granddaughter, a fact that surprised her. Seola confirmed her lineage but explained that she couldn't join the Goryeo Swordhouse due to her grandfather's wishes. A voiceover, presumably her grandfather's, stated that true strength comes from self-reliance, not sheltered protection. Seola reacted with a mix of exasperation and resignation. Lee Seo-jun, recently deceased at the hands of his own daughter, the world ending witch Lee Seola, found himself given a second chance. He was tasked with changing the future, and now, he stood before a 5-year-old Seola. A woman with vibrant orange hair and a leopard print coat laughed, recounting how she'd been advised to become a solo hunter or join a guild. She mused on the irony, only just now realizing the significance of the Sword Saint's invitation. Meanwhile, two other individuals observed a man from a distance. One of them, a woman with pale purple hair, pointed him out, commenting on his resemblance to members of the Knights. The woman with purple hair reacted with surprise upon learning that the man they had spotted was, in fact, a very famous individual. A flashback revealed a powerful warrior woman, Sophia, and her loyal right-hand man, a capable hunter within the Knights. His unwavering loyalty had led him to follow her to the very end. The man, holding a sign reading Spectre, was questioned about his affiliation with the Spectre Guild. Alexis Zorba, head of Knights, introduced himself, offering a ride and suggesting they talk on the way. Despite his outward appearance, the man seemed unimpressed by the situation. He questioned why their master had invited such a smallish person to Greece. Lee Seo-jun and his daughter, Seola, are traveling in a car. Seola, captivated by the picturesque cityscape of Athens, exclaims in wonder at the beautiful buildings. Seola continues to express her delight at the stunning architecture, her eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. Seo-jun, smiling gently, agrees with his daughter's assessment. He suggests that the view is truly magnificent. Seola wholeheartedly concurs, her enthusiasm undiminished. Seo-jun then recommends a visit to Santorini, describing it as a true masterpiece. Seola, excitedly, recalls seeing Santorini in a Korean beverage commercial, connecting the location to a familiar cultural reference. Meanwhile, a woman seated beside Seo-jun, unable to understand the conversation, wonders what they are discussing. The car, along with many others, is stuck in a standstill, highlighting the severe traffic congestion in Athens. A woman explains that Athens is notorious for its terrible traffic, particularly in the downtown area. Seo-jun sighs, expressing his frustration at the stifling traffic jam, and remarks on the irony of his situation as a Korean tourist. Lee Seo-jun, a man with dark hair and a red jacket, sat behind the wheel of a vehicle, a jovial expression on his face. He chuckled, "Let's take our time, we can stop somewhere to have some lunch later." Three women, each with distinct features and styles, sat in the vehicle's passenger seats. One, with blonde hair, suggested, "It'd be an honor to have some lunch with this many beauties. How about it, are you all single?" The blonde woman and another with orange hair responded almost simultaneously. The blonde stated, "I'm married, to my work." The orange-haired woman added, "I'm also married, to my sword." Seo-jun, turning to the third woman, asked, "About you, miss?" The third woman, with brown hair and a red coat, blushed deeply, stammering, "Eh? Me?" But the orange-haired woman interrupted, scolding him, "You can't do that, Mr. Alex. You shouldn't flirt with a woman with her husband right next to her." Seo-jun, realizing his mistake, apologized, "Oh, you were the guildmaster's wife. My apologies." The orange-haired woman then suggested, "Why don't you take a trip around Greece when your work is finished here? This place is quite famous for being a honeymoon destination." Seo-jun smiled softly, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he mused, "It'd be nice if we could bring Seola along next time." Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself grappling with uncertainty. He wondered about his daughter, Lee Seola, and whether she was doing well, a question born from the weight of his past failure and the daunting task of changing her destiny. The present unfolded before him, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic vision that had consumed his past. He walked alongside his 5-year-old daughter, Seola, a small figure clutching an ice cream cone. He inquired about the taste, a simple gesture of paternal concern in a world hanging in the balance. Seola, her face a picture of innocent delight, declared the ice cream delicious. Her simple words offered a moment of fragile peace in Seojun's burdened heart. Seojun's internal monologue revealed his apprehension. He noted Seola's subdued spirits, attributing them to her prolonged separation from her parents. The weight of his responsibility pressed heavily upon him. He gently approached Seola, his concern evident. He asked if she was saddened by the absence of her parents, a question laced with both paternal care and a desperate hope for a different future. Seola's immediate and enthusiastic response filled him with a mixture of relief and overwhelming affection. Her declaration of fondness for her grandfather, Seo-jun, was a small victory in his monumental task. Seojun's internal thoughts betrayed his overwhelming emotion. He found himself captivated by Seola's charm, a stark contrast to the terrifying figure she would become. The weight of his responsibility was momentarily eclipsed by the simple joy of his granddaughter's affection. A black cat appeared, catching Seola's attention. A simple, everyday occurrence, yet it held the potential to shape the future. Seola's innocent request to pet the cat was met with Seojun's cautious agreement, a small interaction that underscored the delicate balance of his mission. He reminded her to wash her hands afterward, a mundane detail that highlighted the ordinary moments that could shape extraordinary destinies. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, found himself outside a convenience store. He glanced down at his daughter, Lee Seola, a 5-year-old girl with vibrant purple hair, who was petting a small black cat. He mused to himself about buying wet tissues. Seola continued to gently stroke the cat's face, a soft smile playing on her lips as the feline purred contentedly. Seo-jun, deciding to leave Seola with the cat for a moment, informed her of his brief trip to the store. Seola readily agreed, her eyes still fixed on her feline companion. He left Seola playing with the cat while he went inside the store. She watched him go, then returned to her game. The black cat's tail wagged rhythmically. Seola, still playing with the cat, was startled when the cat spoke, warning her not to grab its tail. The cat, now alone, licked its paw thoughtfully. It then added that its tail was sensitive. Meanwhile, Seo-jun, accompanied by 2 women, arrived at a park, his expression one of surprise as he commented on the location. Lee Seo-jun, accompanied by his young daughter, Lee Seola, and a group of other individuals, arrived at a grand building. The imposing structure, with its regal flag bearing the emblem of a majestic eagle, was clearly identified as the Knights Guild House. As they approached, someone remarked on the sheer scale of the building, comparing it to a castle. The guild house, they learned, belonged to the greatest guild in Greece. A guild representative, a man in a striking red coat, greeted them warmly, informing them that guest rooms had been prepared for everyone's comfort. Seo-jun, slightly awestruck by the opulence of the guild house, exchanged a brief, almost imperceptible glance with the guild representative. A subtle tension hung in the air between them. Meanwhile, Seola, seemingly unfazed by her surroundings, stood quietly by, observing the scene with an air of quiet contemplation. A thought crossed her mind, someone important had summoned her. Lee Seo-jun, accompanied by his knight, Alexis, ascended a grand staircase within a lavish palace. He was instructed to avoid any discourtesy towards his master. Seo-jun, though outwardly compliant, inwardly questioned the sincerity of his knight's assurance. Alexis approached a door and announced their arrival. The door swung open to reveal Lady Sophia Lambidu, an elegant woman with silver hair, inviting them inside. She greeted Seo-jun warmly. Seo-jun expressed his honor at being invited, and politely requested Alexis be excused. Left alone with Lady Lambidu, Seo-jun settled onto a plush sofa in her opulent study, a sense of foreboding settling over him. An elderly woman with silver hair sat on an ornate couch, a faint sigh escaping her lips. Her expression was one of weariness, her eyes heavy-lidded. Suddenly, a terrifying, crimson eye opened before Lee Seo-jun, filling his vision. Fear constricted his chest. The monstrous gaze intensified, radiating an overwhelming energy that sent shivers down Seo-jun's spine. He recognized that energy instantly. The elderly woman's eyes blazed with a terrifying crimson light. Panic etched itself onto her features as she spoke, her voice laced with desperation. Seo-jun, however, remained calm, his expression resolute. He knew the stakes, failure meant the end of everything. Seo-jun's eyes narrowed, a grim determination hardening his features. He knew exactly how to defeat the final boss. He clutched a gleaming, dark blade, a weapon capable of ending the world's greatest threat. His plan was audacious, but necessary. The elderly woman presented the sword to Seo-jun, her expression a mixture of fear and resignation. She understood the gravity of the situation. Seo-jun accepted the weapon, his gaze unwavering. He wouldn't back down, not now, not ever. The fate of the world rested on his shoulders. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, found himself in a desperate confrontation. An older woman, her silver hair framing a sharp gaze, leveled an accusation at him. It seems you don't value your life. Seo-jun, however, remained defiant, countering with a question of his own, right back at you. Do you really want to lose valuable information by killing me? The scene shifted to reveal the tense atmosphere of a lavishly decorated room. Seo-jun stood before the woman, a sword held aloft, the air thick with unspoken threats. As the woman pressed her advantage, her grip tightening on the hilt of her sword. Seo-jun, his face etched with worry, felt the cold steel press against his throat. Let me confirm a few things, she stated, her voice sharp and unwavering. The woman's inquiry was pointed. How did you know about that curse that I'm under? Seo-jun's response was grim. He had seen the effects of this curse before. I've seen someone who had the same, and did that person die? His answer was a heavy, almost reluctant, yes, probably. The woman, unfazed by his admission, continued her explanation. There are only two ways to lift the curse. Either to have the one who placed the curse on you to lift it, or kill them. In her case, the choice was clear. In my case, the latter is the only way. But there was a twist. But let me tell you something as well. Even if you know how to kill the boss, you cannot kill it. A voice, cold and dismissive, echoed in the room. Even if one were to somehow achieve significant growth, it wouldn't be enough, they would still be considered a mere fledgling. Lee Seo-jun, a man of serious demeanor, sat amidst towering bookshelves. He listened to the explanation that knights and hunters typically undergo years of rigorous training before attempting the tower's challenges. He internally dismissed the notion that his capabilities were relevant to the situation. The conversation shifted. A question was posed: is it unusual for a child to refrain from going to the battlefield? A woman with silver hair, sharply dressed, immediately retorted, I am not a child. Seo-jun countered, stating that her license was newly acquired and that, to him, she remained a child. He deemed her interference excessive, reducing the matter to a mere business deal. An older man with white hair, seemingly their superior, sighed, suggesting a mock duel as a compromise. The older man continued, specifying that the duel would be against one of their guild members. Seo-jun's expression showed his surprise. Seo-jun contemplated the proposal. He considered it a minimal requirement for someone attempting to defeat the tower boss. A large, imposing sword rested on a stand, gleaming in the sunlight. The silver-haired woman, addressing the older man, questioned the wisdom of a mock duel with such a formidable weapon. Seo-jun, however, seemed unconcerned. He considered it appropriate, given the opponent's ambition to challenge the tower boss. Lee Seo-jun, a man of average build and somber expression, stood poised with a spear, facing a young man in a striking red coat and a woman with silver hair. The woman, her face etched with a stern determination, declared that they would begin their actions upon Seo-jun's signal. Meanwhile, unseen by the others, a dark-haired man, his face obscured by shadow, muttered to himself, expressing his disdain for Seo-jun's apparent progress in his private meeting with a powerful figure known only as Master. The silver-haired woman, addressing Seo-jun, promised to show him the harsh realities of their world through this duel. The mock duel began. Seo-jun lunged forward with his spear, but the young man in red deftly dodged, his sword glinting in the light. The young man, confident in his abilities, stated that he held an advantage as long as he could close the distance between them. Seo-jun's spear whistled through the air, narrowly missing its target as the young man moved with surprising speed and agility. He deflected the blow with ease. The young man, unimpressed, scoffed that it was nothing. With a swift, powerful kick, the young man sent Seo-jun sprawling, the impact echoing through the room. Seo-jun coughed, surprised by the young man's unexpected strength and speed, as the young man prepared for another attack. Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with worry, muttered to himself. The distance between him and his opponent had widened in an instant, a fact that filled him with unease. He realized that if the spear had been made of metal, the impact would have surely sent him sprawling. His opponent, a young man with dark hair, smirked, holding a spear. He chuckled, commenting on Seo-jun's relative inexperience, despite his impressive skill. Seo-jun's expression hardened. He revealed that he had been holding back in his fight against the young man. A surge of anger coursed through him. He cursed his opponent, his voice laced with fury. Seo Jun declared that he would no longer hold back, his resolve hardening. He launched a fierce attack, his movements a blur of speed and power. The clash of their weapons echoed through the room as the two combatants engaged in a furious exchange of blows. Seo Jun's opponent, momentarily caught off guard, looked up in surprise. Seo Jun seized the opportunity, his movements swift and precise, disarming his opponent with a well-timed kick. The young man exclaimed in shock. Lee Seojun's daughter, Seola, launched a furious attack. He watched in disbelief as she effortlessly overpowered him, her movements a blur of deadly precision. A storm of blows raining down upon him. He felt a surge of helplessness as he realized the extent of her power. This was no ordinary child. Seola's attack culminated in a powerful kick that sent Seo Jun sprawling across the room. He landed hard, the impact jarring his entire body. Seola stood over him, her expression cold and unforgiving. He could only watch as she prepared to deliver the final blow. Meanwhile, an elderly woman watched the scene unfold from a distance, a complex expression playing on her face. She seemed both surprised and resigned. The elderly woman sighed, her shoulders slumping. I give up, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Seo Jun, however, was not yet defeated. A flicker of determination ignited within him as he mustered his remaining strength. The elderly woman watched him, a hint of intrigue in her eyes. Lee Seo Jun, she mused, I knew he was out of the ordinary. Lee Seo Jun, his back to the viewer, stood in an opulent room. A thought clouded his mind, this situation was abnormal. He was approached by a woman with short, blonde hair. She questioned him, wanting to know if the evidence was sufficient. An older woman with silver hair, seemingly surprised, admitted she had been wrong to underestimate Seo Jun's abilities. Seo Jun humbly deflected the compliment, but the older woman insisted, affirming his strength. Satisfied, the older woman declared her approval for Seo Jun to enter the tutorial tower. The next morning arrived. A large group of people gathered outside a grand building. Seo Jun, surprised by the unexpected number of participants, questioned why so many were present when he had expected only 5. He learned that the tutorial tower differed from other dungeons, only 12 people could enter per month. Seo Jun's companion expressed confusion. Another man then approached, distributing supplies to those entering the dungeon. Lee Seo Jun, accompanied by a young woman, Alexis, walked along a city street. A concerned expression crossed Alexis's face as she questioned Seo Jun about his demeanor, noting a change in his behavior. Alexis wondered about the nature of Seo Jun's change, speculating on a possible connection between him and someone named Alexis. Meanwhile, Seo Jun, seemingly unfazed, inquired about the location of a structure known as the tower. Mr. Alexis, a man in a striking red jacket, pointed towards a distant structure. He identified it as the Acropolis, the ancient city of Greece. The scene opens with a breathtaking vista of ancient ruins under a twilight sky. A partially ruined Parthenon temple stands majestically against the horizon, its grandeur hinting at a bygone era. 2 individuals, their voices filled with awe, discuss the scene before them. One identifies the structure as the Parthenon temple, while the other points out what appears to be a colosseum in the distance. A group of adventurers, their attire suggesting a mix of backgrounds and skills, approaches the ruins. One of them, seemingly impatient, questions if they are on a sightseeing trip. Among the group, a young man with dark hair casually remarks that it's better than being nervous. Another, a man with long black hair, silently observes him, a hint of annoyance in his expression. He thinks of the young man as a cheeky bastard. The long-haired man's thoughts reveal that his pride has been wounded by a recent mock duel. His bruised ego is palpable as the group discovers a hidden staircase leading down into the earth. One of the adventurers points out the entrance to the underground structure, commenting on the irony of stairs leading to what is called a tower. As they descend, another adventurer expresses doubt about their location, questioning if they are in the right place. Before them stood a seemingly impenetrable wall, its surface gnarled with the roots of ancient trees. A young woman with short, pale pink hair, armed with a futuristic rifle, cautiously approached. But a man with long, dark hair, dressed in a striking red coat, dismissed it with a wave of his hand. It's just a wall, he stated, his tone suggesting something more was at play. He continued, explaining that this was the entrance to a dungeon, and that the tower itself would soon summon them. The pink-haired woman, along with 2 other hunters, stood ready. As the man checked his watch, one of the hunters, a young man with dark hair, questioned his leader's confidence, whispering, "Is he out of his mind?" The man in red chuckled, explaining that this particular dungeon was unique. "Actually, he's right. This dungeon is a bit special," he said, a hint of excitement in his voice. His watch ticked, the second hand moving with unusual speed. Until it suddenly flashed, displaying the time, 6 o'clock. A surge of blue energy enveloped the group, teleporting them into the dungeon. The young man with dark hair exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What the hell?" But the man in red reassured him, "Don't panic. We're entering the dungeon." Lee Seo Jun, a man grappling with the weight of his past mistakes, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he clutched his head, a pained groan escaping his lips. He was told he would feel sick. Before the world ended, the monsters emerging from the dimensional rifts grew stronger and more numerous. A monstrous creature loomed over a group of desperate hunters, its terrifying form a stark contrast to their dwindling numbers. But despite the escalating threat, the number of hunters continued to decrease. It was becoming increasingly difficult to manage the relentless onslaught of monsters. Amidst the ruins of a once thriving city, a wounded hunter lay dying, his sword discarded nearby. 3 other hunters watched helplessly. Seo Jun, his face etched with despair, felt a surge of anguish. He looked up to see a brilliant light piercing the dark sky above. A voice echoed from the sky, cutting through the desolate cityscape. Lee Seola, the final boss, stood amidst the ruins, her back to the viewer, her long hair whipping in the wind. The source of the voice was identified as the private system, a glowing, technological interface appearing before Seola. The circumstances of Seola's rise to power were about to be altered thanks to this intervention. The image showed Lee Seola, now wielding a glowing sword, a stark contrast to the previous panel. The private system, it turned out, provided personalized classes and skills to each hunter, drastically increasing their abilities based on mastery of their class. The higher the rarity of the class, the greater the power it granted. This was a crucial element in determining a hunter's strength. Lee Seo-jun, Seola's father, knelt on the ground, his gaze fixed on a large spear lying beside him. A sense of despair hung heavy in the air. But his situation was different. The narrative shifted to focus on Seo-jun's own connection to the private system. An error message flashed across the screen. The private system had already been updated, pausing the current process. A system notification flashed across the screen. Confirm alternative. Loading deleted data. The loading process completed, displaying a new message. Loading complete. The private system has been updated. Lee Seo-jun awoke with a gasp, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. Another system message appeared. You have entered an uncleared dungeon. Seo-jun found himself lying on a bed of hay in what appeared to be a jail cell. A system notification confirmed his location. You have entered the tutorial tower's first floor, jail. He frowned, muttering to himself that there had never been an error in the system before. He looked around, his confusion deepening as he wondered if this could be a castle. Seo-jun realized the situation was dire. He had to obtain the most difficult pattern in the tutorial tower. The tutorial tower splits everyone up to start at a different space, and they all have to break through to the second floor by themselves. 3 other participants were shown, a woman with long purple hair, a woman with orange hair and a leopard print top, and a man with dark hair. Lee Seo-jun, a spearman, found himself staring at a cryptic message on his private system screen. The instructions were clear: start the tutorial quest and open his private system. A task deemed difficult, yet not impossible, for new hunters. He accessed his profile. His class was Spearman, the same as before his regression. A curse escaped his lips. Shit. Seo-jun sat on a pile of hay, reviewing his status. He had hoped the butterfly effect would alter his class. But his hopes were dashed. Spearman, a common class, remained. A grim realization washed over him as he saw an image of a birdcage. The system explained that common classes, like his, symbolized a low growth limit, hindering progress significantly. This was why he had struggled to survive before his regression. And if nothing changed for him, then others would also remain unchanged. Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with grim determination, stared into the void. A single tear traced a path down his cheek as he silently acknowledged the gravity of his situation. A chilling vision of his daughter, Lee Seola, the world-destroying final boss, flashed before his eyes. Seola, clad in dark robes, sat upon a throne of ice, her eyes radiating an icy malevolence. He was in a dungeon, the air thick with the scent of dust and forgotten lore. Seo-jun, lost in thought, pondered the events that led to this catastrophic future. Realizing that Seola's class as a witch was a significant factor in her descent into darkness. He needed to change that, and he knew exactly how. Before him shimmered a class change ticket, the reward for completing the tutorial tower, his only chance to alter his daughter's destiny. A ticket usable only once. The weight of the world rested on his shoulders as Seo-jun understood the stakes. Failure was not an option. A vision of Seola, now a young girl, filled his mind. He would ensure she grew up as a normal child, far from the path that led her to become the final boss. The tutorial quest updated: escape the underground prison. Seo-jun found himself in a dimly lit corridor, the air heavy with the stench of damp stone and fear. Guards, small and grotesque, lined the walls. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself in a dark, imposing cell. He was told to find a key to escape. But the only thing he saw were heavily armored guards. He pondered the unusual nature of their armor, noting that it didn't seem to contain anything inside. He wondered if they were guards, given their location. Then a thought struck him: guards often carry keys. Seo-jun deduced that the key was likely within the guard's possession. And approached one of the armored figures, his hand reaching for a pouch on its side. Only to be met with a sudden, unexpected attack. The guard revealed itself to be far more than just a simple guard, its true form a powerful, glowing blue armored warrior. Did you think I'd fall for that? It mocked. The armored warrior unleashed a powerful blow, sending Seo-jun reeling back. A fierce battle ensued. Seo-jun fought back valiantly, but the warrior's strength was overwhelming. Seo-jun, despite the pain, remained resolute, knowing this was a necessary step. He was too old to be fooled by such a simple trick. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself thrust back in time. He wielded a glowing spear, its energy a vibrant blue, as he lunged forward. The spear's trajectory a blur against the crimson backdrop of the scene. His attack connected with a hulking, armored figure, the impact sending shockwaves through the ancient stone hall. Seo-jun, facing a horde of dungeon monsters, smirked. He mused that one or two wouldn't be a challenge for him. He issued a defiant challenge, daring them to attack. Suddenly, a barrage of weapons rained down upon him, a flurry of spears and axes aimed at his heart. He looked up, surprised. A look of dawning realization on his face as he quickly raised a hand, interrupting his own thoughts. The battle raged on, culminating in the destruction of the living armor. Seo-jun surveyed the battlefield, noting that there were more than he initially expected. He had defeated 15 living armors. He reflected on the ease of the victory, attributing it to the support system. He also noticed that his spear felt better in his hand than before, a subtle but significant improvement. The king's ring had absorbed the monster's soul. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, found himself in a dark, imposing chamber. He manipulated a key, a grim determination etched on his face, muttering to himself that he still had some leeway before the king's ring was needed. The heavy, ornate lock clicked open, revealing a hidden compartment, from which emerged a terrifying sight, a hulking, demonic armored figure, its presence radiating menace. The creature's face, partially obscured by its helmet, was a mask of pure malevolence. Its eyes glowed with an infernal light. A chilling display of power that sent a shiver down Seo-jun's spine. Seo-jun, his breath catching in his throat, stared at the monstrous figure. He thought, what's that boss-looking thing? He quickly assessed the creature's defenses, noting its unusual protection around the joints, unlike others he'd encountered. It possessed a shield and seemed to have exceptionally high defense. His gaze fell upon a pouch on the creature's waist, a familiar sight. He wondered if it was the same as those he'd seen before. A sudden, unexpected magical surge enveloped him. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with the sorrow of a world lost, watched helplessly as a surge of dark energy erupted from his daughter, Lee Seola. The once familiar face of his child was twisted into a mask of furious power. A cataclysmic force that shattered the very fabric of reality, culminating in his own demise. Now, given a second chance, he finds himself facing a 5-year-old Seola, a stark contrast to the world ending which he remembered. A powerful, crimson energy erupted from a central point, radiating outwards in a destructive wave. The shockwave pulverizing the surrounding stone and earth. Lee Seo-jun, his back to the viewer, stood firm, a long staff held aloft, seemingly the source of the energy's counterforce. Seo-jun's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the energy's destructive power. He muttered to himself, questioning the speed of the attack given its size. Suddenly, a massive, armored fist, glowing crimson, slammed into Seo-jun's defensive barrier, sending a shockwave through his body. He grunted in pain. Seo-jun realized he couldn't face the attack head-on. He decided to create distance to buy himself time to think. The armored figure continued its relentless assault, its movements swift and brutal. Seo-jun saw an opening and prepared to escape. He launched himself away, leaving the scene in a burst of energy, muttering about criminals needing to go to jail. Lee Seo-jun found himself in the midst of a chaotic battle, the air thick with the stench of magic and destruction. His daughter, Seola, the final boss, unleashed a devastating attack, leaving him wounded and gasping for air. A crimson wave of energy erupting from her weapon. God damn it, he cursed, the words a desperate whisper against the roar of battle. Seo-jun stumbled back, narrowly avoiding another blow. The ground trembled beneath his feet as the building around him crumbled. He gripped his spear, his mind racing. Wait, wouldn't the ceiling collapse if all the pillars were destroyed, he wondered, a sudden realization dawning on him. Seola's attack sent him flying, the force of the blow knocking the wind out of him. He crashed to the ground, pain lancing through his body. I have to change the damn bull's charging path, he resolved, his determination burning brighter than the chaos around him. Seola, her face obscured by shadow, continued her assault. Escapees will be, she hissed, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. A powerful energy beam lancing forth from her weapon. The ground cracking and splitting under the immense power. Executed, she declared, her voice echoing through the ravaged landscape. Lee Seo-jun, a man in a brown coat, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. He was being pummeled by a colossal, demonic-looking mech, its dark form silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling, crimson energy. Seo-jun was thrown back, his body impacting the ground with a jarring thud. But he quickly recovered, grabbing a large, chained weapon resembling a warhammer. The weapon glowed with an ominous red light, mirroring the energy surrounding the mech. Seo-jun's eyes narrowed as he observed the mech. A thought bubble above him revealed his assessment, that's an opening. He saw his chance and a determined expression hardened his features. Now's my chance. With renewed vigor, Seo-jun launched a powerful attack, his weapon crackling with blue energy as he swung it with all his might. The blow connecting with the mech's leg with a resounding crash. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground. The mech roared in pain, its red energy intensifying as it staggered back from the blow. The sound was a guttural, monstrous shriek. Seo Jun, airborne, continued his assault, striking the mech again with a swift, precise blow that sent it reeling. He muttered to himself, "All right. I gotta hit in." He observed the mech's weakened state, noting its explosive speed and power came from its legs. Now that one is disabled, its movements will be limited. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself facing a monstrous figure wielding a massive, spiked shield. He watched, a question forming in his mind. As the creature began its attack, Seo-jun's eyes widened in disbelief. He reacted instantly, but the shield was launched like a deadly projectile, spinning through the air with terrifying speed. Seo-jun's mind raced, trying to comprehend the enemy's unexpected tactic. He was astonished by the creature's adaptability, its ability to overcome such a seemingly obvious limitation. Seo-jun barely managed to avoid the initial impact, but the force of the blow sent tremors through the ground. He gasped, realizing the danger. The shield continued its relentless assault, forcing Seo-jun to desperately evade the deadly weapon. He cursed, realizing the ceiling was about to collapse. With no other option, Seo-jun prepared to brace for the impact, determined to somehow shield himself from the devastating blow. Lee Seo-jun, a spearman, found himself in a dire situation, his mind racing with uncertainty. He questioned if there was something more he could do. The display showed his class skills, thrust, extreme, and a blank space for his unique skill. Seo-jun examined his status screen, his expression grim. He read the description of his class skill, a mana-consuming ability that slightly increased the force of his thrust. He noted that it was a common skill for his class, but in his current predicament, Seo-jun gripped his spear, a surge of blue energy enveloping the weapon. He resolved to bet everything on this one desperate gamble. A desperate shout escaped his lips as he prepared for a final, all-out attack. He commanded the activation of his skill, the spear glowing intensely. With a powerful motion, Seo-jun hurled his spear forward, the spear leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake as it hurtled towards its target. A question arose in Seo-jun's mind as he observed the skill's name, noticing something peculiar attached to it. Lee Seo-jun, in a desperate attempt to protect himself, launched a powerful attack against the monstrous figure before him, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the very ground beneath their feet. But the translator's note pointed out that the attack was more of a spear throw than a thrust, despite the Korean term used. The monstrous creature roared in pain as the attack connected, its massive form shuddering from the impact. Seo-jun, exhausted but victorious, collapsed to the ground after defeating the chief guard, receiving 500 points for his efforts. He then absorbed the monster's soul with the king's ring. The scene opens in Seoul, South Korea. Inside a comfortable home, young Seola, a girl with vibrant blue hair, gently strokes a sleek black cat. Her father, a man with silver hair, approaches and asks her to seek permission from her mother before making any decisions about raising the cat. Seola readily agrees. The scene then shifts to 2 hours prior, where Seola is outside, surprised to find that the cat can talk. Seola, intrigued, asks the cat its name. The cat introduces itself as Lee Seola. Seola expresses her astonishment at a talking cat, and the cat confirms it is indeed a talking cat. Lee Seola, a young girl with dark hair, was approached by someone who asked her for a favor. Seola was then asked to hide a talking black cat with a green gem around its neck, who explained that it needed to be hidden from villains. The cat explained that if villains discovered it could talk, they would try to take it away. Seola questioned if it was alright for the cat to talk to her. The cat responded that it was fine since Seola was special, like it. The cat then revealed that Seola could see mana, which surprised her. In return for keeping the cat's secret, Seola asked the cat to keep hers as well. Seola and the cat made a promise to keep each other's secrets. The cat sealed the promise with a final promise. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, found himself in an unfamiliar yet strangely comforting scene. He gazed down at a small, outstretched hand, its tiny fingers intertwining with his own. Beside it, a small black cat paw mirrored the gesture, a silent promise of companionship. A scene of unexpected tenderness. His 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola, sat beside him, cradling the small black cat. A gentle question hung in the air, a query that hinted at the depth of their unusual bond. "Did you give her a name?" he asked. Seola responded softly, "She told me to call her master." Seo-jun's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "She told you?" he questioned, his voice laced with disbelief. Seola's eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips as she covered her mouth in alarm. A small, black bird flew past the window, a silent observer to the unfolding scene. Seola's fear was palpable, a cold sweat beaded on her brow as she continued to tremble, clutching the cat tightly. Seo-jun, sensing his daughter's distress, attempted to ease the tension. He offered a reassuring smile, "I'll go get us some lunch." As soon as Seo-jun left the room, Seola's demeanor shifted. A sudden, sharp sound echoed from behind the closed door, a clear indication that she was no longer the innocent child she had appeared to be. A subtle shift in her expression betrayed a hidden intelligence and cunning. She sat quietly, stroking the black cat, her thoughts a whirlwind of unspoken plans. Seola's internal monologue revealed her frustration. Not being able to talk is so annoying. The cat, seemingly understanding her predicament, offered a solution. "Don't worry, I'll teach you something good." Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter, Lee Seola, becoming the world-ending final boss, found himself inexplicably given a second chance. He now gazed upon a 5-year-old Seola, a far cry from the terrifying figure he remembered. Seola, cradling a black cat, calmly explained that they could communicate through their thoughts, a process she called telepathy. Seo-jun, still reeling from this revelation, questioned Seola on how she performed this feat. Seola, with an air of confidence beyond her years, assured him that it would be easy once he tried. She encouraged him to simply try communicating with her through his thoughts. A blue aura enveloped Seola as she concentrated. And Seo-jun was astonished to witness the display of magical energy. Seola, delighted by her father's surprise, confirmed that it was indeed magic and offered to teach him more. The black cat, seemingly sentient, chimed in, confirming that Seola was a mage. The revelation that his young daughter possessed magical abilities settled upon Seo-jun, leaving him speechless. The narrative shifts to an explanation of skill mastery, a system that governs the proficiency of skills. It is defined as the extent of proficiency in a certain skill and is divided into 6 grades: peerless, superior, excellent, normal, lacking, and inferior. The skill's power depends on its grade. Even a simple skill like thrust can have no merits from a simple glance. But it is also simple to raise its mastery. Therefore, one must train to raise that mastery. The scene shifts to a young man with dark hair, who appears to be practicing. He focuses on the skill thrust. When he first starts, the mastery is set at inferior. Once he learns how to use it, the skill's mastery rises to lacking. The scene opens with a single word, stark against a black background: thrust. A young man with short, dark hair and bandages on his arms wields a staff, its tip glowing with energy. He grins as he effortlessly shatters a small, bee-like creature with a swift movement. A narration box explains, once he fully understands the skill and begins to use it practically, it rises to normal. The word thrust appears again, this time accompanied by the faint image of a forest floor. As the young man effortlessly sends several logs flying with the same staff, demonstrating increased skill and power. The narration box explains that once the number of times he uses the skill accumulates through several years, it rises to excellent. Once more, thrust is displayed. And we see the young man now facing a much older, more experienced warrior, who holds a similar staff. The narration box explains that once he obtains a deep knowledge of the skill and gains the ability to use it in a variety of ways, it rises to superior. The narration box continues, explaining that by defeating someone with the same skill, it rises to superior. Lastly, a final panel shows the young man standing amidst a ruined cityscape, surrounded by the bodies of the fallen, his staff glowing brightly. The narration box explains that once he manages to bring out everything that the skill has to offer, it rises to peerless. He breathes heavily, the weight of his power evident in his posture. The scene ends. A young woman with vibrant pink hair stood before a shadowy figure, her spear inexplicably halted mid-thrust. The figure's voice, though unseen, echoed with a sharp question: "Why did you halt your spear?" Lee Seo-jun, his face obscured by shadow, stood silently behind the young woman. His posture was tense, his body radiating apprehension. The unseen figure continued, its voice laced with a hint of disbelief: "Are you letting your guard down because your mastery is high?" Seo-jun's eyes snapped open, revealing a fierce intensity. The young woman's words struck a nerve. "Snap out of it, Lee Seo-jun. You're weak." She continued her scathing assessment, her voice dripping with contempt: "Your class is merely a spearman. Even your skill is a measly thrust." If he truly wanted to become stronger, she insisted, he would need to catch up to those with natural talent. The young woman's words were a harsh but necessary truth. Sweat beaded on Seo-jun's brow as he gripped his spear, his knuckles white. "Keep thrusting," she commanded. A surge of energy crackled around the spear, transforming it into a weapon of immense power. The final command echoed: "Until you die." Lee Seo-jun, a man of discerning features and sharp eyes, lay sprawled on the cold, hard ground. His dark hair fanned across his forehead, and his expression was one of utter defeat, a stark contrast to the sharp lines of his usually composed demeanor. Disoriented, Seo-jun found himself in an unfamiliar, desolate place. He knelt, his gaze sweeping across the cracked cobblestones of a vast, imposing courtyard, a single question echoing in his mind: where was he? He slowly recalled the events leading to his current state. A wave of self-awareness washed over him as he realized he had used his class skill and fainted. He hadn't had time to check his appearance earlier, preoccupied as he was with the battle. His private system interface appeared, displaying his name, class, and skills. His class skill, thrust, extreme, caught his attention. Confirming his skill mastery remained unchanged from before his regression. He knew it. A system notification clarified that extreme represented a mastery level beyond the general grades. It was a peerless grade, a rarity among hunters. Seo-jun reflected on this unexpected development. He had anticipated a reset of his mastery level after his regression, given the reset of his physical capabilities. However, his skill remained at its peak. A new quest appeared before him. The system was offering to restore his data from before his regression. He accepted, marveling at the power of this opportunity, far exceeding even the king's ring. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's dark future, knelt before a large, imposing door. He gripped his spear, a last resort weapon whose power came at a steep personal cost. Each use left him drained and weak. He muttered to himself that he would proceed to the second floor for now. He approached the door cautiously, only to find that it was strangely unlocked. There was no lock or keyhole. Seo Jun was taken aback. He questioned whether his earlier fight with the chief guard had been necessary, but then shrugged it off, accepting the unearned points as a fortunate outcome. Having completed the tutorial quest and entered the second floor, Seo Jun found himself in a lush garden. And the tutorial quest was updated. He continued deeper into the garden, his spear held at the ready. Lee Seo Jun, a man etched with worry lines and a haunted expression, found himself in an unfamiliar environment. A digital message, stark against the dark background, instructed him to enter checkpoint, shelter. He muttered to himself, a wry smile playing on his lips. This isn't a garden, he observed, the words hanging in the air. The manga title card, My Daughter is the Final Boss, appeared, chapter 36. It was, in fact, a jungle. Lush, verdant, and overwhelmingly vast, the dense foliage concealed a stonewell, seemingly the only man-made structure in sight. Leaves drifted gently on the still surface of the water within the well, reflecting the sky above. Seo Jun, desperate, plunged into the well steps. Emerging moments later, sputtering and gasping for air. Pwaha! I am alive, he exclaimed, relief washing over him. He surveyed his surroundings, his face a mask of exhaustion and disbelief. I couldn't find it after trudging through there for an entire day, he thought, shining his flashlight into the darkness. Whose garden would possibly be this big? He checked his supplies. His emergency rations, provided by the knights, were almost depleted. I would have collapsed if I had tried walking any further, he realized, touching a small, red gem embedded in his jacket. Leaning against the well, Seo Jun let out a sigh of relief. Seriously, I barely reached it, this shelter, he murmured, his gaze fixed on the well. Lee Seo Jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's apocalyptic future, found himself in a secluded log cabin, the remnants of a tutorial quest completed. A message appeared before him, confirming the quest's completion. A notification popped up, awarding him 100 points. He then emerged from a dimly lit shop, a mysterious air surrounding him. He was greeted with a welcoming voice as he stepped inside. Seo Jun, carrying a large weapon on his back, appeared slightly startled. A cheerful teddy bear, wearing glasses and a tie, bounded forward, extending a welcoming paw and a piece of paper. Seo Jun's surprise was evident as he questioned the unexpected sight of a talking teddy bear. The teddy bear introduced itself, confirming its identity and greeting Seo Jun. Seo Jun, in turn, introduced himself, his surprise still palpable. He seemed slightly unnerved by the situation. Seo Jun expressed his surprise at the unusual greeting. The teddy bear, whose name is 23, explained that its name was a secret, offering a reward for its disclosure. Seo Jun, having heard rumors of a point store in the shelter, asked 23 to show him what goods were available for sale. Lee Seo Jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, found himself in a dimly lit room. He muttered to himself that it would make things quicker, as a glowing blue sword materialized in his hand. The sword's appearance was accompanied by a futuristic interface, displaying a list of survival items available for purchase: jerky, water, and a lantern, each with a point cost. Seo Jun, needing food, considered the options. He noted that the jerky was quite expensive, finding the price unreasonable. A small, cartoonish bear, seemingly the interface's representative, chimed in, questioning his frugality, comparing his behavior to someone buying ice cream at an inflated price atop a mountain. Seo Jun sighed, acknowledging the bear's point. These were the only options available within the dungeon. The bear then offered cheaper alternatives: round mushrooms, leaf mushrooms, and wild herbs. The bear urged Seo Jun to explore all his options, playfully suggesting he could reward the bear with points if he was curious. Seo Jun, having been considering this since earlier, was internally debating his next move. He was contemplating buying the items, but ultimately decided against it. Instead, Seo Jun declared his intention to purchase information. Lee Seo Jun, a man burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, stood in a dimly lit dungeon shop. He was clad in dark, practical attire, a spear leaning against the counter beside him. Opposite him sat a small, anthropomorphic teddy bear wearing glasses, seemingly the shopkeeper. Seo Jun inquired about ways to efficiently earn points within the dungeon. The teddy bear explained that there was a store on the upper floors with a greater variety of items. However, information on point acquisition could only be purchased at the store on the second floor. Seo Jun considered this information, a thoughtful expression on his face. He concluded that it would be most efficient to buy information here and then gather points afterwards. The teddy bear then revealed that the information cost 1,500 points, a sum Seo Jun currently lacked. Seo Jun, undeterred, asked how he could earn points most efficiently. He decided to reduce the scope of his initial request. The teddy bear offered a less comprehensive information package for 800 points, 50 points short of Seo Jun's current total. Seo Jun contemplated whether there was a better option than this. He found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. The teddy bear, however, offered a special discount, reducing the price to 750 points for this one time only. Seo Jun was surprised. Lee Seo Jun, a man etched with the grief of a world lost, stared at the small, teddy bear-like creature before him. he exclaimed in disbelief, having never encountered such a thing before. The creature simply responded with a curious why. The creature, seemingly sentient, explained its actions with a shy smile. It had been prompted by Seojun's greeting. Seojun, however, was speechless, his mouth agape in surprise. The creature continued, reminding Seojun that the item it had offered was his only food source. Seojun, however, countered that he needed more strength to survive, and thus, he would need to eat more. Seojun then inquired about the creature's future plans. The creature responded by explaining that it could provide survival necessities through a point store, ensuring Seojun wouldn't die from lack of food. A list of items and their point costs appeared. Seojun, having spotted some of these items during his travels, decided to only eat those from now on. The creature complimented Seojun's cleverness in buying information, a skill that had gone unnoticed by others. Seojun, however, humbly denied being particularly smart, surprised by the creature's observation. Lee Seojun, a man with dark hair and a somewhat weary expression, sat in a dimly lit room, eating a cookie while cradling a teddy bear. He mused that people tend to only notice what's directly in front of them, and that everyone is usually exhausted when they reach this place, making them less observant. The teddy bear, sporting spectacles, seemed to dance playfully as Seojun prepared to leave, seemingly unnoticed. Seojun, now standing, declared that he'd rested enough. And announced his intention to go find that. The teddy bear, in a speech bubble, explained that it had used its entire fortune to buy information and intended to use it wisely. It then cheerfully suggested meeting at the fourth-floor department store. Seojun stepped out into a sunny, rural landscape, approaching a small wooden cabin. Inside the cabin, a rabbit plush toy sat reading a magazine, seemingly welcoming someone to the shelter. Seojun's feet were shown entering the cabin. Seojun wondered aloud who the hunter was that had been in the shelter until now. The tutorial quest had been updated. Lee Seojun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end he witnessed, found himself in a lush forest, a spear in hand. He was instructed to proceed to the third floor of the tutorial tower. Seojun, his brow furrowed in thought, muttered to himself about the existence of floor bosses. A floor boss, he mused, was akin to a mini-boss, a master of each floor. He pondered if it was similar to the chief guard he'd encountered before. Even if one chose not to hunt the mini-bosses, there was no obstacle to ascending to the next floor, however. Defeating them yielded a significant number of points. Most hunters avoided them unless they were aiming for those points, Seojun realized. He understood why the first floor lacked a lock or keyhole. It was because of this system. Killing floor bosses provided a perk on each floor, he learned, a fact that surprised him. A stuffed bear in a suit and glasses offered cryptic advice: you can find out once you kill them. The bear continued, instructing him to look fair the second floor boss fair now. You can find it as long as you go west from this shelter. Lee Seojun, a man with dark hair and a concerned expression, questioned the vagueness of the directions, prompting the bear to retort, you'll know if you're not an idiot. Seojun, seemingly unconvinced, muttered to himself, the atmosphere completely changes, after all. He ventured west, his surroundings shifting dramatically. From a desolate, urban landscape to a lush, vibrant jungle. Anyone would be able to tell. As Seojun continued his trek, he encountered a large owl, which softly cooed. Before revealing its monstrous, fanged maw and attacking Seojun with a guttural roar. The owl swooped down, its massive beak aimed at Seojun. Lee Seojun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself thrust into a desperate battle against a large-beaked owl. His movements were swift and precise, a blur of motion as his blade sliced through the air. The creature fell, defeated. A system message confirmed his victory, awarding him points. Seojun landed heavily on the forest floor, the impact jarring him slightly. He stood amidst the trees, his expression grim. The sounds of the forest, a low croak and a sharper krk, were ominous. He acknowledged the danger with a weary sigh, muttering, yeah, to himself. He gripped his spear, his gaze hardening. It's seriously a danger zone from here on out, isn't it? He mused, his voice laced with apprehension. Yu Yunhai, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, sat slumped against a weathered wooden barrel in a dimly lit alleyway. Her bow and quiver lay beside her, untouched. A look of confusion clouded her features. A single tear traced a path down her cheek as she silently wondered what had transpired. The world around her seemed off. She felt a strange paralysis, unable to move or even open her eyes. A chilling sensation akin to sleep paralysis washed over her. Despite the fear, a resolve hardened within her. She had to escape this inexplicable state. With a surge of adrenaline, Yunhai strained against the paralysis, her face contorted in effort. Her eyes snapped open, revealing a monstrous shadow looming over her. Fear turned to alarm as she recognized the horrifying silhouette. A monstrous figure loomed over her, its presence filling her with dread. Despite her weakened state, she steeled herself, determined to fight back if necessary. But before she could react, a surge of green energy emanated from her eyes, a sign of her latent power. She focused, calming herself, knowing that remaining still was her best course of action for now. A single, wavering thought echoed in the void, I'm sorry. There are a lot of errors, right? Lee Seojun, amidst a haze of smoke and chaos, strained to hear above the din of battle. A faint sound cut through the noise, a woman's voice? Relief washed over him as he recognized the nature of the voice. He breathed a sigh of gratitude. Thank God, it's a person, he thought. The voice, however, immediately posed a question. Are you one of the Knights Guild members? A curt denial followed. No. Seo Jun, still trying to assess the situation, continued his internal monologue. HM? But this voice, it doesn't belong to Heian or Iram Uni though? The mystery deepened as the voice finally revealed its identity, Ursabet. A powerful, ethereal figure materialized before Seo Jun, radiating an otherworldly aura. Reassurance came in the form of a calm statement. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Meanwhile, in a separate location, Lee Seola's father, Seo Jun, found himself in a precarious situation. He stared out at the desolate landscape, a grim expression settling on his face. Where in the world is the floor boss? He muttered to himself, his voice laced with exhaustion and desperation. Monsters had attacked him relentlessly from all sides. More pressing than the immediate danger, however, was a more basic need. Monsters have attacked me from left and right, and I'm severely lacking in food. A cryptic thought bubble appeared above a pair of feet walking on a desolate path. The second floor drives people insane in many ways. Lee Seo-jun, a man with dark hair and a serious expression, walked through a dark forest, his face etched with worry. He continued his trek, a sword strapped to his back, until he spotted a fire in the distance. A question formed in his mind, a fire? He approached cautiously, peering through the trees. He wondered if the source of the light was nearby. His eyes widened in alarm as he saw something unexpected. Emerging from the shadows was a monstrous creature, its form vaguely humanoid but adorned with large antlers and a mask-like face, partially obscured by branches and vines. The creature stood before him, its terrifying visage fully revealed, a horrifying mask of bone and wood, glowing eyes burning with malevolent energy. Its clawed hand raised, a surge of green energy crackling at its fingertips. As creature unleashed a torrent of green energy from its hand, sending tendrils of dark vines erupting from the ground. Lee Seo-jun, his back to the viewer, gripped a staff as he walked through a dark, ominous forest. A sense of unease hung in the air, the path ahead shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, the staff pulsed with an unnatural green light, vines erupting from the ground around him. He realized, with a start, the nature of the power he now wielded, magic. A surge of energy coursed through him, his expression twisting into one of both surprise and grim determination. The vines, now under his control, snaked around him like living extensions of his will. He stood defiant, a warrior amidst the encroaching darkness. The magical energy dissipated, leaving behind only the faint scent of earth and decay. Seo Jun looked around, a question forming in his mind, was the threat truly gone? His relief was short-lived. A monstrous figure, its face obscured by a grotesque wooden mask, emerged from the shadows, raising two wicked-looking blades. Seo Jun braced himself, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. He lunged forward, his staff meeting the creature's blades in a clash of steel and magic. The forest floor trembled under the force of their confrontation. The masked creature unleashed a wave of dark energy, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The battle had begun. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself wielding a strange staff, its energy pulsing with a faint blue glow. He braced himself against the onslaught of thorny vines that lashed out from the surrounding forest. His face contorted in grim determination. He wouldn't let his daughter, Seola, suffer the same fate. I won't lose you a second time, he vowed, his resolve hardening. With a powerful leap, Seo-jun propelled himself forward, the staff held aloft like a beacon. His movements swift and precise as he navigated the treacherous vines. The staff's tip glowed brighter as he pierced through the thick undergrowth. Vines, he exclaimed, surprised by the unexpected obstacle. The sheer number of vines was alarming. When did so many form? Seo Jun wondered, his eyes scanning the dense vegetation. Suddenly, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its form partially obscured by the vines. Seo Jun braced himself, readying his staff for battle. The creature lunged, its massive claws reaching for him. Seo Jun's eyes widened in realization. Shit, it's been growing them with magic this whole time, he cursed, understanding the true nature of the vines. He swung his staff, unleashing a wave of energy that collided with the creature, sending a shockwave through the forest. The creature roared in pain, its grip on the vines weakening. Free! It groaned, its voice echoing through the trees as it began to crumble. Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with a mixture of fear and determination, stared up at a monstrous figure. The creature wore a grotesque mask, its gaping maw revealing rows of sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. A palpable sense of dread filled the air. Seo Jun, wielding a glowing blue spear, lunged forward, aiming a blow at the monstrous figure. The spear crackled with energy as it hurtled towards its target. But the attack was abruptly halted. The spear stopped mid-air, its energy flickering. Seo Jun's eyes widened in surprise as he realized something was amiss. The monstrous figure recoiled, its movements jerky and unnatural. A question formed in Seo Jun's mind, what had caused the sudden interruption? With renewed determination, Seo Jun continued his assault, his spear flashing through the air. He managed to strike the creature, but the impact was less effective than expected. As the creature's body was covered in thick, rapidly growing vines. Seo Jun realized that the vines had been growing unnoticed this whole time, hindering his attack. Frustration and confusion warred on Seo Jun's face. He muttered to himself, realizing the spear was too cumbersome in this environment. The monstrous figure spoke, its voice a low growl, asking Seo Jun if he possessed a certain ring. Seo Jun, realizing the ring was the king's ring, watched as the creature revealed its true motive. The ring was the reason for its unusual behavior. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself facing the monstrous final boss, Seola. He questioned the sudden cessation of the attack, a flicker of hope amidst the devastation. He stood defiant, a strange, glowing blue spear materializing in his hand, vines wrapping around his legs as he braced himself. The vines snapping under the immense pressure as he lunged forward. Only to be met with a ferocious counterattack from the monstrous Seola, her terrifying mask splitting into a grotesque grin. Seo Jun barely managed to deflect the blow, the force sending him reeling. Realizing with dawning horror that he was completely outmatched, he cursed, knowing he couldn't possibly block such a devastating attack. Panic etched itself onto his features, he was helpless in this position. The final boss unleashed a devastating blow, sending Seo Jun flying through the air. His body crashing into the undergrowth, his spear clattering away as he lay defeated. Lee Seo Jun, his body battered and broken, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal kick from a monstrous figure, the impact sending him sprawling across the ground. The force of the blow leaving him gasping for air as darkness threatened to consume him. He watched, helpless, as the creature unleashed another devastating attack, its power seemingly limitless. A wave of destruction that washed over him, leaving him with a sense of impending doom. Seo Jun's eyes widened in fear as he recognized the figure looming over him. It was his daughter, Seola, transformed into the terrifying final boss he had witnessed destroy the world in his previous life. A desperate plea escaped his lips, Dae Dash. Suddenly, a voice called out, Dae Ho Hyung? Seo Jun looked up to see a familiar figure, a glimmer of hope in his desperate situation. A shadowy figure, cloaked and mysterious, stood amidst swirling green energy. A single word escaped her lips, barely a whisper, Urzas. A young woman, her expression a mixture of awe and apprehension, watched the spectral figure. Ursabet, she questioned, her voice laced with uncertainty. The cloaked figure turned, her green eyes gleaming. What a beautiful name, she remarked, a hint of amusement in her tone. Are you Greek? A subtle smirk played on her lips as she continued, I wonder if you were influenced by that child? You say similar things. The young woman, taken aback, could only stammer, pardon? With a final touch, she concluded, there, all done. Couldn't fix the errors, but you should be able to move in a little bit. The young woman, feeling a surge of relief, murmured, thank you. The cloaked figure's voice echoed in her mind, a warning, it'll be a problem if you see me, Yunhai. A young man's eyes snapped open, his golden irises wide with shock and a desperate plea forming on his lips. He gasped, wait. A young woman with long brown hair sat slumped against a wooden barrel in a dimly lit room. Her expression was one of confusion as she questioned, how did you know? My name. Her confusion deepened, a question mark hanging in the air as she stared blankly ahead. A wave of terror washed over her as a single tear traced a path down her cheek. Suddenly, grotesque, nightmarish creatures emerged from the shadows, their horrifying forms filling the room. A system notification appeared, the tutorial quest will begin. The young woman, eyes wide with fear, braced herself as the creatures advanced. Her bow and arrow lying discarded on the ground nearby. Another system notification appeared, please open your private system. Lee Seo Jun, his back to the viewer, stood amidst a desolate, twilight forest. The air hung heavy with an unnatural stillness, the gnarled, leafless trees clawing at the bruised purple sky. He was joined by another man, who sat slumped against a tree, his weapon lying discarded beside him. A palpable sense of unease permeated the scene. The seated man, his face etched with worry, explained that a rabbit in a nearby shelter had led him to this location. Suddenly, a grotesque, horned creature emerged from the shadows, its mask-like face twisted in a sinister grin. It revealed that only 2 people had reached this level. Seo Jun, ever vigilant, noted that the creature was well adapted to the terrain, manipulating thorny vines with ease. The 2 men exchanged a look of grim determination. They resolved to face the creature together. Their combined assault began, a flurry of motion and clashing steel. But the creature countered, ensnaring the younger man's weapon in thorny vines. The younger man, however, was not fooled a second time. He and Seo Jun worked together to overcome the creature's attack. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. He moved with practiced grace, his every step precise and deadly. A blur of motion as he launched himself forward, his weapon a shimmering spear of energy. Readying to strike the monstrous figure before him, a grotesque creature adorned with a terrifying mask. The creature, seemingly impervious to Seo Jun's initial attack, retaliated with a pair of wicked blades. The clash of steel echoed through the dark forest. But Seo Jun, undeterred, met the assault head-on, his own blade a blur of motion as he deflected the blows. A fierce counterattack following swiftly. The energy spear found its mark, striking the creature with renewed force. A blinding flash of light erupting from the point of impact. Seo Jun, momentarily stunned by the force of his own attack, peered into the darkness, his breath catching in his throat. He called out, a desperate plea for help. A bead of sweat trickled down Seo Jun's temple as he realized the hunt was far from over. The scene opens with a pair of feet walking through a dark, shadowy forest. A faint glow emanates from the ground, suggesting a magical or supernatural element. As a man, Lee Seo-jun clenches his fist, his knuckles glowing with an intense, fiery energy. His expression is one of grim determination. A narration box reveals that Kang Daeho's chosen class is fighter. Kang Daeho, a young man with dark hair, studies a depiction of a warrior battling a lion, his gaze thoughtful. Another narration box indicates that his class skill is about to be revealed. And it's described as simple yet powerful enough to pierce even steel. Kang Daeho's fist is shown again, the fiery energy even more intense. Kang Daeho's eyes blaze with power as he prepares to unleash his skill. His face is contorted in a grimace of exertion. He launches a powerful punch, a fiery blast erupting from his fist. The impact shown as a bright, searing light that obliterates his target. The word true is emblazoned across the panel, emphasizing the skill's power. The scene shifts to a confrontation between Kang Daeho and another man wielding a spear, facing a monstrous, shadowy creature. The creature's shadowy form is menacing, its claws extended. A powerful blast erupted from the center of the forest, the force of the explosion sending shockwaves through the trees. The air crackled with residual energy, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Lee Seo-jun, breathing heavily, stood amidst the wreckage, his body slick with sweat. A notification appeared before his eyes: the floor boss, Gardner, has been defeated. Points have been given. 300 points. Seo-jun's internal monologue reflected his amusement. They really named this tiki dude Gardner. He mused, a thoughtful expression on his face. This skill takes too long to charge and consumes a ton of stamina. That's why I haven't used it properly until now. Seo-jun continued his internal monologue, observing his surroundings. But what Seo-jun just created the perfect condition for me to use my skill. He turned, a thoughtful expression on his face. As if he knew what my skill was. Seo-jun's thoughts trailed off as he was interrupted by a voice. What was that, Hyung? Lee Seo-jun, a man of imposing stature, stood amidst a dark forest, his expression one of bewildered curiosity. He watched as a younger, more slender man, his features sharp and his attire refined, used some sort of skill, leaving Seo-jun questioning what he had just witnessed. The younger man, seemingly pleased with himself, confirmed it was indeed a skill, emphasizing its awesomeness. Seo-jun, however, dismissed it as mere coincidence, a nervous uncertainty creeping into his voice as he questioned his companion. But the younger man's sudden collapse revealed a more serious problem: he was dying. Seo-jun, concerned, inquired if the skill had any side effects, only to be met with a simple no. The younger man, however, revealed his true distress: he was starving. Seo-jun, thankfully, produced some food, which the younger man devoured with gusto. Though the younger man commented that the food wasn't particularly tasty, his hunger overriding any qualms. The younger man explained that he'd experienced similar bouts of hunger since childhood, and that readily available food was too expensive. Two men stood amidst a mystical, mushroom-dotted landscape, their conversation hinting at a perilous climb ahead. One, more rugged in appearance, questioned the plan to meet up only after each floor's ascent, while the other, more refined, confirmed the arrangement, suggesting that the tower's structure facilitated individual progress with planned regrouping points. The scene shifted to a stark, underground prison. One of the men, now alone, reflected on his first encounter within the tower, a brutal fight against the prison guards. He compared his experience to that of his companion, suggesting that the underground prison was, at least, a less challenging starting point. The two men continued their journey, their conversation turning to a recent, unpleasant encounter. One of them expressed disgust at having fought a monstrous rat, emphasizing its unsanitary nature. However, he quickly reassured himself, mentioning that he had washed his hands thoroughly at a fountain near a shelter. His companion, intrigued, questioned the location of this fountain. A sudden realization washed over him as he recalled something crucial: the water. He remembered drinking from that very fountain. A wave of alarm washed over him. The other man, seemingly unfazed, explained that he had drunk from the fountain before his companion, and then expressed concern for the well-being of the others climbing the tower. Someone confidently asserted that he was certain to pass, while Hiram would likely also succeed. However, a different individual expressed concern for Yunhai, noting her relative lack of experience compared to her peers. Despite her inexperience, Yunhai's strength was acknowledged. She had joined the front lines before the regression. This unexpected concern from someone who usually held a lower position was noted. The two men arrived at what appeared to be the castle's outer wall. One of the men explained that following the wall would lead them to the entrance on the third floor, prompting the other to suggest they head inside immediately. However, the first man unexpectedly rejected this suggestion, only to be met with a confident declaration that they would not be entering the castle. Lee Seo-jun watched in horror as his daughter, Lee Seola, stood amidst a carnage of fallen bodies. A chilling realization washed over him: a direct confrontation wouldn't solve anything. Seola, transformed into the fearsome final boss, exuded an aura of terrifying power. Her sword, gleaming ominously, was stained crimson with the blood of her victims. The scene was a grim testament to her destructive capabilities. Gasping for breath, Seola's face reflected the toll of her actions. Panting heavily, she seemed to be struggling to maintain her composure, the weight of her actions pressing down on her. Lee Seo-jun, gasping for breath, lay collapsed on the ornate floor of a lavish palace. Blood stained the rich carpet around him. The grandeur of his surroundings a stark contrast to his desperate state. His daughter, Lee Seola, sat nearby, her leopard print top and short skirt at odds with the scene's formality. A katana resting beside her, further emphasizing the gravity of the situation. She appeared exhausted, her breathing ragged. Seola's thoughts turned inward, she regretted her impulsive actions. She shouldn't have climbed up so quickly. Despite her misgivings, Seola believed she could handle the situation. However, a chilling announcement echoed in her mind: the third wave of the attack was imminent. A final warning flashed before her eyes: please prepare yourself. A horde of undead creatures stormed the throne room, their guttural cries filling the air. Lee Seola, a young woman with fiery red hair and a leopard print top, found herself battling a seemingly endless wave of monsters. She stood amidst a lavish, yet now chaotic, ballroom, the opulent surroundings a stark contrast to the brutal fight unfolding around her. Regretting her decision to explore the third floor, she internally lamented that had she known the sheer number of monsters it held, she would have focused on clearing the end floor instead. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her, days without proper food had depleted her mana and stamina, leaving her questioning her ability to survive the current onslaught. A grim realization settled upon her: survival was unlikely. But the will to live surged through her. With a defiant shout, she resolved to fight for her survival. Releasing a powerful, fiery attack that decimated a large portion of the surrounding monsters. A surge of newfound power coursing through her. Seola realized that her skills, previously stagnant, were finally progressing. And she unleashed another devastating attack, cutting down more of her foes. Her determination hardening with each passing moment. She was starting to take steps forward, pushing past her limits. But the battle was far from over. A particularly strong monster lunged at her, forcing her to parry with a desperate, fiery slash. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself amidst a throng of undead creatures. His daughter, Lee Seola, the very witch who orchestrated the apocalypse, had transformed into the world's ultimate destroyer. He breathed heavily, his mind racing. No matter how many he cut down, there seemed to be no end to the horde. The sheer number of undead overwhelmed him. A groan escaped his lips as he realized the futility of his efforts. Despite the overwhelming odds, Seo-jun refused to give in. He couldn't collapse, not in a place like this. With a surge of adrenaline, he braced himself and pushed forward. His powerful footfalls shaking the very ground beneath him as he fought his way through the relentless tide of the undead. Suddenly, a young woman with bright blonde hair appeared, her eyes wide with shock and concern as she stared at Seo-jun's disheveled appearance. She gasped, "Why do you look like that?" Another woman, with long, flowing white hair, rushed in, calling out, "Iram Yuni." The woman in the leopard print top looked up, startled. "Wait, Yuni." A powerful woman with striking platinum blonde hair stood defiantly in a grand hall. Her attire was a blend of edgy and elegant, a black leather jacket over a dark top, complemented by sleek black pants. She exuded an aura of cold confidence, her gaze sharp and unwavering. The question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable: where are your weapons? Kneeling before her was a woman with vibrant orange hair, dressed in a leopard print top. Fear was etched on her face, her eyes wide with apprehension. The powerful woman's words were a dismissive command: "Don't worry, just step back." With a dismissive wave of her hand, the blonde woman effortlessly subdued the orange-haired woman, who remained kneeling. The blonde woman then spoke, her tone laced with a chilling calm: "Now then." A surge of energy pulsed from her fingertips, a display of raw power that left the orange-haired woman trembling. Before she finally asked, her voice dripping with icy disdain, "Who made you like this?" A man with long, dark hair, dressed in a striking red coat, walked through a lush forest. His expression was grim, his thoughts heavy with concern. There was no one in the shelter. The man continued his trek through the forest, his pace steady despite the growing unease. He knew the guild members were supposed to regroup at the shelter, but the current situation suggested otherwise. He reflected on the situation, realizing that a member of Spectre would likely join him. His thoughts then turned to the next quest, the one on the third floor. A mysterious figure, cloaked in darkness and adorned with shimmering green accents, stood silhouetted against a twilight sky. The air around her crackled with an unseen energy, small green lights dancing like fireflies in the humid night air. Her face, partially visible, revealed piercing green eyes and a subtle, knowing smile. An aura of power emanated from her, hinting at a strength far beyond the ordinary. Suddenly, a man in a red coat and white trousers, sword in hand, appeared before her. He looked at her with a mixture of caution and suspicion, his voice sharp as he questioned her identity. "Who are you?" "Ursabet," she replied, her voice smooth and confident, a hint of amusement in her tone. The man, clearly surprised by her appearance and calm demeanor, questioned her further. "I didn't see anyone like you when entering the dungeon. Are you a hunter?" "What do you think I am?" "Unfortunately, I'm not a hunter. Can I ask you a question this time?" "What is it?" "I'm looking for someone. Can you help me?" Before answering his plea, she paused, her eyes narrowed in thought. One final question lingered on her lips: "Are you human?" Lee Seola, a young woman with long, dark hair and piercing green eyes, smiled enigmatically. A faint green aura shimmered around her. Siola's smile sharpened as she effortlessly deflected a blow from a sword, the impact sending sparks flying. She moved with unnatural speed and grace. Her opponent, a man in a red coat, barely registering her movements before she vanished in a blur. The man, Alex, stood amidst the trees, his expression grim. He was clearly outmatched. Alex's internal monologue revealed his surprise. The fight had been far easier than anticipated. He hadn't even received any points for the kill. He felt a nagging unease, a sense that something was fundamentally wrong. Siola was clearly not human. Suddenly, a woman appeared before him, startling Alex. She called out to him. The woman, Yu Yunhai, expressed her astonishment at seeing Alex. She recognized him. Yunhai revealed herself as Alex's partner, relieved that they had found each other. A young woman, clad in athletic wear, stood amidst a lush, jungle-like environment. She questioned her companion, expressing confusion about the term partner. Her companion explained that other hunters could be found starting from the second floor, an explanation that she readily accepted. The scene shifted to a detailed view of the dense jungle foliage, emphasizing the rich, verdant environment. A woman with long, dark hair lay on the ground, her expression conveying a clear aversion to swords, due to past negative experiences. The woman, now standing, exuded power as she manipulated green energy, her demeanor suggesting a belligerent nature. An observer noted her aggressive nature. She looked around, searching for someone, suspecting their presence nearby, but ultimately concluding that her assumption was incorrect. The woman continued her search, expressing uncertainty about the whereabouts of her target. A powerful, monstrous figure was shown being defeated, resulting in a system message indicating the completion of a tutorial quest. The message was followed by a notification of points being awarded. An individual, seemingly relieved, commented on the unexpected grouping of monsters encountered on the third floor. Lee Seojun and his companion, Daeho, stood amidst the aftermath of a battle within a dungeon, several fallen monsters lying around them. Seojun, ever the pragmatist, observed that they would have faced far greater difficulties had they not rested before continuing their ascent. He continued, emphasizing the importance of pacing themselves in such a large-scale dungeon, advising that neglecting breaks would lead to significant problems later on. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a young woman with reddish-pink hair, Hien, discovered Seojun and Daeho's unconscious forms lying on a bed. A question formed in her mind. Wondering aloud if they were all right. Seojun and Daeho then awoke, startled by her presence. Hien, still groggy from her sleep, complained about the noise, while simultaneously inquiring about Seojun and Daeho. The scene shifted to show Seojun and Daeho, along with their team, walking down a corridor. A question arose regarding their unusual strategy. They explained that they had no choice but to push forward without resting, unlike Seojun and Daeho's more cautious approach. Hien questioned their decision to defeat the floor boss first, rather than proceeding directly to the fourth floor. The team explained that defeating the floor boss yielded more points, and that another store was located on the floor above. Hien expressed surprise at the existence of another store. A narration box described a high-level shop within a shelter, boasting an impressive array of merchandise. It sold elixirs and even replica legendary weapons. The narration continued, clarifying that this shop allowed the purchase of incredible items with enough points. In other words, they had no choice but to kill the target, which they believed to be in this room. The group entered a large, ornate room. The scene shifted to a bedroom, with a large bed in the center. One of the group members noted the large bed, then noticed someone was in it. A woman with long blonde hair lay asleep in the bed. The group reacted with surprise to the unexpected presence of a person in the room. The woman in the bed, visibly upset, questioned the presence of someone who wasn't a hunter. Lee Seojun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, stood amidst a group of concerned onlookers. Their hushed whispers of majesty hinted at the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a figure emerged, embraced by a powerful magical aura. It was Siola, his daughter, the very witch who had once been the final boss, now returned. And the onlookers' expression shifted to utter shock and confusion as they witnessed the reunion. Question marks filled their faces, reflecting their disbelief. Seojun's companions, initially stunned, reacted with a mixture of awe and apprehension as Siola's return was confirmed. "You've returned," one of them exclaimed. Lee Seojun, his face contorted in a silent scream, could only register the raw agony of betrayal. He silently raged against the injustice of it all. His best friend, her blonde hair a stark contrast to her furious expression, accused him of taking her husband. A scene of domestic chaos unfolded before him. His wife, overwhelmed by the situation, demanded an explanation for the sudden, inexplicable crash. Meanwhile, young Siola, his daughter, sat calmly amidst the turmoil, a stark contrast to the escalating tension. Seojun, exhausted and heartbroken, lashed out at his wife. Seojun's wife, heartbroken and betrayed, collapsed onto the pavement, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Her eyes blazing with a furious red light, she vowed to destroy everything. Siola, clutching her teddy bear, watched the scene unfold from the safety of her home. She quietly vowed to never let her father experience such pain again. But a chilling glint appeared in her eyes as she spoke, hinting at a darker side to her innocent facade. Lee Seojun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter, Lee Siola, the world-destroying final boss, found himself surrounded by armed figures. Their leader, a stern-faced man, warned Seo-jun that Seola, now before them, might destroy them all. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers whispered amongst themselves, questioning the nature of Seo-jun's relationship with the powerful Seola. One of them expressed pity for her. Seo-jun, however, dismissed their concerns, claiming it was a misunderstanding as he embraced Seola, who addressed him as Your Majesty. He noticed her significant weight loss, a detail that further fueled his concern for her well-being. Later, Seo-jun found himself struggling to process Seola's earlier question about his weight loss, unsure how to respond to such a personal inquiry. He was further perplexed by the unfamiliar language she used, a language completely unknown to him. His companions shared his confusion, unable to understand Seola's words either. One of them pointed out the impossibility of a language unknown to even Hyeram, a renowned linguist. Seo-jun considered the possibility that the king's ring, which Seola was wearing, might be the cause of this linguistic anomaly. A flashback revealed a similar linguistic phenomenon surrounding the Forgotten One, suggesting a connection between the two events. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself inexplicably able to understand the speech of a gardener. A strange occurrence that only deepened his confusion as he reflected on the implications of a woman addressing him as Your Majesty. The woman, elegantly dressed in a dark gown, seemed to possess an air of regal authority. Seo-jun, however, remained speechless, his inability to respond only fueling the woman's pity. Their faces drew closer, a moment of shared intimacy unfolding between them. As the woman's expression shifted, a dawning realization washing over her features. A sudden shift in the scene revealed a young girl with crimson eyes, her smile hinting at a sinister power. Seo-jun and the woman shared a tender moment, a kiss exchanged between them. But Seo-jun's subsequent words revealed his confusion, questioning the identity of the woman before him. A woman with long, flowing lilac hair and striking crimson eyes sat in a dimly lit room. She wore a dark, elegant dress, adorned with a pearl necklace. A pensive expression settled on her face as she murmured to herself that she had received something from someone else. Someone. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Lee Seo-jun, a man with dark hair and a worried expression, stood amidst a chaotic scene. Blood splattered the walls, and a woman with pink hair watched in alarm. The air crackled with tension. A close-up revealed a crimson eye, swirling with ominous energy. As a wave of dark power surged forth, the woman from the first panel cried out in pain and anguish. Her body convulsing as the dark energy consumed her. Her screams echoed through the room. Elsewhere, a group of warriors braced themselves for battle. One of them exclaimed, surprised, that they should prepare for battle, as the boss had arrived. Another warrior questioned what was happening, noting that she was sealed until now. A colossal, monstrous creature emerged, casting a terrifying shadow over the warriors. The scene ended with the warriors staring up in fear and awe at the immense, horrifying beast. A monstrous creature, its form vaguely reptilian and armored, lunged forward, a wickedly curved axe arcing through the air. The weapon's trajectory a blur of motion as it cleaved through a group of startled warriors, sending a shockwave of crimson energy that ripped through the battlefield. Lee Seola, a young woman with blonde hair and a determined expression, watched the chaos unfold, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from her hand. Her eyes narrowed in concentration as she channeled her power. A pistol materialized in her other hand, seemingly conjured from thin air. With a swift motion, she fired, the projectile leaving a trail of emerald energy. The shot striking its target with deadly accuracy. The impact sent a powerful shockwave through the air, knocking a powerful, dark-haired woman in an elegant gown to the ground. A man and a woman nearby watched in shock, the man exclaiming, "What was that?" The woman replied, "It's Iram Muni's skill." The fallen woman, her face contorted in rage, rose, her eyes glowing with malevolent energy. "Hear me," she shrieked. Lee Seola, a young girl with fiery red eyes, crouched low, her dark attire blending with the shadows of the opulent palace. A wicked glint shone in her eyes as she gripped her weapon, a sinister blade dripping with an unnatural darkness. She hissed a chilling command, her voice echoing through the grand hall, "Rip that man who stole His Majesty's ring to shreds." With a burst of dark energy, multiple shadowy figures, identical to Seola, sprang into action, their movements blurring into a whirlwind of violence. Meanwhile, a blonde woman with striking features, armed with twin pistols, watched the scene unfold from a distance. Her expression was one of grim determination as she fired a warning shot. "Watch out, Hiram SSI," she shouted, her voice sharp and urgent, as a wave of energy washed over the battlefield. Two men, one with dark hair and the other with blonde hair, watched in shock as the shadowy figures attacked. "What the hell are those?" one of them exclaimed. The other replied, "The boss just summoned them." One of the men, observing the scene, muttered to himself, "How annoying. A boss that summons monsters as its subordinates. Moreover, it's extremely solid. It hasn't been injured even on its human part." The blonde woman from earlier, now facing the shadowy figures, asked, "Then what about these shadows?" The dark-haired man pondered, "Those two are more specialized for close combat, while the subordinates attack by throwing hidden weapons." A man with short, blue hair, clad in a brown coat, expertly wielded a long spear, his movements precise and calculated. He moved with a purpose, his eyes fixed on the approaching threat. He muttered to himself, noting that the enemy would be less reckless if their leader was in danger. Before him loomed a monstrous creature, its exoskeleton seemingly impenetrable. A man and a woman watched from a distance, their expressions grim. The woman, with fiery red hair, doubted the creature's armor could be easily broken. The man, his face etched with determination, declared his intention to use his unique skill. The woman, whose name was Heian, questioned his confidence, her expression a mixture of skepticism and concern. Heian's skepticism was justified. He admitted that his skill required preparation time. He turned to Heian, pleading for her assistance in buying him some time. Heian, her eyes gleaming with determination, readily agreed to help, her smile hinting at a plan. With a confident smirk, Heian revealed she possessed the perfect skill for the situation. She then unleashed a powerful technique, a wave of energy erupting from her, aimed at thinning the number of shadows that surrounded them. The man, momentarily stunned by the sudden attack, struggled to maintain his focus amidst the chaos. He realized the enemy was concentrating their attacks on them. He resolved to block as many of the enemy's hidden weapons as possible, bracing himself for the onslaught. Heian, meanwhile, prepared to support him. Heian, however, found the task more difficult than anticipated, her attempt to counter the barrage proving challenging. She fired her weapon, but the sheer number of incoming projectiles overwhelmed her. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself locked in a desperate battle against shadowy figures. His movements were swift and precise, a blur of motion as he deflected blows and countered with deadly accuracy. Each strike imbued with a power born of grief and determination. He reflected on his daughter, Seola, noting that despite her complaints, she still obeyed his commands. This was Ha-iram's class in action. The scene shifted to a weapons collector, a man with a monocle meticulously cleaning a collection of diverse weaponry. Seola, now a young girl, was shown a skill called storage and release. This skill allowed her to store weapons in an unknown space and bring them out at will, much like a game inventory. With a flick of her wrist, Seola summoned a handgun. Then another, effortlessly wielding dual pistols. A woman, seemingly unimpressed, declared, "TCH, I'm out." The dark energy continued to surge, showcasing Seola's unexpected power. Ha-iram, a weapons collector, possessed a unique skill, the ability to manipulate weapons for combat. Unlike others, she could seamlessly integrate this skill into battle. A demonstration of this skill involved her summoning weapons from thin air, seemingly conjuring them from a storage space. The process began with a burst of energy, culminating in the materialization of a heavy machine gun and a belt of ammunition. Her technique was incredibly efficient, she eliminated the need for reloading by simply switching the weapon itself. An observer noted the ingenuity of her solution, comparing it to Ha-iram's own style. With her preparations complete, she declared it was her turn to attack. It was time for a bullet barrage. Ha-iram smirked, ready to unleash a devastating attack. She muttered about the shadows that dared to oppose her. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself facing a grim reality. His daughter, Lee Seola, had become the world-ending final boss, and he, her father, was among her victims. Now, given a second chance, he stood before a 5-year-old Seola, determined to change the course of history. But the path to a brighter future was far from easy. Seo-jun watched, helpless, as Seola, even at such a young age, displayed terrifying power, unleashing a barrage of bullets. A furious storm of projectiles that tore through the air. The sheer force of the attack sent shockwaves through the very ground itself. A swift, deadly blade sliced through the air, a counterattack against Seola's onslaught. The attacker moved with lethal precision. A blur of motion that hinted at exceptional skill and training. Revealed at last, the attacker was a woman with fiery red hair, dressed in a leopard print top and dark skirt. Her eyes, a striking blue, held a fierce determination as she met Seola's power head-on. Lee Seola, clad in a leopard print jacket, effortlessly dodged a series of blows from her opponent, her movements fluid and precise. Countering with a swift strike that sent shockwaves through the air, leaving her adversary reeling. Lee Seo-jun, watching from afar, could only utter a word of astonishment, amazing. The scene shifted to a larger battle, where a monstrous boss unleashed a flurry of attacks. But Seola, with supernatural agility, evaded each one with ease. But she's evaded every single one of the boss attacks. Seo-jun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Seola's movements were not merely defensive, she was toying with her opponent, her confidence evident in every graceful maneuver. The boss, visibly frustrated, let out a pained cry, "KGHH." Another figure appeared, shouting, "What are you all doing? Hurry up and dispose of these pieces of trash." The command was given, and a massive, monstrous creature emerged, its presence filling the scene. The boss, seemingly defeated, watched in shock as the new threat appeared. What? When did they, she wondered, her eyes wide with surprise. Lee Seola, a young woman with fiery red hair and a leopard print top, seized an opening in her fight, her movements sharp and precise. And unleashed a fierce attack, a flurry of blows aimed at her opponent. Her opponent, a powerful woman with long, flowing silver hair, retaliated with a furious roar, "Lowly bitch, how dare you!" Seola, however, remained undeterred. I thought the human part would at least be a little weaker. Suddenly, a man's voice called out, "Heian, it's okay now." A figure appeared, seemingly ready to intervene in the fight. as the silver-haired woman was struck by a powerful blow, sending her sprawling. The man, Lee Seo-jun, clenched his fist, a surge of fiery energy enveloping his hand, readying himself for a powerful counterattack. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his true justice fist, a devastating blow that sent shockwaves through the air. A powerful blow, imbued with fiery energy, connected with its target. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards. A searing pain shot through the creature's body as it roared in agony. A man with dark hair, wielding a glowing blue weapon, stood defiantly amidst the chaos. Another man, appearing concerned, rushed towards him, shouting, "Daeho Hyung? What happened?" The first man, Daeho, explained, "I got a real good hit in on its leg, but I couldn't deal a strong enough blow." The scene shifted to reveal a colossal, menacing creature, its chitinous body pulsating with dark energy. A woman with fiery red hair stood atop the beast, seemingly unfazed by its size. The creature, enraged, let out a guttural roar, "You dare, you dare." Its voice echoed with fury as it continued, "You dare damage my body?" The woman atop the beast, seemingly distressed, muttered to herself, "How am I supposed to meet his majesty like this?" Daeho and his companion fled the scene as the monstrous creature lunged towards them, its movements swift and deadly. Lee Seola, a young girl with pink hair, unleashed a torrent of energy from a strange, cannon-like device. The force of the blast rippled outwards, a swirling vortex of teal and orange energy. The raw power impacting a monstrous figure, its form contorting under the assault, revealing a terrifying visage of glowing red eyes and sharp fangs. Seola's attack had only enraged the beast. The monstrous figure, now fully revealed, sneered. "You fool," it bellowed. "Have you still not realized such scrap metal is useless against me?" The creature's words echoed the futility of the previous attack. The creature lunged forward, its attack a blur of motion, sending debris flying as it smashed through the room. Daeho Hyung, a man with dark hair, watched, his expression grim. He muttered to himself, noting that even his strongest skill only managed a glancing blow, regular attacks were ineffective. Daeho Hyung gripped a glowing blue weapon. He realized there was only one method left. He shouted to his companions, instructing them to hold the creature back for a few seconds. Lee Seola, clad in a leopard print top and short skirt, stood poised, a glint of determination in her eyes. She gripped her sword, a surge of energy crackling around her as she declared, "Got it." Meanwhile, Lee Seo-jun, her father, found himself desperately fleeing a monstrous creature, its sharp claws slashing at the ground where he had just been standing, narrowly avoiding its deadly grasp. He braced himself, his face grim with determination. Seola launched a fierce attack, her blade a fiery streak cutting through the air, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the very ground. The monster reeled from the impact. But the creature's strength proved too great. Seo-jun was thrown back, his weapon shattering on impact, a pained groan escaping his lips. Seola, sensing her father's peril, moved with surprising speed, her footsteps barely disturbing the dust as she raced towards the scene. She called out to him, "Seo-jun Appa. I don't know what you're up to, but hurry." The monster, however, was relentless. Its massive form loomed over the battlefield, a soldier warning, "We can't hold it for much longer." Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself facing his daughter, Lee Seola, the very witch who had destroyed the world. Seola, in her terrifying final boss form, unleashed a devastating attack, a crimson wave of energy that threatened to consume him. But Seo-jun, clinging to the hope of altering fate, braced himself against the onslaught. Seola's attack, though powerful, seemed to falter slightly. A flicker of doubt, perhaps, in the eyes of the world-ending witch. She muttered a word of defiance, "No," before continuing her assault. Seo-jun, however, was not without his own power. He channeled his energy, a surge of blue light enveloping him as he prepared a counterattack. A powerful beam of energy formed in his hands, a desperate gamble to change the course of history. He unleashed the attack, aiming for his daughter. The energy colliding with Seola's, a blinding flash of light engulfing them both. When the light subsided, Seola lay weakened, her power visibly diminished. Seo-jun, seizing the opportunity, pressed his advantage, his blade cutting through the remaining magical energy surrounding her. Meanwhile, another figure appeared, a woman with blonde hair, seemingly caught in the crossfire. Her expression a mixture of shock and fear as she watched the confrontation unfold. Seola, battered but not broken, prepared for a final, desperate stand. Lee Seo-jun, along with his allies, engaged in a fierce battle against the formidable queen, the floor boss. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the conflict, and a victory message appeared, proclaiming their triumph over the queen. The aftermath of the battle revealed a scene of devastation, the queen's form shattered and dissipating into dust. Seo-jun received 500 points for defeating the queen. A sudden, sharp cough racked his body, leaving him disoriented and wondering what had just transpired. In the distance, two figures watched the scene unfold, one of them wielding a large scythe. One of the observers, a woman with red hair, questioned the nature of the event, wondering if it was a skill. Her companion, a man with short, dark hair, confirmed that it was indeed a skill, a shocking revelation. Suddenly, Seo-jun collapsed. The woman called out to him, addressing him as little bro. The woman examined Seo-jun, concluding that he had simply passed out from mana exhaustion. Lee Seo-jun, his body battered from a recent battle, lay surrounded by his companions. Concern etched their faces as they assessed his condition. One of them noted his likely mana deficiency, speculating that he had expended all his magical energy during the attack. Another inquired about any physical complications. Seo-jun, however, seemed to be recovering, much to the relief of his companions. He let out a sigh of relief, indicating that he was all right. A system notification appeared, announcing the defeat of all monsters on the third floor of the tutorial tower, Queen's Palace. However, a subsequent notification warned that the floor would collapse in 10 minutes. The news of the impending collapse spurred them into action. One of the companions expressed frustration at the lack of time to rest, while another urged them to start moving immediately. A discussion ensued regarding their next move. One of the companions suggested retreating to the second floor to take a break. This suggestion was immediately rejected. They had tried this before and discovered that descending to a lower floor was impossible. With a sense of urgency, they began their escape, Seo-jun carrying one of his companions. The group fled the collapsing floor, their movements swift and determined. Lee Seo-jun, the father, lay unconscious, his surroundings a blur. A woman, her expression etched with worry, observed him, her thoughts a silent question: what had happened? She continued to watch, a sense of unease growing within her. The situation had suddenly devolved into chaos. Meanwhile, another man, his face grim, reflected on the events. He knew Seo-jun was the most capable hunter in their guild, but a nagging doubt crept into his mind: had he relied too heavily on Seo-jun's abilities? The scene shifted to a dramatic confrontation. Three figures, two men and a woman, stood poised before a glowing blue portal, their expressions a mixture of determination and apprehension. One of the men muttered about his wounded pride. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with weariness, lay sleeping. A soft murmur escaped his lips. He stirred, a warm and soft sensation enveloping him. Wondering how long it had been since he last slept on a bed. A sigh escaped him, he mused about the simple pleasure of sleeping all day. But then a jolt of realization struck him: he was in a dungeon. A sudden, disorienting shift in his surroundings left Seo-jun in a lavish bedroom, far removed from the dungeon's confines. He sat up, confused, questioning if he was still on the third floor. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself in an unfamiliar room. He vaguely recalled a system ping, leaving him wondering about his current location. He looked around the room, his gaze settling on a peculiar teddy bear sitting on a nearby table. The bear seemed to subtly shift, catching Seo-jun's attention. Seo-jun, wary, drew a spear, prepared to attack. The bear, startled, squeaked in fear, claiming it was just a joke. Seo-jun, slightly amused, lowered his weapon, admitting he was also joking. He questioned their sudden closeness, given their previous lack of familiarity. The bear cleared its throat, explaining that this was a guest room provided to alpha testers, and that it was a guide. Seo-jun, surprised, questioned if this was an amenity. The bear confirmed that the fourth floor was a safe space, similar to the second floor's shelter, and that he could use the point store as well. The bear offered to show Seo-jun the facilities outside the room. Seo-jun, intrigued by this unexpected development, considers the offer. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, watched as a small, plush teddy bear moved on its own. Its movements accompanied by faint, almost imperceptible sounds. He paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Did this toy make noises before? Seo-jun considered the toy's unexpected behavior. It could talk, and it was undeniably cute. A thought struck him: his daughter, Seola, would adore such a charming toy. Seola, a 5-year-old girl with vibrant purple hair, gazed at the teddy bear with wide, innocent eyes. Wow, she whispered, her expression a mixture of wonder and delight. Seola's face lit up as she hugged the teddy bear tightly. You're the best, Daddy. I love you the most in the whole world, she exclaimed, her voice filled with genuine affection. Seo-jun watched his daughter, a wave of complex emotions washing over him. He was both touched by her words and burdened by the knowledge of the future he was desperately trying to change. He wondered if he could somehow keep this magical teddy bear with him, a potential key to altering the course of his daughter's life. A chill ran down his spine as he considered the implications. Lee Seo-jun, a man carrying a large weapon and a teddy bear, bid farewell to Sir Alexis, a man in a red coat, and a woman with long black hair. He announced his departure. Sir Alexis instructed Seo-jun to report back to his master upon completion of his task. Seo-jun acknowledged the order. As Seo-jun left, the woman with long black hair, surprised, questioned his identity. Lee Seo-jun? Seo-jun, seemingly having just awakened, found himself in a grand hall. He looked around in confusion, questioning the events that had just transpired. The woman explained that Seo-jun had used an escape ticket. This prompted the woman to question the nature of the escape ticket, showing her confusion. She explained that it was a method for people to move in and out of a dungeon that lacked conventional entrances or exits. Seo-jun, following instructions, accessed a point store to search for his own escape ticket. He discovered that the items he sought were located on a different floor, specifically the second floor. He noted the prices of replicas of Mjolnir and Excalibur. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, found himself in a desperate situation. He had failed to protect the world from his daughter, Lee Seola, the final boss who had brought about his demise. Now, given a second chance, he clutched an escape ticket, a glimmer of hope in this surreal, digital afterlife. A ticket that would allow him to escape this digital purgatory. He had only managed to collect 1,000 points, far short of the 2,000 needed. A woman with dark hair, dressed in a striking red and white uniform, observed him with a knowing look. She explained that most guild members had simply bought their way out, ignoring the subquests that offered additional points. Seo Jun, puzzled, questioned this strategy. The woman clarified that these subquests were only accessible on the 4th floor, and that all the guild members had gone there to complete them. She then revealed a surprising piece of information. Seojun's wife, Yunhai, had also gone to the 4th floor. Seojun's eyes widened in shock and concern at this unexpected news. Relief washed over Seo Jun as he learned that his wife had successfully navigated the challenges of the 4th floor. He expressed his gratitude, relieved that she had managed to reach this point safely. The woman, however, noted Yunhai's impressive skills, questioning if all of Seojun's guild members were equally capable. Seo Jun, still processing the information about his wife, remained silent for a moment. Seo Jun then shifted the conversation, questioning why none of the Knights Guild members were participating in the subquests. The woman explained that they were focused on accumulating points to purchase items, even powerful weapons. But Seo Jun countered that this approach was ultimately pointless. He questioned the futility of their strategy, prompting the woman to explain that items bought from the in-game store were inherently meaningless. The scene ends with Seo Jun looking thoughtful, clearly pondering the implications of this revelation. Lee Seo Jun, a man of somber countenance, stood within a grand hall, his hand resting on the hilt of a sword. The imposing weapon seemed almost too large for him, yet he held it with a practiced ease. A thought crossed his mind. He was unable to leave the tutorial tower. Seo Jun questioned the system's mechanics, his brow furrowed in concentration. Across from him sat another man, his expression one of weary amusement, and a stuffed bear sat between them. The other man explained that the items within the tower were incredibly expensive, making it nearly impossible to earn enough points to buy even one, regardless of how many subquests were completed. This, he continued, was why everyone left after obtaining the private system. Seo Jun mused that this was still a significant profit. The other man then reminded Seo Jun of his promise to Lady Sophia, to defeat the 5th floor boss. Seo Jun nodded, confirming his commitment. The other man explained that his help would serve as insurance. However, Seo Jun confessed his doubts. He didn't believe he could succeed. The other man reacted with surprise to Seo Jun's statement. Seo Jun then revealed that he had a more important purchase to make. A scenario ticket appeared, its details indicating that it consumed all the alpha testers' points. Seo Jun excitedly declared that he had obtained a scenario ticket. A friendly-looking bear in his suit and glasses explained the terms of a mysterious quest. It would cost the participant all their alpha tester points, but upon completion, they would receive 10 times that amount in return. The bear emphasized the magnitude of the reward, highlighting that this quest offered a chance to recover 10 times the initial investment. This unique opportunity caught the attention of Lee Seo Jun, a man with dark hair and a determined expression, who was sitting on a luxurious couch. He questioned the difficulty of the quest, given its unprecedented nature. The bear added a crucial detail: the scenario quest wasn't taking place in reality. Seo Jun, slightly concerned, was warned by the bear that any negligence could lead to serious consequences. Seo Jun, confirming his understanding, questioned whether the quest was an illusion. The bear's response was implied by the image of a scenario quest ticket being held in Seo Jun's hands. Seo Jun, having accepted the terms, simply stated okay. The scene transitioned to a digital interface, announcing the commencement of the scenario quest. Error: the scenario quest has changed. The stark red text filled the screen, a jarring interruption in the otherwise dark background. Confirming alternative. The scenario quest has been restored. A blue digital interface flickered, confirming the system's adjustment. The scenario quest has changed. The message appeared again, this time in a green digital overlay, as Lee Seojun's face emerged from a hazy green light, his expression one of confusion and concern. Seo Jun, a man with silver hair, sat alone in a forest clearing, his shoulders slumped in defeat. He muttered to himself about another error, suspecting a regression in time. He questioned his location, wondering if he was on the 2nd floor of a dungeon. But corrected himself, noting subtle differences from his previous experience. He was certain, however, that he was inside a dungeon. Seo Jun observed that the quest had begun, yet there were no system notifications. He wondered aloud what the conditions were for completing this quest. Lee Seo Jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, found himself questioning his current task. He wondered aloud if all he had to do was clear out a dungeon. He affirmed to himself that it certainly seemed that way, his gaze hardening as he gripped his weapon. Seo Jun moved swiftly through the undergrowth, his weapon at the ready. Encountering a small, blue creature with a red bandana. The creature looked utterly terrified. Seo Jun paused, a look of confusion washing over his face. He questioned what was happening. The small creature flinched as Seo Jun approached, fear evident in its wide eyes. Until it cowered, its hands clasped together in supplication. Seo Jun's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He wondered if this creature was asking him to spare it. He recalled the established rule: all monsters are inherently hostile towards humans. This creature's behavior was unexpected. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter, the world-destroying witch Lee Seola, found himself in an unfamiliar forest. He had been given a second chance, a quest to change the future. A small, blue creature with a red ribbon around its neck approached him, its movements oddly familiar. The creature hopped nimbly from rock to rock, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy in its wake. Stopping before Seo-jun with an expectant look. Seo-jun, still reeling from his previous life, could only stare, bewildered. What? The creature tilted its head, seemingly asking a question. Seo-jun, though confused, found himself wondering if this was somehow connected to his quest. He cautiously asked, "You want me to follow you?" Seo-jun recalled the desperate struggle of his past life, the helplessness as he watched his daughter destroy the world. He considered the creature's request, a strange mix of hope and suspicion filling him. Was this creature offering help? Then, a thought struck him: impossible. A monster asking for help? Despite his doubts, Seo-jun felt a sense of urgency. He knew he couldn't afford to waste time. Sigh, okay, where to? The creature seemed pleased, its expression bright and cheerful. Seo-jun, though suspicious, had no choice but to follow. He had to try. The pair ventured deeper into the forest, the path ahead shrouded in mystery. Seo-jun, ever vigilant, kept a close eye on the creature, his mind racing with questions and a growing sense of unease. How much further do we have to go? Lee Seo-jun, his eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension, stared blankly ahead. The world around him blurred, a chaotic rush of motion and color. Then sharpened into focus on a small, blue creature. It was a tiny, almost impossibly cute, amphibian with a bright red bandana around its neck. He murmured, barely audible, "That's..." A 5-year-old girl with long, dark hair approached him cautiously. She was his daughter, Lee Seola, but she looked so different from the monstrous final boss he remembered. Seola sat beside the small creature, a serene smile playing on her lips. The creature seemed comfortable in her presence, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic scene Seo-jun had witnessed moments before. A misty forest path. Fallen leaves scattered on the ground. Lee Seo-jun, a man carrying a spear, cautiously approached a small figure sitting alone. The child, cloaked in dark robes, seemed lost in thought. Seo-jun's eyes widened in surprise. A child? He had expected something far more ominous. The child, Seola, sat calmly beside a small, blue frog-like creature with a red bandana. Seo-jun called out to the creature, "Come, Albert." Seo-jun noted the creature's name, a small detail that stood out amidst the larger mystery. He approached Seola cautiously, a hesitant greeting on his lips. Seola flinched, a sudden, sharp movement betraying her outward calm. A tense moment hung in the air. Lee Seo-jun, a man in a dark coat and carrying a spear, stumbled upon a peculiar scene in a forest clearing. A small, blue frog-like creature with a red bandana was cowering before a young girl with dark hair and a hooded cloak. The girl, clearly agitated, glared at the creature, muttering something unintelligible. Seo-jun's expression shifted to one of disgust as he witnessed the scene. He cautiously approached, concern etched on his face. The girl, however, responded with a chilling threat: she would kill anyone who dared to approach. The small creature, seemingly frightened by the girl's outburst, trembled. Seo-jun, intrigued and slightly unnerved, wondered if the girl understood what the creature was trying to communicate. The girl's intense gaze intensified, her green eyes piercing. She demanded to know who he was. Seo-jun, taken aback by her sudden aggression, could only stammer a response. He tried to explain that he was merely a passerby, but the girl's suspicion remained. Seo-jun found the situation increasingly improbable, he couldn't believe this was happening. The girl, in turn, pressed him for his identity. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself face to face with his 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola. Seola, already exhibiting an unsettling aura, glared at him, her words laced with suspicion. "What, so you're the same as me?" Seo-jun, concerned by her words and appearance, tried to approach her, but Seola immediately rebuffed him, snapping, "Shut up. Go be on your way if you don't have any business with me." He noticed her injured leg and asked, "Isn't your leg hurt?" Ignoring his concern, Seola remained defiant. Seo-jun, however, noticed the extent of her injury and commented, "It looks like you twisted it. Let me take a closer look." He moved closer to examine her leg, but Seola warned him, "Didn't you hear me?" Seo-jun, despite her clear displeasure, insisted on helping, stating, "I told you not to come any closer." He knelt down, his concern evident, while Seola continued to glare at him with suspicion and hostility. Seo-jun attempted to calm Seola, explaining, "It's okay, I'm not trying to hurt you, I'm trying to help you." Seola, however, remained unmoved, coldly dismissing him with, "It's fine, so just go away." Seo-jun, determined to connect with his daughter, persisted. He showed her a lucrum plant, explaining, "Here, look at this. You know what a lucrum is, right? I found some on my way here. It emits cold energy, so it's often used like a cold pack." Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, tended to his young daughter, Lee Seola's, injured ankle. He reassured her, explaining that the makeshift bandage would help. He continued his ministrations. finishing the treatment and noting that any unusual behavior from Seola would cause problems with Albert. Seola, now bandaged, shivered, complaining of the cold. Seo-jun reassured her that the cold was a normal part of the healing process. He dismissed her, advising her to start walking again, though slowly, to aid her recovery. Seola, however, was not ready to leave his side just yet. Seola called for Albert, her small, blue frog companion, for assistance. Albert hopped towards them, ready to help. Seola, misinterpreting Albert's struggle, accused him of thinking she was too heavy. He questioned her about her constant interference in his affairs, to which she responded that adults typically help children in need. A young girl with striking green eyes and long, dark hair, clad in a dark cloak, stood alone in a misty forest. She appeared to be unaccompanied. An unseen voice offered a temporary arrangement. Lee Seo-jun, a man in a long coat, approached a small, blue frog wearing a red ribbon. He asked the creature its name. The frog, Elise, revealed its name. Seo-jun complimented the name's prettiness. Seo-jun introduced himself to the girl, who was carrying the frog. He expressed surprise at her name. Seo-jun inquired about the nature of the frog's relationship to the girl, prompting her to reveal that it was her servant. He then questioned whether she had tamed a monster. The girl confirmed that she had tamed the frog, adding that she was a mage. A surge of purple energy emanated from the girl as she confirmed her magical abilities. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, found himself in a desperate situation. His daughter, Lee Seola, a powerful witch, held him captive, a surge of ominous green energy emanating from her hands. The energy pulsed, threatening to consume him. Seola warned him not to move, lest he face her wrath. He could feel the immense power she wielded, a significant amount of mana coursing through her. The scene shifted. Seo-jun, seemingly unharmed, stood before another individual, a man named Albert. He calmly observed Albert, noting his aggressive approach and ulterior motives. Seo-jun's eyes narrowed as he recognized Albert's manipulative tactics, a familiar pattern of deception. He saw through the charade, realizing Albert was just like everyone else who had ever tried to exploit him. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the air, striking Seo-jun in the shoulder. He was caught in a trap. Seola, witnessing her father's injury, reacted instantly. Her eyes flashed with anger as she realized the ambush. A surge of raw magical energy erupted from Seola's hands as she unleashed her power upon her father's attacker. Albert, caught off guard, cried out in pain. The green energy intensified, forming a destructive force that engulfed Albert and obliterated him in a flash of blinding light. Lee Seola, a young girl with long black hair, stood poised, a surge of green energy emanating from her small hand. Observing her from a distance, Lee Seo-jun, her father, was awestruck by her power. He muttered to himself, recognizing her strength as comparable to that of William Taylor, a renowned warrior. Suddenly, a menacing black wolf with glowing red eyes appeared, its ferocious barking echoing through the forest. Prompting Seola to summon Albert, her small, blue frog companion, who immediately sprang into action. Albert, surprisingly agile, transformed, donning miniature knight's armor, a sword and shield materializing in his tiny hands as he prepared for battle. The wolf lunged, but Albert skillfully parried the attack, his small frame surprisingly resilient. Seo-jun, witnessing the scene, accused Seola of luring him into a trap. Seola unleashed a powerful wave of green energy, sending leaves swirling around her in a furious display of power. She angrily retorted, revealing her knowledge of Seo-jun's true nature, confirming her suspicions that he was one of them. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. He lunged forward, spear in hand, aiming a killing blow at an unseen foe. The green energy of his attack erupting from the tip of his weapon. But the impact only served to reveal his daughter, Lee Seola, a young witch wielding her own destructive magic. Terror seized him, his eyes widened in disbelief and fear. Nearby, another man watched the scene unfold, his concern evident in his question, "What's with him?" Seola, however, was focused on her own battle, her green magic crackling as she defended herself against a hulking attacker. Seo-jun, desperate to protect her, crashed into the scene, shouting her name. Seola, her eyes blazing with a terrifying green light, unleashed a wave of magical energy, forcing Seo-jun to deflect the blast with his sword. The force of the impact sent him reeling. Another attacker, surprised by Seo-jun's sudden appearance, demanded, "Who the hell are you?" Seo-jun retorted, "That's my line." Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself in a desperate struggle. He parried a blow with a makeshift weapon, the metallic clang echoing through the forest as he grappled with his unseen opponent. A fierce counterattack leaving a trail of energy in its wake. He questioned his adversary, "Are you?" Seo-jun's attack connected, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground with a pained grunt, "Kurg." Seola, his daughter, appeared, calmly assessing the situation. "All right," she stated, "he's knocked out." Seo-jun, dazed and confused, could only utter a single word, "Why?" He wondered, as he looked at his daughter, "Why are you helping me?" Seola's expression shifted, a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. "Ha? Am I not supposed to help you?" Seo-jun, still disoriented, could only ask, "Do you?" Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's apocalyptic future, found himself face to face with a young Lee Seola. She was only 5 years old, yet her eyes held a spark of defiance as she questioned him, her voice laced with disbelief. "Seriously, you know nothing about me?" Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by a dark past, knelt in a forest clearing, his expression etched with worry. A large, imposing spear lay discarded beside him. Suddenly, a young girl with long, dark hair appeared before him. Her eyes, sharp and intense, held a hint of suspicion. She questioned him, her voice laced with disbelief. "Seriously? You know nothing about me?" Seo-jun, ever vigilant, tensed at the sound of something moving nearby. His daughter, Seola, equally alert, asked, "Where?" Seola, sensing danger, urged her father to flee. "Let's leave here first. More are coming." Seola, displaying unexpected power, unleashed a wave of green energy, engulfing her father in a blinding flash. Seojun's eyes widened in shock and pain as the energy coursed through him. Seola, concerned, looked down at her father, who was now unconscious. She wondered, what did she just do? Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, found himself clinging precariously to a cliff edge with his 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola, in his arms. He warned her to hold on tight, or she would fall. But Seola, seemingly unfazed by their precarious situation, slipped from his grasp. A startled cry escaped her lips as she tumbled downwards. Seo-jun, fueled by desperate paternal instincts, plunged after her, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. He shouted at her to stop, but his words were lost in the wind. Meanwhile, Albert, their small blue frog companion, struggled to keep up with their frantic pace, his small body clearly overwhelmed by the speed of their descent. He cried out in distress, unable to maintain pace. Lee Seo-jun, a man of discerning tastes, found himself in an unexpected predicament, carrying his daughter, Lee Seola, through a dark forest. He was confident in his ability to escape, but the urgency of the situation was evident in his hurried pace. Once they reached a safe distance, Seola, a young girl with striking dark hair and intense eyes, questioned his actions. Why had he helped her? Seo-jun, slightly breathless from their escape, responded that helping a child in danger was simply the right thing to do. Seola, however, countered that this would only be true if she were a normal child. Seo-jun, concerned, pressed further, questioning why someone would be so intent on harming her. Had she done something wrong? Seola vehemently denied any wrongdoing, her eyes blazing with indignation. Her emphatic denial leaving no room for doubt. Seo-jun, however, remained unconvinced, his brow furrowed in thought. What had happened? Seola revealed a startling truth: there was a prophecy. A cloaked figure, their face obscured, held a staff topped with a skull. A prophecy, spoken by some unknown prophet, was revealed: a young girl would destroy the world. A young girl with long black hair, dressed simply, sat alone amidst swirling dark energy. The prophecy continued, foretelling her world-ending actions. Lee Seo-jun, a man with short, dark hair, stared in disbelief. The words, "destroy the world," echoed in his mind, a stark reflection of his grim future. He knelt beside his daughter, Seola, a young girl with dark hair, who explained that a bounty had been placed on her head because of the prophecy. Seo-jun was shocked by the situation. Seola urged her father to leave, stating that his presence only increased the danger. Seo-jun, however, questioned her sudden departure and insisted on helping her, despite the obvious risk. Seola, irritated by his persistence, warned him that his nosiness could get him killed. She explained that while she wouldn't kill him, bounty hunters would target him because of his association with her. Seo-jun, however, remained resolute. Seola then revealed that she had already erased the memories of those who had previously encountered her, suggesting a solution to their problem. Seo-jun expressed his astonishment at her ability to erase memories, calling it magic. Seola corrected him, stating that it wasn't magic, leaving the nature of her power ambiguous. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by a tragic past, stood amidst a desolate landscape. His face, etched with worry, reflected the weight of his unspoken thoughts. A chilling realization dawning on him: this was a curse, a terrible fate he was powerless to stop. Before him, a figure emerged from an ethereal green mist. A young girl, cloaked in darkness, her presence radiating an unnatural power. Could she be a witch? The girl stood upon a glowing green sigil, her dark cloak billowing slightly in the unseen wind. The scene pulsed with arcane energy. Seojun's apprehension growing with every passing moment. He finally understood the horrifying truth. The girl's sardonic question hung in the air: "You finally realized?" Seojun's face was a mask of disbelief. He was overwhelmed by the implications of her words. It didn't look like she knew about the prophecy either. Who in the world was she? A wave of recognition washed over him. This situation felt strangely familiar. Seojun's thoughts raced. He desperately tried to make sense of the situation, clinging to any shred of hope. Could this be a different reality? A simulation? He concluded that the girl before him was nothing more than a virtual being, a construct of a simulated world. Relief washed over him, but it was short-lived. The quest remained, to change the future. Lee Seo-jun, accompanied by his familiar, Albert, observed a young witch from a distance. He mused that realistically, he shouldn't interfere with her, as she seemed to have no connection to his quest. However, Seojun's internal monologue shifted. He hesitated, his thoughts turning to the sight of a witch being pursued by a mob. A desperate situation where the young witch had no one to turn to for help. Despite his attempts to ignore it, the scene was too reminiscent of a past tragedy. The similarities were striking, the young witch's plight mirrored that of his daughter in his previous life. Seojun decided to intervene, his resolve hardening. He would help her. He approached the young witch, who was startled by his sudden appearance. He stated his intention to help, but she was wary. The witch warned Seojun that helping her would make him an enemy of the entire world. He acknowledged the risk but remained resolute. With a sudden burst of dark magic, the witch unleashed a powerful spell, surprising Seojun. Lee Seojun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end he witnessed, found himself thrust back in time. A surge of dark energy, the very essence of his daughter's destructive power, erupted around him. As he confronted a young girl, his 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola. A powerful witch, she had already mastered dark magic, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling power. She warned him, her voice sharp and cold, that she had placed a curse upon him, threatening to sever his head if he lied. Seola's threat hung heavy in the air. She demanded the truth, emphasizing that death was the only consequence of deception. Seojun, despite the palpable danger, remained resolute. He declared that he had never lied to her, a statement that seemed to surprise even himself. The scene shifted, revealing the pair in a clearing. Seola, still radiating an aura of immense power, questioned his motives. He insisted he had no ulterior scheme. Seola, unconvinced, pressed further, questioning why he would help her. Seojun's response was simple: he wanted to. His unwavering sincerity seemed to unsettle Seola, who pressed him again, demanding confirmation that he truly had no hidden agenda. He reiterated his lack of ulterior motives. The tension escalated as Seola, suspicious but intrigued, demanded to know whose side he was truly on. Lee Seojun, a man whose life had been irrevocably altered by his daughter's actions, found himself sprawled on the forest floor. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beading on his brow. As he struggled to regain his composure. Before him stood his 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola, her emerald eyes fixed on him. She stated that she was there to help him. Seola's expression was a mixture of apprehension and something else, a hint of something darker lurking beneath the surface. Her gaze held a depth that belied her age. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from Seojun's chest, causing him to recoil in pain. A wave of crimson tendrils snaking around him like venomous serpents. He gasped, his face contorted in agony. Seojun coughed, dust and debris raining down from his clothes as he struggled to his feet. Seola watched him with an unnerving calm. He asked if he could trust her, to which she replied that he couldn't. Seola, however, offered a surprising counterpoint to her previous statement. She told him to do whatever he wanted. Seojun, left pondering her cryptic words, gazed into the forest, his mind racing with uncertainty. As he considered their next move, he questioned where they were headed, to which Seola responded that they needed to escape the forest first, as it seemed people had discovered her presence. Lee Seojun, carrying a young girl with striking emerald green eyes, walked through a dark forest. He instructed someone named Albert to continue searching for a place to rest. The girl, however, seemed to have trouble remembering his name, prompting Seojun to remind her that he is Lee Seojun. Seojun, amused, recalled her previous name, Elise. The girl quickly corrected him, revealing her true name to be Ursabet. Seojun, intrigued by the unusual name, asked for clarification. Ursabet confirmed that Ursabet was indeed her real name. Seojun commented on the name's elegance, comparing it to a gemstone's name. But Ursabet found his compliment unpleasant. Suddenly, a digital interface appeared before Seojun, initiating a new quest, to help Ursabet escape the forest. Lee Seojun, a man burdened by grief and a cryptic quest, found himself inexplicably holding his young daughter, Seola. A look of confusion clouded his features as he uttered a single word. Ha! He pondered the strangeness of his situation, a thought bubble revealing his internal reflection. The lack of any official notices about his current predicament was peculiar. A new quest appeared before him, a digital message reading, "Help Ursabet escape from the forest." Seojun realized that hearing Ursabet's name triggered this new mission. Relief washed over him as he muttered, "Thank God, it was almost over before it even began." He then questioned his surroundings, asking aloud if witches were common in this world. Seola, his daughter, corrected him, pointing out his ignorance of their location. She explained that they were in the forest on the outskirts of the kingdom of Lumans, a place far from any continent he knew. Seojun, carrying Seola on his back, reflected on the absurdity of the situation. Even after regressing, he still found himself in a world far removed from anything he knew, a world where his quest was to help a witch. He questioned whether witches were a race or species, prompting Seola to clarify that she was human and that a crazy prophet had labeled her a witch. Seojun pressed further, inquiring about the identity of this prophet. Seola responded that the prophet claimed to be a herald of God. Lee Seojun, carrying his young daughter, Lee Seola, on his back, urged her to leave immediately. Seola, ever perceptive, noted the presence of bounty hunters and warned that their pursuers would soon arrive. He pressed on through the dense forest, his pace quickening. Seola's eyes fell upon a familiar emblem fluttering in the distance, a flag bearing the insignia of the Paladins, a holy order known for their unwavering justice. A symbol that filled them both with a mixture of hope and dread. As they emerged from the trees, a large contingent of Paladins stood before them, their leader, a stern-faced man with shoulder-length brown hair, surveying the scene. Seo-jun recognized the insignia and knew their pursuit was far from over. Sunlight streamed through the dense canopy of a forest, dappling the ground below. Lee Seo-jun, carrying his young daughter, Lee Seola, on his back, suggested they rest. Seola, however, pointed out the openness of their current location. Seo-jun insisted on at least a short rest, despite their hours of travel. But suddenly, a blue frog-like creature, Albert, leaped out from the bushes, startling the father and daughter. Seola greeted Albert, noting his return. Seo-jun inquired about Albert's reconnaissance mission. Albert's report was frustrating, they would have to take a detour. Seo-jun, however, found a suitable resting place nearby and suggested they head there. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, found himself questioning his ability to navigate this new reality. He voiced his apprehension, muttering to himself, "Are you crazy? You think I can just waltz into a town?" He was accompanied by his 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola, whose dark attire and serious expression belied her age. Seo-jun, attempting to reassure himself and his daughter, responded, "Oh, that's right. Come on, it'll be alright if you just cover yourself up. It won't be alright if you have no disguise, just like when I got caught before." Seo-jun's thoughts drifted to a previous failed attempt at disguise, involving a young boy named Albert. He recalled, "I gave Albert clothes to wear to pose as my sibling." A plan that ultimately proved unsuccessful. Seo-jun's face reflected his grim assessment of the situation, of course that'd fail. Despite the setbacks, Seo-jun remained determined. He resolved, "Let's just try going. I'll make it work. We need to eat anyways." Seo-jun, ever resourceful, pointed out a potential food source to Seola. He stated, "There's things to eat right here." He gestured towards a cluster of mushrooms growing beneath a tree. Seola's initial reaction was one of disgust. She commented, "Those taste terrible though." Seo-jun, however, offered a counterpoint, "No, they get sweet if you keep chewing on them." The scene opens with a sweeping vista of a medieval town nestled beneath a twilight sky, 2 moons hanging in the heavens, one a pale blue, the other a vibrant crimson. Lee Seo-jun, a man carrying several sacks, walked through the town's quiet streets. When he was suddenly approached by a cloaked figure who politely asked for his pardon. Seo-jun, startled, found himself questioned about his presence in this unfamiliar place under the ominous glow of the 2 moons. He was carrying his young daughter, Seola, closely, shielding her from view. Seo-jun, maintaining his composure, introduced himself as a traveling herbalist seeking a place to rest. Later, having found a secluded spot, Seo-jun spoke to Seola, his voice low and serious. He had a plan, and she needed to listen carefully. He explained that the plan was simple, similar to what she had done before, a plan that involved a certain level of deception. Lee Seo-jun, a man of somewhat dubious paternal skills, found himself in an impossible situation. His daughter, Lee Seola, a young girl with unsettlingly intense green eyes, stood before him, a bouquet of crimson berries clutched in his hand. He declared, "I'm your father, plan." Seola, clearly confused, questioned his claim. Seo-jun continued, explaining that he would be a herbalist, and she would be his daughter. He elaborated that they had entered the forest to gather herbs. But their peaceful excursion was interrupted by a monstrous encounter. A shadowy beast attacked them, leaving Seola injured. As they fled, they stumbled upon a nearby town. Upon reaching the town, Seo-jun devised a plan, instructing Seola to feign greater injury than she actually sustained. An elderly villager, upon seeing their plight, expressed his sympathy, stating that their situation was unfortunate. The villager inquired about Seola's condition, concerned about the extent of her injuries. Seo-jun, holding his daughter close, displayed a worried expression. Seola, however, unexpectedly winced and cried out in pain, "It hurts so much." Seo-jun, still clutching Seola, exchanged a worried glance with the villager. The scene was tense, the weight of the situation heavy in the air. Seo-jun began to cough violently, a sign that his health was rapidly deteriorating. He gasped, "I am dying dash." The villager, noticing Seo-jun's distress, asked if he was alright, expressing concern that he might be more injured than Seola. Lee Seo-jun, coughing slightly, suggested to his young daughter, Lee Seola, that they find a place to rest in the nearby town. Seola, pointing towards a building with a sign reading Atelier, confirmed the presence of an inn. Seola happily collapsed onto a bed in the inn, her long dark hair splayed around her. Seola sighed contentedly, expressing her relief at finally being able to rest on a comfortable bed. Seo-jun, sitting beside her, reminded her that their meal would arrive soon, urging her to rest. Seo-jun, having only enough money for one meal, pondered his next move. He then turned to Seola, asking for her opinion on something. Seola, clutching her pillow, enthusiastically inquired about his thoughts on her acting performance. Seo-jun bluntly told Seola to stop acting, as he believed she was terrible at it. Seola was shocked by his harsh criticism, unable to believe his assessment of her acting. Seola, carrying a pillow, surprised Seo-jun by delivering his meal. A simple breakfast is laid out on a wooden tray, a bowl of creamy soup, slices of bread, and a side of tomatoes and sausage. Siola, a young girl with long dark hair and striking green highlights, sits at a table, her eyes wide with wonder as she inhales the aroma of the food. Wow, it smells so nice, she breathes. Seo-jun, a man with dark hair and a weary expression, sits opposite her. He urges her to eat before it gets cold. It feels like it's been a million years since I've had decent food. Siola takes a tentative bite, her expression shifting subtly. A beat of silence hangs in the air before she murmurs something inaudible. Seo-jun notices her hesitation and asks, "What's wrong?" Siola gently pushes the tray towards him. "No, Seo-jun. You should eat it." Seo-jun is surprised. "Huh? Me?" he questions, slightly bewildered. Siola explains, "There's only enough for one, and you're the one who paid for it." Seo-jun, despite his initial reluctance, insists that he's fine and that she should eat. "Enough. Just eat." He finally picks up his spoon and begins to eat, his expression unreadable as he tastes the food. 5-year-old Siola sat at the table, her dark hair framing a face etched with a pensive expression. A spoon lay before her, containing a small portion of a creamy, golden substance. The golden substance shimmered faintly, almost ethereal in its glow. A close-up revealed the intensity of Siola's emerald green eyes, reflecting the light with an almost unnerving clarity. As she seemed to struggle with a decision, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple. Seo-jun, Siola's father, approached, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he picked up the spoon, offering the mysterious food to his daughter, who watched with wide, apprehensive eyes. Seo-jun playfully said, "Here comes the airplane," as he mimicked the motion of a plane flying towards Siola's mouth. Siola's expression shifted from apprehension to annoyance. Siola retorted, "Stop that. You think I'm a child?" Siola, despite her protest, ultimately relented, quietly stating, "Okay, fine. I'll eat it." Siola, a young girl with long dark hair and striking green highlights, sat at a table, delicately tasting something on a small spoon offered by an unseen hand. A man, Seo-jun, her father, leaned in, his expression a mixture of concern and anticipation as he asked her how the food was. Siola declared it good, prompting Seo-jun to eagerly offer her more food. He seemed relieved by her positive reaction. Siola, however, refused to share, asserting her ownership of the remaining food with a playful defiance. Siola suddenly announced her intention to find the way out of the forest, surprising her father. Seo-jun, though concerned, felt he had little choice but to comply with his daughter's request, urging her to return quickly. Seo-jun left the inn, his mind preoccupied with his daughter's unusual behavior. He reflected on her cold exterior, yet recognized the good heart beneath. Seo-jun silently observed the meal he had prepared, acknowledging the effort required to provide for his daughter, a task even adults find challenging. Seo-jun, a man etched with the weight of a world's destruction, reflected on his past failures. He mused that his daughter, Siola, remained spoiled even at an age where such behavior should have ceased. He stood amidst a crowd of villagers, their worried faces a stark contrast to his grim expression. A question formed in his mind. A simple query, yet heavy with unspoken implications: is someone here? The sound of approaching knights echoed through the village. A group of knights, clad in shining armor, entered the scene, their arrival causing a stir among the villagers. Seo-jun, observing from a distance, descended the stairs, his expression unreadable. The leader of the knights, a man with dark hair and a stern countenance, seemed troubled. His unease was palpable. His question hung in the air, sharp and accusatory: the herbalist who brought a child? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Albert the Frog rested peacefully by a rock in the forest. A small, solitary figure, a young girl with dark hair, sat alone at a wooden table in a sparsely furnished room. She seemed lost in thought, a book resting unopened before her. Her emerald green eyes held a depth of emotion that belied her age, hinting at a burden far beyond her years. A quiet intensity emanated from her. The scene shifted abruptly to a dark forest. A man's voice, sharp with urgency, cut through the stillness. He had captured her. He ordered his companions to kill the girl before she could resist, to silence her magic before she could unleash it. Even suggesting they cut out her tongue to prevent any spells. The girl, however, looked unfazed by their threats. Their confidence shattered as the girl revealed her true nature, mocking their foolishness for believing she was helpless. She had manipulated them from the start. The man's shocked expression reflected his disbelief and growing fear. He questioned the morality of those who would aid a witch capable of ending the world. A young girl with striking green eyes, tears streaming down her face, is confronted by a shadowy figure. The words "know your place" echo in the air, a chilling command that underscores the power imbalance. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room. Siola, a young girl with long dark hair and those same piercing green eyes, sits alone at a table, quietly eating a simple meal. A sense of loneliness hangs heavy in the air. A close-up shot reveals a simple breakfast: fried eggs, sausages, tomatoes, and bread. The scene is mundane, yet it hints at a life lacking warmth and care. Suddenly, the scene explodes into action. Seo-jun, a man wielding a sword, is locked in a fierce battle, a blur of motion and energy surrounding him. The name Seo-jun appears, identifying the man fighting desperately. Back in the dimly lit room, Siola continues to eat, her expression unreadable. She subtly observes her father's actions from afar. She thinks to herself, he's weird. The scene shifts again, showing Seo-jun and Seola together in a forest. A sense of unease permeates the atmosphere. The panel focuses on the untouched breakfast, emphasizing the contrast between the father's struggle and the daughter's quiet solitude. Seola, tears welling in her eyes, sits at the table, her expression a mixture of sadness and confusion. The scene is bathed in a soft, golden light, highlighting her vulnerability. A young girl, Lee Seola, sat alone on a small stool by a railing, her back to the viewer. A soft, golden light filled the background, casting a serene yet melancholic atmosphere. She quietly observed something in the distance, a thought passing through her mind, he's just so weird. Seola's face was partially obscured by her hand, but her visible features showed distress. Tears welled in her bright green eyes as she rubbed her face, clearly upset. A moment later, Seola stood in the same room, her green eyes sparkling with a newfound energy. A faint magical aura shimmered around her as she looked towards a door, her expression shifting from sadness to a more determined one. She called out, Lee. Still upset, baby? A voice asked. Seola approached the door, her demeanor softening. She spoke with a hint of remorse, Daddy was wrong, I'm sorry. Lee Seo-jun, a man with dark hair and a sword strapped to his back, stood in another room, his expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. He wondered, what is he saying all of a sudden? Seo-jun, seemingly having made a decision, declared, I understand, so just like you said, let's go out to the forest with Albert. 5-year-old Seola, in a simple dress, stood alone in a large, dimly lit room. The parquet floor gleamed under the soft light, reflecting her small form. A slight frown furrowing her brow as she glanced around the room, suspicion clouding her young eyes. She wondered if her father was playing another one of his jokes. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind a heavy wooden door, startling Seola. It was her father, Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with worry. He reminded her of a previous incident, when she had run away from home. Seola's eyes widened, remembering the event with a mix of guilt and fear. Seo-jun expressed his concern over her reckless behavior, emphasizing the shock he felt that day. Seola admitted that her father was indeed in the wrong, both then and now. He pleaded with her not to repeat such actions, but Seola simply responded with a quiet no. The scene shifted to a close-up of the door's handle, emphasizing the tension building between father and daughter. Seola's eyes darted towards the door, a look of apprehension on her face. Seo-jun's expression hardened, his voice sharp as he insisted this was no joke. Suddenly, the door bursts open, revealing a group of armed men in regal uniforms, their leader charging forward with a powerful blow. Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with grim determination, stared out a window at the night sky. A single, blood-red moon hung ominously above the horizon, casting an eerie glow upon the scene. His muttered curse, God damn it, echoed the despair in his heart. Inside, a group of knights in blue and gold uniforms stood around a large wooden table, their faces grim. The leader announced, we've lost it. It must have run away just now. One of the knights, a younger man with short brown hair, let out a relieved sigh. Another knight, a woman with dark hair, spoke up, it couldn't have gone far. Pursue it. Seo-jun, having silently slipped away, swiftly moved through the shadows. He engaged one of the pursuing knights in a sudden, brutal attack. A swift, precise strike sending the knight sprawling to the ground with a pained grunt. Another knight, this one with silver hair, charged forward, sword raised. Seo-jun, having dispatched his opponents, fled the scene, leaving a trail of stunned knights in his wake. He ran, his movements fluid and precise, a dark figure disappearing into the night. A young knight watched in shock as he vanished. He turned to face his attacker, his expression grim and resolute. One of the knights, his face etched with suspicion, accused Seo-jun of being a puppet of the witch. Seo-jun, unfazed, retorted that they were merely villains hunting a child. He continued, emphasizing that this child was a witch who would end the world. Another knight warned Seo-jun that he had been charmed by the witch. Dismissing further conversation as a waste of time, Seo-jun prepared for battle. He was immediately surrounded and attacked by the knights. Seo-jun skillfully parried their blows and countered with a powerful strike, sending one of the knights flying back with a resounding impact. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, moved with practiced efficiency. He spun, his staff whistling through the air in a blur of motion. The impact sending a knight sprawling, a furious shout of bastard, escaping his lips as he crashed to the ground. Seo-jun deftly parried a blow aimed at his head, the force of the attack sending sparks flying from his staff. A swift counterattack sending another knight reeling. He stood panting, his brow furrowed in concentration. He surveyed the scene, a grim expression settling on his face. There are too many of them, he muttered to himself, there will be no end to them if I keep dealing with them one by one like this. From the shadows, a voice observed, I see, you're proficient in combat. More knights emerged, their swords glinting menacingly in the dim light. One of them spoke, you are one, we are many. The voice continued, what can you possibly do on your own? Seo-jun gripped his staff, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He thought, what can I do? Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, stood before a group of men. His expression was grim, his eyes filled with a mixture of determination and apprehension. He stated that if they were so curious, he would show them. He then proceeded to grasp a staff, a surge of immense, blue energy coursing through it. The energy emanating from the staff intensified, causing the onlookers to gasp in shock and disbelief. What? One of them exclaimed. The sheer volume of mana radiating from Seojun's staff was overwhelming. Alarmed, the men shouted, "Stop him!" Seojun, eyes narrowed in concentration, channeled the immense power surging through him, unleashing a devastating blast of energy that sent shockwaves through the room. The force of the attack was so powerful that it left a visible mark on the floor. The energy blast extended beyond the confines of the room, its impact visible from afar. A building in the town was targeted by the attack. The building was engulfed in a blinding flash of light, the resulting explosion shaking the very foundations of the town. 5-year-old Seola, perched atop a plump, azure creature resembling a fantastical feline, zipped through the cobblestone streets. The creature, adorned with a crimson ribbon, bounded with surprising speed, its movements fluid and effortless. Suddenly, a surge of raw magical energy erupted from Seola's small hands. A brilliant, azure wave that washed over the street, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. Seola, seemingly unfazed, continued her ride. Lee Seojun, his face etched with a mixture of fear and disbelief, watched from a distance as the magical energy dissipated. He could only utter a single, desperate word, Lee. Lee Seojun, a man whose face is etched with worry and desperation, is shown fleeing from a powerful, blue magical blast. He is pursued by his daughter, Lee Seola, a young witch whose magical prowess is evident in the swirling energy around her. The energy trails behind her like a comet's tail, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. The scene shifts to show the aftermath of Seola's attack. A city block is engulfed in a raging inferno of blue flames, buildings crumbling under the sheer force of her magic. Seola, her face contorted in a mixture of fear and regret, realizes the gravity of her actions. I knew it. I shouldn't have left by myself, she thinks, her eyes wide with a dawning horror. Her thoughts turn to her father's safety. She sees a vision of soldiers, their faces grim, searching for him. There's no way he'd be safe if they found out he had hid me, she worries, her internal monologue reflecting her desperate situation. Seola's internal conflict intensifies. If I go back, I'm sure to be found out, she thinks, her face etched with anguish. Despite the risk, a glimmer of hope appears in her eyes. But then I might be able to save him, she resolves, a determined glint appearing in her gaze. The scene shifts to show Lee Seojun, seemingly unharmed, clutching a spear-like weapon. His expression is one of grim determination. Lee Seola, a young girl with dark hair, rode atop Albert, a blue, frog-like creature with a red bandana. Dust swirled around them as they made their escape. Seola urged Albert onward, her words a quiet instruction to return to the inn. Seola, however, was far from calm. She knew that simply returning to the inn wasn't enough, they couldn't just leave things as they were. A sense of urgency filled her as she saw a dark figure rapidly approaching in the distance. If not now, when? The figure grew closer, a blur of motion against the dusky sky. Its approach was swift and relentless. Seola, glancing back, realized they were being pursued. Despite the danger, Seola remained resolute. She urged Albert to continue their flight, determined to reach safety. But their pursuer was closing in. Suddenly, a man with short, dark hair and glasses appeared, demanding to know what they were doing. Seola's eyes widened in surprise. It was Lee Seojun, her father. Seojun? You're safe? Lee Seojun, a man burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, urged his companion onward. He shouted for them to pursue the fleeing figures, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. He explained that, despite his efforts, he hadn't completely neutralized the threat, and they needed to quickly apprehend them. Seojun's companion, a young woman with long dark hair, questioned his plan, voicing her uncertainty about how they could possibly succeed. Seojun, however, had a sudden idea, a glimmer of hope in the face of overwhelming odds. With renewed determination, Seojun launched himself forward, his movements blurring as he utilized his abilities to pursue the fleeing figures. He moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion, leaving a trail of energy in his wake as he pursued his targets through the forest. He warned his companion not to lose sight of them, as they were attempting to evade capture by using the forest's cover. Lee Seojun, his face etched with grim determination, gripped his staff. A surge of blue energy crackled around him, a testament to the immense magical power he'd just unleashed. He muttered to himself, recognizing the toll it had taken. The exertion was immense, he'd used the king's ring to endure the strain, but even that ancient artifact couldn't fully compensate for the mana he'd consumed. A pursuer, a man in ornate clerical robes, appeared, his face a mask of smug triumph. He was fast closing in. Seojun's breath hitched in his throat, he knew their escape was only a matter of time before it ended. With a desperate roar, Seojun channeled the last of his remaining mana into a final, powerful blast. A blinding wave of energy erupting from his staff, pushing back against his pursuer, sending the cleric sprawling through the forest undergrowth. Seojun, weakened but resolute, prepared for a final confrontation. He lunged forward, aiming a blow at the cleric's head. Lee Seojun, a man in a brown coat, stood amidst a dark forest, his sword gleaming as he swiftly dispatched his opponent with a single, precise strike. A figure on horseback, clad in ornate blue and gold armor, appeared from the shadows, his voice echoing through the trees. Are you done running away? Seo Jun, unfazed, responded, this is getting annoying, so I'll just take care of all of you here. You saw my attack earlier, didn't you? He scoffed, laughable. Your attack certainly wasn't something to scoff at. But if you could have used such an attack several times. The armored knight charged, his sword a blur of motion as he lunged at Seo Jun. A burst of energy erupting from the point of contact. Seo Jun stumbled back, a cry escaping his lips as he felt a searing pain. The armored knight watched him with a grim expression. A blue, amphibian-like creature with a long tail scurried through the shadows. It was being carried by a man with dark hair, his expression unreadable. He moved swiftly through the forest. Suddenly, another man appeared, his eyes wide with shock and alarm. A look of pure surprise washed over his features. The first man chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He held the creature close, seemingly unfazed by the other's surprise. They got us, he said, a hint of amusement in his tone. The creature, in response, let out a series of high-pitched squeaks. The dark-haired man tossed the creature aside, seemingly without a second thought. It landed with a soft thud on the forest floor. As he turned to face the other man, a smirk playing on his lips. You were smart, but you're more of a simpleton than I expected, he sneered. The dark-haired man smirked, already formulating his next move. I'll take care of him. Disperse and search for the witch before it gets any further away. His words were met with immediate obedience. Several men in blue and gold uniforms scattered into the woods, their faces grim and determined. Lee Seo Jun, wielding a spear, braced himself against the onslaught of magical energy erupting from his opponent. His expression was grim, his body tense. The source of the attack, a man in ornate, blue-trimmed robes, his face a mask of cold determination. He declared that he didn't have much time and would finish Seo Jun quickly. Seo Jun, however, smirked, noting that dying wasn't his opponent's specialty. He countered with a sarcastic remark about the coincidence of their meeting. The robed man scoffed, retorting that killing was, in fact, his specialty. His eyes narrowed, and he prepared for a decisive strike. With a blur of motion, the robed man lunged forward, his sword a silver streak aimed at Seo Jun's heart. Seo Jun barely managed to deflect the blow, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through his body. A searing pain shot through his arm as the sword grazed his flesh. He gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to counterattack. Seo Jun retaliated with a powerful thrust of his spear, aiming for a vital point. The clash of steel echoed through the forest. Lee Seo Jun, a man clad in a dark coat, engaged in a fierce duel with a knight in shining armor. Their blades clashed, sparks flying as they traded blows in a desperate struggle. Seo Jun's eyes widened in disbelief as he parried a blow, a look of dawning horror on his face. What was happening? He gripped his weapon tightly, the dark wood of his staff seeming to absorb the dim light of the forest. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Across from him, the knight radiated an intense golden aura, his sword glowing with an unearthly light. What is that mana? Seo Jun wondered, his heart pounding in his chest. The knight's eyes glowed with an eerie yellow light, his expression twisting into a sinister grin. The golden aura intensified. A surge of power erupting from him, pushing Seo Jun back with immense force. Seo Jun stumbled back, coughing as a wave of energy washed over him. He braced himself, his resolve hardening. He countered with a desperate attack, his movements blurring as he unleashed a flurry of blows against the knight. The knight, visibly strained, deflected the blows, his golden aura flickering. I'm simply saving it since it still feels like I can hold on without it, he explained, his voice strained but resolute. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Lee Seola, became the world-ending final boss, found himself in a desperate battle. He vowed to cut off the tongue of his opponent first. A powerful blow landed, sending a shockwave through the earth. But Seo Jun's opponent, undeterred, noted that he could still clearly see the movements of Seo Jun's sword. He wondered how Seo Jun managed to imbue his sword with so much mana to deliver such a devastating blow. Seo Jun, however, remained calm, reminding himself of his extensive experience battling formidable opponents. The battle continued, with Seo Jun skillfully parrying his opponent's attack with his own spear. A fierce clash of steel and magic filled the air. For now, Seo Jun decided to focus on understanding his opponent's mana. Seo Jun's opponent, meanwhile, prepared another attack, a surge of mana crackling in his hand. Lee Seo Jun, his face etched with grim determination, clashed with his daughter, Lee Seola. Seola, radiating a menacing aura, scoffed at his attack. Did you think you could defeat me with that poor imitation of aura? She sneered, her words dripping with disdain. Seo Jun's eyes widened slightly as he questioned the very nature of the power he was facing. The word aura echoed in his mind, a silent testament to his disbelief. The clash between father and daughter intensified, their weapons colliding with a thunderous roar. Seo Jun's spear met Seola's sword in a blinding flash of light and energy. Seo Jun gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a mask of exertion. He strained against Seola's overwhelming power, his body trembling under the immense pressure. His resolve faltered, but he refused to yield. He would not let his daughter destroy the world, not again. With a surge of adrenaline, Seo Jun channeled his remaining strength, his spear glowing with an ominous red light. The weapon crackled with raw power, threatening to shatter. The spear's surface began to crack and fracture under the strain, the red glow intensifying. In a final, desperate act, Seo Jun unleashed the full force of his enhanced spear, shattering it into 1,000 pieces in a crimson explosion of energy. The fragments rained down around him, a testament to his desperate gamble. Lee Seo Jun, a man in a brown coat, found himself locked in a desperate battle against a cloaked figure wielding a radiant sword in a dark forest. The air crackled with magical energy as the two clashed. Seo Jun's face, contorted in a grimace of exertion and fear, was illuminated by the flashing light of their magical attacks. Crystals of dark energy rained down around him. A searing pain shot through Seo Jun as he realized the extent of his injuries. He muttered, barely audible, about his spear. His magical spear, shattered and useless, lay broken amidst the chaos. His desperate situation became clear. With a surge of adrenaline, Seo Jun channeled the last of his magical energy, attempting a desperate counterattack. He swung his makeshift weapon with all his might. The impact of the clash sent a shockwave through the forest, but it was clearly insufficient to overcome his opponent. Seo Jun was thrown back, crashing into the earth, his body battered and broken. A cough escaped his lips. Lee Seo Jun, wounded and defeated, collapsed on the forest floor. Before him stood a powerful figure in ornate, holy attire, a glowing sword held aloft. The scene was one of utter despair. Seo Jun coughed, his breath ragged. He was overwhelmed by a wave of helplessness, the weight of his failure pressed down on him. What should I do? He wondered, his thoughts a desperate plea. The holy figure loomed, radiating an aura of immense power. His eyes burned with an unsettling intensity. Seo Jun realized, with a sinking heart, that he was hopelessly outmatched. I can't think of a way to win, he despaired. His spear, shattered and useless, lay broken before him. The sheer power of his opponent had overwhelmed his defenses. My spear is destroyed, and I can't figure out what that thing is, he thought, his mind racing to find a solution. He had faced countless battles, but nothing like this. The sheer scale of the magical energy emanating from his opponent was unlike anything he had ever encountered. I've been in countless battles, but I've never seen something like that before, he mused, fear gripping his heart. How could he possibly defeat such an overwhelming foe? His weapon was broken, and his strength was failing. How am I supposed to beat someone like that when my weapon is already? His thoughts trailed off, defeated. A new weapon materialized in his hands, a massive axe, glowing with an ethereal light. It was a weapon of immense power, a last resort. Seo Jun stared at the weapon, a mixture of awe and terror in his eyes. He had never seen anything like it before. How? He whispered, his voice barely audible. Seo Jun slumped against a tree, his mind reeling. He had received a new weapon, but the question remained, had he truly changed the future? Have I? He wondered, his expression filled with uncertainty. Lee Seo Jun, a man clad in worn armor, clutched a flickering lantern. His gaze was fixed on a faint, ethereal glow emanating from a nearby object, a faint echo of the destructive power his daughter, Seola, wielded. He wondered if he had ever encountered such potent mana before. A close-up revealed a sly smile playing on Seo Jun's lips, a single bead of sweat trickling down his jaw. He was clearly formulating a plan. A surge of blue energy crackled around his hand as he gripped a staff, its surface glowing with arcane power. He stood before a tall, imposing figure in ornate clerical robes, a man whose presence radiated authority and power. The air crackled with tension. Despite his broken spear, Seo Jun felt a flicker of hope. He still had a chance. He held his new weapon aloft, experience, the knowledge gained from his past life, his only remaining advantage in this desperate fight for the future. The robed figure, seemingly unimpressed, questioned Seo Jun's persistence despite the destruction of his spear. Seo Jun, however, remained confident, a smirk playing on his lips as he warned his opponent to be careful. Lee Seo Jun, a man in a brown coat, stood defiantly before a knight in shining armor. The knight, his face partially obscured by a helmet, leveled a taunting accusation at Seo Jun. He retorted with a challenge, his words dripping with sarcasm. The knight, despite recognizing the blatant provocation, decided to take the bait. He lunged forward, sword drawn. Seo Jun's expression hardened as he prepared to meet the attack. The knight paused his attack, revealing his internal conflict. He couldn't use the king's ring to heal his daughter while fighting Seo Jun. He resolved to fight Seo Jun with everything he had. Their blades clashed in a flurry of sparks and energy. Seo Jun, despite his initial advantage, found himself struggling against the knight's superior skill. Seo Jun realized he needed to learn to use aura to compete. The knight's attack overwhelmed Seo Jun, sending him reeling back. Lee Seo Jun, his face grim, gripped the shaft of his spear. A heavy weight settled upon him. He understood now the danger of facing this foe head-on. The weapon felt extremely similar to that of another warrior who had infused his blade with condensed mana. Seo Jun clashed with his opponent, a blonde-haired warrior wielding a glowing sword. The impact sent a shockwave through the air. But Seo Jun's attack was deflected with surprising ease. Seo Jun, his expression hardening, noted the difference. It wasn't just the condensed mana, something was different. In the other warrior's case, the mana infusion had increased the weapon's durability. But here, his attack was simply being repelled. Seo Jun's thoughts raced. Both warriors clearly used condensed mana, but the effect was different. What was the key difference? He watched as his opponent prepared another attack, a grim determination etched on his face. The attack was deflected, but the force of the blow sent Seo Jun reeling back. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, gripped his glowing blue weapon. A gasp escaped his lips. His mind racing to understand the unusual energy emanating from it. He internally mused that if the mana were simply being condensed, its color would intensify, but this was different. The mana was rising evenly from the sword itself, unlike any infusion he'd ever witnessed. A peculiar shape of the energy further fueling his confusion. The shape of the mana was unlike anything he had ever seen. Seo Jun clashed with an opponent, their weapons colliding in a blinding flash of light and energy. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the forest. Their faces etched with a mixture of surprise and determination. Both combatants were clearly taken aback by the unexpected power of the blow. Seo Jun, seizing the advantage, unleashed a powerful attack, the blue energy surging from his weapon, striking his opponent with incredible force. The impact created a blinding explosion of light and energy. Seo Jun stood victorious, his weapon glowing faintly, as his opponent, dazed and wounded, retreated into the shadows of the forest. He carefully observed the weapon in his hand. Lee Seo Jun, his face etched with grim determination, muttered to himself, acknowledging the subtle but crucial difference. He realized that the key to altering his daughter's fate lay not in brute force, but in a more nuanced approach. Aura was the critical element. Instead of infusing mana directly into his weapon, he would try a different technique. He wouldn't infuse mana into the weapon itself, instead. He would condense it into the weapon's shape, shaping the energy itself into a blade. With a powerful stance, Seo Jun prepared to unleash his new technique. He would use this to push back his opponent. He channeled his mana, focusing his energy into a condensed, powerful blast, sending the armored warrior reeling back. Seo Jun, seizing the opportunity, pressed his advantage, his movements swift and precise, forcing his opponent into a desperate defensive posture. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself reliving his final moments. A blinding light engulfed him. And then, he awoke to a second chance. He stood in a forest, a 5-year-old Seola nearby, and a surge of energy pulsed through him. He muttered in disbelief, "What's going on?" Suddenly, a powerful figure clad in blue and gold emerged, wielding a sword. He was clearly a formidable opponent. And Seo Jun reacted instantly, his own aura now active, a stark contrast to his previous helplessness. He met the warrior's attack with a powerful counterstrike, forcing the warrior to defend himself against the unexpected power. The warrior's face contorted in shock and pain, as Seo Jun's attack continued relentlessly. With a final, decisive blow, Seo Jun overpowered his opponent. The battle continued, Seo Jun's movements swift and precise as he pressed his advantage, overwhelming the warrior with his newfound power. The warrior fell, defeated, leaving Seo Jun breathless but victorious. He stared at his hands, a mixture of awe and disbelief washing over him as he realized the impossible. He had mastered aura. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself wielding a glowing blue blade. His eyes, wide with disbelief, reflected the impossible reality unfolding before him. He muttered incredulously, questioning the speed of the events transpiring around him. The magical energy surged around him, a tempest of blue light illuminating the scene, as he braced himself for the inevitable confrontation. His face, contorted in grim determination, spoke volumes of his resolve. Even in this desperate situation, a grim thought crossed his mind: even the weakest creature will fight back when cornered. With a powerful thrust, Seo Jun's blade connected, sending his opponent reeling back. A breathtaking vista unfolds, a landscape of majestic mountains silhouetted against a twilight sky, where a luminous blue moon and a vibrant crimson moon hang in the heavens. A young girl, Lee Seola, her long black hair streaked with vibrant green, pants heavily as she runs through the night, her gray apron billowing behind her. She pushes through the undergrowth of a dark forest, her eyes fixed on an unseen destination. She mutters to herself, convinced she's found it, only to be discovered by a man in ornate, gold-trimmed blue robes, who shouts that he's found the witch. The man's voice echoes through the trees as he calls for backup, his urgency palpable. Seola's eyes widen in terror as she realizes she's been found. More men in similar attire arrive, their expressions grim. One of the men, noticing the absence of Lee Seo Jun, deduces that they've all been chasing after him instead. Seola, witnessing this, realizes that they've found her. Lee Seo Jun, a man whose life was tragically ended by his own daughter, lies on the forest floor, his consciousness fading. A final, desperate thought crosses his mind: Lee Seola, his daughter, the very witch who destroyed the world and brought about his demise. He awakens to a new quest: change the future. Before him stands a 5-year-old Seola, her innocent gaze belying the terrifying future she holds. Seola, seemingly oblivious to the weight of the world's fate, expresses her relief at the apparent safety of her father and Albert. She confidently asserts that everything will be all right. Seo Jun, however, is not so sure. A sudden, sharp pain shoots through his leg, a stark reminder of the perilous path ahead. A cry escapes Siola's lips as she stumbles and falls, her innocent world momentarily shattered. Tears stream down her face, a mixture of fear and confusion clouding her young eyes. She worries about her father's well-being. Suddenly, two figures emerge from the shadows, their presence causing Siola to gasp in surprise. The figures, clad in regal attire, approach cautiously, their expressions a mixture of concern and apprehension. One of them is on horseback. Siola's eyes widen in recognition as she spots the horse, instantly identifying it as belonging to the captain. The unexpected arrival of these figures adds another layer of complexity to the already precarious situation. A young girl, no older than 5, stood alone in a dark forest. Her dark hair framed a small, tear-stained face as she whispered, "It's over." She looked up, her eyes reflecting the dim light filtering through the trees. Lee Siola, she thought, there's nothing I can do if even the captain is here. Lee Seo-jun risked his life to give me this opportunity. But it all felt so meaningless. Siola's despair was palpable, a wave of grief washed over her. She stumbled through the undergrowth, her small form a blur of motion as she fled. A desperate escape from an unseen horror. Meanwhile, a man in a dark coat appeared, his hand reaching out. His expression grim as he witnessed Siola's distress. Tears streamed down her face, her green eyes wide with fear. Lee Seo-jun, riding a horse, burst through the trees, his eyes fixed on his daughter. He called out, "Lee." He urged his horse onward, a desperate cry escaping his lips, "Ursabet." A young girl with vibrant green hair, Lee Siola, fled through a dark forest, her small form a stark contrast to the imposing shadows of the trees. She called out, "Lee Seo-jun." On horseback, Lee Seo-jun, her father, urged his mount forward, his face etched with worry and a dawning sense of dread. "What?" He watched in horror as Siola unleashed a surge of dark, green energy, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "I can't stop it," he thought, despair washing over him as he realized the extent of her power. "You." The green energy erupted, engulfing Seo-jun and his horse in a blinding flash. Siola, from a distance, hissed, "Idiot." The aftermath left Seo-jun unconscious and injured, his horse collapsed nearby. Another figure, presumably a comrade, arrived on the scene, surveying the devastation. "What the hell happened? Where's their captain?" Siola approached, pointing to Seo-jun's fallen form. "Their captain? Right here." He passed out after one hit. Siola's expression shifted, a hint of concern in her eyes. "No. But he should be super strong." Seo-jun's comrade gently touched his forehead, a faint blue glow emanating from their hand. Seo-jun awoke with a start, a surprised expression on his face. "I'm stronger." Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself inexplicably returned to the past. Before him stood his 5-year-old daughter, Lee Siola, her wide, innocent eyes reflecting the twilight of the forest. A scene that promised a chance to rewrite history. A group of knights, their armor gleaming faintly in the dim light, approached. One of them addressed Siola, questioning her ability to ride a horse. Siola, with a slight stammer, replied that she could control the horse with magic. Seo-jun, watching anxiously, asked what she intended to do. Seo-jun's plan was to use diplomacy. He would negotiate, using the knight as a hostage. Seo-jun's bold move, however, was quickly discovered. The knights, alerted to the situation, approached cautiously, warning him to stay back or face the consequences. The knights recognized their captain as the hostage and reacted with alarm. Siola, unfazed by the tension, commented on the knights' cowardice, further escalating the situation. The captain, desperate, demanded to know Seo-jun's intentions. Lee Seo-jun, clutching his daughter close, stood defiantly before a group of paladins. Their leader, a stern-faced man in shining armor, issued a demand, "Are you willing to negotiate?" The paladin's gaze hardened. He responded, "Yes, if you let us leave peacefully, I will spare him." Seo-jun, skeptical, questioned the paladin's offer. "I trust a witch's servant?" "Right back at you. If you bring him over to us, then we'll let you live just this once." The paladin, his expression unwavering, declared, "I am a proud paladin. I do not lie." Seo-jun scoffed, "I'm quite proud myself, so why don't we just do things my way?" "What pride do you speak of when you're brandishing weapons against a child?" The paladin's confident facade faltered as Seo-jun's words struck a nerve. Seo-jun, seeing an opening, pressed his advantage. "Things won't end with going back and forth like this. We'll be the ones in trouble if they use the time to bring reinforcements or start attacking us from a distance." He weighed his options, a grim determination settling on his face. "I guess I'll have to compromise." The paladin, defeated, finally conceded. "Let's do this then, let just the child go." Lee Seo-jun, a man clad in the ornate vestments of a priest, found himself in a desperate situation. His hands were clasped around a young girl, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders, while a woman with long, dark hair watched from atop a horse nearby. A cold sweat beaded on Seo-jun's brow as he struggled against his unseen captors. The woman on horseback spoke, her voice laced with concern. She would remain with the child until the captain left the forest. She would let him go once she confirmed the child's escape. Seo-jun, though bound, managed a strained, "What?" The woman's question hung in the air, "But what about you, Lee Seo-jun?" He simply replied, "It's okay," his voice betraying none of the turmoil within. The woman, explaining her plan, stated she would use a certain method to escape once they left the forest. The child, Lee Seola, questioned her, asking what that method was. Suddenly, Seojun's captors were revealed, a group of soldiers. One of them warned Seojun, "You'd better not think about tailing her." Seojun, despite his outward calm, felt a surge of anger. He warned them that if anything happened to the captain, he would tear them apart. His eyes burned with barely contained fury. The woman, however, quickly reassured him, stating that nothing would happen to him, though she admitted to almost stabbing him due to being startled. With a sudden movement, the woman freed Seojun. He gasped in pain as he was released from his bonds. She urged Seola to hurry, reminding her that this was her chance to escape. Seola, however, hesitated, concerned for Seojun's safety. Seola, a young girl with striking green eyes and dark hair, stood in a shadowy forest, a look of worry etched on her face. Tears welled up, reflecting the dim light filtering through the trees. As a man, Lee Seojun approached, his arm around her protectively. He reassured her with a smile, reminding her of his strength. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared, attacking Seojun. He fell to the ground, clutching his side in pain. Seola, witnessing the attack, leaped onto a horse and fled the scene. The horse galloped through the forest, carrying Seola away from the danger. She was thrown from the horse, landing hard on the ground. The impact left her breathless and disoriented. As she struggled to catch her breath, fear clouding her vision. Seola cried out in distress, tears streaming down her face as she lay on the forest floor. Until she heard a familiar voice calling her name. Lee Seojun had found her. A single, desperate plea escaped Lee Seojun's lips. A silent command against his own demise, "Don't you dare die." Seojun, however, scoffed at the notion of death, his face a mask of grim determination. "I told you," he thought, a smirk playing on his lips, "running away is my specialty." He mounted his horse and disappeared into the deepening twilight of the forest, leaving only falling leaves in his wake. The forest path stretched ahead, shrouded in an ethereal mist. A scene of serene beauty, yet tinged with an underlying sense of foreboding. Seojun pressed on, his resolve unwavering. Having escaped his pursuers, Seojun found himself alone, his breath hitching in his throat. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he gasped, "Hugh!" A beam of light, seemingly digital in nature, pierced the darkness. Around it, fragmented data streams flickered. 3 days had passed since Lee Seojun's disappearance, a fact that weighed heavily on those searching for him. Even Alex, the only person to have witnessed his last moments, could only offer a fleeting glimpse of what happened. Concern clouded the faces of those left behind. Could something terrible have befallen him? The thought was unbearable. A question that hung heavy in the air as a woman, her face partially obscured, voiced her frustration and worry. "Where the hell did you go, Seojun?" The woman's anxious inquiry echoed around the room, a testament to the growing unease among Seojun's associates. They gathered around a table, their faces etched with worry and uncertainty. A group of people sat around a large table in a lavish room, their expressions a mixture of concern and apprehension. One of them voiced their worry, suggesting they should go look for someone. Another, a young woman with reddish-brown hair, dismissed the concerns, stating that it was needless worry. A blonde woman with a sly smile countered, implying that something might have happened. The young woman, however, remained unconvinced, but a man with dark hair and a determined expression interrupted, stating he would go look for the missing person regardless. He entered the room, startling the group. He casually greeted them. The young woman, visibly agitated, demanded to know why they were all gathered there. The young woman's anger intensified as she confronted the man, demanding to know where he had been. 10 minutes before the present moment, a blinding light filled the scene. A digital message appeared, proclaiming, "You have cleared the scenario quest." A wave of energy pulsed outwards. As another message materialized, a reward is being given. A brilliant light engulfed the scene, revealing Lee Seojun, lying on his back, eyes fluttering open in confusion. He awoke in an unfamiliar room, a plush teddy bear, perched on a nearby dresser, cheerfully greeted him with the words, "Welcome back." Disoriented, Seojun questioned his surroundings, muttering, "Where am I?" The teddy bear explained that he was in the tutorial tower's guest room. This revelation prompted a dawning realization in Seojun, the tutorial tower? Then that means, he thought. Seojun concluded that his escape plan had been a success. He muttered to himself, dismissing the thought, "Escape plan? It's nothing." Lee Seojun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Lee Seola, became the world-ending final boss, found himself back in time. Escaping a perilous forest, he completed a crucial quest, a risky gamble that paid off, allowing him to return home. He arrived back at his home, his expression a mixture of relief and apprehension. The weight of his mission, to raise Seola differently and avert the apocalypse, settled heavily upon him. Seojun, still processing the events, turned his attention to the quest's rewards. He wondered if there were any benefits beyond the standard quest points. A small, spectacled bear, seemingly a manifestation of the game's interface, popped into existence, answering his question. Seojun's disappointment was palpable, he voiced his disbelief. Then, something unexpected happened. A mysterious document materialized in his hands. He examined the paper, completely baffled by its nature and purpose. Seo Jun pondered the strange reward, unsure of its function or significance. Even the game's interface, represented by the bear, seemed to be unaware of it. Lee Seo Jun, a man etched with the weight of a world's destruction, slumped against a wall. His expression was one of profound weariness, his eyes heavy-lidded with exhaustion. A single thought bubbled to the surface of his mind, and not just that. He looked down at his spear, a strange, ethereal glow emanating from its tip. The state of his weapon was unsettling, a reflection of the turmoil within him. The system's voice echoed in his mind, a stark reminder of his impossible task. It stated that the scenario quest, though not set in reality, was still broken. Seo Jun questioned whether this was a virtual reality, but the system's response only added to his confusion. He had no idea what the reward was, and many things were troubling him. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he let out a low groan. His exhaustion was palpable. He then remembered his points, which had increased tenfold. A glimmer of hope flickered in his weary eyes. The teddy bear, seemingly sentient, expressed its amazement at the selection. The store's interface displayed various items, including replicas of legendary weapons and an elixir of eternity. Seo Jun, his back to the viewer, stood before the elixir of eternity, his decision seemingly made. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Lee Seola, became the world-ending final boss, found himself given a second chance. His priority now was to prevent that future, starting with the present. He reviewed his options, a digital interface displaying various items for purchase. Among them were potent elixirs and mana fragments, each with a hefty price tag, tempting him with their power. He mused that if he didn't have to face the final boss battle, he would have happily bought them and escaped. But the looming battle against his daughter forced his hand. He steeled his resolve. Seo Jun's decision led him to a confrontation with two individuals, a woman with short, blonde hair and a man with long, dark hair, both looking shocked and concerned. They reacted with alarm to his next action, questioning his sanity. Seo Jun revealed his choice, a powerful, legendary weapon, the Gi-dirge. He explained its origins in Irish mythology, prompting a reaction of disbelief and awe from the onlookers, particularly regarding its cost. The blonde woman reacted with shock upon hearing the price, 10,000 points. Seo Jun and a woman with reddish-brown hair stood in an opulent room. She questioned him about his inability to bring weapons from the outside world, to which he confirmed. He explained that the spear he had been using was now unusable, and that he couldn't defeat the final boss without it. The woman, surprised, asked if he already had information on the boss. Seo Jun explained that Lady Sophia had given him a rough outline, so he had bought the spear based on that information. Another woman, with pink hair, commented on the wastefulness of buying something usable only in the tower. He countered that a similar elixir would cost billions outside the tower. Seo Jun agreed that spending billions on a weapon used briefly in the tower was insane, but he believed buying the spear was a necessary investment. A ticket for the 5th floor is shown, a necessary item to proceed in this mysterious location. Two women discuss the difficulty of obtaining the ticket, relieved by the help received from someone named Mr. Alex. Before that, a man is seen holding a similar ticket. Lee Seo Jun, observing the group, questions their intentions to go to the 5th floor. A man with long dark hair explains the extreme danger of the 5th floor, highlighting the high failure rate and the need for an escape ticket. The group, now aware of the risks, looks apprehensive. Their expressions reflect concern as they contemplate the challenge ahead. Seo Jun and the women exchange glances, a silent understanding passing between them. The group stands before the man with long dark hair, the tension palpable. Lee Seo Jun, his face etched with weariness, silently observed the scene unfolding before him. A faint understanding flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "I see. So that's the answer you all came for." Meanwhile, two figures, their forms shimmering with an ethereal blue light, moved through a digital landscape. One of them commented, "What a peculiar guild, just like your guildmaster." A digital message appeared, announcing, "You have entered the tutorial tower 5th floor, the throne room." A group of adventurers stood before a grand throne, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. A young man stood at the center, flanked by two women, one wielding a bow and the other a large sword. They were ready for whatever awaited them. A formidable pair, a muscular man and a woman in a leopard print top, stood ready to face the challenge ahead. A new message appeared, "Tutorial quest, conquer the throne room." The adventurers approached a massive, imposing door guarded by two stone statues. They paused, taking in the scale of the challenge before them. Two men stood before a large, imposing door, their conversation focused on the statues lining the hallway. One expressed doubt that the statues would suddenly move, while the other countered that if they were to act quickly, the statues would certainly react. The scene shifted to reveal a group of individuals, their expressions a mix of apprehension and determination. They discussed Lady Sophia's plan, concluding that the statues wouldn't follow them beyond the door, thus negating the need to defeat them. However, a new problem arose: how did Lady Sophia manage to enter the room in the first place? The answer was revealed in the following panel: she used brute force to break through. A powerful image depicted Lady Sophia's forceful entry, her silhouette framed against the crimson glow emanating from within the room. He instructed everyone to listen carefully. The plan was revealed: one person would act as bait, drawing the statue's attention while the others used the opportunity to open the door. Concerns were raised about the danger of this strategy, but the young man volunteered to be the bait. His willingness was questioned, prompting him to simply respond with a confused "huh?" Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, explained his reasoning to his companions. He insisted that he was the best choice to lead the charge, citing his extensive experience and superior reflexes. A statement met with visible concern from a young woman with reddish-brown hair, her wide eyes reflecting her apprehension. Another individual, observing Seo-jun, voiced their worry, noting his tendency to take on dangerous tasks alone. Seo-jun, acknowledging the concern, addressed the woman, Yunhai, by name. But then justified his decision by suggesting that Daeho, another member of their group, should open the door due to his strength, while Seo-jun would act as bait, leveraging his superior reflexes. Despite his words, Seo-jun's team, a group of 4 warriors, prepared to advance, their leader offering a reassuring, if somewhat unconvincing, message of calm. However, Seo-jun's internal monologue revealed a different story. While outwardly projecting confidence, he harbored a deep-seated fear of being killed by the enemy's sword. Despite his apprehension, Seo-jun outwardly suggested a cautious approach to the situation. Seo-jun's hand reached out to touch a wall, seemingly checking for traps. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, found himself standing before a colossal, imposing figure, its presence filling the grand hall with an ominous aura. A towering knight clad in ancient, battle-worn armor, its very stillness radiating a palpable sense of threat. Seo-jun, armed with a spear, felt a chill run down his spine as he cautiously approached. Seo-jun's face contorted in grim determination as he braced himself, a palpable sense of dread washed over him as he sensed an impending attack. A knight lunged, its massive form a blur of motion. Seo-jun barely managed to evade the devastating blow, his body tumbling across the polished floor as he shouted a warning. In the ensuing chaos, Seo-jun called out to his allies, Daeho Hyung among them, urging them to join the fight. But as he looked around, confusion clouded his features. He was met not with the expected reinforcements, but with a look of utter bewilderment. 3 women, armed and ready for battle, stood before him, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief as they stared at the scene unfolding before them. Seo-jun, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, could only stare in stunned silence as he tried to make sense of the situation. Wondering what was happening, his mind racing to comprehend the strange turn of events before him. A small girl with dark hair, wearing a red and white school uniform, skipped along a stone wall, a black cat trailing behind her. The scene opens on a colossal, imposing doorway, seemingly carved from obsidian and accented with gold. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere hangs in the air, punctuated only by the faint sound of crumbling stone and dust motes dancing in the dim light. Lee Seo-jun, a man of sharp features and dark hair, stands before it, his back to the viewer, a long staff held loosely in his hand. He is dwarfed by the immense scale of the doorway and the 2 massive armored figures flanking it. Seo-jun's brow furrows in confusion as he observes the motionless guards. He mutters to himself, questioning their stillness. A companion, a man with a more rugged appearance, stands beside him, equally perplexed. A woman with fiery red hair and a leopard print top, Lady Sophia, explains that the guards should have attacked upon their approach, but instead, they remain strangely still. The reason for their stillness is revealed. Beyond the doorway, a regal figure sits upon a throne, a knight in full armor, sword resting across his lap. Sophia explains that the guards are paying their respects to a king. Seo-jun and Sophia exchange a look of surprise. Seo-jun questions whether they should try opening the door, and Sophia readily agrees. As they approach the door, a sudden, violent gust of wind sweeps through the hall, throwing Seo-jun off balance. He is caught by a woman with long, flowing silver hair, who appears suddenly from the shadows. The woman's eyes glow with an eerie green light as she clutches Seo-jun. A strange green energy emanates from her arm, and the scene fades to white. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with worry lines and haunted eyes, examined the glowing green ring on his finger. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he recalled the catastrophic events that led to his demise. His own daughter, Lee Seola, the final boss, had destroyed the world. He stood in a grand hall, the air thick with tension. A massive, imposing door loomed before him, guarded by a colossal statue. Seo-jun muttered in disbelief, his attempt to open the door proving futile. A woman with fiery orange hair, Lady Sophia, appeared, her voice laced with astonishment as she questioned how such brute force could open the door. Seo-jun, undeterred, commanded the others to step aside. He was given a chance to try opening the door himself. Concern etched itself onto the faces of his companions as they watched him approach. Seo-jun explained that the statues moved when he touched the door, prompting him to test something. With a determined expression, Seo-jun placed his hand on the door. A surge of energy erupted from the ring on his finger. The colossal statues guarding the door came to life, their movements reacting only to Seo-jun's actions. His companions watched in shock as the statues began to move. Lee Seo-jun, mistaken for their king, found himself in a precarious situation. He considered his options, a grim determination settling on his features. And with a decisive movement, he struck, sending a pair of startled figures sprawling. A woman with fiery orange hair and a leopard print top, wielding a sword, looked on in alarm. As a large, imposing door creaked open, revealing a dark interior. And a group of figures, led by a man in a crimson coat, stepped into the ominous chamber. Let's head inside, he stated, his voice calm despite the foreboding atmosphere. Two women, awestruck by the grandeur of the hall, gasped in unison. Wow, one of them breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. As the sheer scale of the throne room became apparent. It's massive, the other whispered, her voice barely audible above the echoing silence. At the far end of the hall, a shadowy figure sat upon a throne, emanating an aura of immense power. The air crackled with arcane energy. Lee Seo-jun, surrounded by a group of shadowy figures in a dimly lit, Gothic-style chamber, listened intently as one of them pointed towards something unseen. He murmured his agreement, a grim acceptance etched on his face. The narration box revealed that the chief guard was the boss of the jail floor, a hulking, demonic figure clad in heavy armor emerged from the darkness, its presence filling the panel. The scene shifted to a monstrous figure, described as the gardener for the Queen's garden. Its grotesque features and menacing weapon were clearly visible. This creature, a colossal spider-like monstrosity, was revealed to be the boss of the Queen's palace, its size and ferocity overwhelming. Seo-jun, cloaked and wreathed in ethereal blue flames, stood before a grand castle. He was identified as the boss of this castle. He walked down a long corridor towards a large, imposing door. His blue flames flickering as he approached. A dark, ominous presence emerged from the castle, heralded by the words "Here it comes." Lee Seo-jun, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, braced himself against an unseen force. A torrent of dark energy, emanating from a shadowy figure partially obscured by the rain, bore down upon him. Meanwhile, his daughter, Lee Seola, a striking young woman in a leopard print kimono, moved with lethal grace. Her father's desperate shout, "Don't face it head-on. Dodge it," echoed in the air as she prepared to evade the oncoming attack. Seola's swift movements allowed her to narrowly avoid the brunt of the dark energy blast, leaving only a trail of scorched earth in its wake. The dark energy dissipated, leaving behind a lingering smoky haze. Two other figures emerged from the shadows, their expressions grim. One of them gasped, "Acid," as they surveyed the damage. The other, her face set in determination, declared, "Here comes another round." As if on cue, a powerful surge of blue flames erupted from the throne room, heralding the arrival of a formidable foe. A cloaked figure, radiating an aura of immense power, materialized in the center of the throne room. His hands crackled with arcane energy, a clear sign of his formidable magical prowess. Seo-jun, his face etched with worry, urged his companions, "Move behind the pillars." He braced himself for another attack. As the flames engulfed the room, a chilling wave of dark magic emanated from the cloaked figure, signaling the escalation of the conflict. Three figures, two women and a man, watched from a distance as a powerful magical display unfolded before them. The man, his eyes wide with disbelief, commented on the sheer speed and frequency of the magical bursts. They huddled together, fear etched on their faces. One of them voiced their concern, expressing the impossibility of even approaching the source of the magic. The man's eyes widened further as he witnessed something unexpected. A sudden, intense surge of energy erupted nearby, causing him to stumble back in surprise. Another man, clad in a dark coat, appeared, moving with surprising speed through the fiery chaos. He carried a large spear-like weapon. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure emerged, their hand glowing with an eerie blue light, seemingly the source of the magical disturbance. The man in the coat moved strategically, his spear poised, as a large magical circle formed above him. The two women from earlier watched in shock as the man in the coat, identified as Lee Seo-jun, continued his actions. They shouted his name in alarm, questioning his actions as another powerful magical blast erupted. Lee Seola, a young girl wielding a glowing spear, stood amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy. Her expression was fierce, her eyes locked on an unseen target. As a powerful blast erupted around her, Lee Seo-jun, her father, watched in horror, a desperate cry escaping his lips, "Watch out!" The force of the blast sent Seo-jun sprawling, the shockwave tearing through the ornate hall, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Dust and debris filled the air as Seo-jun struggled to his feet, his eyes scanning the ravaged surroundings. A chilling realization dawning on him, his daughter's power was far beyond anything he'd ever imagined. Seola, cloaked in a swirling blue aura, stood defiantly amidst the chaos. Her power growing stronger with each passing moment. Seo-jun felt a surge of fear, but also a flicker of determination. He braced himself, summoning his own strength. He would protect his daughter, even if it meant facing the end of the world. Lee Seo-jun, his expression grim, confronted three figures, two women and a young boy. He demanded to know their intentions, his voice laced with suspicion. Seo-jun smirked, revealing a powerful spear in his grasp. He boasted that his advanced equipment was the key to his success. The image showcased Gi Dirge, a legendary weapon from Celtic mythology, its intricate design radiating power. A spear wielded by the hero Dr. Muad of the Fianna, a detail that added to its mystique. The narration revealed that Seo-jun received the spear from his foster father, Angus, a druid, further emphasizing its significance. And that this red spear possessed a unique ability. Seo-jun, his face contorted in concentration, prepared to unleash the spear's power. The resulting blast of energy obliterating the magical threat before him. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Seola, became the world-ending final boss, breathed a sigh of relief. He had just narrowly avoided a devastating attack, muttering to himself that it was fortunate the attacks weren't particularly powerful. He mused that he might not have been able to withstand the onslaught had the attacks been as powerful as Seola's in the future. But their frequency was the real issue, they came at very short intervals. Seo Jun smirked, relieved that his investment of 10,000 points hadn't been in vain. He then barked orders to his companions, Dio Hyung and Hyeon, assigning them tasks to protect Yunhai and Hyeram SSI while he cleared a path. Seo Jun, with his team in place, prepared to face the oncoming attacks. He would support them as needed. With a determined expression, Seo Jun brandished a powerful, crimson spear. A crimson spear, radiating an ominous energy, rested in a grand, Gothic hall. Its tip seemed to shimmer with malevolent power. Lee Seo Jun, a man with determined eyes and dark hair, stood before it, his expression grim. He gripped the spear's shaft, ready to act. Let's break through, he resolved, his voice filled with a steely determination. With a powerful thrust, Seo Jun launched himself forward. The spear's tip piercing the air with a fiery trail. A wave of raw magical energy erupted from the spear, engulfing the hall in a chaotic display of light and power. The sheer force of the blast throwing Seo Jun back against a wall, leaving him injured and gasping for air. Ugh, he groaned, the pain evident in his strained expression. A young woman with long reddish-brown hair watched from a distance, her eyes wide with concern. The heat from the explosion was intense, even from afar. It's already so hot just from being near it, she noted, her voice laced with worry. Amidst a fiery inferno, Lee Seo Jun, his face grim, charged forward with a spear, determined to confront the danger head-on. He braced himself for impact. But then, a young girl with short, gray hair, no older than 10, appeared, drawing a bow and arrow with surprising skill. She muttered to herself, unable to stand idly by. With a swift, practiced motion, she knocked an arrow and loosed it, the projectile streaking across the fiery battlefield. Aiming for a cloaked figure seated on a throne in the distance. The arrow hurtled towards its target, a powerful energy coursing through it. The two girls watched in shock as the arrow shattered against the force field. One of the girls gasped, "That's a force field?" The cloaked figure on the throne remained unmoved, a faint smirk playing on their lips as they watched the events unfold. Multiple projectiles slammed against an impossibly thick, hexagonal force field, sparking and fizzling harmlessly against its surface. Each impact creating a ripple effect across the energy barrier as the projectiles themselves disintegrated upon contact. A woman with fiery red hair, dressed in a leopard print top, watched the scene unfold with wide eyes. What kind of force field is that thick, she wondered aloud, her voice laced with disbelief. The scene shifted to show a fierce battle. A cloaked figure, wielding a glowing red blade, clashed with several armed opponents. The force field pulsed rhythmically, both repelling attacks and launching counter-offensives simultaneously. The red-haired woman and her companion, a woman with dark hair, watched in horror. "This is insane. Mr. Alex did warn us," the red-haired woman exclaimed, "but to think we would be this powerless against it." As the battle raged, the red-haired woman pondered their options. As long as it has that force field, she mused, is there anything we can do besides simply hiding behind these pillars? Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the shadows, their hands glowing with an eerie blue energy. They unleashed a powerful magical blast. A wave of energy that crashed against the force field, causing it to violently shudder. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure continued their assault, weaving intricate magical runes as they prepared another attack. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, braced himself, his dark coat billowing as he channeled raw magical energy. Two powerful beams of crimson and azure light erupted from his staff, a desperate attempt to alter the course of fate. The magical energy coursing through his veins, a testament to his unwavering resolve to save his daughter and the world. He swung his staff with practiced precision. But his efforts were met with an unexpected counterattack. A cloaked figure, their body radiating an ethereal blue glow, appeared before him, a silent challenge hanging heavy in the air. The mysterious figure raised a hand, and bolts of pure energy shot forth, shattering the ground around Seo Jun. The force of the attack sending tremors through the ancient stone structures. Undeterred, Seo Jun stood firm. Only to be met with a devastating barrage of energy that sent massive chunks of stone hurtling towards him. Seo Jun's eyes widened in surprise, he couldn't block an attack of this magnitude. He braced for impact, the sheer power of the attack threatening to overwhelm him. His internal monologue echoed his desperate situation, he couldn't block this. Just as the rocks were about to crush him, a powerful blow from behind sent Seo Jun flying. Another figure, seemingly emerging from the shadows, had intervened. A powerful fist connecting with the attacker, sending a shockwave of energy outwards. The newcomer shouted, "Out of the way, little bro." Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending wrath, unleashed a powerful blow, his fist crackling with energy. The force of the impact obliterating the surrounding area in a blinding flash of light and debris. The attack subsided, revealing Seo Jun and another man, Daeho, standing amidst the devastation. Daeho expressed his gratitude, leaving the cleanup to Seo Jun. Meanwhile, in a shadowed corner, a mysterious figure cloaked in darkness emerged, a glowing blue energy emanating from within their hood. Seo Jun and Daeho watched, perplexed, as the mysterious energy seemed to halt the figure's advance. Daeho's concern grew as he questioned the sudden cessation of the attack. The mysterious figure, now revealed to be a young girl, channeled a surge of blue energy, her power growing. A wave of energy that pulsed outwards, causing Seo-jun to pause, a familiar feeling washing over him. He recognized the energy signature, whispering his daughter's name, Seola, in stunned recognition. A powerful surge of icy energy erupted from the center of the scene, radiating outwards in a chaotic burst of crystalline shards. The frigid wave engulfing everything in its path, a blizzard of razor-sharp ice crystals. Transforming the once familiar landscape into a frozen wasteland, the imposing structure in the background barely visible through the swirling snow and ice. The camera focuses on the sheer scale of the icy devastation, a vast field of jagged ice formations stretching as far as the eye can see. Three figures, silhouetted against the blinding white, struggle to maintain their footing amidst the chaotic ice formations. One of them, a woman with pink hair, grips her sword, her expression a mixture of awe and apprehension as she observes the destructive power of the magic before her. What's with this powerful magic? Suddenly, a third figure, Lee Seo-jun, emerges, wielding a large spear, his arrival causing a ripple of surprise among the others. Seo-jun. Seo-jun, slightly disheveled but otherwise unharmed, declares, "I'm all right." He explains, "See, I let my guard down because its robe resembled the one Seola used to wear. It must have paused its attacks to use a powerful magic like this one. I managed to protect Daehun, somehow." Lee Seo-jun, his body frozen in ice, watched helplessly as his daughter, Lee Seola, unleashed her devastating power. He recalled the catastrophic events that led to his demise, a world consumed by his daughter's wrath, using Gi Dirge's powers. But everyone else besides him met the same icy fate. Now, back in time, Seo-jun found himself in a desperate struggle against Seola's ice magic. He dodged a barrage of ice shards, his movements sharp and precise. But the relentless assault left him trapped amidst a field of jagged ice crystals. Despite the dire situation, a flicker of determination ignited within him. There was still a way. Seola, her face contorted in a cruel smirk, urged him onward. He could only obey. As a powerful blast of ice shattered the surrounding ice, creating an escape route. Seo-jun, seizing the opportunity, fled the immediate danger, his gratitude to his ally, Hyun, evident in his expression. He prepared himself for the next phase of his desperate plan, a plan to change the future. A powerful energy surged from Seo-jun's hand, a sign of his hidden strength. He was ready to confront the true mastermind behind Seola's power. Lee Seo-jun watched in horror as a powerful blast of energy erupted from his daughter, Lee Seola, shattering the greenhouse into a million pieces. The sheer force of the attack sent shockwaves through the air. The resulting devastation a stark testament to Seola's burgeoning power. From a balcony overlooking the scene, Seola herself stood, seemingly unfazed by the destruction she had wrought. Shards of ice and glass rained down around her, a chilling visual metaphor for the cold indifference that seemed to emanate from her. Seola raised her hands, a crimson energy coalescing within her palms, forming a sphere of raw power. A beam of icy energy shot forth, striking an unseen target with deadly precision. The attack impacted with a resounding crack, the force of the blow sending another shockwave through the air. Despite the overwhelming display of power, two figures emerged from the wreckage, seemingly unharmed. One of them, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, spoke, her voice laced with defiance. "You know, you seem to have let your guard down just because we were hit by your attack," she stated, her words sharp and unwavering. The woman knocked an arrow, her resolve unshaken, ready to face Seola's might despite the overwhelming odds. Lee Seola, a young girl with determined eyes, stood poised, a sword held aloft. A surge of brilliant blue energy crackled around her, emanating from the weapon and her very being. The raw power coalescing into a focused beam of magical energy. The air itself thrummed with the force of her attack, which she unleashed with a fierce cry, the energy hurtling towards her unseen target. The impact was immediate and devastating. A wave of blue energy engulfing the figure, who seemed to be Lee Seo-jun, her father. He was struck, seemingly by an arrow of pure magical force. The energy consuming him, leaving only a faint blue glow where he once stood. His body began to disintegrate, leaving behind only shimmering particles of light. In the throne room, onlookers watched in stunned silence as the magical energy dissipated. A man, presumably an associate of Seo-jun, approached cautiously, his voice laced with uncertainty. He questioned if the ordeal was finally over. A woman with fiery red hair responded, confirming that the magic had been undone. However, a lingering question remained. The mysterious robe, the source of Seola's power, still remained, a stark contrast to the otherwise dissipated magic. Its continued existence puzzled them. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with worry lines and haunted eyes, stood in a dimly lit chamber. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, loomed before him, its presence heavy with an unspoken threat. Seo-jun's gaze was fixed on the mysterious figure, a question mark hanging in the air, unspoken but palpable. Suddenly, a blinding flash of crimson light erupted, engulfing Seo-jun and two other figures. Their mouths hung open in a silent scream, their eyes wide with terror as the world around them seemed to shatter. The intense light subsided, revealing a scene of chaos. Seo-jun, his face contorted in a grimace, cursed, the word shit escaping his lips as he registered the horrifying truth. Before him stood a young woman, her crimson hair a stark contrast to her cold, determined expression. She held a bow, poised and ready, her eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. A desperate cry of no tore from Seo-jun's lips. The woman, her name Yunhai, unleashed a torrent of energy, her voice a sharp cry as she unleashed her power. Another man, warning someone to watch out, raised a glowing spear, a desperate attempt to intervene in the unfolding catastrophe. He watched, stunned, as the events spiraled further out of control, a confused "ha" escaping his lips. Yunhai, now fully revealed, stood defiant, her bow aimed, ready to unleash another attack. She questioned what was happening, her voice laced with confusion and a hint of fear. Meanwhile, in a separate scene, a young girl dreamed of a bright future, a graduation ceremony, a black cat by her side. The stark contrast between her peaceful dream and the chaos unfolding elsewhere was striking. Lee Seola, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, stood amidst the ruins of a once grand castle. A quiver of arrows was strapped to her back, and she looked around in confusion, a single word escaping her lips. Wah! The scene was surreal, a vibrant, otherworldly energy pulsed from the shattered stones. Seola's companions, 2 men and a woman, approached cautiously. The woman, dressed in a leopard print top, spoke urgently, asking if she felt anything strange. Seola, however, reported feeling perfectly fine, even comfortable. Her companions expressed disbelief at her calm demeanor, questioning if she felt any magical influence or possession. Seola firmly denied any such experience, prompting the leopard print woman to suggest the recent violence might have been caused by a cursed artifact. Seola again denied feeling any curse, prompting further discussion among the group, with the leopard print woman suggesting Seola try wearing whatever artifact might be responsible. Lee Seojun, a man cloaked in shadows and grief, stumbled through a Gothic cathedral. His face, etched with worry and exhaustion, hinted at a recent ordeal. The air hung heavy with an unnatural green mist, a chilling reminder of the catastrophe he had just witnessed. As a young woman with fiery red hair and determined eyes appeared before him. She wore a light blue coat over a dark outfit, her hands clasped together, a stark contrast to the ominous atmosphere. A wave of green energy emanated from Seojun, seemingly reacting to her presence. Seojun, his expression a mixture of disbelief and dawning understanding, stared at the woman. Come on, how could a garment have a gender, he muttered, his voice laced with incredulity. The woman, seemingly unfazed, simply stared back. The woman, identified as Lee Seola, responded sharply, and watch your language. What are you gonna do if Seola picks up your bad habits? Her tone was both playful and warning, hinting at a complex relationship. Elsewhere, another man, muscular and concerned, approached Seojun and Seola. But Seojun, what happened to the boss, he asked, his voice filled with anxiety. The question hung in the air, underscoring the gravity of the situation. A group of soldiers stood before the man, their expressions grim. What? You don't know, one of them asked, his tone sharp and accusatory. The weight of unspoken knowledge hung heavy in the air. Seojun, attempting to explain, stated, I assumed it'd be an undead since I was told it used curses. His voice trailed off, revealing his uncertainty. The muscular man countered, curses? This robe never used curses. His statement was a revelation, contradicting Seojun's previous understanding. Seojun, his face a mask of contemplation, continued, the only information that I know from before I regressed is about the robe and that the boss used curses. That's why I thought the robe itself would be the boss. A spectral blue flame manifested in the robe, revealing a terrifying truth. A group of adventurers assesses the aftermath of a battle. They discuss the possibility that the defeated entity was the final boss, noting that its astral body was visible and that it even used magic. However, they conclude that if it truly was the boss, the floor would have been cleared once its astral body was destroyed. The lack of such destruction suggests otherwise. And based on its current harmless appearance, they determine that it is now just a mere artifact. Seojun, a man with dark hair, contemplates the situation. He questions his assumptions, a hint of doubt clouding his expression. Wondering who then is the true boss Sophia spoke of. A sudden, unexpected magical surge erupts, engulfing Seojun. The scene shifts to a dark, Gothic cathedral. Yunhai, a woman with reddish-brown hair and a bow, notices the magical disturbance and asks Seojun what is wrong. Yunhai denies responsibility for the magic, stating that it is not her doing. A chaotic battle ensues in the cathedral as the magical energy intensifies. The adventurers fight against an unseen force emanating from the robe. Lee Seojun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending wrath, found himself inexplicably flung back in time. He watched in disbelief as his 5-year-old daughter, Seola, stood before him, her innocent gaze belying the terrifying future he knew awaited them. A future where she would become the final boss, a powerful witch responsible for his death and the destruction of the world. A cold dread washed over him as he braced himself for the monumental task ahead, raising Seola to prevent that catastrophic future. Suddenly, a surge of immense power erupted from within Seojun, a raw, untamed energy that shocked him to his core. The air crackled with arcane energy as the power intensified, radiating outwards in a blinding flash of light. A wave of destruction rippled outwards, shattering the very ground beneath his feet. The raw power emanating from Seojun caused widespread chaos. Several onlookers watched in horror as the ground trembled and buildings crumbled around them. Fear etched onto their faces as they struggled to comprehend the source of this cataclysmic event. The destructive energy continued to surge, culminating in a colossal explosion that ripped through the city, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Leaving behind only a scene of utter ruin and chaos. Lee Seo-jun, along with several other figures, found themselves caught in a maelstrom of raw magical energy unleashed by an unseen force. The sheer power of the blast sent Seo-jun reeling, a look of dawning horror on his face as he braced for impact. He was thrown back, the world blurring into a chaotic mess of colors and sounds as the magical energy washed over him. His vision narrowed, focusing on a single, piercing point of light. The light intensified, resolving into the terrifying visage of a colossal, monstrous dragon, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. The dragon's immense form filled Seo-jun's vision, its power overwhelming and terrifying. Seo-jun, along with two other individuals, watched in stunned silence as the monstrous dragon descended upon them. The sheer scale of the creature was breathtaking, its presence filling the entire scene with an aura of impending doom. The monstrous final boss loomed, its crimson eye burning with malevolent power. Scales the color of a stormy night shimmered under an unseen light, and rows of razor-sharp teeth glinted menacingly. Two women watched in horror as the beast unleashed its terrifying presence. One, clad in a leopard print top, screamed in terror, the other, in a darker coat, looked on in sheer panic, her eyes wide with fear. Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with grim determination, muttered to himself, recognizing the immense danger before him. This was no ordinary foe, this was something far more dangerous. He realized the true scale of the threat. This was a boss even the legendary Sophia Lambadou had failed to conquer. From his experience, he knew that challenging this creature with their current firepower was futile, victory was impossible. The dragon unleashed a devastating attack, its power overwhelming the battlefield. The ground trembled, and a wave of destruction washed over everything. A woman with blonde hair fired her weapon, but her shot seemed to have little effect. Another warrior, this one wielding a bow and arrow, loosed a volley of shots, but the dragon remained unfazed. Their attacks proved ineffective. The blonde woman, frustrated, admitted defeat. A colossal, obsidian-scaled dragon, its eyes burning with malevolent crimson light, loomed over the battlefield. Arrows rained down upon it, yet they seemed to harmlessly dissipate against its impenetrable hide. The warrior who had loosed the volley muttered in defeat. His arrows proving utterly ineffective against the beast's formidable defenses. From its tail, a crystalline spire, pulsating with dark energy, extended menacingly. A chilling premonition gripping him as he watched the creature prepare to unleash its power. His voice, strained with desperation, cut through the chaos. A desperate plea for his allies to witness the impending catastrophe. Three figures, a man in a trench coat, a woman with a pistol, and another with an axe, charged towards the dragon, their movements a blur of motion. Their attack a valiant but ultimately futile attempt to stop the inevitable. The dragon unleashed a torrent of raw energy, a blue electrical maelstrom that engulfed the three figures, sending them flying through the air. The force of the blast shattered the surrounding stonework, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. One of the figures, the man in the trench coat, landed heavily, groaning in pain, while the others were lost in the swirling dust and debris. He watched, helpless, as the dragon prepared for another attack. A cruel smirk playing on the lips of the blonde woman as she watched the scene unfold from a safe distance. Her laughter echoed through the ravaged landscape. Lee Seola, a young woman with blonde hair, lay injured amidst a cloud of dust and debris. Blood stained her clothes, and she clutched her side, clearly in pain. A man, presumably her companion, rushed to her side, concern etched on his face. He knelt beside her, asking if she was all right. Seola coughed, weakly replying that she thought she'd fractured some ribs and couldn't get up. He assessed the situation, realizing the danger they were in. Now that things had escalated, they would have to risk a close combat tactic. The man called out to another person, a woman with reddish-brown hair, urging her to proceed. She responded with a simple okay. But before they could move, a third individual, a man with gray hair, intervened, shouting at them to stop. The two questioned his intervention, asking why he was stopping them. He urged them to look over there. The gray-haired man stared, a look of dawning horror on his face. Something was emerging from the shadows. A monstrous creature, wreathed in flames, burst forth from the depths of the building. Its scales shimmered, and its presence filled the scene with dread. The gray-haired man could only stare in disbelief as the creature's full form became clear. "That's," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the roar of the beast. Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with worry, exclaimed that the ominous energy emanating from the source was a curse. Beside him, a woman, her expression grim, warned that anyone who touched it risked death. He pressed further, questioning if the danger was truly so severe. The woman, unyielding, insisted she wasn't exaggerating. Lady Sophia was already succumbing to the curse's power. Seo-jun suggested using the spear, a weapon effective against magic, as they had done before, but the woman countered that this curse was different, the spear wouldn't work. The woman, her face a mask of despair, lamented their helplessness, they couldn't even approach the source of the curse. With the threat looming, Seo-jun's companion voiced her desperate question, how could they possibly defeat such a powerful, unknown force? The panel revealed the source of the curse, a colossal, monstrous dragon, its scales shimmering with dark energy, its eyes burning with malevolent power. Seo-jun, his face reflecting his growing fear, muttered that the situation was dire, questioning whether a retreat was necessary. Seo-jun's companion, her voice laced with apprehension, whispered his name, sensing a shift in the ominous energy. She pointed towards a chasm, where a new surge of dark energy erupted from a newly opened hole. Lee Seo-jun, a man grappling with the weight of his past mistakes, watched in horror as a monstrous, clawed hand erupted from the ground, its crimson glow illuminating the scene. The hand's emergence heralded the arrival of his daughter, Lee Seola, transformed into a terrifying final boss, surrounded by her demonic minions. The scene was one of utter devastation. A once grand castle now lay in ruins. Seo-jun, his face contorted in a mixture of disbelief and anguish, could only utter a single word, "Oh." A wave of despair washed over him as the full extent of the devastation became clear. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper against the backdrop of apocalyptic destruction. Amidst the chaos, a monstrous figure emerged, wielding a massive weapon. Its reptilian features and dark armor spoke of immense power and malice. Lee Seo-jun, his back to the viewer, stood amidst the ruins of a once grand city. Before him loomed a monstrous, shadowy dragon, its form crackling with dark energy. A terrifying display of power that dwarfed even the crumbling architecture around him. A legion of monstrous, reptilian warriors surrounded the dragon, their forms wreathed in ominous red flames. Seo-jun's face, etched with disbelief and dawning horror, was visible for the first time. He muttered to himself, incredulous at the sheer scale of the threat before him. The sheer number of enemies was staggering, but even more alarming was the dark energy emanating from them. It was a curse, a malevolent power that amplified their already terrifying strength. Seo-jun's gaze swept across the cursed horde, his mind racing to assess the situation. He knew, with chilling certainty, that this was a battle he could not win alone. He saw his companions, their faces grim, but resolute. They were trapped, surrounded, with no escape. Their only option was to fight. Lee Seola, clad in a leopard print top, urgently told her older brother, Deo, to stay back. Deo questioned her decision, but Seola explained that they couldn't directly touch the curses emanating from the monstrous vanguard. Seola confidently declared she would handle the vanguard, requesting support from Seo-jun and another ally, Ian-hai. She then swiftly moved to engage the vanguard, her golden sword glowing brightly as she effortlessly deflected an attack from a dark-coated man. The impact of her attack sending shockwaves through the monstrous creature. Seola's fierce assault continued, her movements a blur as she cut through the vanguard's defenses. A close-up on Seola's determined face showed her unwavering focus. Seola, with a confident smirk, unleashed a powerful golden energy blast that struck the vanguard with devastating force. The resulting explosion engulfed the area in a blinding flash of light and energy, obliterating the vanguard. Lee Seola, clad in a leopard print top, expertly wielded her crimson blade, its trajectory a blur as she effortlessly deflected a monstrous claw. The fiery arc of her weapon slicing through the air, leaving a trail of incandescent energy in its wake. She moved with practiced grace, a whirlwind of motion amidst the chaos of battle. Seola assessed the situation, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "They're not as hard as I expected," she mused, "compared to the boss, I can take them." A grim determination settled on her features as she continued her assault. "As long as I keep holding on like this." With renewed vigor, Seola lunged forward. Her blade a crimson streak, cleaving through the air with devastating force. The impact sending a shockwave of energy that shattered the monster's defenses. Meanwhile, a figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a glowing blue weapon. It was Lee Seo-jun, Seola's father, his expression grim. Seo-jun watched his daughter fight, a worried expression etched onto his face. "This is gonna be a lot harder than I expected." With the loss of Dio, Hyun, and Ha, the remaining fighters faced a significant drop in firepower. The battle against the monstrous horde raged on, a chaotic maelstrom of magic and steel. Meanwhile, Hyun's unique ability allowed her to maintain a safe distance from the cursed monsters, but the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming, leaving her and her allies hopelessly outnumbered. A guttural roar ripped through the air as a monstrous creature lunged at Seo-jun, who cried out in alarm. Despite the danger, Seol-hai reassured her allies that she was alright, having managed to fend off a few of the attackers. But it wasn't her own safety that concerned her. Her gaze sharpened as she noticed a peculiar pattern in the monster's movements. Noticing the monsters weren't attacking her, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair knocked an arrow, her expression focused and determined. Seo-jun, observing the scene, noticed something strange: the monsters were avoiding him. A wave of confusion washed over him as he tried to make sense of the situation. His confusion quickly turned to shock as he witnessed a powerful blast of energy erupt from one of the monsters, obliterating another nearby. What was happening? A look of dawning horror spread across Seo-jun's face as he realized the terrifying truth. The monsters weren't ignoring him, they were targeting his allies, clearing a path towards him. The remaining monsters charged, their eyes fixed on Seo-jun. Lee Hyun, a young woman with fiery red hair styled in a bun and wearing a leopard print top, braced herself, her foot planted firmly on the ground, preparing to meet the force of an oncoming attack. A monstrous, wolf-like creature lunged at her, its claws extended. But Hyun met its assault with a swift counterattack. Her eyes widened in surprise as she parried the blow. Hyun fought valiantly against a multitude of monstrous foes, but the strain was evident. She noted that the curse affecting her was depleting her energy at an alarming rate. The curse is too concerning. It's hard enough fighting so many of them, but since I also have to worry about the curse, it feels like my mana is being depleted twice as fast. Another monstrous creature, this one reptilian, charged towards her, its jaws agape. And Hyun barely managed to dodge its attack, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. A cry of pain escaped her lips as she stumbled back. A voice called out to her, urging her to dodge. Hien was clearly overwhelmed. Hien, despite her exhaustion, fought back with renewed determination. She swung her sword, a golden light emanating from the blade, cleaving through her opponents with surprising power. The force of her attack sent the creatures flying, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Liciola, a young woman with vibrant red hair styled in a high ponytail, grinned mischievously as she wielded a glowing katana. A leopard print jacket accentuated her confident stance amidst a cloud of dark smoke and debris. The impact of her attack was immediately apparent. A monstrous figure lay crushed beneath a massive boulder, its demise marked by a barely audible gasp of rock. The scene shifted to reveal the aftermath of the attack, a chaotic landscape of shattered stone and lingering smoke, with the remains of the monster barely visible. Ciola, still radiating confidence, declared that only one person could throw a rock that large, her words laced with playful pride as she called out to someone named Dehoapa, expressing her gratitude. A sudden shift in the scene revealed a man, Deho, clutching his chest, blood flowing from a deep wound. His eyes widened in shock and pain. The camera focuses on the ground near Deho, showing a trail of blood leading to a fallen, smoking weapon and the remains of a monstrous creature. Deho, wounded and struggling, is seen holding onto a piece of the defeated monster. His expression is one of pained exertion. Ciola, witnessing Deho's injury, cries out in alarm, asking what happened. Deho, wincing in pain, explains that the monsters were gathering, and this curse, as Seojun had said, is quite strong. Lee Seojun, his body battered and bleeding, glared at his attackers. A desperate plea escaped his lips, a choked whisper of warning, "Don't you guys dare." As a young woman with teal hair and a bow, Lee Ciola, appeared, her arrow already nocked. She called out to her father, her voice a mixture of urgency and concern, Deho Hyung. Ciola's expression was one of horrified realization as she witnessed the scene unfolding before her. Her eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "This." Another young woman with blue hair appeared, her face etched with worry. She gasped, "Wait, what about Iram Uni?" The scene shifted to another location, where a woman with light pink hair and a firearm was engaged in a fierce battle. She fired her weapon, the sound of gunfire echoing through the air. Bullets whizzing past as she fought back against a monstrous reptilian creature. The creature lunged, its claws extended, but the woman dodged with practiced ease. More monstrous creatures appeared, surrounding her. She gritted her teeth, firing again, her weapon spitting out more bullets. A guttural roar echoed from the creatures as they charged. Ciola watched in horror as the situation worsened. She cried out, "Uni isn't in a good situation either." Lee Ciola, a young girl with fiery red hair pulled back in a ponytail, found herself in a desperate situation. A surge of magical energy crackled around her as she strained, her face contorted in exertion. She desperately needed help. A monstrous reptilian creature lunged at her, its claws extended, a guttural growl rumbling in its throat. Ciola barely managed to dodge the attack, narrowly avoiding the creature's sharp claws. She retaliated swiftly, unleashing a powerful magical blast that struck the beast with immense force. The impact sent tremors through the air. The creature roared in pain as a magical bolt pierced its hide, leaving a gaping wound. Its movements faltered. Ciola pressed her advantage, her movements precise and deadly as she continued her assault. A wave of green energy erupting from her hands, striking the creature with another devastating blow. The monster staggered, its life force visibly draining away. With a final, decisive strike, Ciola brought the creature down. She stood over its lifeless body, her breath ragged but triumphant. This was only the beginning. More monstrous figures emerged from the shadows, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. Ciola braced herself, ready for the next challenge. Lee Ciola, a young woman with fiery red hair, dashed through a dark, metallic corridor, her teal jacket billowing behind her. A desperate plea escaped her lips, "Uni. Stop for a second." Ciola slowed, her breath catching in her throat. She was trying to process the recent events. Internally, she grappled with the implications of what she had just witnessed, that phenomenon just now, and the fact that I'm the only one they aren't targeting. A sudden realization dawned on her as she examined the dark robe she wore. Could this robe be the key to understanding the attacks? The scene shifted to a chaotic battle. Ciola, along with another woman wielding a gun, faced a horde of grotesque monsters. A monstrous creature with large green wings loomed over them, while others, armed with spears and claws, advanced. Ciola moved with practiced ease, dodging a sweeping claw attack. The green energy of the robe flared, engulfing the monsters in a wave of destructive power. Elsewhere, Lee Seojun, a man with dark hair, engaged in a fierce duel with a monstrous foe, deflecting a powerful blow with a burst of blue energy. Ciola reappeared, landing gracefully beside her father. She looked at him with a mixture of surprise and concern. Ciola's face was etched with determination as she confirmed, "This isn't just a normal robe." A dark, hooded figure, cloaked in a deep green robe, stood amidst swirling green particles. The robe seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. A robe that negated curses, a powerful artifact capable of countering even the most potent of hexes. The title card for "My Daughter is the Final Boss" appeared below. A shadowy figure, cloaked and hooded, stood amidst the ruins of a once grand city. Green energy pulsed from beneath the fabric of their robe. As a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, clad in a teal jacket and dark top, watched with wide, fearful eyes. She recognized the robe's power immediately. It was no ordinary garment. Lee Seo-jun, a man in a light-colored coat, stood defiantly, a glowing blue spear in hand, facing a monstrous, shadowy beast that filled the background. The scene was one of intense conflict. Seo-jun's eyes widened in surprise as he realized the true nature of the shadowy figure's robe. A robe that negates curses? A grim determination settled on Seo-jun's face. He would use this knowledge to his advantage. With a powerful movement, he prepared to use the robe's power against the monstrous beast. A colossal, dragon-like creature emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. The battle was about to escalate. Seo-jun called out to Yunhai, a young woman with long dark hair, as he prepared to face the dragon. She, in turn, asked to borrow the curse-negating robe. A young woman with crimson hair, her face etched with worry and exhaustion, stood before a grand, Gothic building. She declared, leaving the scene to the others. Meanwhile, a man with short, dark hair stumbled, clearly injured, as a dark cloak fell around him. He looked up, his expression strained as he addressed the cloaked figure. He urgently asked for confirmation of understanding. With a surge of energy, the man drew a glowing blue sword, his face resolute. He declared his trust in the cloaked figure. He urged the cloaked figure to brace themselves and block an incoming attack properly. The man leaped into a chaotic scene, dodging a flurry of attacks from monstrous figures. A fierce battle ensued, with the man skillfully parrying blows from a massive, blue dragon-like creature. The dragon's terrifying visage filled the panel, its eyes glowing menacingly. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself facing the monstrous form of his daughter, Lee Seola, the final boss. A wave of raw magical energy erupted from Seola, the very essence of destruction itself. A torrent of blue energy that slammed into Seo-jun, throwing him back with brutal force. He coughed up blood, his face contorted in pain. What the hell? To think that I'd struggle this much when it's only using its tail, he thought, his mind racing. Even with this limited attack, he was struggling to survive. Seo-jun's thoughts turned grim. The curse. I won't be able to attack, he realized, the weight of his predicament crushing him. Seola's power was overwhelming, a maelstrom of energy that threatened to consume him entirely. He braced himself for the inevitable. Suddenly, a bolt of energy pierced the air, striking Seola's monstrous form. It was a precise shot, aimed with deadly accuracy. The source of the attack was revealed. A woman with long purple hair, expertly wielding a glowing bow, fired another arrow. The arrow arced through the air, striking Seola with another powerful blast of energy. Lee Seola, a young woman with fiery red hair and a leopard print top, engaged in a fierce battle. Her blade, ablaze with golden energy, sliced through the air with deadly precision. The incandescent light illuminating her determined face as she clashed with a monstrous serpentine foe. The creature, a towering figure of muscle and scale, retaliated with a vicious swipe of its own weapon. But Seola's attack proved too swift, too powerful. A look of grim determination hardened her features as she pressed her advantage. Meanwhile, another figure, a young woman with brown hair and a determined expression, knocked an arrow to her glowing blue bow, preparing for her own assault. She breathed deeply, readying herself for the next volley. The brown-haired archer, however, found herself facing a seemingly endless horde of monstrous creatures. Their menacing forms filled the panel, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. There's no end to this, she thought, a grim realization dawning on her. She glanced at her quiver, her expression falling. I don't have many arrows left either. The weight of the situation pressed down on her. Despite the overwhelming odds, the archer stood firm. Of you, move aside, she commanded, her voice ringing with a fierce determination as she unleashed a barrage of arrows. Each arrow flew with deadly accuracy, piercing through the ranks of the enemy. But even as she fought valiantly, another figure, a blonde woman wielding a heavy machine gun, found herself overwhelmed by the sheer number of foes. The blonde woman, exhausted and desperate, cried out, Iram Uni. Her plea was met with a worried response from the red-haired Seola, who shouted back, Uni, that's... Stop. Your body won't be able to withstand the weapon's recoil right now. Lee Seola, a young woman with striking purple hair, stood amidst a scene of devastation. Her expression was grim, a mixture of determination and weariness etched onto her face. She muttered to herself, acknowledging the unpleasantness of her actions but justifying them as necessary. Seola continued, her voice hardening as she rationalized the extreme measures she was taking. She saw this as the only way to eliminate a persistent threat. With a surge of power, Seola unleashed a devastating attack. A wave of energy erupted from her, engulfing her enemies in a blinding flash of light and sound. The force of the blast throwing them back with brutal force. Screams of pain and agony filled the air as the full impact of Seola's attack became clear. Seola herself wasn't unscathed, the recoil from her attack left her reeling, a pained expression twisting her features. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, a stark testament to the toll the battle was taking. She gritted her teeth, ignoring the pain. Another figure, a woman with long, dark red hair, rushed to Seola's side, concerned. Seola reassured her, stating that the outcome would be the same regardless of her injuries. Seola's resolve hardened. She knew what she had to do, and she wouldn't hesitate. With a furious roar, Ciola channeled her remaining energy into another devastating attack, unleashing a torrent of power that obliterated her remaining foes. The sheer force of her rage was palpable. The scene opens with a chaotic flurry of motion, dark energy crackling and swirling as a powerful force tears through the air, leaving behind a trail of spent bullet casings and the lingering scent of gunpowder. The aftermath of a fierce battle is evident. Amidst the smoky ruins, two young women are locked in a desperate struggle. One, with fiery orange hair, urges the other, a girl with auburn hair, to restrain herself. "Uni, please don't go overboard," she pleads, her voice laced with worry as the auburn-haired girl unleashes a torrent of energy. The auburn-haired girl's power surges, pushing back against monstrous figures that advance through the smoke and debris. These hulking creatures, armed with crude weapons, are relentless in their assault. Despite her efforts, more enemies emerge from the shadows. "There's still so many left," she shouts, her voice strained. The orange-haired girl tries to help, but the auburn-haired girl pushes her back. "Don't come over here." The sheer number of enemies overwhelms her, and the scene is filled with the sounds of clashing metal and desperate cries. Suddenly, a hand appears, holding a grenade, its surface shimmering with an unnatural energy. This is a desperate measure. The orange-haired girl, wounded and desperate, prepares to use the grenade. "Unless you want to be blown away," she warns, her voice grim. The grenade explodes, engulfing the area in a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. The monstrous creatures are caught in the blast, their forms momentarily obscured by the intense energy. Ciola, a young girl with striking blonde hair, grips a device emitting a bright, teal energy. Her expression is fierce, a cruel smirk playing on her lips as she unleashes the device's power. A surge of energy erupts from the device, a concentrated blast aimed at a figure collapsing in the background. The device itself resembles a futuristic grenade, its design sleek and deadly. The blast impacts, a wave of destructive energy engulfing several shadowy figures. Their forms are vaguely humanoid, but their movements are erratic and violent, suggesting they are some kind of monstrous entity. Two women watch in horror from a distance, their faces etched with fear and disbelief as the scene unfolds before them. One has long, auburn hair tied in a ponytail, the other's fiery red hair cascades down her shoulders. Ciola, having unleashed her devastating attack, falls to the ground, her body limp and exhausted. The aftermath of her actions hangs heavy in the air. Ciola lies on the ground, her body still, as a dark, ominous energy begins to swirl around her. More shadowy figures emerge from the vortex, their numbers seemingly endless, their forms twisted and grotesque. The two women from before rush towards Ciola, their cries of alarm echoing through the desolate landscape. One of them shouts, "Iram Uni!" They reach Ciola, finding her bleeding and unconscious. The other woman cries out, "Be, even Iram Uni!" Amidst the ruins of a ravaged cityscape, two young women stood amidst the lingering smoke of battle. One, with fiery red hair and a fierce expression, clutched a weapon. The other, sporting auburn hair and a determined look, stood beside her. The red-haired woman stated that despite the chaos, thanks to a single grenade thrown by her companion, the majority of the lizardmen were now dead. The scene before them was one of devastation, broken stone and twisted metal littered the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the recent conflict. The auburn-haired woman, slightly injured, knelt, while the red-haired woman stood guard, her gaze sharp and vigilant. The auburn-haired woman, assessing the situation, declared that with the numbers thinned, they could easily handle the remaining lizardmen. However, a third woman, pale and bleeding from a wound, lay collapsed between them. The red-haired woman's expression shifted to one of concern. The red-haired woman, overcome with remorse, apologized to her injured companion. The injured woman, despite her pain, confessed that she had tried to persevere but could no longer continue fighting. She revealed that she had previously been injured by a curse, explaining her current vulnerability. The red-haired woman, understanding her companion's plight, decided to leave the remaining lizardmen to her and withdraw from the battle. She informed her companion, Heian, that she wouldn't be able to participate in the attack force anymore. Ciola, a young woman with fiery orange hair, grinned cruelly. A malevolent light gleamed in her eyes as she declared her intention to deliver a single, decisive blow. With a swift movement, she unleashed a powerful attack. A wave of energy erupting from her, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The onlookers cried out in alarm, recognizing the immense power before them, the boss. Meanwhile, a hand gripped a glowing sword, its blade radiating intense heat. Dahoapa looked on in horror as his companions, Iram and Uni, lay wounded and helpless. He was informed that they had been attacked without even managing to land a single hit. Daho's fear intensified. Alex's earlier warning echoed in his mind, they might actually die. The monstrous boss loomed before them, a fearsome dragon-like creature in dark armor, its power palpable and terrifying. "This boss is too dangerous," someone whispered. Ciola's face contorted in a grimace of determination. She thought, but that doesn't mean we'll just go down. With a defiant roar, Ciola launched herself forward, a powerful energy blast tearing through the air and shattering the stone around her. High above a ravaged cityscape, Ciola, a young girl with fiery blonde hair, hovered in the air, her dark dress billowing slightly. Below her, a colossal, crystalline beast writhed, its blue energy crackling menacingly. The beast's head, a terrifying visage of sharp teeth and glowing red eyes, filled the panel, its power palpable. Its massive form lunged forward, but a figure appeared, shouting in alarm. It was a man, his face etched with worry, as he cried out, Heian? Seola, her golden hair ablaze, met the beast's attack head-on, her sword a blur of motion. A blinding flash of light erupted from her, momentarily obscuring the scene. Revealing Seola's face, contorted in a grimace of exertion, her eyes blazing with power. As she effortlessly cleaved the beast in two with a single, golden-hued sword strike. Without a fight, she declared. The beast's remains crumbled, leaving only a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end he witnessed, found himself embroiled in a desperate battle against his own daughter, Lee Seola. Her power was overwhelming. A whirlwind of destructive energy that threatened to consume him. Each strike was a brutal display of raw magical might, leaving Seo-jun struggling to find an opening. He noted the speed and strength of her attacks, his thoughts racing to find a counter. He desperately needed a moment, just a brief window of opportunity to launch a decisive strike. Sweat beaded on his brow as he braced himself for the next onslaught. With a roar, Seo-jun unleashed a powerful counterattack, a surge of energy erupting from his staff. A blinding flash of light accompanied by a deafening sound as his attack collided with Seola's. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves through the battlefield, a maelstrom of energy that threatened to tear the very fabric of reality. Seo-jun's attack seemed to momentarily disrupt Seola's assault. But a monstrous, dragon-like creature emerged from the chaos, its eyes glowing menacingly. Seo-jun's face registered shock and alarm as he recognized the creature and cried out a name, Heian? Lee Seola, a young girl with fiery blonde hair, unleashed a furious cry, Yua, as a surge of raw magical energy erupted from within her. Her eyes glowed with an unearthly light, and tendrils of golden energy crackled around her. The energy coalesced into a blindingly bright, golden sword, its form shimmering with immense power. Lee Seola gripped the ethereal weapon with surprising strength, her small frame barely containing the immense energy it radiated. And with a mighty swing, she cleaved through the air, the golden blade leaving a trail of incandescent light as it struck a colossal, shadowy beast. The impact sent shockwaves through the city, buildings crumbling under the force of the blow. The beast recoiled, its dark form momentarily obscured by the blinding light of the impact, before regaining its composure. Seola continued her assault, her movements fluid and precise as she danced around the beast's attacks, her golden blade a blur of motion. Observing the battle from a distance, Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with worry and determination, muttered, "The boss's tale." Lee Seola, a young girl with determined eyes, called out to someone named Seo-jun Appa. Meanwhile, Seola unleashed a torrent of dark energy, a terrifying display of power that hinted at her future as the world-ending final boss. A sight that filled Lee Seo-jun with a mixture of fear and dread as he watched from afar. Seola's attack continued, a devastating surge of energy that left a trail of destruction in its wake. The raw power of Seola's attack was immense, a blinding flash of energy that obliterated everything in its path, leaving her opponent wounded and bleeding. Seola's attack continued, targeting another opponent, Heian, who was left gasping for air after taking a brutal hit. A new figure appeared, a man wielding a large staff, his expression grim as he surveyed the scene. The man engaged in battle with a monstrous creature, unleashing a powerful attack that sent shockwaves through the air. The chapter opens with a terrifying close-up of a monstrous dragon's head, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intensity. Its sharp teeth are bared in a silent snarl, promising destruction. A hand, clad in a dark suit, grips a staff crackling with ethereal blue energy. The energy intensifies, swirling and coalescing into a formidable weapon. The wielder of the staff is revealed, a man with short, teal hair, his face partially obscured by shadow, but his determined expression is clear. He stands poised, ready for battle. He speaks, his voice filled with gratitude and exhaustion, "Heian, it's all thanks to you. Because of you." The man's internal monologue reveals his triumphant thoughts, "I finally have what I needed." The opening. The dragon's head fills the panel again, but this time, it is visibly weakened, its power waning. The man, still wielding his staff, stands amidst the dissipating magical energy, his face etched with determination and a hint of exhaustion. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself thrust back in time. He watched, horrified, as his daughter, Lee Seola, wielded a staff, unleashing a torrent of blue energy. The raw power swirling around the weapon, a terrifying display of magical might. A desperate, almost frantic energy that spoke of immense power. The word thrust, extreme, echoed in the air, a testament to the force behind the attack. The energy coursed through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light as it hurtled towards its target. The attack impacted with earth-shattering force, a blinding flash of light engulfing the area, sending shockwaves that ripped through the landscape. The scene was one of utter devastation, a testament to Seola's power. Amidst the chaos, a figure loomed, a monstrous dragon-like creature, its scales shimmering with an unnatural light. Another figure, an archer, loomed in the background, readying their weapon, preparing to unleash another volley of arrows into the fray. Seo-jun, his face grim, stood defiant, a surge of blue energy emanating from him. He braced himself, ready to face whatever came next. Amidst a chaotic scene of crumbling stone and billowing dust clouds, a fierce battle raged. A young woman, her crimson hair a stark contrast to the gray devastation, stood her ground, her bow drawn, arrows nocked and ready, releasing a volley of arrows that pierced the air, striking shadowy, monstrous figures that clawed and lunged at her. The scene was one of intense struggle and desperate defense. But despite her skill, she was clearly wounded. Her breath hitched in her throat, a look of dawning horror in her eyes as she realized the scale of the threat. Wei. A colossal, armored beast lay defeated, its massive form collapsing amidst the debris. The battle was far from over, but a significant blow had been struck. As young woman watched, a man, seemingly her companion, fell to the ground, the force of the impact sending tremors through the already unstable earth. He was clearly injured. And she rushed to his side, her concern evident in her expression. She knelt beside him, her hand gently resting on his chest. With this, you and the others are going to be okay, she reassured him, a hint of exhaustion in her voice. She then looked around, assessing the situation. Let's contact the knights as soon as we leave the dungeon, she muttered, her gaze fixed on the still smoldering ruins. A flicker of something else, something darker, crossed her features. A subtle shift in her expression hinted at a hidden emotion, a chilling contrast to her earlier concern. The scene was one of utter devastation, a testament to the ferocity of the battle just fought. The young woman, seemingly exhausted but strangely calm, sat beside the fallen man, her expression unreadable. Luciola, a young woman with worried eyes and disheveled hair, stared into the distance, her expression filled with a mix of fear and disbelief. A faint glow emanated from her, hinting at the immense power she possessed. A swirling vortex of dark energy filled the sky, a chaotic maelstrom of destruction. The landscape was ravaged, the remnants of a once thriving world reduced to ash and rubble. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the vortex, signaling an impending cataclysm. The light intensified, radiating outwards in a wave of pure energy. Li Xiaojun, a man in dark clothing, was caught in the blast, his body thrown violently through the air as the world around him crumbled. Ciola, her face etched with horror, cradled her father's unconscious form. The destruction around them was complete. Ciola's eyes widened in disbelief as she whispered, "It can't be." A monstrous, skeletal dragon emerged from the chaos, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. This was the final form of Ciola's power, the ultimate boss that had destroyed the world. Even after a devastating attack, the monstrous dragon-like creature remained defiant, its icy breath still potent. Li Xiaojun and another figure watched in disbelief as the beast, seemingly impervious to their assault, continued to unleash its destructive power. "It still isn't dead," one of them exclaimed. The creature's power surged, a terrifying display of raw energy. Xiaojun and his companion braced themselves as the dragon unleashed another wave of icy energy. A torrent of freezing power that threatened to overwhelm them, forcing them into a desperate retreat. The dragon prepared another attack, its icy breath gathering. A massive blast of ice shards hurtling towards Xiaojun and his companion, leaving Xiaojun barely escaping with his life, uttering a pained groan. Li Xiaojun watched in horror as his daughter, Li Xiola, now a monstrous, powerful witch, unleashed a devastating blast of energy. The raw power emanating from her was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. The sheer force of the attack obliterating everything in its path. Xiaojun, despite his desperate attempts to evade the blast, found himself caught in the epicenter of the destruction. A wave of searing pain washed over him as the world around him crumbled. He heard a voice, faint but clear, stating that he had a new quest, to change the future. Xiaojun's companion, his face etched with fear and exhaustion, noted the increased power of Ciola's attacks, stating that they could no longer run. With a deafening roar, Ciola's monstrous form loomed over them, her power amplified to terrifying levels. The ground trembled under the sheer force of her presence. Xiaojun and his companion were thrown back by the sheer force of the blast, barely escaping with their lives. Another devastating attack sent Xiaojun's companion flying, leaving him vulnerable and alone. He collapsed, coughing up blood as the world around him continued to disintegrate. The scene was one of utter devastation. Xiaojun, battered and bruised, sat amidst the ruins, gasping for breath. He was alone, the weight of his failure heavy on his shoulders. Li Xiaojun, his vision blurring, could only watch in horror as his daughter, Li Xiola, the very witch who would become the world's destroyer, unleashed her devastating power. A single tear escaped his eye as he felt the cold grip of death. Before him loomed a colossal, ice-encrusted dragon, its scales shimmering with an unnatural light, a terrifying manifestation of Ciola's dark magic. The air crackled with raw power. Ciola herself stood before the beast, her back to the viewer, a stark contrast to the immense power radiating from the dragon. A sense of foreboding filled the air. She knelt, a small figure dwarfed by the epic scale of the scene, her face obscured by shadow. The weight of the world seemed to rest upon her slender shoulders. Ciola's eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and despair, reflected the cataclysm unfolding around her. She whispered a question to herself, a silent plea against the inevitable. Her face, streaked with blood, was a testament to the brutal fight she had endured. The question in her eyes was a desperate cry against the unfairness of it all. The unspoken words hung heavy in the air. Could she truly bear to let everything she had fought for crumble into dust? A large, shadowy hand reached out from the darkness, seemingly attempting to grasp Ciola as the world around her crumbled. The finality of the situation was palpable. Li Xiaojun lay sprawled on the cold, hard ground, his body battered and broken. Dust and debris swirled around him, remnants of a catastrophic battle. A deep wound marred his side, and his breath hitched in his throat. He groaned, a low, pain sound escaping his lips. As his vision swam, Through the haze, he saw his daughter, Lee Seola, her face etched with a chilling mixture of sorrow and something far darker. Seola stood over him, her expression unreadable. A strange, ethereal light emanated from her, casting long, distorted shadows. A monstrous, icy creature, a being of pure destruction, materialized behind her, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. This was the final boss, the culmination of Seola's dark power. Seola, seemingly unaware of her father's plight, leaped into action, her movements swift and precise. A blur of motion against the backdrop of the icy behemoth's terrifying presence. As she prepared to unleash her full might upon the creature, the fate of the world hung precariously in the balance. With a final, desperate surge of power, Seojun's consciousness flickered and died. He was given a second chance, a quest to change the future. A teacup shattered on the kitchen floor, sending shards and tea splashing across the tiles. A wave of panic washed over the room. Lee Seojun, a man with graying hair, stared at the mess, his brow furrowed in concern. He questioned the sudden accident. His 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola, watched from her chair, her purple hair a stark contrast to the spilled tea. Seojun cautioned her to stay back, explaining the danger of the broken glass. Seola's large eyes reflected a mixture of confusion and worry, a single tear traced a path down her cheek. The broken pieces of the teacup lay scattered on the floor, the spilled liquid forming a dark pool. It was a cup Seola's mother had cherished. A poignant reminder of a loss that still weighed heavily on Seola's young heart. Suddenly, Seojun collapsed, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. His vision blurred, and darkness threatened to consume him. A low groan escaping his lips as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Seojun lay on the ground, his body battered and bruised, the weight of his impending doom heavy upon him. Lee Seojun, his eyes wide with dawning horror, could only watch as a wickedly sharp, ice-blue shard, dripping with his own blood, pierced the air before him. The source of the attack was revealed, his daughter, Lee Seola, her eyes blazing with a terrifying crimson intensity, a chilling expression twisting her features. Seola's attack was swift and merciless, a blur of motion ending with Seojun collapsing to the ground, his lifeblood staining the cold stone floor. Seola, her face partially obscured by shadow, loomed over her dying father, the icy weapon still clutched in her hand, a grim determination etched onto her features. Lee Seojun, his face marred by cuts and bruises, lay on the cold, hard ground. His eyes, wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief, darted around wildly. A chilling premonition gripping his heart. He could feel the weight of impending doom, a sense of finality settling over him like a shroud. As memories of his daughter, Lee Seola, flooded back. The image of her, transformed into a terrifying final boss, flashed before his eyes. Seola, wielding immense power, stood over him, her expression cold and merciless. He remembered the world crumbling around him, his own life fading as her dark magic consumed everything. He gasped, a single word escaping his lips, Yunhai? Seojun's eyes flickered open, his vision blurry. He was alive, but severely wounded. Before him stood a young girl, no older than 5, with pink hair and intense eyes. It was Seola, but a much younger version of the terrifying final boss he remembered. A girl who was still innocent, still unaware of the dark path that awaited her. He felt a surge of hope, a second chance to change the future. But also a crushing weight of responsibility. He had to raise her right, to be the father she deserved, to prevent the apocalypse. He had to protect her, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Lee Seojun watched in horror as his daughter, Lee Seola, the powerful witch who would become the final boss, unleashed her devastating magic. The world crumbled around him. A cataclysmic wave of energy consuming everything in its path. Seojun, mortally wounded, could only whisper his daughter's name, his vision blurring as darkness claimed him. Then, a blinding light engulfed him. A voice, echoing with ancient power, gave him a single, desperate quest, change the future. Seola, her face etched with sorrow, spoke to him, urging him to survive and remain by her side. Her words carried the weight of the world's fate. Seojun awoke to find himself cradling a 5-year-old Seola. Tears streamed down his face as he realized the enormity of his task. A weight of responsibility pressing down on him. He had to raise her differently, to prevent the future he had just witnessed. The scene shifted, showing Seojun and Seola in the aftermath of the destruction. He was injured, but alive. Seola, though young, seemed to carry the weight of the world on her small shoulders. Seojun, still recovering from his ordeal, looked around the devastated landscape, his mind racing. He whispered a name, a flicker of hope in his eyes, Yunhai? Lee Seojun, his back to the viewer, stood amidst a scene of devastation. A single word escaped his lips, barely a whisper against the backdrop of destruction, no. His head fell, tears streaming down his face as the word no echoed in his mind, a desperate denial of the reality before him. A silent scream of anguish and regret. The crimson text appeared before him, a stark judgment, you could not prevent it. A piercing cry filled the air as Lee Seola, his daughter, collapsed, a surge of blue energy erupting from her chest. The same harsh judgment reappeared, this time more specific, you could not prevent Lee Seola's second misfortune. Lee Seojun, his body battered and bruised, collapsed amidst the ruins of a once grand city. A guttural cry escaped his lips as he succumbed to his injuries. His vision blurring as the weight of his failure crashed down upon him. Tears streamed down his face, a silent testament to his despair. Then, a sudden shift. Seo Jun found himself in a brightly lit classroom, a young woman with long reddish-brown hair muttering something unintelligible. He watched, a silent observer, as she chatted animatedly with her friends, her laughter echoing in the space. Her carefree demeanor a stark contrast to the apocalyptic scene he'd just witnessed. A wave of confusion washed over him. A moment later, a radiant smile returned, chasing away any lingering shadows. The scene shifted again, abruptly. Seo Jun found himself back in the desolate wasteland, his body lifeless, blood staining the ground around him. His daughter, Lee Seola, lay beside him, her own body marred by wounds, her eyes closed in death. Seo Jun wept, the reality of his failure settling upon him once more. He had failed to save his daughter, and the world. Looming over the desolate landscape, a colossal, obsidian dragon reared its head. Its scales shimmered with an unnatural luminescence, and its eyes burned with malevolent red fire. A large, brilliant blue gem pulsed at its chest. Lee Seo Jun, clad in battle-worn armor, braced himself against the dragon's might. His face a mask of grim determination as tears streamed down his cheeks. He swung his sword, a desperate attempt to pierce the dragon's defenses. But the creature's scales proved impenetrable. A young woman, Seola, lay fallen nearby, her lifeblood staining the cold stone floor. A desperate cry escaping his lips as he lunged forward. The dragon unleashed a torrent of raw power, a blinding wave of energy that engulfed Seo Jun, sending him flying backwards, his body battered and broken. As the world dissolved into a blinding flash of light, Seo Jun's consciousness faded, leaving him with only the image of his daughter, transformed into the monstrous final boss, etched into his mind. A colossal, metallic dragon, its scales shimmering with an unnatural light, unleashed a torrent of raw energy. The force of the attack ripped through the very fabric of reality, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The sheer power of the blast causing the ground to tremble and crack. Leaving Lee Seo Jun, a man in a suit, lying amidst the rubble, his breath ragged and shallow. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his eyes flickered open, his gaze fixed on the devastation around him. He coughed, a trickle of blood staining his lips as the weight of his failure crashed down upon him. The world, shattered by his daughter's power, lay in ruins around him. A crushing despair settling over him as he realized the extent of the catastrophe he had failed to prevent. His thoughts, a torrent of regret and self-recrimination, flooded his mind. He had been complacent, reckless, and now, the consequences were catastrophic. The image of his daughter, Lee Seola, flashed before his eyes, her face contorted in a mask of rage as she wielded unimaginable power. He saw the devastation she wrought, the lives she destroyed. And the chilling realization that it was all his fault. His failure as a father had led to this apocalyptic end. A voice, laced with regret, echoed through the desolate landscape. It lamented a critical error in judgment. They had overestimated their abilities and ventured into the tutorial tower prematurely. Lee Seo Jun, his face bloodied and contorted in a grimace of pain and frustration, was clearly paying the price for this recklessness. His powerful foot came down, shattering the ground with a resounding crack. The force of the impact sent tremors through the already ravaged area. Seo Jun's voice, filled with disbelief and anger, cut through the air. He questioned the nature of the boss's attacks, deeming them utterly unfair. He then demanded an explanation for the cryptic message he received: prevent Seola's misfortunes. The scene shifted to a flashback, showing Seo Jun cradling a distraught Seola. He confessed to having made countless attempts to change the future, and swore he wouldn't repeat his past mistakes. Rain fell, mirroring the tears streaming down Seo Jun's face as he grappled with the weight of his failure. Seo Jun, his face etched with despair, revealed his new strategy. Instead of preventing Seola's misfortunes, he would simply accelerate their arrival. A monstrous, shadowy beast, wreathed in icy blue energy, descended upon the city. Its eyes glowed with malevolent red light, and its claws dripped with an unnatural energy. The creature unleashed a devastating blast of energy, the raw power causing the ground to tremble, sending a man hurtling through the air. Lee Seo Jun, a man in a dark coat, fell, his body battered and broken, a spear piercing the ground near him. As Seo Jun lay dying, his thoughts turned to his daughter, Yunhai. Even if I survive, he thought, despair etched on his face, what's the point if Yunhai's dead? He fell, the world fading around him. But then, a voice echoed in the darkness. Instead, I should also, Seo Jun. Lee Seo Jun. Lee Seo Jun awoke. A bright light filled his vision, and he found himself looking down at a small child. Lee Seo Jun, a man etched with the weight of a world's destruction, found himself standing within a swirling vortex of dark purple energy. His expression was one of grim determination, his eyes reflecting the burden he carried. A voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the silence. It was a command, a desperate plea for self-control. A whisper escaped Seo Jun's lips, a name barely audible above the hum of magic: Ursabet? From the depths of the vortex, a young girl materialized. She was small, no older than 5, with long, dark green hair and an air of unsettling power. This was Lee Seola, his daughter, the future final boss. Seo Jun, his heart pounding, questioned her presence. Seola, however, was less than welcoming, reminding him of a promise he had made. Seola's eyes blazed with an unnatural green light as she unleashed a torrent of magical energy. Her words were a chilling reminder of his past failure. She reminded him of a promise he had made long ago, a promise that he would never die. The weight of that promise, and the consequences of breaking it, crashed down on him. The green energy intensified, a blinding flash illuminating the scene. Seo-jun braced himself for the inevitable, the girl's words echoing in his ears, "And with your daughter too." Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror, watched as a blinding light engulfed him. The world around him fractured, the sounds of chaos fading into a dull roar. He awoke with a gasp, the remnants of the cataclysm replaced by the mundane reality of his home. A sharp, visceral no escaped his lips, a silent scream against the impossible. His daughter, Lee Seola, a 5-year-old girl with vibrant purple hair, popped out of a suitcase, her face alight with excitement. She excitedly announced her desire to accompany her parents on their trip to Greece. Seojun's wife, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation, watched the scene unfold. She gently chided Seola for her outburst, reminding her that such behavior was inappropriate. Seola's mother's gentle reprimand was met with a stubborn glare from Seola, who clearly wasn't ready to give up on her plans. Seo-jun, meanwhile, seemed preoccupied with his phone, a subtle hint of unease in his posture. Seojun's wife explained that the trip to Greece was too dangerous for Seola to accompany them, given their work commitments. Seola's mother's words hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to Seola's earlier enthusiasm. They promised to return as quickly as possible, attempting to soothe Seola's disappointment. A quiet understanding passed between the parents, a shared burden of responsibility. Seola's face brightened at the promise of a swift reunion. A small smile playing on her lips as she looked up at her father. Seo-jun, touched by her trust, reaffirmed his promise with a gentle touch and a reassuring smile. He then asked Seola to promise to be a good girl while they were away. Lee Seo-jun, a man with a gentle smile, reassured his young daughter, Lee Seola. He promised he would return soon. Seola, clutching a small stuffed animal, readily agreed, her trust in her father evident. Seo-jun, in turn, felt a pang of guilt for his past neglect. Their pinky fingers intertwined, a silent promise exchanged between father and daughter. A poignant scene that would soon be shattered. Seo-jun lay dying, his body battered and bloodied, the weight of his failure heavy upon him. The scene shifted to a chaotic battle, a powerful surge of energy engulfing him. The promise he made to Seola echoed in his mind as he succumbed to the onslaught. A wave of destruction washed over him, the remnants of a shattered world swirling around his lifeless form. A culmination of his daughter's wrath. A single, piercing arrow flew through the air, revealing the monstrous form of Lee Seola, the final boss, her power overwhelming and terrifying. Lee Seo-jun, his body battered and broken, lay amidst the ruins of a world he had failed to save. A single thought pierced through the haze of pain, he remembered. He recalled the promise he had made to Elizabeth and Seola, his daughter, a promise to survive this ordeal. A promise to emerge from this catastrophe alive, to remain by Seola's side. Seojun's vision blurred, the last image seared into his memory, his dying wife, Elizabeth, her hand clutching his. The weight of his failure pressed down on him, if he died, no one would be left to care for Seola. A flashback revealed the tragic truth, at the age of 5, Seola had lost both her parents. Without their guidance, the misfortunes that would shape Seola's life would arrive sooner and with greater intensity. Seo-jun, reborn with a second chance, resolved to prevent this future from unfolding. He vowed to give her a better life than the one she had endured before his regression. Lee Seo-jun, a man clad in a dark coat, stood before a colossal, crystalline structure, his weapon raised high. He braced himself against the immense power emanating from the structure, a swirling vortex of energy threatening to consume him. But the force was too great. Tears streamed down his wounded face as he cried out in pain, his body battered and bruised from the battle. His desperate struggle was futile against the overwhelming power. A surge of dark, green energy coursed through his veins, a desperate attempt to fight back against the inevitable. His hands, now glowing with an unnatural light, gripped his weapon tighter. Even in defeat, Seojun's resolve remained unshaken. He vowed to change the future, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Lee Seo-jun, a man whose face was etched with exhaustion and desperation, stood before a massive, imposing dungeon entrance. He muttered to himself, determined to escape. He clutched a glowing green staff, its energy pulsing in his hand, a desperate attempt to survive the dungeon's perils. A colossal ice dragon, its scales shimmering with an ethereal glow, emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Seo-jun, facing insurmountable odds, resolved to fight back. He knew this was his last stand, he would put everything on the line. The dragon unleashed a devastating torrent of icy energy. But Seo-jun, with a desperate surge of power, countered with a blast of green energy, clashing against the dragon's attack. Lee Seo-jun, his face a mask of grim determination, gritted his teeth. Blood trickled down his chin, but his eyes burned with a fierce resolve. He had used the king's ring, its power surging through him, temporarily bolstering his physical strength and mana. He stood poised, a powerful aura emanating from him as he prepared for battle. Crystals of pure energy materialized around him, swirling in a vortex of blue light. A prelude to a devastating attack against his foe. Before him loomed a colossal, ice-white dragon, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intensity. The creature was a formidable opponent, its very presence radiating an aura of immense power. Seo-jun, however, showed no fear. He charged, his enhanced strength and mana fueling his every movement. His sword ablur as he launched a fierce assault against the dragon's massive form. the clash of steel against scales echoing through the cavern. The battle raged, a whirlwind of ice and steel. Seo Jun, despite his injuries, fought with the desperation of a man facing the end of the world. He unleashed a powerful blow, his sword crackling with energy. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending wrath, found himself locked in a desperate battle against a monstrous creature. His movements were frantic, a desperate attempt to stave off the inevitable. He channeled his remaining strength, his every strike imbued with the weight of his regret and the urgency of his new quest to change the future. The power surged through him. A blinding flash of energy erupting from his weapon as he unleashed a devastating blow. The monster roared in pain, its immense form momentarily staggered by the force of the attack. But its retaliation was swift and brutal. A colossal claw, crackling with dark energy, lashed out, sending Seo Jun reeling backward, the impact shaking him to his core. He braced himself, his resolve hardening as he prepared for the next onslaught. The monster's terrifying visage filled his vision. Another wave of energy crashed over him, the force of the blow shattering his weapon. He was thrown back, the monster's shadow looming over him. But even as he fell, Seo Jun's eyes burned with a fierce determination. He would not give up. He would protect his daughter, even if it meant facing the end of the world. A colossal, ice-encrusted dragon, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, loomed over the battlefield. Runes pulsed across its scales as it unleashed a torrent of icy energy, the raw power cracking the very air around it. The dragon's massive claws slammed down, the impact sending tremors through the earth. But even this attack was met with resistance. The earth beneath the dragon's feet shattered, the icy energy seemingly unable to completely overwhelm its foe. The dragon roared, a sound that echoed with pain and surprise, as a powerful force struck from below, sending the creature reeling. Lee Seo Jun, his body battered but his eyes resolute, landed heavily. He surveyed the damage, a grim satisfaction on his face. It seems to have done some damage after all, he muttered to himself. He began to imbue a long spear with a brilliant blue energy, preparing for the next attack. I'll imbue this with aura. Meanwhile, a young girl with long brown hair, Ursabet, watched from a distance. Thank you, Ursabet, she whispered, a faint smile gracing her lips. Thanks to you, I remembered. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter, Lee Seola, becoming the world-ending final boss, found himself reliving his final moments. He watched, helpless, as Seola's dark magic consumed him. A second chance granted by a mysterious quest changed the future. Now, facing a 5-year-old Seola, he knew his task was to raise her differently, to prevent the events that led to the apocalypse. He was determined to be the father she deserved. But a monstrous threat emerged, forcing Seo Jun to confront his past failures. Blood streamed down his face as he braced himself for battle. Drawing upon a forgotten power, a holy knight's ability, he summoned a weapon of immense power. A purple spear crackled with energy, its color a stark reminder of the Gi-Derg, a legendary weapon. Seo Jun gripped the spear, hope flickering in his eyes, readying himself to face the cursed monster. The power surged through him. But the monster's curse proved too strong. He realized the limitations of his magic. No way, he thought, despair creeping into his heart. His magic was useless against this foe. Yet, the spear amplified his well-tempered mana, offering a glimmer of hope. A new strategy was needed. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future where his daughter, Lee Seola, became the world-ending final boss, found himself facing a monstrous dragon. Its roars echoed through the ravaged landscape. A terrifying beast whose power seemed limitless. The sheer scale of its destructive might was evident in the chaotic energy swirling around it. But Seo Jun, fueled by his desperate quest to change the future, prepared to fight. He channeled his own magic, a surge of raw power building within him, summoning a radiant staff crackling with energy. With a determined expression, he braced himself for the inevitable clash. The effects of the King's Ring, a temporary boost to his power, were fading fast. Time is running out, he thought, his eyes narrowed in grim determination. Knowing that this battle would decide the fate of the world, the dragon retaliated with a devastating blast of energy. But Seo Jun met the attack head-on, his staff glowing brightly as he prepared for a final, decisive blow. I need to finish it with one last blow, he resolved, aiming for the dragon's heart. The creature roared, unleashing a final surge of power. As Seo Jun braced himself for the impact, a desperate yell escaping his lips, "Bring it on!" A monstrous, dragon-like creature, its scales shimmering with an obsidian sheen, unleashed a torrent of raw, blue energy from its maw. The blast, a furious maelstrom of power, tore through the air, hurtling towards a lone figure wielding a spear, its shaft crackling with purple lightning. The man braced himself, his stance unwavering despite the impending cataclysm. As the blue energy slammed into his defenses, a blinding flash of light erupted, obscuring the scene in a chaotic maelstrom of energy. When the light subsided, the man remained standing, his spear glowing with an intensified purple aura. He had deflected the attack, but the sheer force of the blast sent tremors through the ground, and a surge of energy coursed through his body. He channeled this power, preparing for a counterattack. With a roar, he hurled his spear, the purple energy crackling around it like a living thing. The projectile shot towards the dragon, leaving a trail of shimmering purple light in its wake, and struck the creature's chest with devastating force. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, causing the ground to tremble violently. The dragon recoiled, its eyes blazing with fury. It prepared another attack, but the man was ready. He lunged forward, his spear glowing intensely as he unleashed a devastating blow. The force of the impact sent the dragon reeling back, its form flickering and unstable. A blinding flash of purple and blue energy erupted from the center of the chamber, the air crackling with raw power. A swirling vortex of chaotic energy coalesced into a colossal, shadowy figure wielding a massive, ornate sword. The blade pulsed with an ominous purple light. The shadowy figure brought the sword down with terrifying force. A searing purple energy lanced forth, tearing through the very fabric of reality. The energy blast continued its relentless advance, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The ground cracked and shattered under the sheer power of the attack. The shadowy figure unleashed a final, devastating blow, its power overwhelming, leaving behind only a scene of utter devastation. Then, a figure emerged from the wreckage, his face etched with shock and confusion. A wave of immense magical energy pulsed through the air, leaving Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, utterly bewildered. He wondered, what was that sound? The source of the energy seemed to emanate from a colossal, ethereal being, its form vaguely serpentine and radiating an icy blue luminescence. Its presence filled the grand hall with an unnerving chill. Seo-jun's eyes widened in dawning horror as he recognized the power emanating from the creature. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. Could it be? The question hung heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable. A small, blue creature with a red bandana floated into view, its presence somehow both comforting and unsettling. It was a familiar sight to Seo-jun. Seo-jun's eyes fell upon a detail he hadn't noticed before, the bandana. A sudden recognition sparked within him, Albert's scarf? A violent purple energy erupted from the ground, forming a swirling vortex that threatened to consume everything in its path. The sheer destructive power was breathtaking. The vortex intensified, its purple tendrils reaching out like grasping claws, the air itself crackling with raw magical energy, culminating in a blinding flash of light and a devastating explosion that shook the very foundations of the world. Lee Seo-jun, the alpha tester, emerged victorious from the tutorial dungeon, securing first place with an impressive 22,750 points. He stood amidst the ruins of the tower, his body battered and bruised, but a grim determination etched on his face. A faint blue aura still clung to him. As the notification concluded, Seo-jun collapsed, his body racked with exhaustion. He fell, his vision blurring, as his physical strength and mana returned to their original states. He lay unconscious. Lee Seo-jun, his vision blurred, felt the chilling weight of the king's ring. A portion of his humanity, it seemed, had been devoured by the cursed artifact. A creeping darkness threatening to consume him entirely. A single, desperate question echoed in his mind, was this the end? No. He couldn't afford to lose consciousness yet. He had to escape the dungeon and contact the Knights Guild. A crucial next step in his desperate plan. But more importantly, he had to get back to Seola. Seo-jun collapsed, the weight of his failing body finally giving way. The dungeon crumbled around him, dust and debris filling the air as he succumbed to the darkness. His life, it seemed, was over. But then, a faint light flickered in the gloom. An unused reward, a last-ditch effort, activated. A beam of celestial energy shot out, striking Seo-jun's chest. A scenario quest reward, a lifeline in the face of death, pulsed with otherworldly power. He was alive. A brilliant, ethereal light pulsed outwards, emanating from a blank, rectangular space at the center of a swirling, cerulean vortex. The words, "The blank ticket's effect has been activated," appeared in a stark, futuristic font, confirming the initiation of a mysterious process. The title card for "My Daughter is the Final Boss" appeared, signaling the start of the story. The scene opens with a torrential downpour, the rain lashing against a dark and stormy sky. The gray water reflecting the gloom of the setting sun as it streaks across the clouds. And the camera focuses on a dilapidated wooden structure, partially submerged in the rising floodwaters. Inside the broken structure, a small blue frog-like creature with a red bandana sits, looking up expectantly. Beside it, a young girl with long black hair and striking green eyes sits huddled, her expression somber and withdrawn. She clutches herself, her clothes stained and torn. The girl's gaze drifts downwards, her thoughts turning inward. She wonders if her father, Lee Seo-jun, will be all right. The little frog, Albert, seems to share her concern, tilting its head and echoing her unspoken question. The rain continues to fall, a bleak backdrop to the uncertainty hanging in the air. The image shows the back of a young woman with long dark hair, wearing a large black cloak. A small, blue creature with red eyes sits beside her. They are in what appears to be a dimly lit, stone chamber. The panel shows a close-up of a man's eyes, his eyelids drooping as if he is asleep or unconscious. Lee Seo-jun, a man with short, light brown hair, lies in bed, his expression one of mild discomfort. He murmurs softly. He is still in his clothes, suggesting he fell asleep suddenly. The room is simple but clean. Seo-jun sits up in bed, his eyes wide with confusion. He looks around the room, a question forming in his mind: is this his house? He wonders when he came back home, his thoughts clouded by a sense of disorientation. Seo Jun stands up, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. He walks towards a hallway, where he sees a young girl with long black hair sitting at a desk. The scene is filled with a soft, ethereal glow. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end of the world at the hands of his own daughter, found himself in a dimly lit room, his gaze fixed on a mysterious figure. He wondered, who's that? The mysterious figure revealed herself, her voice echoing in the room. Long time no see, Lee Seo Jun, she said, her words carrying a hint of both familiarity and something else, something colder. A chilling recognition dawned on Seo Jun as he saw her clearly. It was his daughter, Lee Seola, but not the child he remembered. She was now a powerful, imposing figure, radiating an aura of dark magic, her green eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. Dressed in an elegant, yet ominous black gown adorned with green gems, a stark contrast to her previous innocent appearance. A sense of dread washed over him. Seo Jun, his mind reeling from the shock of seeing his daughter transformed, could only stammer, but how, his voice barely a whisper. Seola responded with a chilling calmness. Your question is quite abstract, she stated, her tone suggesting a vast power and knowledge beyond his comprehension. A flashback momentarily overwhelmed Seo Jun, a vision of a past encounter flashing before his eyes. He remembered her words, I told you before that I'd see you later. The weight of this prophecy settled heavily upon him. And a horrifying realization struck him, the mimic back then, was you? Seola, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and something darker, simply replied, apologize first, her words laced with an unnerving coldness. Lee Seo Jun, a man etched with worry lines and haunted by a past he couldn't change, stared blankly ahead. His expression was a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. Before him stood Ursabet, a striking woman with long, dark hair and piercing green eyes, her attire exuding an aura of power. She explained that there were many things she couldn't reveal, as the risk of being discovered would increase. Seo Jun, still reeling from the revelation, questioned who might discover them. Ursabet, however, refused to answer, instead requesting his hand. As their hands met, a surge of green energy flowed from Ursabet into Seo Jun. The energy pulsed with an otherworldly power. Seo Jun, startled by the sudden energy transfer, asked what she was doing. Ursabet explained that she had reduced the side effects of a ring she was giving him, allowing him to use it freely. However, she cautioned him against abusing its power. Seo Jun examined the ring, realizing that Ursabet had given him something else as well. He pondered the implications of this gift, his thoughts clouded by uncertainty. Finally, Seo Jun, overwhelmed by the events, asked Ursabet who she was. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter's world-ending actions, found himself face to face with the very embodiment of his failure, Lee Seola, his daughter, the final boss, in her terrifying, otherworldly form. Her dark dress, accented with vibrant green, shimmered with an unnatural light, a stark contrast to the mundane setting of what appeared to be a storage room. He reflected on the past, a cold sweat beating on his brow as he recalled the scenario quest that had seemed so unreal at the time. Concluding that his previous encounter with Ursabet, a woman with a similar situation to Seola, had been a figment of his subconscious, a manifestation of his guilt and fear. A thought reinforced by the presence of a small, seemingly insignificant frog. Despite his rationalization, Seo Jun couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. There were too many inconsistencies. Seola, however, shattered his doubts with a simple statement: she was not an illusion, but a real person. Her enigmatic response, while seemingly straightforward, only served to deepen the mystery. Seo Jun pressed for clarification, but Seola's answers remained vague, evasive, and frustratingly cryptic. Seola explained that her reticence stemmed from her position, a position that demanded secrecy and caution. The scene concluded with Seola's subtle observation that Seojun's attire was unsuitable, a comment that left him slightly unsettled. Lee Seo Jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter, Lee Seola, becoming the world-ending final boss, found himself in a conversation with a mysterious woman. She suggested that he gift away a powerful artifact instead of using it himself. A suggestion that left him utterly bewildered. Gift it? To whom, he wondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. The woman, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling knowingness, answered his question with another. To the person you want to protect, she stated, her voice calm yet laced with a hint of something ominous. Seo Jun, his unease growing, pressed further, asking how much she knew about Seola. A question that elicited a chilling response. How could I not? Since we're both witches, she revealed, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. The revelation hung heavy in the air. Seo Jun, grappling with the implications of this unexpected truth, found himself on the defensive. He questioned her knowledge of Seola's true nature as a witch, a question that proved too difficult for him to answer himself. The mysterious woman, however, turned the tables, posing a counter-question: can you answer if someone asks you why you're a human? Her words hinted at a deeper, more unsettling truth about Seola's destiny. A destiny she shared with the enigmatic woman before him. That child and I were born with the same destiny, she stated, her voice low and grave. The weight of those words settled upon Seo Jun. A cursed destiny. He murmured, the realization dawning on him. The woman confirmed his suspicions, her tone sharp and chilling. That's right, it's contradictory, isn't it, she said, leaving Seo Jun to grapple with the paradoxical nature of his daughter's fate. The scene opens with a mysterious woman, her elegant black dress trailing behind her as she walks. She is a witch, the only person who can wield curses freely, yet she finds herself ensnared by one. Heavy chains, symbols of her predicament, bind her. The time for questions is over, there is something she must reveal before it's too late. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, stands before her. He asks, "What?" The witch raises a finger, a glowing blue butterfly forming on her fingertip. It is a warning. The witch's face is now fully visible, her expression serious. A faint green glow emanates from her. She speaks of the butterfly effect, the unpredictable consequences of altering the past. The man, his concern evident, listens intently. He understands the gravity of the situation. He confirms her statement, acknowledging the butterfly effect's influence on the events that follow each attempt to change the future. The scale of the changes is immense, encompassing countless unforeseen events. Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with grim determination, stood silently, his gaze cast downward. A profound sense of loss hung heavy in the air. He silently vowed to change everything. I needed to change everything, he thought, his resolve hardening. A mysterious woman, with striking green and black hair, stood before him. She acknowledged his silent plea, stating, "I know. However, you know what the butterfly effect is. Although you can't see it straight away. It's stacking up and eventually will come back as a huge storm." The woman continued, explaining the looming danger. A swirling vortex of dark energy crackled with ominous power in the background. Seo-jun gritted his teeth, his jaw clenched tight. The weight of his responsibility pressed down on him. Even though I struggled to change things, I couldn't change the most important things. A flashback showed Seo-jun lying wounded, a woman with ice-like wings tending to his injuries. Her expression was one of sorrow and regret. The scene shifted back to the present, showing the mysterious woman again, her expression unreadable. Seo-jun stood before her, his fists clenched. Her gaze was intense, her eyes filled with a mixture of pity and warning. She seemed to be weighing the consequences of his actions. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with worry lines and haunted by a past tragedy, sat alone in his kitchen. His hand covered his eyes, his shoulders slumped in defeat. The words, "Yu Yunhai is still alive," echoed in his mind, a revelation both shocking and bittersweet. The weight of the news settled upon him, a heavy cloak of disbelief and dawning hope. His eyes, partially obscured, reflected a storm of conflicting emotions. Suddenly, a woman with striking green hair and dark attire appeared before him. She looked at him with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "What did you just say?" she demanded, her voice sharp and urgent. Seo-jun, startled, explained, "The ticket that you received as a reward from the scenario quest." He held up a seemingly ordinary blank ticket, but his expression revealed a deeper understanding. "That's not just an ordinary blank ticket." The image shifted to a close-up of the ticket, emphasizing its unremarkable appearance. The scene then transitioned to a dramatic reveal, the background swirling with golden gears and clockwork mechanisms. The real name of that item. With this ticket, the time of the bodies of the guild members have rewound to how they were when you made your first stab. Lee Seo-jun, his body ravaged, lay dying amidst a chaotic swirl of gears and golden sparks. In other words, the world, as he knew it, was ending, a consequence of his daughter's actions. His vision blurred, but he could still make out the ethereal glow surrounding him. Then, a sudden shift. Seo-jun's consciousness returned to a moment before his daughter, Yunhai, met her demise. He wondered, was this a second chance? A mysterious woman, elegant and imposing in a dark green gown, appeared before him. She confirmed his suspicions. "Exactly, that's how it works." Her words hung in the air, a warning, "You can't be careless." The woman explained the limitations of his temporal rewind, emphasizing the tower's significance. This ability wouldn't work outside of it. Even if the effect somehow manifested elsewhere, she stressed the importance of rejecting it immediately. Seo-jun, his face grim, clenched his fist. He understood the gravity of the situation. He declared his intention to leave, his departure marked by a surge of green energy surrounding the woman. Ursabet, a powerful sorceress with long, dark green hair, paused, a thoughtful expression on her face. She mused to herself about the sheer volume of information she needed to convey. However, a sense of urgency clouded her thoughts. She apologized, explaining that a prolonged stay risked exposure. Seo-jun, a man with short, dark hair, interrupted her, a desperate plea etched on his features. He insisted on asking one final question. Ursabet turned away, her back to him, a shimmering green aura surrounding her as she prepared to leave. Seo-jun, still insistent, questioned Ursabet's actions, pointing out her involvement in providing him with the king's ring and the restoration ticket. He acknowledged her deep involvement in his affairs, but pressed for an explanation of her motives. Ursabet, facing away, finally addressed Seo-jun's question, her voice laced with a hint of mystery. She questioned his understanding of the extent of her assistance. The green energy surrounding her intensified, hinting at a hidden power. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with the sorrow of a world lost, stood amidst shimmering green energy. His expression was one of grim determination, his eyes reflecting the weight of his new quest to change the future. He had witnessed firsthand the horrifying transformation of his daughter, Lee Seola, into the world-ending final boss, and now, he had a second chance. A reason for this unexpected second chance began to dawn on him. Because a young Siola, no older than 5, stood before him, a mischievous glint in her emerald eyes. Her smile held a hint of knowing, a stark contrast to the terrifying final boss he remembered. She was on his side. Lee Seojun, a man whose face was contorted in a silent scream, found himself in a desperate situation. He was told, simply, that it was obvious, because his mysterious companion was on his side. A surge of green energy erupted around the mysterious figure, who stood confidently before him. Then, just as suddenly, vanished. Seojun, left alone in the aftermath, could only stare in disbelief. He had so many questions. The events after the scenario quest, the King's Ring, the tower bosses, so much remained unexplained. His thoughts turned to the mysterious woman's inability to fully explain herself. Could there be a plan behind her cryptic actions? Suddenly, a wave of energy washed over him, sending him sprawling to the floor. As a blue light engulfed him, a system message appeared before his eyes. Alpha Tester, a benefit has been applied to Lee Seojun's personal system. He realized, with dawning comprehension, that this was only the beginning. Lee Seojun, a man cloaked in a thick, fur-lined coat, stood before a shimmering, ethereal blue expanse. A digital command appeared before him, a stark white box against the vibrant background. Please open your personal system. He was in a place of immense power, the air thrumming with energy. A voice, seemingly his own, echoed in his mind. My original purpose for coming to the tower was the option to change jobs, a special benefit. Seojun's personal system interface materialized before him, a sleek, dark blue rectangle displaying his profile. His name, Lee Seojun, and his title, Spearman, Change, were clearly visible. His title skill was listed as Thrust, Extreme. He noticed a change option next to his title. A change option really did appear next to my title, he thought, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Seojun's gaze sharpened. That I want to change, he mused, his expression hardening with determination. The system interface showed his profile again, highlighting the change option. He made his decision. I'd like to change someone, he silently declared, his mind already set on his course of action. He then stated his intention. I want to transfer this benefit. A new message appeared on the screen, explaining the system's rules. Benefits are given to targeted hunters with the most outstanding results in the tutorial tower. Seojun read the message, his brow furrowed in thought. Seojun's face was etched with concern. He seemed to be grappling with the implications of the system's message. The system's message continued, stating that only the top-performing hunter could receive the benefit. Seojun's internal monologue reflected his growing apprehension. Does that mean transferring this benefit is impossible? The scene opens on a desolate, ice-covered cityscape, the remnants of a world ravaged by destruction. Looming over the ruins is Lee Seola, a powerful witch with long, flowing silver hair, clad in dark attire, her expression cold and severe. It is not an exaggeration to say that her misfortunes began with her title, the root of all her suffering. Lee Seojun, somewhere in this ravaged landscape, reflects that if Seola's title could be changed, perhaps her misfortunes could be averted. He appears amidst a swirling vortex of energy, his face etched with worry. He mutters to himself that they certainly aren't making this easy for him, and that there's nothing more he can do. Seojun, a man with short, dark hair, gazes at a holographic display showing his profile, Lee Seojun, Spearman. He decides to change his title to a stronger one, initiating Plan B. But one thing is stopping him. He wonders if changing his title will also change his title skill. A system message confirms that his current title skill, Thrust, Extreme, will disappear upon changing titles. He looks concerned. Seojun admits that the efficiency of his Thrust, Extreme, skill is too good to give up easily. He considers that in 15 years, he will have access to skills of similar power. The scene shows a flash of a powerful energy blast. Lee Seojun, wielding a glowing spear, unleashed a powerful attack. But he realized that this skill, while potent, was an imbalanced one before a system update, only usable multiple times if he increased his mana reserves. He mused that more importantly, all his 15 years of training could be rendered useless in an instant. Seojun considered the limitations of his current title and the spear's incompatibility with his evolving abilities. He also noted. A system message appeared, informing him that he could change his title while retaining his current skill. Seojun's current title was revealed. You can assign the spearman's growth. A system interface displayed, showing the options available to Seojun. Seojun's eyes widened in realization as he processed the information. He muttered to himself, confirming the existence of growth titles. Lee Seojun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end he witnessed, is shown wielding a sword. His initial title seemed insignificant compared to the looming threat of his daughter, the world-ending witch, Lee Seola. But he now understands its potential for growth, mirroring his daughter's own development. He reflects on the limitations of his previous, common title. And sees a metaphorical cage, locked, representing those limitations. He realizes that obtaining the key is crucial to overcoming them. A key that shines with otherworldly light, symbolizing a chance for change. The image suggests a powerful, transformative object. And Seojun, seeing this, makes a decision. He declares that this changes everything. A decision to alter his destiny and his title. He resolves to change his title. A system message confirms his choice, indicating a complete reset is underway. His old title, Spearman, is shown fading away, to be replaced by a new, growth-oriented title, signifying a fresh start and a new path. Lee Seo-jun groaned in pain, his hand reaching out weakly as if searching for something. He lay on the floor, his brown suit rumpled, a bandage on his cheek, his eyes closed. A faint light illuminated the scene. As a voice, confident and assured, cut through the silence. "I'm sure you're awake by now," it stated. Seo-jun opened his eyes to find himself in an ornate room. Alex, a man in a striking red military-style jacket, stood over him. "Alex? Where is this house?" Seo-jun asked, confused. "This is the Knights Guild house. We brought you here after finding everyone unconscious outside the tower," Alex explained. "The tutorial tower? You guys defeated it," Alex stated, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Alex seemed surprised by Seo-jun's lack of enthusiasm. "Your reaction's so bland," he commented. A dark, shadowy figure loomed in the background, its form partially obscured. "I knew that the tower's boss would be a king," a voice whispered ominously. The aftermath of a cataclysmic event unfolded before Seo-jun's eyes. A gigantic salamander, a creature of immense power, had appeared, defying all expectations. He questioned why such a being manifested when it should have been Albert. But if that truly was Albert, then where had the king gone? His thoughts turned to the others. A woman in a red coat stood over two men seated in a grand room, her concern evident. She inquired about their well-being. Reassurance followed. They were injured, but safe. The relief was palpable as a young man rushed to the scene, calling out to his brother. The injured siblings, bandaged and shaken, anxiously called out for Seo-jun, their concern growing with each passing moment. Wondering if he was awake. Another woman, her face etched with worry, appeared, revealing that Seo-jun's wife was also safe. A wave of relief washed over them as they called out to Seo-jun once more. Seo-jun's wife rushed to his side, her concern evident in her anxious expression. She anxiously asked if he was all right. Lee Seo-jun awoke to find himself enveloped in a tender embrace. His eyes fluttered open to the sight of a woman with long, flowing auburn hair, her face partially obscured by his own shoulder. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he struggled to recall where he was. The woman, startled by his sudden movement, pulled back slightly, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and concern. A silent question hung in the air. And Seo-jun's mind raced to piece together the fragments of his memory. He recognized the woman's face, but the details remained elusive, shrouded in a fog of confusion. He focused on the details of her appearance, noticing the soft curve of her cheek, the delicate strands of hair falling across her face. A wave of relief washed over him as he recognized the woman's unique blue device on her wrist. A realization dawned on him, it wasn't a dream. "It's not a dream," he thought, a profound sense of relief flooding his senses. Yunhai is really alive. Seo-jun pulled Yunhai closer, burying his face in her hair. The weight of his relief was palpable, a stark contrast to the despair he had felt moments before. A sudden interruption shattered the tender moment. A chorus of voices, filled with playful teasing, broke through the quiet intimacy. Seo-jun looked up, startled, to see a group of young women watching them from the doorway. One of them, bold and outspoken, commented on the unexpected intimacy of the reunion. The scene shifted, providing a brief recap of the events leading up to this moment. It was revealed that Sophia, after their visit to the tower, had been hospitalized due to a worsening of her curse. Lee Seo-jun's mother-in-law, frail but recovering, lay in her hospital bed. The curse that had afflicted her was lifted, a small victory in the larger battle to save his daughter. She expressed her gratitude to Seo-jun, promising a reward for his visit. He stood before her, a mixture of relief and apprehension etched on his face. Her permission to enter the tower had been crucial to his success, leading to a shared meal as a gesture of thanks. Elsewhere, the guild members, bandaged and slightly dazed, had their memories of the recent events erased. Their expressions reflected a mixture of confusion and slight discomfort. A young woman, possibly a guild member, reflected on the situation. She felt a little flustered but knew it was best to keep the truth from them. She made a silent decision, the incident would remain a secret. Thus, the immediate crisis was resolved. As the sun set, casting long shadows, a sense of melancholy settled over the scene. Two young women, possibly the guild members, prepared to depart. Lee Seo-jun, surrounded by two women, hesitates, voicing his desire to stay a little longer. Seo-jun explains that he has pressing matters to attend to and must leave for training. As Seo-jun departs, a woman's voice cuts through the air, noting that he is the only one among them who is unemployed. Lee Seo-jun is approached by Alex, who urgently requests a conversation. Seo-jun, surprised, questions Alex's sudden arrival. Alex reveals a shocking truth: their master is cursed. Alex's revelation leaves Seo-jun stunned and speechless. Seo-jun reflects on the difficulty of detecting the curse unless it manifests outwardly, noting the secretive nature of their master. Seo-jun acknowledges the secretive nature of their master, Sophia, and the fact that the curse would have remained hidden until its effects became undeniable. From the outside, the tutorial tower appeared to be under the knight's control. However, the narrator reveals that this dungeon's existence is a secret that, if revealed, would cause a war. Should the dungeon's existence become public knowledge, other groups seeking the tower's skills would inevitably arrive, leading to conflict. This would undoubtedly erupt into a full-scale war. If they sought public assistance, a battle would erupt, and to resolve the situation solely with the Knights Guild would result in significant casualties. Sophia, a knight, would likely sacrifice herself to prevent this. Even if it wasn't him, someone else would have eventually defeated the final boss. However, he reflects that intervening might have been too late, as the final boss was still him in the end. And that person was still him. There was no need for him to be humble. The other knight assures him that he did what he could. The knight offers his contact information, stating that he speaks on behalf of the entire Knights Guild. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with weariness, stood before a woman in a crimson dress. She offered him a proposition, suggesting that had he stayed in Greece longer, they could have assisted him further. But Seo-jun politely declined. The woman, intrigued, questioned his haste. Seo-jun's face softened, a wistful smile playing on his lips as he boarded the plane. The bright lights of the airport blurred as Seo-jun stepped into the bustling terminal. His eyes searching the crowd. He spotted a familiar figure. Seo-jun's longing for his daughter, Seola, intensified, a dizzying ache in his chest. He embraced his daughter, a wave of relief washing over him as he reunited with his beloved Seola. The sun shone brightly over a city landscape. A cheerful atmosphere permeated the scene. Lee Seo-jun, a man with dark hair, grinned broadly, his arm around a woman with reddish-brown hair. He exclaimed, "Home." A small girl with purple hair, Lee Seola, skipped happily beside them, adding, "Our home." Back in their apartment, the woman, exhausted from the day, collapsed onto the bed, sighing, "Yua, I'm beat." Seo-jun watched her, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused to himself, to be accurate, I should say that she's exhausted. He continued his internal monologue, as expected, I pushed it with this tower raid. A flashback showed Seo-jun facing a group of powerful warriors amidst a fiery explosion. He reflected, I ignored the fact that they're still newbies because of their reputations before my regression. Seo-jun's thoughts trailed off as he looked away, now that I think about it. Lee Seo-jun reflected on his past, a single thought echoing in his mind, he had never known what Yunhai's skill was. His daughter, Lee Seola, slept peacefully on the bed, her long reddish-brown hair spread across the pillow. Seo-jun watched her, a thoughtful expression on his face. He realized that, since his death and rebirth, he had never seen the inside of a tower. He mentally noted to ask her about it later. He sat on the couch, lost in thought. Ursabet's words continued to weigh heavily on his mind. Seo-jun's mind raced. It seemed Ursabet knew the future, but just how much did she know? He considered going to another tower to find Seola, but then remembered that the tutorial tower was a one-time only dungeon. The realization hit him, he would have to wait without a plan, a daunting prospect. He was in a precarious situation, unable to predict the scale of the butterfly effect his actions might cause. Seo-jun worried about the lack of preparation time. Something could happen tomorrow, or even the day after, leaving him ill-prepared. Lee Seo-jun, overwhelmed by the weight of his impending task, felt his mind reeling from the sheer magnitude of the challenge ahead. His brain felt numb from the sheer volume of thoughts racing through his head. The scene shifts to a tender moment. Seo-jun, his wife, and their 5-year-old daughter, Seola, are nestled together in bed. A sense of domestic tranquility fills the room, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic future Seo-jun knows awaits them. Seola, nestled close to her mother, innocently observes the scene. Her mother, smiling gently, asks if Seola remembers them. Seola, with a bright smile, confirms that she remembers her parents, emphasizing that they are all together. The image shifts to Seo-jun, now alone, lying in bed. A wave of relief washes over him as he gazes at his sleeping daughter. He decides to postpone worrying about the complexities of his mission, choosing to savor this moment of peace. Seo-jun's wife wakes up, her heart melting at the sight of her daughter's cuteness. She expresses her adoration, playfully warning Seo-jun not to die from the cuteness overload. Later, Seo-jun is sitting on the couch with Seola, a doorbell rings, interrupting their quiet time. Seo-jun wonders who could be visiting at this unexpected hour. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the catastrophic end he witnessed, found himself inexplicably reborn. He muttered to himself, a single phrase echoing his disbelief. It's me. A young girl, his daughter Seola, stood before him, her expression a mixture of curiosity and slight confusion. She questioned him, a simple word hanging in the air. Ha? The sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. A man appeared, his face etched with worry and age. Seola's eyes widened in recognition. Father, she exclaimed. The older man, Seo-jun's father, approached carrying a pet carrier. He explained his purpose. I've come to bring you something. Seo-jun's initial reaction was one of bewilderment. Peering into the carrier, he saw its contents and let out a surprised question. That's a cat? The small, dark feline with striking green eyes emerged from the carrier, confirming Seo-jun's initial assessment. Seola, however, reacted with unbridled joy. She rushed towards the cat, her voice filled with excitement. It's master, she cried, her delight evident. Seo-jun and his father watched, a mixture of confusion and concern on their faces. Seola continued, explaining her affection for the animal. That's the cat's name. The scene shifted to show the family together, the cat now calmly nestled in Seola's arms. Seojun's father attempted to explain the situation to his son. Lee Seojun, a man burdened by the knowledge of his daughter's future, is shown a stray cat. He is questioned about when he found it, replying that it appeared while he was in Greece. The conversation continues. The cat quickly bonded with Seola, his young daughter, and now they are inseparable. Seojun's companion offers to help care for the animal if it proves too difficult. Seojun, looking slightly overwhelmed, observes his daughter, Seola, happily playing with the black cat. He admits that taking care of a cat is a sudden development. Seojun appears concerned, a worried expression on his face as he ponders the situation. He turns to Yunhai, asking if she likes cats. She replies that they are cute and easy to litter box train. Seojun raises a valid concern about the cat shedding and the potential impact on Seola's allergies. Yunhai assures him that they can manage the cat's fur by properly caring for it. Yunhai smiles reassuringly at Seojun, her expression bright and confident. Seola is shown happily playing with the cat, calling it master. Seojun reflects that no one actually dislikes the cat. Lee Seojun, a man burdened by financial instability, reflected on his precarious situation. His thoughts turned to the ominous combination of a black cat and a witch. A vision of his daughter, Lee Seola, the very witch who would one day become the world-ending final boss, flashed before his eyes. She stood with a black cat, a familiar image from his past. Suddenly, Seojun found himself in his present reality, a 5-year-old Seola playing with a black cat. A sense of unease washed over him, something felt profoundly wrong. The cat meowed, its emerald eyes gleaming. Seojun's apprehension deepened as he observed the scene before him. He checked his mana detecting device. The readings were unusual. The mana light wasn't reacting to the cat, suggesting something beyond the ordinary was afoot. He suspected it wasn't a simple monster or something dangerous. Seojun's worry shifted. He had been concerned about Seola's lack of friends. Later, Seojun's relief was palpable as he watched Seola happily interacting with another child and her mother. He smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. Seola enthusiastically embraced the black cat, calling it master. An unknown woman approached Seojun, stating she had something important to discuss. Lee Seojun, a man etched with worry lines and the weight of unspoken anxieties, stood alone in his home. His expression was a mixture of concern and weariness, his gaze distant and troubled. He was confronted by another man, his son-in-law, who seemed equally troubled. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. Seojun's son-in-law expressed his concern about Seojun's upcoming trip to Greece, emphasizing the importance of not leaving his young daughter alone for too long, even for work. Seojun, taken aback, simply asked for clarification. Seojun's son-in-law inquired if anything had happened to Seola, his daughter. Seojun immediately denied any incident. However, he admitted that while looking after Seola, he noticed she was maturing too quickly. The son-in-law revealed that Seola was aware of her father's work for her, adding another layer of complexity to the situation. A flashback shows Seola as a young girl, highlighting her current age and the need for her father's presence. Seojun, however, felt limited in his capacity as a father figure, stating that he is only her grandfather. Left alone with his thoughts, Seojun grapples with the weight of his responsibilities and the uncertainty of his role in Seola's life, questioning what he should do next. Lee Seojun, a man haunted by the catastrophic future he witnessed, stood before a stern-faced individual. The man's words, demanding amends for past mistakes, hung heavy in the air. The man's plan to atone involved spending weekdays working and weekends with his daughter, Seola, followed by a family trip after his next business engagement. This was the path to changing the future, to preventing Seola's descent into darkness. Meanwhile, young Seola, a 5-year-old girl with vibrant purple hair, sat quietly with her black cat, seemingly lost in thought. Her mother entered the room, prompting Seola to excitedly announce she was speaking with a mysterious master. Seola's eyes gleamed with an almost supernatural light as she spoke of this master, a look of wonder and excitement washing over her face. But her mother's reaction quickly shifted from curiosity to concern as Seola revealed that her conversation with the master was a secret. Reassured by her mother's promise to keep the secret, Seola's worry melted away. The conversation continued, with Seola learning that this mysterious master held a fondness for her, a revelation that left her both surprised and delighted. Lee Seojun, a man whose features betray a weariness beyond his years, prepares to leave his home. His daughter, Lee Seola, a young girl with vibrant purple hair, watches him go. He bids her a simple farewell. "I'll be going now, little one." Seola's innocent question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to her father's quiet departure. "Father, you're already leaving?" Seojun offers a brief explanation, his tone suggesting a deeper, unspoken reason for his haste. "Yes, I wasn't planning on staying for long. You all need to have some quality family time." Seojun leaves, his silhouette framed against the doorway, a hint of unease etched onto his face. A black cat with emerald eyes watches him go. A close-up on Seojun's face reveals a deep furrow in his brow, his expression a mixture of worry and resignation. Night falls. The crescent moon hangs in the inky sky. Seojun lies in bed, his mind clearly still racing, unable to find rest. He reflects on the events of the evening, a particular detail catching his attention: a young child is talking to an animal. For a normal child, it would simply be their imagination, he muses, but a sense of unease settles over him. Lee Seojun, lying in bed, contemplates his 5-year-old daughter, Seola. He reflects on her unusual abilities, musing that she seems to possess a unique connection to magical energies. Seola stands amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy, her back to the viewer. The scene is otherworldly, hinting at her magical prowess. Seo-jun recalls past incidents, remembering Seola's ability to manipulate mana to move dolls and even create golems during a previous mountain incident. A black cat with emerald eyes sits near Seo-jun. He wonders if Seola's magical abilities extend to communicating with animals. He questions whether she could communicate with animals using magic. Seo-jun, half asleep, considers the implications of Seola's potential abilities. He wonders if he can perceive the cat as a normal animal, or if Seola's magic is influencing his perception. The cat looks directly at Seo-jun, and he questions whether it truly understands human speech. A sleek black cat with piercing green eyes and a shimmering green gem adorning its collar sat regally on a plush surface, its gaze fixed on something unseen. The camera focuses on the cat's collar, highlighting the intricate detail of the green gem. The cat yawned widely, stretching languidly before letting out a loud yawn. Lee Seo-jun, a man with short, dark hair, lay in bed, startled awake. He rubbed his eyes, a question mark forming above his head as he wondered if he had been overthinking things. Suddenly, a woman with long, reddish-brown hair appeared beside him, startling him. The woman's sudden appearance caused Seo-jun to jump back in surprise, his mouth agape. She chuckled, saying that she had scared him. He asked if she had been talking to Master. She replied that she was just checking. Lee Seo-jun, a man whose face was etched with a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror, stared blankly ahead. He muttered to himself, his voice barely a whisper, about how he had spent an inordinate amount of time in the tutorial tower, talking to a stuffed bear and wearing a robe, without realizing the passage of time. He realized, with a jolt of self-reproach, that his prolonged stay in the tower had dire consequences. A stern-faced, older man, his features sharp and lined with age, appeared before him, offering a piece of unsolicited advice: he should not leave his child alone for too long. The man continued, suggesting that if Seo-jun worked during the week, he should spend his weekends playing with his daughter. A young woman with long brown hair, presumably Seola, appeared at the doorway, her expression curious as she uttered a questioning. Seo-jun, a newfound determination settling on his features, smiled gently and responded, "Let's go ahead." Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with the weight of a world-altering regret, stood in a bustling traditional clothing shop with his young daughter, Lee Seola. He gazed at the vibrant handbox, their rich colors a stark contrast to the grim memory of his past. Seola, all of 5 years old, looked up at her father with wide, innocent eyes. Seola, her gaze drifting across the shop's interior, tilted her head in curiosity. She wondered aloud what kind of establishment this was. Her mother, a woman of gentle demeanor, explained that it was a place where one could rent various outfits. Seola's bright smile reflected her delight at this discovery. Seo-jun's wife turned to him, suggesting he too should rent an outfit. Seo-jun initially demurred, claiming he hadn't planned to. However, Seola's enthusiastic insistence that he would look handsome in one of the outfits swayed him. Her words, filled with childlike sincerity, pierced through his reservations. Seo-jun, his heart softening at his daughter's innocent enthusiasm, readily agreed. A smile spread across his face, a genuine smile that hadn't graced his features in a long time. He announced their decision to go and change, adding that he would braid Seola's hair. His wife, surprised, questioned his ability to do so. Seo-jun confidently assured her that he could manage it, expressing a surprising level of expertise when it came to hair. He admitted a lack of confidence in other areas, but when it came to hairstyling, he felt completely at ease. The scene opens with a pair of traditional Korean totems, their carved faces grinning mischievously, set against a backdrop of cherry blossoms gently falling. Lee Seo-jun, a man with short, dark hair, walks through a bustling street, seemingly lost in thought amidst the crowd. He is dressed in modern clothing, a stark contrast to the traditional architecture surrounding him. His gaze is drawn to a captivating sight, a young woman with auburn hair and a 5-year-old girl with vibrant purple hair, both dressed in traditional Korean hanbok. The onlookers whisper their admiration. The little girl is undeniably charming. Close up on the little girl, Lee Seola, her radiant smile reflecting pure joy as she beams at her mother. The image is awash in soft, warm light, emphasizing their tender bond. Nearby, other onlookers continue to comment on the pair, their whispers carrying a mixture of curiosity and awe. One man wonders if they work there, while another remarks on the mother's striking resemblance to a model. Seo-jun approaches the woman, complimenting her exceptional braiding skills. He seems genuinely impressed by her talent. The woman, slightly embarrassed, explains that she's always been good at braiding hair, recalling her childhood practice. Seo-jun smiles, remembering her skill from the past. The woman speculates that her past success as a model might have contributed to her current popularity. Seo-jun observes the large crowd, wondering if they are filming a drama. The woman confirms that a drama is indeed being filmed, pointing towards a banner advertising the production. Seo-jun's expression is one of quiet contemplation. Lee Seo-jun, dressed in traditional Korean attire, pondered aloud. He mused that Sung Gu-hyun was the main character in the drama, The Wall Where the Moon Lingered. Seo-jun's 5-year-old daughter, Lee Seola, interrupted his thoughts, excitedly pointing towards something in the distance and calling out for her father. Seola tugged on her father's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with childish curiosity. She excitedly announced that she saw a moo over there. Seo-jun and Seola approached a cow, its tongue playfully licking its nose. Seo-jun gently corrected Seola, explaining that the sound was a moo, and the animal was a cow. Seola, amused by the cow's actions, let out a small laugh, questioning her father's actions. Seo-jun explained that the cow's tongue could reach its nose, but Seola's was too short. A woman, presumably Seo-jun's wife, looked on. Seo-jun then suggested they go make some dalgona candy. He assured her it was something she would enjoy. In the background, a dalgona candy stall was visible. Seola's eyes lit up at the mention of dalgona candy. 5-year-old Seola, with wide, curious eyes, happily munched on a dalgona cookie, a crescent moon-shaped confection. A heart-shaped blush adorned her cheeks as she exclaimed her delight. Seola's mother, a kind-faced woman in traditional Korean attire, asked her daughter how many dalgonas she wanted to buy. Seola, without hesitation, responded with an enthusiastic lots. Lee Seo-jun, Seola's father, a man with dark hair and kind eyes, sat with his wife and daughter. He gently cautioned Seola that the dalgona was a treat to be savored, not devoured. Seola, however, pleaded for just one more. Her mother reminded her that she needed to eat her lunch first. Seola, her eyes sparkling with mischief, called out to her father, "Daddy." Seo-jun, startled by the sudden call, looked up, a wave of apprehension washing over him as a cold sweat beaded on his brow. Seola's mother explained that Seola wanted more dalgona. Seo-jun, however, reminded Seola that her mother had said no. Seola's face crumpled, tears welling in her eyes as she began to cry. Lee Seo-jun, a man burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, found himself reliving his final moments. His daughter, Lee Seola, the very witch who had destroyed the world and ended his life, loomed before him. He desperately questioned if there was any way to change the inevitable. But then, a new quest appeared, offering him a second chance. Awakening to find a 5-year-old Seola before him, Seo-jun resolved to become the father she'd never had, determined to prevent the events that led to her dark destiny. He declared that he would let Seola eat whatever she wanted. Seola's eyes widened in amazement at the sight of the many sweets her father presented to her. Her expression was one of pure wonder. However, Seo-jun's resolve faltered as he sternly commanded her to put them away. Seola, giggling, held up her treats defiantly, her innocent joy contrasting sharply with her father's apprehension. He felt powerless against her charm. Seola's mother, witnessing the scene, offered a sympathetic, yet resigned, comment about Seo-jun's inability to control his daughter's whims. Seola, sensing her father's helplessness, quietly expressed her own understanding of the situation, showing a surprising maturity for her age. And then, she proposed an alternative activity, suggesting a visit to the National Palace. The family set off towards the National Palace Experience Course, a place that held the potential for both fun and unforeseen challenges in their journey to change the future. Lee Seo-jun and his young daughter, Seola, found themselves at an archery event. A jovial official explained that children under 7 were not permitted to participate, leaving Seola visibly disappointed. Seo-jun, carrying his daughter, suggested they find another activity. But another official interjected, suggesting the parents participate instead, as they were already at an event. Intrigued, Seo-jun inquired about the nature of the event. He learned that participants who could hit the target with 10 arrows would receive a stuffed toy. Seo-jun asked Seola if she wanted a particular stuffed animal. Without hesitation, she chose the bunny. Seola's attention was drawn to a bunny plush toy with a small sword. A thought crossed Seo-jun's mind, it looked familiar. The cost of 10 arrows was explained to be 2,000 won. Seo-jun asked Seola if she wanted to try. Seola attempted to shoot the arrows, finding the task more difficult than she anticipated. The targets were further away than she expected. Lee Seo-jun, a man of average build and dark hair, stood observing an archery contest. He was dressed in modern attire, a stark contrast to the traditional Korean clothing of the other onlookers. A nearby official, his face etched with amusement, asked if the target seemed too far away. Seo-jun chuckled, confirming their distance. The official explained that for this special event, the targets were placed twice as far as usual. He mused that no ordinary archer, regardless of experience, would be able to hit them. A fact underscored by the next contestant's unsuccessful attempt. The arrow fell far short of its mark. It was, the official lamented, unfortunate. The official confidently declared that no one would be able to hit the targets at this distance. But his words were cut short by a sudden, intense burst of energy. The next panel shows the official's reaction to the event, his mouth agape in disbelief. An arrow, propelled by an unseen force, flew with incredible speed towards the distant targets. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. One of them exclaimed in wonder at the arrow's graceful flight. The official, still reeling from the impossible feat, declared it impossible unless the archer was a true professional. Lee Seola, a young girl with auburn hair, stood in a garden, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable, just who was it? She held a bow and arrow with practiced ease, a playful smirk dancing on her lips as she aimed it towards an unseen target. Seola seemed confident, almost teasing in her demeanor. 5-year-old Seola, clutching her beloved bunny plushie, pouted slightly. She had missed some of her targets during archery practice. Her father, Seo-jun, knelt beside her, offering words of encouragement. He playfully boasted about his own superior archery skills, highlighting that she still managed to hit 7 targets. Seola, however, attributed her misses to the wind, a factor beyond her control. Seo-jun, a thoughtful expression on his face, gently corrected her. He explained that wind is not something to be calculated, but rather something to be overcome. Seola's eyes widened in awe. Seola, inspired by her father's words, expressed her desire to try archery again. Seo-jun, however, suggested they return when she turned 7, implying that she needed more time to develop her skills. Seola, ever determined, vowed to surpass her father's abilities. Father and daughter walked hand in hand, their bond evident in their gentle interaction. A question hung in the air. Seola, beaming with pride, declared herself to be her mother's daughter, highlighting the strong familial connection. Lee Seo-jun, a man haunted by the memory of his daughter, Lee Seola, becoming the world-ending final boss, observes his young daughter. He reflects on Seola's resemblance to her mother, Yoonhye, noting that she shares his aptitude for spear combat. However, he also acknowledges that forcing Seola into activities she dislikes would be unproductive. Seo-jun's thoughts turn to Seola's innate magical abilities, evident from a young age. He realizes she needs to learn to control her magic. But he faces a challenge, finding a suitable mage to teach her, given the rarity of magic users. A flashback reveals the scarcity of magic users, with only 1% of hunters capable of properly wielding magic. This highlights the difficulty of finding a tutor for Seola. Seo-jun emphasizes the importance of Seola learning magic for self-protection. Despite his desire to protect Seola, Seo-jun is wary of pushing her too hard, especially at such a young age. The scene shifts to Seola, who spots something in the distance. She calls out to her father, urging him to hurry. Seo-jun, with a determined yet gentle expression, sets off to join his daughter. Lee Seo-jun, a man in traditional Korean attire, hurried through the twilight streets. He muttered to himself, pleased with his progress. His 5-year-old daughter, Seola, was still young, he mused, a fact that gave him a sense of hope. He continued walking, his shadow stretching long behind him as he approached a small figure. A soft, ethereal glow surrounded the child, hinting at something extraordinary. Seo-jun reached a door, his hand gently clasped in Seola's small one. The warmth of their connection was palpable, a stark contrast to the cold, dark hallway behind them. The little girl, clutching her father's hand tightly, looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes. A sense of apprehension flickered across her features as they entered the building. Inside, Seola spotted a woman and, with a hint of uncertainty, whispered a single word, "Mommy?" The woman, her face etched with worry, reassured her daughter, stating that she was fine and that there was no need to worry. She explained that their house had collapsed. Amidst the devastation of a city ravaged by catastrophe, a young girl, her face etched with shock and grief, is comforted by a paramedic. The scene is one of utter chaos and despair, buildings lie in ruins, and emergency personnel struggle to cope with the scale of the disaster. A narration box reveals the girl's desolate state, she had no parents, relatives, or friends to rely on. Ultimately, this led her to a solitary, dimly lit doorway, where a woman, her back turned, holds the hand of a small girl with vibrant blue hair. The woman, dressed in business attire, appears to be leading the child into a building. The scene is bathed in a warm, golden light, contrasting sharply with the previous panel's bleakness. The woman, however, is internally conflicted. She questions whether it is right to come here without first contacting someone, a hint of worry clouding her features. She wonders aloud if everything will be all right. The woman confronts a man, Lee Seo-jun, in what appears to be a bar or restaurant. Seo-jun looks surprised and slightly distressed by her unexpected arrival. The woman's expression is one of determination, bordering on desperation. She explains that she had to take this action, implying a sense of urgency and a lack of alternatives. The woman presses a button on an intercom, initiating contact with someone inside the building. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air. The intercom buzzes, and the woman and the child wait, wondering who is on the other side. The door opens, revealing a glimpse of someone's legs and shoes. A voice calls out, asking if it is Seo-jun. The little girl, however, remains uncertain, questioning the identity of the person who has arrived. A woman's voice echoed, identifying herself as Yoo Yoonhye, but the rest of her statement remained unspoken. Lee Seo-jun stood in a doorway, his expression unreadable, as Yoo Yoonhye approached him, a hint of apprehension in her eyes. Seola, a young girl with striking red eyes, greeted Seo-jun with a simple, "Hi, Seo-jun." Yoonhye's internal monologue revealed her inner turmoil, she was struggling to maintain composure, her words failing to come out calmly. Seo-jun, seemingly lost in thought, reached out a hand towards Seola, urging her to greet him as daddy. A narration box explained their request to stay for a few days, acknowledging the unusual circumstances and appealing to Seo-jun's paternal instincts. The scene showed Seo-jun, Yoonhye, and Seola together, the narration box questioning whether Seo-jun would accept this unusual situation. Yoonhye's worried expression reflected her uncertainty about Seo-jun's reaction. 5-year-old Seola, in a charming red dress and hat, stood before her father, Lee Seo-jun. Her innocent expression belied the terrible truth of her future. Seo-jun, though his face is not fully visible, seems weary and apprehensive. A woman, presumably Seo-jun's wife, Yoonhye, is shown with a worried expression. Her internal monologue reveals her concern and uncertainty about the situation. A lingering doubt about Seo-jun's ability to change the future. The panel's imagery suggests a sense of foreboding. The scene shifts to a darker setting. Seo-jun, his face partially obscured by shadow, stands with Yunhai and Seola. The atmosphere is tense and ominous. Yunhai's anxiety is palpable as she looks on, her face etched with worry. The dark background emphasizes the gravity of the situation. Yunhai confronts Seo-jun, her words sharp and accusatory. She questions his sanity in allowing Seola, a powerful child witch, to remain in their home. Seola looks on, seemingly unfazed by the tension. The panel highlights the contrast between her innocent appearance and her immense magical power. Yunhai criticizes Seo-jun's parenting, questioning his ability to handle Seola's dangerous magical abilities. She suggests he should relinquish Seola to the magic tower. Seo-jun is shown reacting with shock and disbelief to Yunhai's suggestion. The final panel shows the growing conflict between the parents. Lee Seo-jun, his face etched with worry, watched his daughter, Lee Seola, as she stood amidst a chaotic scene. He offered her a way out, suggesting she didn't have to continue down this path. But Seola, her crimson coat stained with what appeared to be blood, remained resolute, her expression unreadable. The scene pulsed with dark energy. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged, their eyes glowing ominously. This was a powerful, malevolent presence. The figure extended a hand, its power crackling with dark energy, and made a proposition to Seola to work at their guild for the rest of her life. Seola's eyes widened in terror as she was suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful force. A wave of intense energy washed over her, leaving her gasping for breath. The scene shifted. Seo-jun awoke in his bed, his daughter Seola and another young woman sleeping beside him. Both were gasping for air. Seola, still visibly shaken, stirred in her sleep, her brow furrowed in concern. She muttered something unintelligible. She awoke with a start, her eyes wide with fear. The image of someone named Soo-hyun from her dream lingered in her mind. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with worry lines, lay asleep. His face, pale under the dim light, hinted at the weight of unspoken burdens. A young woman with auburn hair, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, watched over him. It was Lee Seola, his daughter, and a profound sadness clouded her features. She found his words unbelievable. There was no way he would ever say something like that. Seola sat on the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed on her sleeping father. The room was quiet, save for the soft sounds of her own breathing. A sleek black cat with emerald green eyes sat silently observing the scene from across the room. Its presence added to the quiet intensity of the moment. The camera pans to a majestic building, the United Kingdom branch of a magic tower, its clock tower piercing the night sky. Inside, a man sits at a desk, a cup of coffee in his hand. He lets out a weary sigh, the weight of his responsibilities evident in his posture. Another man, with blonde hair and a concerned expression, approaches him. He asks if he is all right, his voice laced with worry. William, a man with neatly styled blonde hair and a monocle, clutched his head, a pained expression twisting his features. "I'm fine," he muttered, "it's just a little headache that I got after I came back from Korea." He addressed someone off-panel, his concern evident despite his attempt at nonchalance. More importantly, he inquired about the recent crack movements. A report was given, an unexpected crack in Greece was twice the usual size, but the Knights had already taken care of it. William and another man, this one with short blonde hair and a darker jacket, stood before a desk. William continued to explain that after the unexpected crack in Greece, another incident, referred to as Cretan Bull, occurred in Korea. He expressed his uncertainty about the pattern of these events, as they were increasing exponentially around the world. The two men studied a world map covered in sticky notes marking various locations. Each crack had its own unique location and time of occurrence. Natural disasters usually had a reason, but in this case, there was nothing apparent. William, now alone, considered the situation. They were currently able to take measures against the affected areas, but if more cracks appeared, hunters across the world would need to take action. The blonde-haired man from earlier chuckled, asking what the problem was. William, his expression hardening, declared his intention to find some small clue to solve the mystery. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with worry lines and bearing the weight of the world on his shoulders, clutched his head in pain. A sharp, agonizing headache racked his body. The throbbing a stark reminder of the catastrophic future he narrowly escaped. Before him lay a large map, a tapestry of continents and countries, each location a potential flashpoint in the looming global crisis. Suddenly, a sharp, urgent voice pierced through his thoughts. He heard a frantic plea, a desperate cry for help. Seo-jun's companion, a man dressed in dark, formal attire, looked startled, his expression shifting from calm contemplation to bewildered confusion. "Pardon," he questioned, his voice laced with uncertainty. The two men stood before the map, their attention focused on a specific region. Seo-jun, his face grim, pointed to a location on the map. While his companion watched, a mixture of apprehension and curiosity in his eyes. They were meticulously planning their next move, their strategy unfolding before them. Connecting them with a bold line, indicating a crucial link between the two. Seo-jun continued his meticulous work, his gaze fixed on the map. He marked another point, this time far across the globe, in South America. With a final, decisive stroke, Seo-jun finished marking the map, his plan now complete. The weight of his task settled heavily upon him, but his resolve remained unshaken. Lee Seo-jun, a man etched with worry lines and haunted eyes, stood beside a younger man whose face was a mask of disbelief. The older man, his expression grim, confirmed the younger man's unspoken fear with a single, chilling word: exactly. A large world map dominated the scene, its surface covered in alarming red lines radiating outwards from Korea. Pinned to the map were numerous notes, each detailing a catastrophic event. The caption above the map declared the horrifying truth: it's a tempest. The red lines extended across the Pacific Ocean, encompassing a vast area, indicating the scale of the disaster. The image focused on the notes, hinting at the widespread chaos and destruction. Seojin's eyes, wide with dawning horror, were fixed on the map. His internal monologue revealed the terrifying epicenter. The center of it is? The map zoomed in on the Korean peninsula, highlighting Seoul as the point of origin for the spreading catastrophe. The caption confirmed the location: Seoul, South Korea. Lee Seo-jun gazed down at his young daughter, Lee Seola, a 5-year-old girl with vibrant green eyes and dark hair streaked with lighter green. They lay together, their hands clasped, a soft, ethereal glow emanating from the space between their palms.